This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The First Military Academy of the Federation, Admissions Office. On the slightly old mahogany table, there is a square application form. Application form for admission to the First Military Academy of the Federation. Name, Song Shursan. Gender, female. Age, 18. Planet, Border Star M13. Element resonance, all round in 5 elements. Physical combat, excellent. Mental strength rating, C. Application major, Seed Single Soldier Department. Will you accept transfer? Yes. Beside the mahogany table, several admissions officers from the Federal University sat around, with different expressions on their faces. All-powerful in 5 elements. She is all-powerful in 5 elements. One person was so excited that his voice rose 8 degrees, his mustache trembled. In addition to the strongest humanoid weapon, finally, there is another person in the entire galaxy who can resonate with all elemental energies. Since the discovery of the elemental stone, the interstellar space has ushered in a new era of elemental energy. The elemental stone is a transparent crystal-like ore, which stores a large amount of elemental energy, but requires a special medium. PRF-199 liquid. To activate it. After being soaked in PRF-199, the elemental stone can be activated by contact with the human body, releasing different types of elemental energy. Currently, the known types of elements that can be sensed by the human body are mainly water, fire, wind, thunder, and gold. After genetic screening, although the interstellar people of this era can resonate with at least one element, those who can resonate with more than 2 types are still rare, and those who can resonate with all types are even rarer. Calm down. Another person put down the thermos cup in his hand and pointed at the application form on the table with his fingertips. Her mental power rating is only C. To put it bluntly, C-level mental power is useless no matter where you put it, and it doesn't even meet the admission standards of our Federation's #1 military academy. The expressions of everyone became solemn again. The elemental energy released by the human body can be controlled by mental power. The higher the mental power of a person, the better the accuracy, intensity, range and endurance of energy control. In other words, if you don't have enough mental power, even if you can resonate with all the energy types in the elemental stone, you can't use them. With only C mental power, she can be classified as a lower-class citizen to some extent. She may not be able to condense the released energy, and she has no combat power at all. I don't think it's necessary to recruit her. But this is a 5-element all-rounder. Such a rare physique. Someone sighed. God really likes to joke. Alas, it's tasteless, but it's a pity to throw it away. The old man with a mustache sighed, took the application form, still not giving up. Every year's enrollment is a battle for talent. Last year, the 6th Military Academy won the championship in the Federal Military Academy ranking competition, and suddenly became a popular candidate, which led to a significant decline in the quality of students from other military academies. He just took over the school enrollment department this year, and he couldn't wait to make some achievements. Even if the 5-element all-round physique is useless, he is unwilling to give it to other military academies. Transfer to the logistics major? Our military academy is so big. There must be some that are not fully enrolled. Right? The old man with a mustache waved his hand, and a semi-transparent floating screen appeared in the air, displaying information about majors. Compared with combat majors, the admission standards for logistics majors are much lower, so students are often enrolled first. He pulled down the list, scanned it line by line, and finally stopped at the bottom. Weapons Science major. There are still vacancies here. Few practical courses. Few exploration missions. I think it's quite suitable. Weapons Science? Someone frowned, hesitantly said. But there is one thing to consider. Weapons Science is a special construction major, and the subject funds are not included in the subsidy policy of colleges and universities. In other words, the school will only exempt students from tuition and room and board fees, and the material costs generated by teaching experiments not only need to be borne by students themselves, but also the price is shocking. This is probably one of the reasons why many students are reluctant to apply for this major. According to the data, Song Shursan is from the border planet M13. 3/4 of the area of this planet is barren, and it is notoriously poor. There is another thing. Although we have established this major, the core technology of elemental weapons is not in our hands. No, it is better to say that except for those noble families, almost no one knows this technology. She has no family background, And I am afraid that if she enters this major... Oh! Don't worry about it. If she doesn't want to come, she can refuse to enroll. The mustache interrupted the other party carelessly, still insisting on his own way. If there are no other questions, I will transfer her first. Several admissions officers fell silent, exchanging helpless glances. I have no objection. No objection. After getting everyone's unanimous agreement, the mustache old man pressed the confirmation button with satisfaction. A blue fluorescent admission letter, flashed twice, was sent out. The 2-month summer vacation passed in a flash, and all major military academies ushered in the busy school season. After adapting to campus life for a period of time, a group of energetic young faces also poured into the underground black market. Underground black market competition, Area A. Dark shadows gathered under the neon tubes. The stands of the holographic projection were densely packed with people. The air was filled with the smell of sticky sweat and burps, so stuffy that it was hard to breathe. Dim, noisy, turbid. A huge red and white screen was displaying the information of the current players. Monkey Trainer versus Source. The stands were filled with noise, mixed with the sound of betting. The Monkey Trainer has been suppressed all the time. Is he going to lose? I heard that he has won 13 games in a row. It seems that this record will end here. End? One person laughed contemptuously. You don't understand this. A monkey trainer trains the monkey. Brother, tell me in detail. The man holding a pile of chips on the side heard the voice and moved closer. How did it become a monkey? I just placed 100 bets on this kid Yuan. On the screen, a young man with a crew cut controlled the airflow under his feet and nimbly dodged the attack of the strongman opposite. The airflow formed a small whirlwind in the air, supporting the boy steadily with every step, as if walking on flat ground. The boy was calm and composed, looking like he had won the game. On the other hand, the strongman on the other side missed several punches, looking a little frustrated. 100 bets? Ahem. The man who was singing the bad news almost choked on a mouthful of beer. Then you should be prepared to lose everything. Sure enough, after several rounds, the boy on the stage had beads of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing gradually became labored. The young man dodged the punch that hit his face, moved his toes, flipped in the air, and landed behind the sturdy man, and suddenly raised his hand, and the sharp and swift wind whistled in his ears, and rushed straight to the back of the sturdy man's neck. The sturdy man was like a fly that was circling around, unaware of the impending danger, and was still panting in the spot. However, at the moment when the wind blade was about to pierce the back of his neck, the sturdy man suddenly raised his hand, and several golden patterns were coiled on his sturdy arms, and easily shook off the young man's wind blade. Boy, ? The wind blade just now was the limit of the elemental strength he could condense. I didn't expect that the monkey trainer didn't even have a scratch on his skin. No more playing. No more playing. The monkey trainer chuckled. You kid are dilly-dallying, like tickling me. I don't have the patience. While speaking, the monkey trainer raised his fists and slammed them into the ground. The flat ground was instantly covered with rubble, and a huge pit a foot deep collapsed. The surrounding mountains gave a low roar, and the ground shook suddenly. The boy secretly thought that it was not good, and hurriedly gathered the airflow around him, trying to use the wind to jump and increase the distance. The monkey trainer did not give him a chance. He used his palms to attack with the reaction force of the collision, and appeared in front of the boy in a blink of an eye. Before everyone could react, there was a loud noise that was even duller than before, and a figure suddenly flew out, smashed through several mountains behind him, and embedded directly into the rock wall. Damn! The men in the stands dropped their chips in shock. Their tongues tangled. This is a bloody mess. Although the simulation uses artificial bodies, which will not cause harm to the real body, the contestant's pain is 100% retained. After being hit by such a high-pressure punch, the boy named Yuan may have fainted in the simulation cabin. And I don't know if he will be traumatized. Ha! Good. This monkey trick is beautiful. The man who had previously said bad things about the game stood up excitedly, clapping his hands vigorously, and then patted his brother, who was squatting down to pick up the chips. Did you understand? Players at this level will be in trouble if they encounter monkey tricks. Do you know who to buy next time? The man had just picked up the last chip that fell on the ground, nodded gratefully, and without waiting to count the number, he hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd, rushing to place a bet before the next game started. The cold system sound rang, announcing the result of the game. Ring 023, Monkey Trainer versus Yuan, Monkey Trainer wins. The audience burst into thunderous applause. On the big screen, the monkey trainer looked proud, waving his fists at the camera in a victory gesture. In the corner behind the hustle and bustle, a girl in black was concentrating on operating the optical computer in her hand, fingertips flying up and down, recycling old armor, knives, leather, furniture. Fair prices, if interested. Please chat privately. After typing the last word, the girl pressed publish, but the next second, the page was locked, and a warning box popped up. Underground black market forum system prompt: your account was judged as malicious spamming due to repeated posting of the same topic, and the ban duration, 30 days. These days, how come it is so hard to collect waste? The girl clenched her fist in anger, looking at the dozens of posts in her post list that had been ignored, sighed dejectedly. She exited the forum, raised her head, and her eyes turned around, and finally landed on the monkey trainer, who was grinning smugly under the spotlight. To be precise, it landed on the armor on the man's chest. The girl's eyes lit up, and the tall figure in black stood up from the shadows, and turned sideways to the light screen of the game information. Waiting for the next challenger, it's still in time. She paused, pulled a piece of cloth from the strange long backpack behind her, covered half of her face, and then grabbed a spectator who was dancing with excitement for the victory. Hello, where is the registration office? Damn, who is pulling me? The passerby, who was grabbed by the collar for no reason, turned around angrily, and saw that the person asking the question was a pretty and delicate girl, even if only half of her face was exposed. It was hard to hide the heroic spirit of her facial features. He changed his expression faster than turning a page, and his tone softened by 3 points. Over there, go straight, there's a display board. Oh, thank you. The girl in black thanked him, met his gaze, showed a simple and polite smile. The passerby blushed, scratched his head, thought about what else to say to him. When he looked up again, the other party had easily passed through the crowd like a fish, disappeared in the depths of the neon lights. The registration office was just below the most eye-catching display screen. There were many people around the ring preparation area, but perhaps because the previous contestant's defeat was too tragic, ring number 023 was still unattended. In the crowd, a black-clad figure glided lightly, and quietly attached his ID card to the sensor. Name, Song Shursan. Hidden, current points, 0. Current rank, L0. Historical win rate, 0%. After the information was entered, the red light in the sensor area lit up. Beep. The gap in points between you and the challenged player is too large. If you win this game, you will get a reward of 5,000 star coins. Do you confirm the challenge? Confirmed successful. Song Shursan took back his ID card, raised his hand to tighten his ponytail, making him look more capable, and stood up and walked into the simulation cabin. In front of the ring area, the projection screen suddenly dimmed, and then it lit up again. Ring number 023. The contestants are ready. Junk Collector Xiao Song vs. Monkey Trainer. Chapter 2. The lights went down, and a young girl appeared at the teleportation point not far in front of the giant man. Damn, a girl? This is interesting. Junk Collector Xiao Song. This name doesn't sound like a serious person. What is she carrying behind her? It's so mysterious. As soon as the game screen came out, someone immediately discussed the information of the challenger. Rank L0. Wait, the points are also 0? This is a pure newcomer who has never fought in a ring, and dares to challenge the monkey trainer? No way. Didn't she watch the last game? She's here to be abused. Hee hee. Ruthless and cruel. I love watching it. The simulation cabin was completely isolated from the outside world, and Song Shursan knew nothing about the audience's discussion. She stared at the man in front of her named Monkey Man, with a strange light in her eyes. She noticed just now outside the court that the man's armor was made of a piece of high-quality second-level blue crystal alloy. This alloy has excellent ductility. Compared with armor, it is more suitable for thinning and pressing into a sharp weapon. The simulation cabin only provides artificial bodies, and no auxiliary items such as protective gear. The opponent's armor was obviously brought in from outside, and would not be protected in the field. From the appearance, the degree of wear and tear is already quite high. While preparing for the countdown, Song Shursan calmly put the long backpack behind him on the ground. The audience in the audience also stretched their necks, wanting to see what secrets were inside. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, she pulled out a straight knife from inside. This is a single-edged slashing straight knife with a composite handle. The blade is brittle, not very shiny, and the material is just a low-grade first-grade alloy. The handle is designed with side rings, knuckle rings, and knuckle rods. The center of the upper end of the handle is hollowed out, and the hollow part is filled with a pinfire revolver magazine. When the camera turned, it also gave a close-up of the straight knife, and everyone present was a little confused. Oh my god! Is she holding an elemental weapon? You must be kidding, it looks like a piece of broken iron. I heard that the monkey trainer has A-level spiritual power. Unless her weapon is of A-level quality or above, it will be ineffective against the monkey trainer. There are not many designers in our interstellar world who can create A-level elemental weapons. Who is she? There was a lot of discussion in the audience. As the audience waited anxiously, the countdown finally reached 0, and the game began. The monkey trainer had already noticed the strange weapon in the girl's hand. The knife looked like a broken knife, but the person holding the knife was calm and composed, as if he was holding a peerless artifact. The monkey trainer was a little puzzled. For the sake of caution, he changed his previous carefree appearance and vigilantly gathered the elemental energy around him, taking a defensive posture. Seeing that the opponent let her attack first, Song Shursen was not polite. She lowered her shoulders slightly and raised her straight knife. The knife flashed, but Song Shursen's figure did not move, but through a perfect parabola. Following the parabola, I saw a black object rolling several sections, and after spinning twice, it landed on the left side of the monkey trainer. Audience? Question mark. Shit! Grenade? Who throws a grenade in a ring? With a cry of surprise, someone in the audience came to their senses. Get out of the way! The monkey trainer also reacted quickly. He took a breath. Golden lines instantly coiled around his body. Just when the audience thought he was going to jump sideways, his footsteps suddenly stopped in place. At the same time, Song Shursen was like an arrow shot from a bow. The tip of his knife moved forward and rushed to the right side of the monkey trainer. But this knife hit nothing. A trifle. The monkey trainer chuckled, lifted his leg and turned sideways, easily dodged the sneak attack. Just now, he was indeed preparing to dodge, but he caught a glimpse of the other party's attacking posture, which made him instantly understand the other party's intention. His gold pattern hardening was not afraid of the power of traditional gunpowder. Even if he didn't dodge and went head-on, it wouldn't cause much damage to him. The girl in front of him clearly didn't use any elemental defense or protective gear, but she dared to move towards the explosion source where he was. Attack. And, from the power posture, her aim should be very stable. But the grenade fell on his left side, which was obviously intentional, and the purpose was probably to make him dodge to the right. And his right side was exactly where her blade was pointing. This was probably her plan, using the grenade as bait, to lure him to dodge to the right, and to catch him off guard. Sure enough, the few grenades that fell on the ground did not explode, but sizzled, spraying white smoke. After a while, there was a layer of hazy mist between the two. Seeing that the attack missed, Song Shursen immediately turned his knife, and the monkey trainer took the opportunity to counterattack, and his swift iron fist just brushed past the end of her hair, forcing her to step back several steps. But the monkey trainer's attack was limited to this. Since elemental attacks have special damage to interstellar lifeforms, especially aliens and Zerg, the interstellar people's attack methods basically hit the training of mental power, which also led to the extremely backward development of weapons in this era. Before the invention of elemental weapons, almost no one used weapons. Even now, only those dignitaries who have mastered the craft of high-level elemental weapons dare to fight with weapons. The monkey trainer is still unsure of Song Shursen's origin and the power of this straight knife. But judging from her fearless attack method and the smoke bombs that deliberately obscure her vision, this straight knife is probably quite powerful. Therefore, he walked very cautiously and just carefully dodged Song Shursen's attacks, while the monkey trainer was retreating and defending. Song Shursen was able to adjust her breath. She slowed down her attack and threw a few more smoke bombs around. The field was even more foggy, and the two seemed to be in a thick fog. The visibility was so low that only a blurry figure could be seen passing by after retreating 2 meters. The audience outside the field was even more confused. There was only a blank in front of the screen. Occasionally, a few figures flashed by and disappeared in a flash. Song Shursen's figure was like a ghost in the fog. This was a straight knife for slashing and stabbing. She was also agile, and the transition between stabbing and slashing was as smooth as flowing water, and she was able to capture it easily. After a few rounds, the monkey trainer could no longer hold on and began to breathe heavily. It was not because he was stabbed by Song Shursen, but because the visibility in the thick fog was too low. He had to concentrate and tighten the golden pattern at all times to prevent being hit by the mysterious straight knife. This state consumed a lot of his mental power. The opponent's elusive attack method was very similar to the previous source, except that he was playing tricks on the opponent in the last round. But this time, he was the monkey being played. With such a similar battle scene, it was hard not to feel that he was deliberately embarrassing him. Thinking of this, the monkey trainer got angry and simply stopped hiding. He concentrated all the elemental energy in his body on his arms, and his eyes turned red. Hee. You can't learn the tricks of my monkey show. If you have the guts, come and fight me head on. As if responding to his declaration of war, Song Shursen also jumped from the air, cut through the thick fog, raised his straight knife, and chopped it down at the monkey trainer's face. The sharp blade hit the monkey trainer's hardened forearm, and in a flash, a dazzling fire broke out. Dang! There was a clear clanging sound, and a sharp weapon slid out from the thick fog. There was a strange silence outside the venue for a few seconds. The camera zoomed in. In the thick fog, two figures stood side by side. On one side, the monkey trainer stood there unscathed, without even a cut mark on his arms hardened by gold patterns. On the other side, Song Shursen maintained the posture of holding the knife, but only half of the straight knife was left in his hand. The audience, ? The monkey trainer, ? Song Shursen, holding the half-broken blade. Song Shursen calmly retracted his straight knife, and immediately jumped away, as if he had expected the scene in front of him, and shook his head at the broken blade in his hand. The monkey trainer, who was still maintaining a defensive posture of burning everything together, was dumbfounded. This funny scene made the harsh words he just said a joke, and the anger like a volcanic eruption instantly annihilated all the monkey trainer's rationality. Stinky girl. You are looking for death. The monkey trainer gritted his teeth and roared, removed the elemental energy used for defense in his body, concentrated all his strength on the tip of his fist, and flashed in front of Song Shursen in an instant, punching her directly in the face. This agility is far from matching his body size. Song Shursen looked up in surprise. Before he could resist, his whole body was blown away by the pressure brought by the fist, like a black shadow. Fuck, the monkey trainer's punch is too fierce. It's totally different from before. It's miserable, so miserable, I can't bear to look at the body of the girl opposite. She asked for it. I thought she was so powerful, but she came to the ring with a piece of junk. This punch just teaches her a lesson. The crowd outside the arena was furious. Some people applauded, and some showed reluctance. The monkey trainer retracted his fist, but his expression was a little subtle. The smoke around him was too thick, so he couldn't see clearly how far the opponent was knocked away, but he felt a sense of uneasiness. The punch just now was very powerful, and it should have directly hit the opponent through, but it felt like a punch on cotton, light and fluttering, and not very realistic. As the camera zoomed out after Song Shursen was knocked away, the audience also noticed something was wrong. Generally speaking, after a smoke bomb is thrown, the smoke release should spread and then gradually dissipate. However, the smoke bombs thrown by Song Shursen always maintained a certain concentration of gas. After the field of vision was expanded, people found that the smoke only existed in the fixed range surrounded by the smoke bombs, and was not affected at all outside the range, as if it was a container tailor-made for the monkey trainer. With the help of the monkey trainer's fist wind, Song Shursen flew out of the range of the smoke in an instant. She did not show any pain after being hit. Instead, she calmly raised the half-broken straight knife in her hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger on the handle. The magazine of the revolver slowly turned, and several incendiary bullets with tail flames flew out, rushing towards the monkey trainer. Boom! There was a loud bang, and after a dazzling flash, a huge fireball rose into the air and merged with the dust column rising from the ground. It's a dust explosion. Someone who knows the situation reacted. But before he finished speaking, there was another earth-shattering explosion. Boom! It was the second explosion. The rolling column of smoke and cloud slowly rose. In the distance, Song Shursen rose and fell, holding his chest, standing aside unscathed. The people in the audience were so shocked that their heads were numb. What's going on? Which brother can explain it? Don't panic. It's a small problem. The monkey trainer's gold pattern can protect the whole body. This level of explosion is not even a skin injury. The mushroom cloud exploded several times in succession, and it finally stopped after a long time. However, the monkey trainer never stood up. The thick smoke had seriously affected the live broadcast, and the competition organizer had no choice but to activate the firefighting equipment and clean up the scene. It was not until the remaining fire was almost extinguished that Song Shursan approached slowly. The monkey trainer was lying in the explosion area. His body was charred, and his artificial body was almost 80% damaged. Although he was still alive, his whole body could not move. His hardened gold pattern could indeed easily withstand this explosion. But he was extremely angry at Song Shursan, and had already removed all his defenses, concentrating all his elemental energy on that punch. By the time he realized something was wrong, he only had time to use the gold pattern to protect his core. He lost. I give up. The monkey trainer raised his eyelids, and a few syllables seemed to be ground and spit out from his back teeth. He had deliberately stayed in the low-level division for many years, just to bully others. But he didn't expect that one day he would become a monkey and be played around by a young girl. The system announced the result of the match. Ring 023, Jump Collector Xiao Song vs Monkey Trainer. Jump Collector Xiao Song wins. There was an uproar in the audience. The 13-game winning streak ended in such a ridiculous way. It was so funny to tell others about it. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be on the hot list of the black market forum tomorrow. The monkey trainer was so angry that his teeth itched. He glared at Song Shursan fiercely. He didn't want to stay on the field for a moment, and was about to leave the simulation cabin. Wait! Song Shursan, who was standing by, suddenly raised his hand and held him down. Monkey trainer, ? On the big screen projecting the live broadcast, the camera had just switched to a close-up of the winner. The dashing girl in black had a few big words on her head. Jump Collector Xiao Song. And poked the armor on the monkey trainer's corpse that had been blown to a crisp with a half-blade, and said in a very sincere tone, "Your armor is so worn out that it's no longer usable. 50 star coins. I take it." Chapter 3. When we came out of the underground black market, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Song Shursan carried a pile of scrap metal and used the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and finally got back to school on time before curfew. The 1st Federal Military Academy has a very strict campus management system. If the location of the light computer is not in the school at 10 o'clock in the evening, not only will credits be deducted, but also a fine will be imposed. If credits are deducted, you can repeat the grade, but if tuition is deducted, you will be expelled. Song Shursan opened the light computer with lingering fear. The entrance fee for the black market competition is not cheap. Adding the 5,000 star coins that just arrived, her account balance is 5,053. That is to say, before she won the ring match, she only had 53 star coins left. Fortunately, she had a good harvest today. Not only did she collect enough tuition fees for the next month, but she also received a piece of good quality second-level blue crystal alloy. After polishing and forging, this alloy is much stronger than the straight knife in her hand. More importantly, this alloy did not cost money. She was still worried that the other party would bargain with her. After all, she only had 53 star coins left at the time, and could not afford a higher price. Unexpectedly, the other party tore off the armor and threw it in front of her in a rage, not taking any money at all, and even swore several harsh words. Song Shursan was a little confused. Her way of doing things has always been based on only one principle: sincerity. With this basic principle, she got along very well with the AIs in the laboratory in her previous life, which was a textbook-level harmonious coexistence and efficient communication. She had obviously taken out all her belongings, which was full of sincerity. Even if the monkey trainer was not satisfied with the price, he should not be so furious. Song Shursan sighed silently. Humans are really hard to understand, and interstellar people are even harder to understand. Song Shursan has been in this interstellar world for 2 weeks. She originally lived in a post-apocalyptic world where zombies were rampant and monsters were rampant. As a top weapons researcher in that world, she only needed to consider how to develop powerful and portable weapons. A sudden explosion, and when she opened her eyes again, she was transformed into a poor student in the interstellar era who couldn't even afford to go to school. From the fragmentary memories inherited, Song Shursan learned that the original owner not only had the same name as her, but also had a very similar experience of studying frugally as herself in her early years. Born in a poor border star, she was talented and hardworking, and she was admitted to the Federal Military Academy from a backward local star school. Although she was transferred to the unpopular and expensive weapons science major, the original owner was unwilling to give up enrollment. When she woke up in this body, it was the day before reporting, and the original owner had less than 500 star coins in her account. This was just a small amount of money, which the original owner had to work hard for 2 months by living frugally, working 8 jobs a day. Song Shursen even reasonably suspected that the original owner died suddenly due to overwork, which was why he let her come through. But the violent vibration of the light brain interrupted Song Shursen's thoughts. The address book screen lit up, and it was a call from her roommate Tang Tian. The accommodation conditions in the college were very good, and they were all double dormitories. As the only roommate, Tang Tian was particularly warm and caring to her. Shursen-san. Tang Tian's sweet voice sounded, and she spoke very quickly. Where have you been? The public elective course system will be open soon. Remember to grab the course on time. For freshmen, the military academy will give 2 weeks of free activities as a campus adaptation period. After that, the course study will officially begin. In addition to the required professional courses, students of various majors have to choose 3 public elective courses every semester. There are many types of public elective courses, and the learning difficulty is also different. For students, courses with low training intensity and easy to slack off are often the most popular, so every year's course selection is a battle of hand speed. Song Shursen glanced at the time and was about to reply when he was interrupted by Tang Tian. Hurrah! The entrance is opening. I'm going to hang up first. Don't forget the course selection guide I told you before. Before the last word fell, there was only a busy tone in the communication. Song Shursen could feel the other party's anxiety through the optical computer. The school is very large, and it will take some time to walk back to the dormitory. Song Shursen simply sat on the ground and opened the optical computer to log into the course selection system. According to Tang Tian, non-combat majors like them, who can't lift or carry anything, must not compare with those combat majors. When choosing courses, they should try to avoid courses with exploration tasks, and especially avoid practical training courses. Facts have proved that, no matter in which era, the server performance of the course selection system is inversely proportional to the student's enthusiasm for course selection. Song Shursen logged in for 5 minutes before finally squeezing into the system. There are not many courses for first-year students to choose from, and they can be turned over in almost 1 page. Among the more than 20 public elective courses, more than half have turned gray. After filtering out the courses that conflict with the existing schedule, there are only 3 courses left to choose from. Basic Tactics Training, Field Exploration, Holographic Battle Simulation. Song Shursen. Back in the dormitory, Tang Tian was disappointed with her, and her cute little face showed some of the pain of an elder for a younger generation who went astray. Shizansen, I warned you so many times, how could you step on 3 big bombs at once? She clicked on Holographic Battle Simulation on the schedule. Do you know who your classmates are after choosing this course? Song Shursen touched his chin and blinked in confusion. Facing Song Shursen's confused eyes, Tang Tian became even more anxious. The pride of our school, the ace of the combat department, the Seed Individual Soldier Major. To be admitted to the Seed Individual Soldier Department, the mental power must be at least A level. This is a practical class. If we go there, we will just get beaten. We can't beat those monsters at all. Mental power A level? Song Shursen recalled that the original bodies seemed to have applied for this major at the beginning. No wonder he was transferred. It's fine if you get beaten up, but if you can't win, you won't get any marks in the exam. And you fail the course, Tang Tian said, recalling the bad memories. Her tone became vague. I chose the wrong course at the beginning, which is why I failed the course and had to repeat the grade. This is a lesson learned through blood and tears. Repeat the grade? Tang Tian nodded. She originally enrolled in mineralogy, but later failed the grade. So she used her money to switch her major to weapons science. It's also my fault that I was too naive at the time. My mental strength is B+, and my physical fitness and combat performance are also very high. Otherwise, I would not have had the courage to choose mineralogy. Mineralogy is a non-combat major that requires the highest combat capability because it has the task of going out for exploration. Alas, I thought I was not much different from A level. But after a thorough investigation, I found that I was far behind the combat system. Tang Tian shook her head, exaggerating the horror of the combat system, looking at Song Shursen, but found that the other party was calmly packing his backpack throughout the whole process, without any emotional fluctuations. She couldn't help but be curious about Song Shursen's strength. What about you? What's your mental strength rating? Song Shursen put down the alloy he was wiping and answered hesitantly. See? She didn't know what determined mental strength. The test result of her original body was C. Now that she had a new core in this body, it might have an impact on her mental strength. However, Song Shursen didn't care about the mental strength rating. Compared with this mysterious talent test, she believed more in the weapon she had developed. Oh, even if your mental power is C, you can't take it lightly. Mental power is just the foundation. Their combat skills are all very professional, you As if she had just understood what Song Shursen said, Tang Tiantian's tongue was tied in several knots in her mouth. See? This is the first military academy in the Federation. How could there be someone with a mental power rating of C? And he chose a lot of combat courses without hesitation. She jumped up from her chair, pointed a finger at Song Shursen, and repeated again in disbelief. See? Song Shursen's eyelids also jumped. This roommate looked sweet and noble, but her emotions were like a roller coaster, with ups and downs, and she was unpredictable. She carefully avoided Tang Tiantian's finger that was about to poke her nose and remained silent. In her previous life, after Song Shursen became a weapons researcher, he spent most of his time in the laboratory. He was exposed to data or AI every day, and had almost no chance to interact with people, let alone deal with such complex human emotions. She did not even blink in the face of the tide of corpses. At this moment, for the first time, she felt what a difficult situation was. The room fell into an eerie silence. Tang Tiantian also realized her own loss of composure. She withdrew her hand awkwardly, but her tone was still too strong to allow for questioning. The gap brought by talent cannot be crossed. C level, it is impossible to beat A level. This is the eternal truth of the entire galaxy, and no one can break it. It's not that Tang Tiantian didn't try hard. She has always been proud. She felt inferior because her mental strength was not as good as her peers in the family. That made her more self-disciplined and hardworking. From childhood to adulthood, she never stopped physical training. But reality taught her a hard lesson. Why do you want to compete with them in mental strength? Song Shursen finally understood the reason for Tang Tiantian's emotional fluctuations. He relaxed and said easily, I use weapons. Weapons. Tang Tiantian looked suspicious and leaned forward, seeing a pile of scrap parts and broken alloys in front of her. She retracted her head and silently expressed her doubts. Song Shursen lowered his head and continued to polish the parts in his hand. He didn't care about Tang Tiantian's attitude at all. Spiritual strength is something that depends entirely on one's innate ability. It should not be the only way to become a strong person. Nor can it be an obstacle for me. She has worked hard in the apocalypse. If she had been self-deprecating and timid because of someone else's words, I don't have the talent, she would have been eaten by zombies until there was nothing left. If she wants to survive, she can only fight her way through every glimmer of life, let alone a chasm. Even if it is a natural chasm, she will pave a path with her flesh and blood. She shook the half-broken straight knife in her hand. Isn't the weapons science major what you study? This was a question, but there was no doubt in Song Shursen's tone, and he exuded a firm and strong self-confidence. Tang Tiantian was stunned, looking at Song Shursen's clear eyes, and felt a little ashamed. After being humiliated by her peers in the family, who studied in the Seed Single Soldier Department in the public elective course, she gave up the jack of all trades mineralogy that she had finally passed the exam, and switched to the unpopular weapon science, just to be able to hold her head high one day and severely defeat the opponent on the battlefield. She wanted to become stronger. As a result, before the class even started, she had already dampened her spirit, and was even inferior to a C-level mental power. After a long silence, Tang Tiantian turned around and opened her light brain. You're right, we are weapons science. Song Shursen watched her log into the course selection system, frowning his little face and thinking for a while, dropped 2 public elective courses, and added field exploration and holographic battle simulation to the course schedule. I was a mineralogist before, and I have taken many field exploration courses. If you want to form a team, I should be able to help. Clicking the Confirm Course Modification button, looking at the newly generated class schedule, Tang Tiantian clenched her fists. She had worked hard for so many years. How could she be easily defeated by fear and humiliation? She stood up. Her eyes lit up with a brilliance she had never seen before, and she stretched out her hand to Song Shursen. Please give me more advice, comrade. Chapter 4. The campus of the 1st Federal Military Academy is very large, and the teaching buildings, dormitories, and training grounds are all divided into different areas. The school bus leaves at 7 a.m., and it takes 15 minutes to drive from the dormitory area to the teaching area. Today is the first day of formal classes, and there are basically no training ground courses. As soon as they arrive at the teaching area, the students rush out of the bus and rush to the buildings where their academies are located. The entire teaching area is crowded with people, except for the Weapons Science Department where Song Shursen is. The Weapons Science Building Complex is at the corner of the teaching area. Under the cover of a small forest, 3 tall buildings are located in an arc shape, enclosing a semicircular square. When Song Shursen arrived, there were no people in the square, only a statue standing quietly. This is a man in his 30s or 40s, with slightly curly hair, who was leaning over the table with a frown on his face, drawing a design, and the design was covered with fallen leaves. It looked like no one had cleaned the statue for a long time. In this remote corner of the school, it was covered with a thick layer of dust due to the rain and wind. There were even dense spider webs on the base. Song Shursen stared at it for a long time, and then he could barely make out the words engraved below, "Tribute to the great elemental weapon master Montium." Song Shursen raised his eyes, and his gaze swept across the statue's angular face, which was a little messy. What a shameless master! How could he be so embarrassed even in his own territory? In her original world, weapons researchers were a symbol of force, a synonym for wisdom, and the most respected profession. A top researcher like her is fed with fine clothes and delicious food by the people in the base. Not to mention erecting a statue. Even a clay figurine is treasured as a talisman. The living environment of the interstellar humans in this world is not much better than hers. In the vast universe, there are many marginal stars with scarce resources and barren stars full of dangers. Not only are there very few star clusters suitable for human habitation, but they are also surrounded by powerful enemies. In addition to facing the Zerg, which has extremely strong fertility and destructive power, the interstellar people also have to be careful of the aliens that suddenly go berserk due to cosmic radiation. People with strong mental power are only one corner of the pyramid. What about others? Don't they need to use weapons? My God, there is such a desolate place in the first military academy? Tang Tiantian stood beside Song Shursen without knowing when, lifted the hem of her skirt, muttered softly, "I heard that students in our major are rich and have backgrounds. Why don't you donate some money to repair it?" She dressed up exquisitely today, with the full aura of a chaeble's daughter, and came late. Now it seems out of tune, with the dilapidated environment around it. "Our dean won't allow it to be repaired," a boy passing by said. "But the experimental equipment is all the latest. There are no safety hazards." While talking, the boy did not stop, but walked straight into the teaching building. It was obvious that he was very familiar with this place. I guess he was a senior student. Song Shursen and Tang Tiantian also followed him. The structure of these buildings is very strange. Most of the rooms on the floors are smelting rooms and warehouses. It is rare to see a classroom that looks like a proper classroom. Several people came to a corridor entrance. The boy stopped and pointed to the elevator in the stairwell. "Are you freshmen? Our major only has one class for each grade. The first grade is on the 13th floor. Take the elevator and turn right. It's the first room. I go this way." He shook the basket of materials in his hand and smiled bitterly. "I'm a student with difficulty graduating. I've settled down in the laboratory. Among the majors in the First Federal Military Academy. The lowest graduation rate is in Seed Soldiers, followed by Weapons Science. The graduation rate of Seed Soldiers is low, because the students live on the edge of a knife, and the casualty rate is too high. Every year, some students drop out or change majors due to injuries, or even die. As for Weapons Science, it is simply because the number of students is small, and the course requirements are too high." The elevator stopped on the 13th floor. Tang Tiantian saw the classroom at a glance, and excitedly pulled Song Shursen, "This way." Song Shursen went in. There were not many seats in the classroom, only about 30 people, and basically all of them were seated. The two found an empty seat by the window, and sat down. Not long after, a woman in a teaching uniform followed into the classroom. The teacher looked quite young. She wore a hat with the brim pulled down very low. When she walked up to the podium, something seemed to flash in the sunlight on her forehead. Song Shursen squinted his eyes, looked carefully for a while, and his heart skipped a beat. The half-face of the woman on the stage, which was hidden under the brim of the hat, had a deep wound from the forehead to the ear. The wound was open, revealing a scarlet, horrible, mineral-like crystal. Along the wound, There is no intact skin around it. It is cracked like dry land, covered with gullies. Tang Tian, who was standing by, also noticed it. Her face darkened. It's mineralism. It's in the brain. Mineralism? Song Shersan turned his head. The original owner had no memory of this term. Tang Tian was surprised. You don't know? After a pause, she said quickly, that's right. Sea-level mental power. It's probably difficult to get this disease. As soon as she said this, she realized that she had said something wrong. She glanced at Song Shersan carefully. Seeing that she didn't react, she quickly diverted his attention. PRF-199 liquid reacts with elemental stones, which allows the energy in the elemental stones to be controlled by the human body's mental power. This is common sense, and you must know it, she continued. But most elemental stones contain impurities. When PRF-199 reacts with these impurities, it will produce substances that are harmful to the mental power. When people use their mental power to use elemental energy, they actually absorb these harmful substances. These impurities are the cause of mineralogy. When you have mineralogy, your body cells will die and become crystallized. If it gets serious enough, they will precipitate out to the surrounding areas. This is why it is forbidden to use elemental stones with a purity of less than 60%. The risk of getting sick is too high, and using them will cause obvious damage to your mental strength. Tang Tian sighed. If you are lucky, the disease will occur in your limbs, and you will only lose an arm or leg. If the disease occurs in your internal organs, it will be difficult to survive. She looked at the woman on the podium, and her tone became deeper, like the teacher. The crystals grow in the brain, even if they spread a little bit. She didn't continue to say the rest of the words, but turned her face away. As long as you stop using elemental stones, the condition will not worsen. However, in this era, giving up the use of elemental stones is equivalent to losing the ability to fight, and becoming a complete useless person. Tang Tian couldn't help but feel sad. High-purity elemental stones are too difficult to find. Elemental stones, with a purity of more than 90%, are almost raised to a sky-high price. This is also the reason why mineralogy is so popular. Most people can't afford high-purity elemental stones, and can only make do with stones of similar quality. They are like a machine, and sooner or later, there will always be a day when they will be scrapped. Mineralism is actually the end of all of them. Song Shersan is very optimistic, and stretched lazily. Well, so she came to weapon science. It's wise to abandon the dark and join the light. Tang Tian was speechless, with a complicated expression, and didn't know whether to tell the truth for a while. Weapon science is not as easy as you think. Forget it. You will know it soon. On the podium, the young teacher unfolded the teaching screen, and her name and contact information appeared on the screen. My name is Hiyu, and I am a retired soldier. I don't need to explain the reason for my retirement. She raised her hat slightly, and there was a faint gasp in the classroom. The students exchanged glances with each other, and there were all kinds of emotions. Hiyu didn't care about the reactions below, and her tone was still calm. Among you, there should be many people who chose this major for the same reason as me. But let me be frank. This subject is very new. I can't teach you much. The main threats to interstellar humans are Zerg and aliens. These species have amazing defenses. Ordinary physical attacks can't cause effective damage to them. Therefore, for hundreds of years, elemental attacks controlled by mental power have been the main means of attack for interstellar people. Weapons are useless, which also leads to the backward development of weapons, until the appearance of Monty. All along, elemental stones can only be activated by the human body and controlled by mental power. But decades ago, the genius designer Montium used himself as an experimental subject and invented the engraving that can activate elemental stones and the integrated circuit that controls elemental energy. Since then, weapons have been put to good use for the first time. This type of weapon that can control elements is called elemental weapon. The strength of elemental attack depends only on the quality of the weapon, has nothing to do with mental power, and is not affected by the purity of elemental stones. Weapon science should have been prosperous if Montium had not died suddenly, before he could compile his theories into a book. The weapon master died due to physical exhaustion in his early years, leaving behind only a few design sketches and obscure papers. The only assistants who knew more about Montium's great inventions were also poached by major families and consortiums in the Federation after Um's death and became the servants of the dignitaries. The current weapon science is just a group of outsiders copying and learning the basics. Coming here? It is more about self-study and communication. The school can only provide you with complete experimental equipment and all the theoretical materials left by Monty. He paused for a while, and his eyes swept across the audience. And then he continued, our school system is only 2 years, and the graduation requirement is to make a weapon that reaches the B-level mental strength. Those who cannot meet the requirements can choose to postpone graduation or change their major. The school only provides experimental equipment, but the raw materials for the experiment have to be paid for by yourself. High investment. Difficult to graduate. It is worthy of being the first tricky major in the first military academy of the Federation. The students looked up at the sky in silence, secretly complaining. If it is not really impossible to use mental power, who would be willing to study this useless weapon science? The class time passed quickly. The teacher could explain very little, and the rest had to be figured out and practiced by the students themselves in order to justify the high tuition. Even after they get out of class, there were still students who refused to leave the classroom and gathered together to discuss. Tang Tian didn't know what she was holding back. She was so enthusiastic about learning that she filled pages of notes and even went straight to the teacher's office. Song Shursen didn't leave either. Engraving and integrated circuits were concepts she had never come across before. She flipped through the textbooks the teacher handed down, while searching the prices of these raw materials online. Integrated transistors, 200 star coins per centimeter. Engraving boards, 500 star coins per square centimeter. The prices of these things are actually in centimeters. Song Shursen was speechless. It's not the original owner's fault that she died of overwork. If she had bought everything at the original price, even if she went to the black market to fight every day, she would probably die suddenly on the stage. I'm funny. Check out the underground black market forum. Someone is buying weapon designs at a high price. Several boys gathered in the back seat, and their voices were not suppressed, leaving a few words. What's so strange about this? Damn, it's just a broken straight knife, and he offered 5,000 star coins? Who is this big idiot? No, look at the handle, it looks like a gun. Song Shursen pricked up her ears sharply, hearing 5k star coins. Her eyes lit up, subconsciously cut out the purchasing platform, and clicked on the forum. Underground Black Market Forum, popular posts on the first page. Buy weapon design drawings at high prices. See the video for details. Poster, Internet Expert. Chapter 5. Topic Weapon Design Drawings for High Prices. See the video for details. Original poster Internet Expert. As the title says, 5,000 star coins for the straight knife design in the video below. Please chat privately if you are interested. Song Shursen clicked on the video in the post, and a prompt box popped up. Your current version is too low. This video cannot be played. Please upgrade to the latest version. It will take some time for the new version to download in the background. So she scrolled down the post. First floor, no change of name until L3. This kind of junk is not something that any weapon master can make. How can it be worth 5k? Where did the stupid son of the landlord come from? Second floor, yellow protective clothes. Did the village on the sofa just get internet? The junk you are talking about. Just knocked down an A-level psychic yesterday. Third floor, Star Tomato. On the run, high-end weapons often only need the simplest appearance. A broken knife can kill a broken person. One knife can kill a monkey trainer. Fourth floor, monkeys and monkeys. Stop bragging above. Did you eat the elemental gun on the handle? This is clearly a dirty trick. The discussion about how the monkey trainer lost the game occupied more than 10 floors. Song Shursen read 10 lines at a time. The more he read, the more familiar this scene became. As the post went down, a person with a face-to-face selfie avatar diverted the topic. 21st floor passerby. That scumbag woman looked pretty, but she was so cruel. As expected, women are the most vicious. No one would dare to marry such a slut even if she gave him money on our planet. 22nd floor. Today I want to be full of energy. It's so funny, who dares to compete with a monkey trainer in being scumbag? If you can't beat him, you can throw dirty water on him. Right? Let me see who is angry. 23rd floor. Monkey trainer is black all his life. I support you. The monkey trainer deliberately stayed in the L1 rank to block the rookie promotion match. Has he done enough dirty things? I will criticize every one of his fans when I see them. 24th floor passerby replied to I want to be full of energy today. This reply contains unfriendly content, is under review. 25th floor. Sweetheart cutie. The monkey trainer is such a rubbish. Even the waste collector is unwilling to recycle it. 26th floor. How can a college student not be crazy? Ha ha. I can't stop laughing. The monkey trainer's face turned green with anger. Sister Song knows how to kill people and destroy their hearts. The following content is dozens of layers long, basically mocking the monkey trainer, which is a far cry from the main topic of the post. Song Shursen was too lazy to read it again. After updating the version, she clicked on the video. It was indeed the match between her and the monkey trainer. It was just that the fog in the picture was too heavy, so she couldn't see the whole picture of her weapon, only the last earth-shaking explosion. The bounty mark of the post has not been closed, which means the main poster is still waiting for this design. Song Shursen was calm on the surface, but he was a little excited inside. Who else could understand this weapon better than her? She would definitely take the 5,000 star coins. She quickly opened the private message from Internet Expert. And after a while, she sent a message. Song the Scrap Collector, hello. I sell the design. A red exclamation mark popped up on the interface. Your account is being muted, and you cannot send messages to the other party. Forget about it. Fortunately, the black market forum only banned accounts, and did not check IP. She quickly created a visitor account. Visitor SSS, hello. I sell design drawings. This time the message was sent. But immediately afterwards, a system reminder visible to both parties popped up. Visitor SSS account security factor is low. If it involves transaction content, please carefully identify. Song Shursen. The underground black market is a mixed bag, and there are people from all walks of life. In view of privacy and security, the forum did not set up IP supervision, but built a separate trading platform. As long as you register a forum account, you can freely transfer money. The forum does not ask where the funds go, nor does it guarantee the safety of transactions. Every year, many people are defrauded on the forum. But the rules of the black market are like this. In the gray area, there is no place to complain, and you can only be careful everywhere. The Internet Expert obviously ignored the system reminder directly, and the message was replied quickly. Internet Expert, the other party transferred 2,000 star coins to you. Internet Expert, this is the deposit. Song Shursen was still worried, but the other party transferred the money so quickly that she was stunned. Just as she was about to accept the deposit, another message popped up in the dialog box. Internet Expert, look at the picture first. I will transfer the balance later. Song Shursen paused, and then realized that when she made this straight knife, she didn't seem to draw a picture. She could make a weapon of this level with her eyes closed, and she didn't need any design drawings at all. She was embarrassed. Where can I find a picture? Or draw one now? On the other side, the Internet Expert was waiting at one end of the screen. Seeing that the other party had clearly read the message, but had not taken the deposit, and had not replied to the message, he could not help but fall into deep thought. What did the other party mean? Is the money too little? Internet Expert, Internet Expert, add 5K to the final payment. Silence. Internet Expert, 10K. Silence. The Internet Expert looked down. For most weapon masters of this era, the design drawings are a bargaining chip to raise their own value, and few people are willing to make them public. Although there are many people who want to buy weapon designs publicly or privately, but unless they are desperate, there are basically no weapon masters willing to sell them. The Internet Expert posted a post to buy them. One reason is that he likes to collect these exquisite weapon designs, and another reason is that he hopes to take this opportunity to learn more about the user of the weapon. Xiao Song, who collects junk. He watched her game. She looked young, but she was very skilled in both tactics and weapon use, even to the point of being pleasing to the eye. Her weapon-making ideas were also different from those of the top weapon makers he had met. If there was no expert guidance behind her, then it could only mean that she was a rare genius. He was very interested in her. In addition, he also keenly discovered that she was short of money. Ordinary viewers only thought that Song Shursen's behavior of recycling waste was a deliberate slap in the face of the monkey trickster. But the Internet Expert saw that she was really short of money. This gun-wheel straight knife was actually not an elemental weapon, as discussed online. The Internet Experts could confirm at a glance that it was actually just an ordinary weapon relying on traditional firepower, and did not use any elemental energy. What he will receive is just an ordinary weapon design, without any engraving or integrated circuit. Even if the design is exquisite, it cannot be converted into an elemental weapon. It is just a piece of waste paper with no practical use. After all, the circuit design of the integrated circuit is the most difficult and important part of the entire elemental weapon production. Such a decoration costs 15,000 star coins, which is already a high price at the ceiling level. Xiao Song, who collects scraps, should not miss such an opportunity. But Xiao Song didn't reply. Do you think he's not sincere enough? Internet expert, I really like this design, you name a price. Still silent. Are you worried that he doesn't have the ability to treat this picture well, and want to see his strength first? Internet expert, the other party transfers 13,000 star coins to you. Internet expert, a total of 15,000. This is the full amount of my offer. Internet expert, if you think it's not enough, you can add more. Song Shursen found paper and pen, drew the picture, and finally opened the black market forum again. The message box popped up, and she glanced at it lightly, and was so shocked that she almost couldn't hold it. 15,000? Even though she had just come to this world, she knew that this picture was not worth such a high market price, and no one would pay the full price in such an unsecured transaction, and even kept raising the price. What kind of boy is this who distributes money? Where did this bodhisattva come from? In her last life and this life combined, she had never seen such a naive and innocent local rich man. How could there be an interstellar person who was more innocent than AI? Looking at his 3No account again, Song Shursen was shocked. In this situation, it is really hard not to teach others how sinister their hearts are. But she is a good person. Visitor SSS file. Visitor SSS. This is the design drawing. No need to increase the price. After Song Shursen collected the money, he handed in the drawing quickly. After the internet expert downloaded the file, a hand-drawn design drawing appeared on the screen. The lines of the whole drawing were neat and clean, and there was almost no trace of modification. He frowned slightly, and concluded that this was a copy. Moreover, the person opposite was not Xiao Song, the scrap collector. With the development of optical computer technology, most weapon masters now eliminated paper and pen and began to use mapping boards with more accurate calculations and more comprehensive auxiliary functions. Therefore, the design drawings circulating on the market are basically electronic parts with special background boards exported from mapping boards. The data protection function of mapping boards is very powerful. Its background board has light monitoring capabilities, which can effectively prevent sneak shots. If the exported images are not allowed by the draftsman, they cannot be forwarded or shared. Basically, except for the draftsman, no one can obtain the right to read and share the design drawings. Of course, if you want to steal the design drawings, there is also the most clumsy and difficult method, which is hand-drawn copying. Generally, except for assistants and extremely close people, it is difficult for others to have enough time to contact the designer to copy his work. This hand-drawn picture in front of me is too complete, and even has many more details than those shown in the video. And the weapon master who can add so many detailed details through battlefield performance must have strong design ability and financial resources. There is no need to copy and sell an ordinary design drawing. The answer is obvious. This tourist SSS took advantage of the trust of the scrap collector Xiao Song, stole the work, and made personal profits. The internet expert tapped the table with his fingertips thoughtfully. He rarely cares about such things. Out of his admiration for Xiao Song, he feels that he needs to warn the other party. The privacy protection of personal information in the underground black market forum is watertight, but as long as he is willing, it is not impossible to find out the identity of the other party. When he finds Xiao Song, the scrap collector, he will naturally have a chance to deal with this thief. Internet expert, take care of yourself, don't let it happen again. Just after withdrawing the star coins to the personal light computer account, switch back to the forum and find Song Shursen who has been scolded. ? What happened to her? What do you mean next time? Don't be a good person next time? Song Shursen was puzzled. Visitor SSS? ? The message circled for a while, and the system popped up a red exclamation mark. Your account, Visitor SSS, has been reported by someone, and has been frozen. To appeal, please click Contact Customer Service. Song Shursen. Chapter 6. The intensity of the courses and training in the military academy is very high. As soon as the class started, the schedule was already full. Fortunately, in the first month, only basic tactics training was offered among the public elective courses. The content of the professional courses currently taught is relatively basic, mainly introducing the structure, materials, and forging methods of various weapons, etc. And then the most important part of elemental weapons, engraving and integrated circuit production, will be taught. The materials used in this world are not the same as those in Song Shursen's previous world, but after understanding their main properties, forging is not too difficult. As for the structural design of weapons, these contents are too basic for her. Song Shursen can write a set of books for the school with his eyes closed. The only relatively novel thing is the production of engraving and integrated circuits. Relying on the 15,000 star coins that he accidentally earned from the internet expert before, Song Shursen gritted his teeth and bought engraving plates and integrated crystals on the procurement platform. This kind of material is the core component of elemental weapons. It was her first time to come into contact with it. She could not judge the quality of the second-hand goods she received, so it was better to buy new ones. According to the textbook, the integrated circuit is the most difficult and core part of the entire elemental weapon production. Whether a weapon can freely control the elemental energy depends on the weapon master's control of the integrated circuit. Engraving is the input end connected to the integrated circuit. When the element stone is placed at the engraving, it resonates with the engraving, and the elemental energy will be automatically output along the integrated circuit. At this time, the elemental energy can be released by controlling the mechanism on the weapon, and no longer needs to be controlled by mental power. Moreover, the imprint can directly activate the elemental stone, no longer need to use PRF-199 liquid, and it is not affected by the purity of the elemental stone. Even if the purity is only 0.1%, it can output elemental energy. So inferior elemental stones can also be used to make weapons. The quality of weapons is related to the compatibility of materials and elements. The purity of elemental stones only affects the storage of ammunition. It can be said that elemental weapons can completely free interstellar people from the shackles of mental power and mineralism. Song Shursen studied the entire textbook by himself, and read through the obscure papers left by Monty in the library. He pondered for a while. The entire complete circuit is very similar to a circuit diagram. The engraving is the switch. The element stone is the power supply. And then the energy will run through the circuit laid by the integrated crystal components. However, the design of the circuit is much more complicated. Each integrated crystal will have a huge-scale digital integrated circuit similar to that running on digital logic. If you want to draw a circuit diagram of an elemental weapon, you must not only be familiar with each integrated circuit, but also splice them into a large circuit diagram that meets the function of the weapon. You must also adjust the internal circuit on a single crystal according to the function and element. After comparing and replacing these concepts with the circuits of the old world, the idea of making integrated circuits in her mind suddenly became much clearer. It is indeed an extremely delicate and complicated job. But for her, it is not that difficult. After counting the raw materials in her hand, Song Shursen took a few inferior element stones that no one wanted. The second-level blue crystal alloy collected from the competition a few days ago, and the newly purchased integrated materials, and plunged into the laboratory. Element stone is a kind of, or that is as bright and clear as a diamond, and its color will change according to the type of element activated by the user. Song Shursen placed the elemental stone on the engraving plate and gently touched it with his fingertips. The irregularly angular clear or lit up, as if there were tiny streams of light pouring in, and the 5 colors of blazing dome, gold, green, and indigo slowly flowed and intertwined in it. This is the 5-element omnipotence, which can activate the physique of all element types. Song Shursen was a little excited, and her heroic and beautiful face was also stained with a hint of blush. The 5-element omnipotence means that she can freely switch different elements in the weapon, and even complete many designs that could not be achieved in her previous life. Although she was a weapon master in the research institute, those who could survive the apocalypse were all proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Before entering the research institute, she had fought in and out of the zombie type countless times, killing the entire enemy nest by herself. The weapon that Song Shursen used most easily in her previous life was a mechanical horizontal sword that she made and could change its shape. The horizontal sword is a kind of straight sword, a two-handed sword, with a straight blade and a straight blade. It is simple and sharp to use, and is her favorite basic form. After the transformation, it can be used as a sniper rifle and grappling hook, increasing long-range attack and mobility. After traveling to the interstellar era, she plans to reproduce her old friend, and use elemental energy to take it a step further on the original basis. It is simple to make an element integrated circuit for the horizontal sword form, but it is a difficult problem to ensure that the circuit is still unobstructed after the transformation. Therefore, in addition to saving enough money to buy all the raw materials, It is also necessary to study and learn more advanced technology. Looking at the pile of messy parts in front of him, the fire in Song Shersan's eyes dimmed for a moment. Let alone the horizontal sword form. The little material she bought with a lot of money might only be enough to make a kitchen knife. Alas, the road is long and arduous. He just came out of the training ground and saw the lights in the laboratory were still on. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and most of the students had rested. Those who could persist in practicing hard in the laboratory until so late were probably only those graduates who were anxious about their graduation projects. Thinking of the graduation requirements of the academy, he sighed. An elemental weapon with a quality of B-level spiritual power. Looking at the entire galaxy, those who can make A-level elemental weapons are considered top weapon masters. Even she can only make a B-plus level weapon. Not to mention graduates, who have only studied for 2 years. The major of weapon science has been established for less than 10 years. And the number of students who can successfully graduate can be counted on one hand. Most students will choose to change their majors after hitting a wall a few times. And there are also a few arrogant ones, who are still working hard after delaying graduation for several years. The one in front of her was probably one of them. You could even guess which student it was. She lowered her hat brim and walked towards the light. Graduation is important. But you can't exhaust yourself. It's so late. You should have a good rest. She held the rest of the sentence in her throat. Standing in the laboratory was a somewhat unfamiliar figure. Teacher? The girl in the room turned around and tilted her head in confusion. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, half a head taller than her, with a tall and straight figure, a high ponytail, strong eyebrows, clear eyes, and a sense of freedom of an ancient chivalrous woman, if she was not twisting a kitchen knife in her hand. He quickly searched in his mind and called out the girl name. Song Shersan? Song Shersan nodded, without any further greetings, and stood there quietly waiting for her to explain her purpose. He lowered his eyes, looking at the kitchen knife in her hand. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his eyes, and asked hesitantly, "Is this a weapon you made?" Freshmen always have a mysterious obsession with the shape of weapons, and like to design things with complex styles and cool patterns. Little do they know that the more complex the structural design, the higher the design requirements for the integrated circuit. The girl in front of him was smart, and chose a simple chopping blade. But this kitchen knife, he glanced at the blade, which was obviously made of worn-out materials. It was too plain, as if it had just been collected from a scrapyard. "Well, my first elemental weapon." Song Shersan smiled. There was a kind of excitement in his words. "I'm going to test the strength." Question mark. If I remember correctly, it seems that the first grade hasn't started learning integrated circuits yet? Did this child learn by himself in advance, or does he have a weapon master at home to teach him privately? She thought back to the students' files again. She especially took note of the students with family backgrounds, and she didn't remember the name Song Shersan. Well, okay. He suppressed his doubts, walked forward with a normal look, and adjusted the parameters of the mimic robot for her. The mimic she chose for Song Shersan was a 9-segmented insect, which had extremely high defense, and was very suitable for testing the destructive strength of elemental attacks. There are 4 dimensions for testing mental power, which are accuracy, attack strength, range and endurance, and the test dimensions of elemental weapons are the same. As a weapon, the kitchen knife only has the function of chopping, and the attack range is limited, and whether it can hit the enemy depends more on the user himself. So in the conventional 4 dimensions, only the attack strength needs to be tested. That's it. This is a kitchen knife with a second-level blue crystal alloy blade. The material itself is very weak. In addition, the opponent is just a student who has just started to use integrated circuits. Even if the elemental energy is added, the strength may not even reach sea level. However, being able to run the integrated circuit on the first try is already very talented. He turned around, slowly refilled himself with a cup of coffee, and began to think about how to comfort the girl in front of him, who was full of energy. Song Shersan weighed the kitchen knife in his hand, turned the handle, and activated the elemental stone. The line was connected, and the end of the handle flashed a red-gold light, which was fleeting. The blade vibrated, and the originally dull silver color gradually turned into a scorching red like a branding iron, and there was a layer of light gold lines on the outside. She took 2 steps back and observed the mimicry of the 9-segment insect in front of her. This kind of insect had just been introduced in class 2 days ago, and she remembered it very clearly. Although the shell had high defense, the fatal point was also quite obvious. the left side of the second segment of the abdomen, where its insect core was. Song Shursan raised his arm, simply aimed, moved the power of his wrist, and swung the kitchen knife in his hand and threw it out, with a set of smooth movements, hitting the wound point of the mimicry of the 9-segmented insect. The metal chopping and friction produced a burst of sparks, accompanied by a continuous sizzling sound and a smell of melting and burning. He was sipping coffee. The mist blocked most of her vision, and judging from the vague position of the firelight, Song Shursan should have hit the mimicry's insect core. He is indeed a very intelligent child. He can apply the content taught in class immediately in training. However, this is just a mimic robot for testing. Even if it is hit by the worm core, there will be no additional bonus to the test value. The robot beeped twice, indicating that the test was over and the data reading was completed. He put down the coffee cup and was about to say the prepared words. She had comforted countless students with these words, which were very effective. When she looked at the test data on the robot screen, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide and subconsciously tighten the handle of the cup in her hand. The red light on the test result column flashed, and it was clear: attack strength, A+ with a click. The handle of the cup in her hand broke. Chapter 7. Attack strength, A+. Song Shursan frowned. In addition to good ductility, the second-level blue crystal alloy is also extremely heat-resistant, which is just right for equipping fire elements to increase attack. In order to increase the hardness of the blade, Song Shursan also laid an additional gold element circuit. After adding 2 layers of elements, it's only A+? Fortunately, her understanding of the integrated circuit seems to be correct. After successfully taking the first step, she feels more confident. This kitchen knife is just a test product. The circuit design is not very sophisticated in many places. If it is polished well, it should not be too difficult to reach S attack strength or even S+. Stepping forward and pulling out the kitchen knife, Song Shursan turned around and saw He holding half of the cup handle, staring at her in shock. He was stunned for a long time, with thousands of question marks running in her mind. How could a beginner make an elemental weapon so easily? How could a level 2 blue crystal alloy possibly deal A+ damage? Oh my god! A+? When was the last time she saw an A+ weapon? Their weapons were scientific, and finally a chosen talent appeared. Countless emotions fermented in her chest. She had too many questions to ask, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back when she noticed the flash of disappointment on Song Shursan's face when he looked at the results. She calmed herself down, suppressed the shock in her heart, and tried to pretend to be calm as usual. Very good results. Song Shursan had already jumped out of his previous emotions, and was studying the mimic robot in front of him with great interest. After fiddling with it for a while, he looked at He with a look of unsatisfied desire. Is it over? Are there other forms to try? The mimic robot used for testing only looked scary, but in fact, its movement trajectory could be seen through at a glance, and it was far less agile than the real 9-segmented beetle. If you want to understand the battlefield performance of the elemental weapon in your hand, this level is far from enough. Yes. He's head was still numb, and he was not sure whether to say this suggestion. The school does have a special venue for battlefield testing and training. There are simulation cabins suitable for various scenarios and difficulties. The training ground of the first military academy was built by the school with a lot of money. The mimic robots inside are no different from the real thing in terms of striking feeling, movement trajectory, and performance when hit. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most advanced and luxurious in the entire Federal Military Academy. But, because there is no requirement for students' battlefield ability, there is no training ground course in the professional course of weapons science. Most of their students have congenital or acquired defects in mental strength. The school and even the whole society assume that such people are no longer suitable for the battlefield. For people in weapons science, all the value lies only in the draft design in their hands. Facing Song Shursan hot eyes, He said the rest of the words. Let's go to the training ground. It was late at night, and the wind was still a little hot. The two walked on the playground, their shadows one in front and one behind, swaying under the streetlights. He led the way. About an hour ago, she had just come out of the training ground, and she also took this road. She didn't expect that when she turned around, she would bring her students with her and set foot on this road again. Most people in weapons science resist the training ground. During the day, the people coming and going there were teachers and students from the combat department. Each of them was in high spirits, discussing what new moves they had created with their mental power, and what records they had broken. At night, it was dark there. Only the training results that were unattainable to her now were left, and the faint red dots lit up in the dark night, piercing her sensitive and unyielding self-esteem. Before retiring, he was a seed soldier, with outstanding military exploits, with mental strength, a true child of destiny. She charged into the insect nest with her comrades on the front line, and rescued refugees alone on the desolate star. She enjoyed the admiration of the stars, and also fulfilled the mission of defending the country. She was so high-spirited back then, with a warm and proud look in her eyes. At that time, she thought that mineralism was a distant thing. Even if the disease broke out, it would only hurt some minor parts in the early stage, and it was still a long time before she could retire. He raised his hand and gently touched the horrible crack on his forehead. For a long time after retiring, mental power was a taboo word for her. Everything about the battlefield could make her cry in her quilt in the middle of the night. It was not until she made her own elemental weapon that she finally mustered up the courage to step into the training ground again. She fought in the training ground every night, unwilling to give up her self-esteem as a warrior, even though her grades might not be as good as those of the first-year students in the combat department. "We're here." He stood still and said softly. Song Shursan looked up and saw a huge semi-arc-shaped building in front of him, which was as large as half a stadium. It was covered with a layer of metal whose specific material was difficult to identify, exuding a sense of high-tech precision and emitting a chilling coldness under the cold moonlight. "This is a training hall for first-year students. You can choose any simulation cabin after entering," he said, and pointed to a huge light screen on the right side of the door. "This is the training record ranking. It is updated once a year and only records the ranking of the first-year students of that year. The combat department has a 4-year curriculum. The difficulty of each grade is very large, so each grade has a training hall. This is considered the entry level. However, for those who are not in the combat department, it is already as difficult as a chasm." He laughed at himself, and didn't say the rest of the sentence. Song Shursan nodded in understanding. The ranking list only showed the top 30, and some of the records only had scores, without names. The first one now was Yun Chiming, whose score was the 7th level of Nightmare Mode, far ahead of the 2nd place. As long as the score is recorded, the record will be automatically uploaded. But you can choose to upload it with your real name or anonymously, he explained. There is also an anonymous score in the top 10 now, which was recorded by her. But this was just the beginning of the school year, and the tactics of the freshmen were still too immature. So she relied on her combat experience to temporarily get a ranking. You can also see the ranking information inside. He took Song Shursan into the museum and turned on the nearest machine for her. The simulation cabin is not open at night. If students want to use it, they need to apply for additional permissions. I will use my ID card to open it for you first. There are 4 modes in the simulation training: simple, normal, difficult, and nightmare. Except for the seed single soldier students. Basically no one will choose the nightmare difficulty. He fought on the battlefield and knew the habits of most aliens and zergs. Therefore, it was no problem to pass the difficult mode with B+ elemental weapons. However, the nightmare mode, before he could react, Song Shursan had already pressed the button for the nightmare mode and stood up to walk in. He was quick to grab her. Song Shursan paused, ? Nightmare mode is the highest difficulty. It's not suitable for you. Song Shursan replied, "Yes, I know." This is your first time at the training ground?" "Yes, first time." He was speechless. This kid really didn't understand the meaning at all. Song Shursan entered the simulation cabin, pressed the confirmation button, and the scene in front of him instantly changed into a dark and humid jungle. Swish. Something was moving rapidly in the bushes. Without any warning, the battle had already begun quietly. 1, 2, 3. Song Shursan held his breath, counted silently in his heart. 7, 8. 8 in total, just enough to spawn her in the encirclement. A breakout battle right from the start? She twisted the kitchen knife, without any panic on her face, observing the enemies hidden in the jungle. 9 segmented beetles, dense-toothed worms, lac insects, man-eating vines, spiky poisonous spiders. No wonder they say this is a training hall exclusively for first graders. All of them are Zerg and aliens that have appeared in textbooks. Song Shursan secretly complained in his heart, and felt a sense of boredom, as if he was doing the after-class exercises. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as you understand its habits and weaknesses, it will be much easier to deal with it. Especially this kind of creature with little intelligence. The textbook introduced the enemy monsters in front of him in such detail that it was almost as if it had counted the number of bristles. Song Shursen had already memorized the content. And at this moment, he just felt uninterested. The trouble with the alien is that it may mutate into countless branches at any time, which is far from being as simple as the few forms recorded in the textbook. The tricky thing about the Zerg is its amazing reproduction speed. If you are not careful, you may be overwhelmed by the insect tide. It can only be said that this is a first-year training question. The real battlefield is much more dangerous than this. But the Nightmare mode, there is obviously a reason why it is the highest difficulty. As the number of monsters increases, Song Shursen also realizes his disadvantage. The attack range of the kitchen knife is too small. Facing these behemoths is like fighting in close combat. She can dodge the attacks of one or two, but when hiding in the gaps between them, she can't avoid being sprayed with a fishy smell. Song Shursen, I miss my long sword. The worm corpses and various scattered limbs under his feet piled up into a mountain, layer upon layer. If someone with intensive phobia saw it, I'm afraid his scalp would explode on the spot. In the distance, another large wave of enemies was approaching. The rustling sound of the crawling and the knocking sound of the arthropods could even cause a stampede on the top of the head. Song Shursen nimbly moved through the gaps, and after harvesting the outermost layer of enemies, he was already a little exhausted. The narrow attack range and the single fighting style meant that she had to make more moves to make up for this weakness. She was injured and could not hold on for long. What was worse was that the kitchen knife in her hand might fall before her. The edge of the knife began to curl. Song Shursen's eyes became serious. There was a problem with the endurance of the integrated circuit. In order to increase the strength of the weapon, she specially reinforced the blade with gold patterns. However, there were too many enemies in front of her, and the power of the integrated circuit could not keep up, resulting in the intermittent coverage of the gold patterns. Without the reinforcement of the gold element, the material of this kitchen knife would be scrapped in just 2 strokes. Song Shursen turned the handle of the knife, reducing the frequency of the fire element's coverage, deliberately avoiding the wound point, and slashed at the poisonous spider that attacked from the side. Sizzle, the air was mixed with a hint of burnt protein. The poisonous spider did not die immediately, but rolled over in pain, bringing down a circle of approaching aliens. In the depths of the jungle in the distance, groups of enemy monsters continued to pour out, and there seemed to be no end. Until Song Shursen's back disappeared in the simulation cabin, the words "training start" lit up on the screen. He came to her senses, and hurriedly clicked on Song Shursen's information with a light brain. This glance made her scalp numb. 5-system all-rounder? No wonder he is so confident. It seems that challenging the nightmare difficulty is not a bad idea. Wait, mental power sea level? Sea level? What on earth is a sea level mental power so confident about? This is the nightmare difficulty. What could she use to fight? With that kitchen knife? He was so absurd that she didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. She didn't care about being a teacher anymore. She started to curse, and was about to forcibly cut off the simulation cabin and pull the person out. What a joke. Not only does the nightmare difficulty retain 100% pain, but the injury will also damage the mental state. The most terrible thing is that, in order to maximize the potential of people, the nightmare difficulty is designed as a time-limited level. Either clear all the enemies in the current level, or persist until the level time is over, otherwise, the trainee cannot get out of the simulation cabin. A sea-level psychic, who has never been trained in combat, may not be able to withstand the first wave of monsters in the first level. In other words, even if Song Shursen is on the verge of death in there, he will have to endure all the torture and survive until the countdown of the first level ends before he can come out. In the past, there were even cases where students had mental breakdowns in nightmare mode and dropped out of school after coming out. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he became. After cursing Song Shursen in his heart, he fell into deep self-blame. In principle, if you have not passed the first 3 levels of difficulty, it is forbidden to challenge the nightmare mode. Song Shursen had used her ID card to get this opportunity. She was also bewildered, and was actually intimidated by this child's inexplicable self-confidence, and did not stop her at the moment. Was it really because she was intimidated? He deliberately avoided the questioning in her heart. She had heard you can't do it too many times. While indulging Song Shursen, she was also indulging herself. The moment Song Shursen went in, she had selfish motives. She was longing for a reason to boost her courage for her self-esteem that had been trampled to pieces long ago. It was too late to regret now. Calming down, he prayed frantically in her heart that Song Shursen was safe, while entering the emergency control command. Halfway through the command, the ranking information suddenly refreshed. He fingers paused as she typed rapidly. A trace of confusion flashed across her eyes, and she slowly raised her head in disbelief. In front of her, Song Shursen had walked out of the room without knowing when, with a kitchen knife full of cracks in his hand. Behind her, a red banner lit up on the gray-white metal simulation cabin fuselage. Nightmare difficulty passed. Chapter 8. Last night, I stayed up too late in the lab. When the alarm rang, Song Shursen was so groggy that he had to rely on Tang Tiantian's coercion and inducement to get out of bed. The two hurried to catch up. Luckily, they didn't miss the last school bus before the morning class. Song Shursen didn't plan to go to class. Morning classes were basically general education classes. She had already finished her self-study in the library. There was really no need to waste time. After the training last night, she plunged into the lab again and improved her endurance design all night. She didn't sneak back to the dormitory until dawn. Now she looked sleepy due to lack of sleep, yawning constantly, and even had a strand of hair sticking up on her head. Tang Tiantian continued to be a rich lady, and her work and rest schedule was very regular, going to bed early and getting up early every day. Fortunately, her sleep quality was also high, and no matter how late Song Shursen came back to the dormitory, she would sleep soundly. But recently, I don't know what had happened to her. She actually canceled the special car pickup at home, and started to take the school bus with Song Shursen, and took on the responsibility of waking him up every day. I found an empty seat and sat down. The school bus started to move slowly. The warm morning breeze caressed my cheeks. Soon, Song Shursen took a nap against the window. When passing the training ground, a large group of people gathered outside the window, blocking the school bus's path. The driver honked the horn several times, and the crowd slowly moved away. But it was just a small circle that was compressed. Tang Tiantian patted Song Shursen. Want to go down and take a look? That seems to be the venue for our first graders. No. Song Shursen didn't even bother to open his eyelids. She has completely lost interest in the training ground. Not only did it destroy one of her elemental weapons, but there was no reward after clearing the level. She might as well go to the underground black market to fight in the ring. Aren't you curious? Tang Tiantian was a little surprised, but then she thought about it and expressed her understanding. People with low mental strength usually feel inferior to places related to fighting, just like poor people standing in front of luxury stores, and they will feel uneasy even if they stay for a while. She originally thought that Song Shursen was different from others. After all, Song Shursen dared to choose the elective courses against the students of the combat department. Now it seems that the difficulty of the professional courses may have dampened his fighting spirit, and he dared not talk about competing with the students of the combat department. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Just look at the door. Tang Tiantian tried to encourage her. Song Shursen, ? Let's go. Tang Tiantian took her arm. The driver got off the car to watch the fun. Song Shursen had no choice but to get off the car. A large crowd of people gathered in front of the first-year training hall. From the style of their training uniforms, there were people from all majors, and even several teachers gathered in it. Song Shursen followed the crowd boredly, thinking about what form to choose for the next elemental weapon. Tang Tiantian beside her exclaimed, interrupting her. Oh my god! Look! Tang Tiantian understood the source of the commotion at a glance, grabbed Song Shursen's sleeve tightly. Ranking list. It's only been a month since the start of school? A student has already cleared the simulation training? On the ranking list on the light screen on the right side of the training hall, the first place clearly displayed. Nightmare mode passed. The results were updated in the early hours of this morning. No wonder it caused such a big sensation this morning. In the past, the fastest way to pass the whole level was in the midterm. Tang Tiantian's eyes showed a trace of envy. It's amazing, a seed soldier. I wish I could also have A-level mental power. Song Shursen looked at her strangely. Maybe it's not the seed soldier? How is it possible? Apart from the seed soldier, who else can do it? Hey, why is it an anonymous result? Tang Tiantian exclaimed again. I thought Yun Qiming was strong enough, but it's not him. Yun Qiming was the first before, but after this anonymous result came from behind, he can only be ranked second now. There are a total of 10 levels in the nightmare mode. Starting from the 7th level, the difficulty increases exponentially with each level. Yun Qiming's score was just at the 7th level. Although it looked not far from the 10th level, it was still a long way to go in practice. However, Just reaching the 7th level was enough to make it difficult for others to catch up. Ahem. A young man beside him coughed twice, his bangs covering half of his eyes. It seems that there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in our class. He remembered every result that ranked high in the training hall. The best result of this anonymous number was to clear all the difficult modes. And he had done it many times over and over again. He was still wondering at the time, thinking that this person didn't have the courage to challenge the nightmare mode, but he didn't expect that he would do such a big thing once he took action. He quickly checked in his mind, locked in several possible candidates, and ruled them out. In fact, this matter is also simple. Just ask which first-year student applied for the right to use the night simulation cabin last night. But since this student chose to remain anonymous, the teacher who gave him the approval authority probably wouldn't disclose the information. The boy narrowed his eyes. This person wanted to hide his strength. He could guess the reason. It was nothing more than fear of attracting attention. He wanted to wait until the practical course was open to take advantage of the information gap to get some quick points. Soon, the holographic battle simulation course would be opened. This was a very special elective course. There would be a large map team competition in the course. In addition to being the basis for the course grade, the results of the competition would also be calculated into comprehensive test scores in class. Comprehensive test scores were very beneficial for military recommendation and scholarship evaluation. If you were too eye-catching, people would find out your weaknesses in advance and focus on them in this course. If he didn't have his own small group, he would most likely be eliminated by others at the beginning. The boy roughly sketched out the image of the other party in his mind, a scheming and unfathomable king. This anonymous person just put in more effort in places we can't see. As long as he practices hard and finds the right tactics for himself, it is not as difficult as imagined to achieve his results. The boy pushed his glasses to cover up the unwillingness in his eyes. He said this to himself. If he also practiced every night, he would definitely be able to pass the level earlier than this anonymous person. He was only 3 levels away from the level. You're right. Those with ambition will find ways to achieve their goals, while those without ambition will only lament the difficulties. Song Shursan agreed. He remembered the inspirational books that AI always played in his previous life, and naturally took over the conversation. People can develop. You can't set limits for yourself just because of a mental strength test. The boy wore a pair of gold-rimmed narrow-rimmed glasses. He didn't wear the school training clothes, but a silver-gray shirt with a clear sense of drape. His tie was tied casually, and he wore a white-cut black suit jacket on the outside, which made him look like a delicate flower protected by a hard shell, gentle and weak. From the half of his tight forearm that he stretched out to push the frame, you can feel the strength of this body. He must have exercised a lot. Very good, young people should have this kind of morale. Song Shursan encouraged. For example, I am a C-level mental power. I can do it, you can do it too. The boy looked at Song Shursan with a puzzled look. It seems that they are talking about different things. Song Shursan also looked at the boy, with a touch of mutual appreciation in his eyes. She actually always felt a sense of disharmony here. She didn't understand it before, but later she understood that in this world, mental power is a chain of contempt engraved in everyone's DNA. Although weapon science exists in the world, every researcher she has come into contact with does not believe in it. Whether it was Tang Tianqian or He Yu, in their words and deeds, there was a kind of arrogance that they themselves did not realize. They were unwilling to be limited by their mental power, and wanted to find a new way out through weapon science, but they subconsciously denied those who had lower mental power than themselves. A piece of mental power assessment paper can destroy all the self-confidence of a person, delineate their classes, and set an upper limit. It even became a shackle that stopped them from challenging themselves. Every day, listening to the people around him admire the seed soldiers, Song Shursan could not help but feel a little aggrieved. They had weapon science. How could they not compare? The road of scientific research is full of difficulties. It needs people like the boy in front of him, who are ideologically conscious and confident. Song Shursan felt like she had met a close friend. She immediately wanted to invite him to transfer to weapon science and restore glory together. She walked forward and patted the boy on the shoulder. Friend, what is your name? The boy, Yuan Qiming. Chapter 9. The training hall incident caused quite a stir in the entire 1st Military Academy, especially the teachers of the combat department, who immediately dug up their own students thoroughly, and after not getting any results, they secretly asked the school to grant them the right to view the login to the simulation cabin. When they learned that the ID card information came from the weapons science, the teachers looked at each other in bewilderment, and were furious. I spent so much effort, and thought it was a genius, but it turned out to be an ID card from the Weapons Academy. Everyone knows that Hiyu goes there every night. Hiyu? Isn't she not allowed to use her mental power? Although it was only a first-grade venue, she really used elemental weapons to get through. How is it possible? She must have secretly used her mental power. With her head in such a state, she is really not afraid of death. The teachers didn't get the answers they wanted, and soon lost interest, and dispersed like birds and beasts. These trivial conversations inevitably reached Hiyu. She didn't want to pay attention to it. She had been used to all kinds of ridicule, sighs, and sarcasm in recent years. But she couldn't resist the pride in her students. So she couldn't help but explain. However, spiritual force C? A kitchen knife? In the office of the Dean of the Academy of Weapons. An old man with a threatening look stood in front of the desk with his hands behind his back. And sneered angrily. Hiyu, do you think I'm old and confused and easy to fool? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Hiyu stared at the ceiling helplessly. She was already tired of this kind of reaction. It's not the old man's fault. Anyone who hears that a C-level psychic used a broken kitchen knife to hack through the nightmare mode and trampled all the psychic masters under her feet will only think that she is crazy. She said patiently, Dean, I'm not fooling you. Do you know that if you continue to use your psychic power, you may die suddenly at any time? Do you want to wait for me to collect your body next time? The attack strength of that kitchen knife has reached A+. Nightmare mode? Is that something you can enter? Allowing you to go to the training ground is already a big concession from me. Don't challenge my bottom line. And 2 types of integrated circuits of elements have been laid. Hiyu? The dean slammed a pile of documents on the table, with anger rising between his brows, and a faint tendency to explode. Hiyu lowered his head and fell silent. It took the dean a long time to control his anger, drank a sip of tea, and then calmly persuaded him. I understand that you have not made any progress in your research, and you are anxious and want to let go. Let's take it slow. Don't be impulsive. And don't deceive yourself. Okay? He had finally persuaded Hiyu to come back from the brink of life and death, and brought back weapons science. She was desperate on the battlefield, and she never complained after she started research. The dean knew that she was impatient, but he didn't expect that she was a little obsessed now. Hiyu raised her eyes. I'm not lying. It's true. This girl. She is simply stubborn. The dean was furious again, and simply followed her and said, okay. If you say it's true, what about the kitchen knife? Show it to me? It's scrapped. The dean lost his temper and watched her make up stories calmly. Where's that person? Take me to see the head office? Hiyu answered this question straightforwardly. Okay, I'm going to give her the scraps later. After the training ground that day, she went to the laboratory with Song Shur-san to discuss the improvement of the integrated circuit. She felt that she had suddenly realized something and benefited a lot. It would not be a problem to improve the quality of the weapon in her hand. Before leaving, Song Shur-san specifically asked her if she had any unwanted waste at home, and she was willing to buy it. Although he was puzzled, but compared to the shock Song Shur-san had brought her along the way, collecting waste didn't seem to be a strange thing. How could they really make up such a person? The dean laughed in his heart. He wanted to see who the other person was. Okay, then take me to her now. What to give? The dean was stunned. He who had already stepped out of the office, turned his head and urged, give away the waste. After the account Song the scrap collector was unblocked. Song Shur-san carefully read the posting rules of the underground black market forum before she dared to continue surfing the internet. This time, she did not post directly in the forum, but posted the scrap recycling theme on her personal homepage. This is her new sustainable development plan, as long as she continues to compete in the competition. The name Song the scrap collector will be exposed. Her personal homepage on the forum will be searched by more people, and the scrap collection business will gain more customers. Although the entrance fee to the competition is not cheap, you can make money if you win, and at least increase exposure for the scrap business if you lose. So the return on investment is very high no matter how you look at it. Besides, Song Shur-san doesn't think you will lose at all. Logically, with the topic of the post-internet expert at the beginning, the personal homepage of the scrap collector Xiao Song should have some visits. Unfortunately, this account was blocked for too long, and when Song Shur-san was released, the popularity had long passed, and there is only one customer now. Song Shur-san cherished her only customer so much that she agreed to the deal without even seeing the scrap picture the other party sent. She vaguely remembered that it was a metal water pipe. Since it was all scrap, Song Shur-san was not picky. No matter what it was, as long as the material met the requirements. She could recycle it. In her previous life, before she became a researcher, she lived with her grandfather on a pile of scraps in the ruins. Underground black market forums pay great attention to personal privacy, so physical transactions will also provide a special express chain. The express package was carefully packed, with a touch of retro and elegant charm, and it can be seen that the owner is a wealthy family with good taste. Opening the package, a water pipe with a white and gold luster lay on the fluffy cloth pad, which does not look like the treatment that waste should enjoy at all. As expected of a rich man, even selling waste is so ceremonial. Song Shursen sighed. When she saw the material of the water pipe, she was stunned for a second, and almost jumped up from the spot in joy. It's actually tough gold. Tough gold, as its name suggests, has excellent toughness and plasticity. Not only can it be stretched and shrunk freely, it can still maintain its original hardness and strength after being stretched to 10 times its own length. But for Song Shursen, this metal also has a disadvantage. When forging, it needs to be used with a curing agent to fix it. That is to say, if you want to change the shape of this water pipe, you must buy a curing agent. Tough gold is not cheap, and the curing agent is naturally not cheap either. Fortunately, Song Shursen had planned to make a hook rope in her original plan. She had already mastered the basic layout of the integrated circuit, but she had not mastered the circuit changes when the form was changed. In order to understand the principle, Song Shursen had prepared herself to make all kinds of forms one by one. However, she originally wanted to make the horizontal sword form first, and then consider making the hook rope, but now the materials were in front of her, so she might as well take advantage of the opportunity. The properties of tough gold are just right, and the shape of the water pipe is also suitable, so there is no need to make too many changes. Song Shursen gritted his teeth and said, "Buy it." Such a small change. It doesn't take much curing agent. She can afford it. After deciding, Song Shursen took the water pipe out of the express box and began to happily think about what type of elemental energy to equip it with. After taking 2 steps, there was a dull sound of duong, and a heavy object was pulled by the water pipe and fell to the floor. Song Shursen came back to his senses, and then he found that there was an object connected to the other end of the water pipe. The courier seemed to be deliberately hiding some shameful secret, and stuffed this object under the cloth pad, so that Song Shursen didn't even notice its existence. Song Shursen picked up the water pipe, looked at it carefully, and a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. This is a shower head? A shower head also made of tough gold? This is not a water pipe, but a shower head? Or the kind where the shower head and water pipe are connected as one? Song Shursen was silent. The person who made this shower head obviously wanted a refreshing shower experience. The whole shower head is quite large, and has an eye-catching shape. She could afford to polish the water pipe. She couldn't afford to forge the whole shower head. What kind of family? Is it necessary to use Renjin to make a shower head? Song Shursen was confused. He studied the shower head from left to right, and couldn't see what was new about its structure. The shower head is very new, and there is a trademark engraved on it. Out of curiosity, Song Shursen opened the optical brain and searched it. There is actually a product details page. New technology tough gold health care and physiotherapy shower head. Repairs damaged mental power. Promotes mental power regeneration. Effectively relieves mineralism. Medical device registration. 10 times compensation for fake products. And 10-year warranty. The price is outrageously high. More than 10 times more expensive than the raw materials. And the sales volume is not low. Song Shursen's eyes lit up. So advanced? Then you can just sell it secondhand. You can make money without losing money. While thinking, she clicked on the comment area. Unscrupulous merchants. They are always targeting the elderly to cheat. Brothers, please click the link below to report it. Link has been blocked. My parents just lost a mattress last month, and this month they bought a shower head. Family who understands. You are the only one on the list of the Star household who cheated the elderly of their pensions. Right? I cried. I beg the store to pity me who is penniless. I beg the relevant departments to take care of it. I count out to you here. This review has been blocked. I bought it for my mother. It is finally made. The old lady said it was very good. I am planning to give one to my relatives and friends. The store owner is very nice. I like it. I used it for a few months before commenting. The product is as good as described. I can't find any flaws. The customer service is also very patient in answering questions. It is really good. Song Shursan quietly exited the web page, held the shower head in his hand, and fell into deep thought. How to say it? It is just a hook in the shape of a shower head. It seems that it is not bad. Chapter 10. The production of the hook rope is more expensive than expected. After the tough gold stretches, the area of the integrated circuit that needs to be laid increases greatly. When I came to my senses, the balance of the Star Coin account was almost gone. Song Shursan did not make too many changes to the appearance of the shower. After processing the integrated circuit, he used the last bit of material to add the claw function to the head of the shower and the tail of the water pipe. So far, a hook rope with a peculiar shape is ready. Looking at the account balance, that was only a fraction left, Song Shursan sighed. It's really expensive. More than 10,000 star coins are like the water flowing out of the drain when taking a shower. It's gone after a few drops. She took out the cloth that she had used to cover half of her face last time, used the remaining money to buy an admission ticket, and ran to the underground black market. The underground black market was very large, and the entrance was a heavy metal rock-style bar under the neon lights, with a dark blue and empty background decoration, giving people a cyberpunk dizzy feeling. Song Shursan didn't like this heart-grabbing performance style, and wore earplugs every time he came. After checking her ID card at the front desk, the bartender took her to the elevator leading to the ring match. It will take a while to wait for the elevator. Song Shursan glanced at the personal information that had just been synchronized on his brain and found some changes. Name: Scrap Collector Xiao Song. Current points: 1,000. Current rank: L1. Historical win rate: 100%. After a formal interaction, the nickname used will be fixed, and the hidden real name will no longer be displayed on the ID card. Another change is her points and rank. Song Shursan clicked near the ID card information, and did not find any explanation about the points rules. The bartender receives several newcomers, like Song Shursan every day. He guessed what she was thinking about while staring at the computer and took the initiative to explain. There are 6 levels in the underground black market competition. From L0 to L5. All newcomers start from L0. Before L3, you will get 10 points for each game you win, and you will lose corresponding points for each loss. If you want to upgrade your level, you need to accumulate points. For example, you need 1,000 points to go from L0 to L1, which means you need to win 100 games to reach L1. By analogy, the higher the rank, the more points you need to advance, but the reward for each game is also more generous. You can go to the forum to find the detailed segmentation. The post introducing the points is in the forum's boutique area. Song Shursan can easily find it. L0 to L1 requires 1,000 points. Each win can get 2,000 star coins. L1 to L2 requires 2,000 points, 5,000 star coins per game. L2 to L3 is more than doubled, requires 5,000 points, 10,000 star coins per game. To reach L3, you need to win 800 games. Song Shursan looked at her rank. L1. But she only played 1 game. The elevator door opened, and the bartender followed Song Shursan in, pressed the floor for her, and continued, but these are just preliminaries. The real competition will not start until L3. Enter the L3 rank, and you will be qualified for the season battle. Season battle? Song Shursan was arranging his schedule in his mind, thinking about how many games he had to play every day to make a living. Hearing this, he raised his head. How much does it cost to win a game? The bartender glanced at her. 300,000. This is completely not in the same order of magnitude. Song Shursan silently crossed out the previous arrangement and asked, what about going higher? Going higher? That can't be measured by the prize money. The bartender raised his head and said in an exaggerated tone, the opponents of the season battle are matched by the system intelligently, and it is different from the mechanism of the ring game. It is ranked according to the number of consecutive wins. There is only 1 season each year. The top 64 players in each season can get L4 rank, and the first place player can get L5 rank. The bartender had a look on his face that said, when you reach L4, it's not about bonuses anymore. Your personal worth is worth tens of millions, and L5 is even more legendary. Song Shursan nodded. She understood. As long as she reached L5, she wouldn't have to worry about the cost of weapons and materials. We're here. The elevator stopped, and the bartender made a pleased gesture, showing a standard training smile. Good luck to you. Song Shursan walked around the ring area, picked an opponent with expensive protective gear, and entered the simulation cabin. The screen on the stage lit up, Junk Collector Song vs Flame Boy. The scenes in the ring simulation cabin are all random. This time it is an open hayfield. As soon as Song Shursen logged in, he saw a boy jumping left and right in the distance, waving his red fists. The match was still in the countdown, and Song Shursen watched for a long time before he realized that the other party was imitating the warm-up exercises of boxers. The red on his fists is a burning flame. He is a fire element. Let's fight quickly and decisively. The fire boy laughed. His accuracy in controlling the elements is not high. He can only condense the elemental flame within the range of his arm, although the intensity is enough. The endurance is not long-lasting. Otherwise, he would not be rated only B. But the hayfield in front of him is ignited at any time, and it is his home field. Even if the opponent is a water resonator, it will take some effort to deal with such a large range of fire. He threw a straight hook in the air. It's useless to waste time. Understand? Song Shursen agreed. The school had a curfew, and she had to get back before 10 o'clock. She had less than 3 hours left. The faster the battle ended, the more money she could make. The wind from the fist brought sparks to the haystack beside the opponent, which soon spread to Song Shursen's feet. In the simulation cabin, all items except the artificial body would not receive additional protection. This all items, in addition to armor and weapons. It also includes clothes. Song Shur slapped the sparks that almost burned his sleeves with 3 shots, and suddenly understood why the other party had to wear armor all over his body. He could not resonate with the gold element. The most common use of the gold element in actual combat is gold pattern hardening. This hardening can not only be applied to oneself to enhance attack and defense, but also to objects. Gold resonators with high mental power often add a layer of gold pattern on their clothes to resist external impact and some elemental reactions. People with insufficient mental power or unable to resonate with the gold element will wear some protective gear to protect themselves, just like the flame boy in front of him. After all, it is quite embarrassing to be naked because of the fire you released. Some audience members in the audience noticed the clues and whistled. This girl is neither a gold type nor wearing protective gear. Hee hee. This live broadcast will definitely have high ratings. The scrap collector Xiao Song? She is not that. Someone with a good memory recalled. The one who fought against the monkey man. Oh, it's really her. She didn't bring those weird and shabby weapons this time? More and more people gathered under the stage where Song Shursen was. And even some malicious fans of the monkey show came over after hearing the news, waiting to see her make a fool of herself. The grandstand was completely surrounded, and those who couldn't squeeze in had to use their computers to log into the live broadcast of the stage. The barrage was no less lively than the scene. Hayfield? This map only appears once every few hundred years, and the flame boy just happened to run into it. Is it cheating? Elemental energy is different from ordinary matter. Although it is classified, it is just defined according to common sense that is easier for humans to understand. The flames produced by the fire element cannot be extinguished by ordinary water, and can only be destroyed by other higher intensity elemental attacks. Of course, the water element has an advantage in attribute restraint in this regard. But the most terrifying thing about the fire resonator is that it retains the ignition property of ordinary fire, and the flames produced by the ignited material are also elemental fire. That is to say, once a fire resonator is placed in a flammable area, its elemental attack range will be greatly enhanced, and it will be virtually upgraded by several levels. Fires caused by elemental fire have always been a headache for the federal government. Huh? Is there any need to cheat in L1 level competitions? Can Xiao Song fans stop talking nonsense? I feel sorry for the girl for a second, but I won't miss anything I should see. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who is curious about what element the girl can resonate with? I didn't understand the last game at all. +1, maybe she is a water element. Some WS men should stay away from her. Song Shursen was wearing a windbreaker, with his hands in his pockets, and his fingertips were occasionally circling the hook in his pocket. The situation in front of him was exactly what everyone who was fighting against the fire resonance was most reluctant to see, even though the mental power level of the flame boy was not much different from his. With the help of flammable objects, the opponent's attack range and endurance were far superior to his. Originally, a B-level attack would have been enough to tie the attack, but now it might require an A-level attack. But Song Shursen didn't care, and calmly took out the shower-shaped hook. Coincidentally, she was equipped with the water element. The game began. The flame boy was very clever. He understood her situation from Song Shursen's action of extinguishing the fire star, but he did not restrain his actions at all. His thoughts were self-evident. He made full use of his advantage on the field, squatted and raised his arms in a circle, and the fire layer with him as the center spread rapidly. Song Shursan opened the engraving and activated the element stone. The clear blue light like the sky passed along the hook line. She swung the end of the hook line leisurely, observing the opponent's actions. The terrain here is open, and there is no place for the hook to gain leverage. But it doesn't matter. If there is no leverage point, create one. She raised her hand, as light as throwing a small stone. With a click, the flame boy saw a strange-shaped water pipe on his shoulder before he could react. The end of the water pipe was equipped with dense barbs, which penetrated deeply into his flesh and bones, and was covered with a layer of light gold patterns. The flame boy's face changed. He recognized that this water pipe was made of tough gold, which was extremely stretchable and delicate. It might not be easy to get rid of it in a short time. Elemental weapons? Why did the opponent hook him? Did he not want him to keep a distance? Enduring the pain, the flame boy was confused for a second. And then he found it a little funny. He was originally a close combat player, and he had mastered the boxing skills. Why did he need to keep a distance from his opponent? He used his fists to push hard with his toes, and with an arrogant smile on his face, he attacked Song Shursan. Song Shursan didn't move at all, without any intention of avoiding it, calmly adjusted the shower head, and turned it on in the direction of the flame boy. Wow! The strong water stream rushed out like a laser beam, and hit the figure of the flame boy running towards him. The flame boy was stunned, and was drenched from head to toe, with both fists raised in the air, without any arrogance, and the flames around him were also extinguished completely. Flame boy, the crowd, ? What is this? Someone asked dryly. The words he uttered were unbelievable. Showerhead? No one answered him. It's not that others didn't want to talk, but in all these years, I have never seen such a funny and inexplicable shocking scene. The flame boy stayed where he was. The elemental strength of this water column was extremely high, far beyond the B level where he was. He couldn't even condense a spark, and he was hurt by the beating. An elemental weapon that can far exceed the attack strength of B level. The opponent must be quite powerful. The flame boy was already half disappointed. Fortunately, the opponent's aim didn't seem to be very good most of the time. It hit the armor on his body. Although the armor couldn't hold out for too long, it was enough for him to catch his breath. Realizing the delicate situation, the flame boy decided to take advantage of the opponent's weakness in the crosshairs and get rid of her attack. As soon as he stood up and wanted to get out of the attack range of the water column, he was pulled back to reality by the pain of the hook on his shoulder. Oh my goodness, so they were waiting for him here. The flame boy was a little annoyed, and he didn't plan to run away. He turned around and planned to punch Song Shursan with his fist without flames, which was not too embarrassing. But he just took 2 steps forward, and was forced to move by the strong thrust of the water column. The flame boy, he was in a dilemma now, and simply started to circle around Song Shursan, trying to avoid the attack with speed. Song Shursan stood still, holding the shower head, and chasing the flame boy's figure closely. After a while, the flames around her were extinguished. Well, now even the field advantage is gone. The armor on his body has begun to crack. Water drops hit the flame boy directly. He ran for a while with his teeth bared, and finally couldn't hold on any longer. I give up. The flame boy had a sad face. It was unclear whether it was the water or the tears of pain on his face. His hair and clothes all fell on his body, and he looked like a drowned chicken. The result of the game was displayed on the field. Ring 067. Scrap Collector Xiao Song vs. Flame Boy. Scrap Collector Xiao Song won. Song Shursan immediately stopped the attack, without any sarcasm or pride after winning, and landed in front of the flame boy with a few light leaps. With the experience from last time, she took out a shawl from somewhere, put it on the flame boy, and devoted herself to customer care. I'm sorry. Song Shursan pointed at the damaged armor on his body. Don't catch a cold. Her voice was very gentle, with her handsome eyebrows, and the flame boy couldn't help blushing slightly, and quickly shook his head. What's a set of armor? If an attack of this intensity hit him, he would probably faint in the simulation cabin on the spot. In the underground black market competition, there were all kinds of tricks on the field. The girl in front of him was not only beautiful and kind, but also had noble martial virtues. Thinking of the dirty thoughts he had deliberately played at the beginning of the game, the flame boy couldn't help but condemn himself. Seeing that the flame boy was not angry, Song Shursan breathed a sigh of relief. and then showed him the personal interface on his light brain, and said sincerely, "If you need it, I can recycle it, and the price is fair." The flame boy nodded vigorously, and looked at Song Shursen as if he was looking at an angel, and left the field with tears of gratitude. The aperture of the simulation cabin faded, and the scene returned to the ring preparation interface. Song Shursen was in a hurry. Rather than slowly choosing a new ring to collect waste, it would be better to be the ring champion and make some money quickly. She turned around, facing the camera that just switched over, and showed the standard smile she had just learned from the bartender. Next. Chapter 11. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Song Shursen took the initiative to quit the game and hurried back to school. She roughly estimated the time. If the game was fast, the battle could be resolved in a few minutes. If it was a more complicated map, it would be a little more troublesome and take more than 10 minutes. On average, about 10 games can be played in 2 hours. Each win in the L1 rank can earn 5,000 star coins, so at least 60,000 to 70,000 star coins a day. When the rank is improved, this number will be even higher. Song Shursen couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. He immediately added the ring match to his schedule. Whenever he had time, he would go back and forth between the school and the underground black market. It became a part-time job. Song Shursen continued this schedule for nearly a week. His points kept rising. His balance gradually became full. He was more energetic than before. Song Shursen smiled happily. But the L1 players in the underground black market were gloomy. At the beginning, there were a lot of ridicule and sarcasm about the shower hook. Many people were eager to try it. There was even a long queue in the challenge area of the 067 ring. But as more and more people failed in the challenge, they couldn't laugh anymore. Some topics that seemed like supernatural stories gradually appeared on the underground black market forums, and flashed on the homepage from time to time. Is she here? The prayers at Shingin Temple are very effective. I recommend everyone to go there. I was not targeted by her yesterday. When the clock strikes 7, it's when the nightmare comes. The dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon. Song Shursen bit the bread in his hand, while browsing the forum, and was confused. Today is Saturday. She spent the whole morning in the lab. She missed the lunch time in the cafeteria without noticing. She could only buy some dry food. Among these posts, there was also a popular post about buying shower hook design drawings at a high price. Song Shursen glanced at the poster. He was an internet expert. Recalling some unpleasant memories, she didn't even click on it this time. She swiped away quickly. Going down the homepage, a topic post caught her attention. It's the weekend. Any gossip? Please share. What gossip? The underground black market will hold an event on weekends. Song Shursen clicked on this topic post. Recently, fewer and fewer people actively challenged each other. Sometimes, no one challenged for a long time, and they had to wait until the system defaulted to automatic matching. The time spent on matching opponents greatly reduced Song Shursen's efficiency in making money. Later, she simply left the arena to actively look for opponents. But it is not so easy to find an empty arena. In the originally planned 2 hours, even 1/3 of the time was spent looking for opponents. She had to adjust her weekly schedule, planning to spend more time fighting on the weekend. She was going there in the afternoon, and she could also check out what the event was. The post just repeated the title, as if it was a tacit understanding with the readers. Song Shursen didn't see what was going on, so he went straight to the comment section. According to my observation, she usually comes after 7 p.m. on weekdays. She is either a student or an office worker. She is likely to play extra games on weekends. The person above said some nonsense. I'm already scared. I'm nervous every time I wait for a match. It feels scarier than the teacher calling the roll in class. It's scarier than the boss criticizing me in a meeting. I have PTSD about the shower. I feel scary taking a shower every day. Seeing the shower, Song Shursen should understand even if he is slow. Song Shursen. She seems like a big villain. The division of the ring competition before L3 is very strict. Except for the promotion competition, you can only match players of the same level. The average mental power of L1 is at B level. Some of the stronger ones can even resonate with 3 types of elements. However, when it comes to Song Shursen, no matter what type of element, they can only be suppressed. Song Shursen's weapon has not changed. It is still the shower head. And the moves are also very simple. The same set used in the first match against the Flame Boy. And the audience's eyes are almost calloused. But her winning rate has always been 100%. Don't say it. I have changed to taking a bath with a bucket now. The upstairs is so luxurious, I can only use a wooden ladle to scoop water. Her steps are even simplified to only 2 steps. The first step is to put on the hook, the second step is to turn on the shower. Okay, the game is over. In fact, there is only one step. The moment you are locked by the water pipe, you have already lost. I hate every water pipe in the world equally. The post is very long. Song Shursan did not turn back, and quietly exited the forum. The homepage of the scrap collector Xiao Song is still unattended, and even has a few inexplicable scolding comments. Song Shursan now understood the reason. Who would be so careless as to send resources to a terrifying opponent? Even if it was waste, it was not allowed. Alas, life is not easy. Xiao Song sighed. The underground black market on weekends is much busier than usual. Song Shursan calculated his points, and went straight to the ring area. There was a lot of traffic these 2 days, and the efficiency was improved a lot. According to the current progress, the points will probably be enough to upgrade to L2 by the end of next week. However, she has no time next week. There will be the first outdoor class of field exploration next week, and she will have to camp outside for several days. Just enough time to give other players a few days to breathe, Song Shursan thought considerately. With her current reputation, it is urgent to increase customer care. She even considered posting this news on the personal homepage of the scrap collector Xiao Song forum. While struggling, the ring game showed that the opponent was successfully matched. It was getting late, and this was probably her last game of the day. Song Shursan stood up and entered the simulation cabin, with a hook rope around her wrist. She was familiar with it now, and was just waiting to swing out the tail end as soon as the countdown was over. This time the scene was an abandoned mechanical building, with many shelters. The opponent's spawn point was right at the entrance of the building. If he hid in the building, the situation would become complicated. Song Shursan frowned slightly, and was ready for a protracted battle. Although her longest protracted battle was only 20 minutes. The opponent was a student-like boy, who looked very relaxed. He only looked around for a while when the scene just changed, and then stood there without any movement. The game started. Song Shursan narrowed his eyes, predicting the direction of the opponent's possible movement, trying to lock him before he ran into the building. Before Song Shursan could hook, the boy on the opposite side immediately raised his hands and shouted, "I give up." Song Shursan stopped his movements. ? The boy still kept his hands raised in surrender, and trotted to Song Shursan. "Boss, I counted. You have won 104 games in a row. Please give me a way out, and don't bully the weak in L1. The boy's nickname is Nirvana. This name was chosen when he first entered the underground black market. At that time, he was ambitious and full of fighting spirit, with a relentless determination to never give up. Then he ran into the monkey trainer when he was upgrading to L1. You need to accumulate 1,000 points to upgrade from L0 to L1. After you have enough points, you will have a promotion match. If you win, you will be promoted. If you lose, you will lose 10 times the points. The monkey trainer specifically picked the L0 promotion match to play. He is notorious, and is regarded as a public enemy by the entire L0. He was unlucky. He climbed into the promotion match 8 times, and was matched with the monkey trainer 8 times. Later, Song Shursan accidentally taught the monkey trainer a lesson. The monkey trainer was ridiculed by the whole network, and was too embarrassed to appear in the ring match. Nirvana finally had the opportunity to play in L1. On the night of the promotion match victory, Nirvana treated the whole dormitory to a big meal in the name of praising the dragon-slaying hero and waste collector Xiao Song. Then the whole L1 ushered in a darker nightmare. Xiao Song's weapons were incredible. His fighting style was simple and rough, extremely insulting, and more harmful. And the durability of each set of armor on the field would be accurately cleared by her, and an additional expense had to be prepared. She didn't go to the promotion match on purpose. But every L1 player has the possibility of matching with her, and the killing range is larger, and everyone is treated equally, which makes everyone panic. Now Nirvana has completely lost the fighting spirit to be reborn again, and just wants to be a hero who knows the current situation. Song Shursan was also helpless, and said sincerely, "Please bear with it for a while. I am working hard to reach L2. Nirvana stared at her suspiciously for a while, and his expression became a little subtle. "Boss, you don't know the rules of promotion, right?" Song Shursan, ? Don't we have to win 200 games? Looking at Song Shursan's confused expression, Niapan was so shocked that he took a half step back. "Oh my god, This evil dragon that has been entrenched in the L1 rank and brought nightmares to countless players just doesn't know how to leave. He was so amused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As long as you win 50 games in a row, you can challenge the last row of L2, and if you win, you can directly advance. Song Shursan was stunned for a moment. It's too slow to improve the rank by accumulating points alone, especially not suitable for those strong players, so the competition organizers have given another shortcut. Nirvana explained. L0 can directly challenge the last L1 player, and if successful, they can advance. L1 players need to win 50 games in a row before they can qualify for a higher level challenge. And L2 players need to win 100 games in a row. Isn't it written on your ticket? Just scan the identification code with your optical computer, and it will come out. When Songshur challenged the monkey trainer directly with 30 points, he thought that some expert couldn't stand the monkey trainer's evil deeds and came to help justice. Later, Songshur won 50 games in a row and still fought at a high intensity in L1, without any intention of challenging higher levels. He also posted on the forum in a depressed mood, lamenting that the Dragon Slayer eventually became a dragon. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Nirvana even secretly registered several small accounts to collect Wei Xiao's song. I didn't expect that she didn't know the rules at all. Song Shursan thought about it, and it seemed that there was indeed an identification code on the admission ticket. However, most of her understanding of interstellar technology came from the memory of her original body. There was no such advanced thing as an identification code on the border star, and she had no idea how to use it. So that's why she only won one game and advanced to L1. One match in the L2 rank can earn 10,000 star coins. Song Shursan didn't want to calculate how many star coins she had missed during this period. Maybe if she could reach L2 earlier, she would have enough money to build a complete set of mechanical horizontal swords. The new material, the kind that doesn't need to be recycled. Her eyes were slightly red. She pressed down Nirvana's hands that were still raised above her head and said sincerely, "Thank you, I will go to the next round to advance." Nirvana held Song Shursan back, and tears flashed in his eyes. The haze of the L1 rank for a week was finally dissipating. He looked at the L2 arena area, and the corner of his mouth raised a grim smile. I have been caught in the rain, and I will tear up other people's umbrellas. Come on, all beings are equal, this pain, no one can escape. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 12. This Wednesday, there will be the first outdoor class of field exploration. Tang Tiantian seems to attach great importance to it. She pulls Song Shursan with her and never leaves. They run to the laboratory almost all the time except the classroom. According to Tang Tiantian, this will be her first battle to regain her honor. For this reason, she gets up early and stays up late every day, even later than Song Shursan leaves the laboratory. Song Shursan glanced at Tang Tiantian's workstation. She seems to have completed the external structure of the weapon and is laying the integrated circuit. It was a pair of fully automatic pistols with pink and silver interweaving. There was a willow-shaped scimitar vertically under the muzzle. The blade was light pink and the edge was silver. The entire weapon was very delicately constructed, capable of both long and short range. And the shape was also suitable for Tang Tiantian's style. Since Song Shursan came to this world, he had never left the city. He was also a little curious about the outdoor class, so he suspended the schedule of the ring match and stayed in the laboratory with her. The hook rope had many limitations in actual combat, and it was not her usual weapon. Song Shursan tried all the scraps he received, and got a good idea of the compatibility of the materials. She had just saved some star coins during this period, and she wanted to make a long horizontal sword with the best material she could buy before the exploration class. When the long horizontal sword was completed, Tang Tiantian also finished the last step. She called Song Shursan, and when she stood up, she was shocked by the long sword in front of her. Shazansen. F***CK? Tang Tiantian cursed. She had a delicate and noble face, but her behavior was not at all ladylike. She quietly moved away from the long sword with a cold edge. Hesitantly, is this your weapon? Song Shursan nodded. This is a black and gold wide blade with a thick spine, about 1.2 meters long, of which the blade is 1 meter long, with a straight back and a straight blade. The handle can be held with both hands. It is the most common basic weapon form she used in her previous life. Tang Tiantian had only seen Song Shursan display his weapon once before. At that time, she was holding a one-handed sword with a broken blade, so she always thought that Song Shursan was learning Kendo. Song Shursan was now wearing a simple black training suit, leaning leisurely by the door. The horizontal sword in his hand had beautiful straight lines, revealing a kind of simplicity and neatness. Tang Tiantian was stunned for a moment, feeling a little amused at her previous hesitation. Kendo was indeed not suitable for Song Shisan. She was more careless than the swordsman, and more bold and sharp than the swordsman. This horizontal sword was just right. Shaking the pink and silver scimitar pistol she had just finished, Tang Tiantian invited, "I plan to test its quality, would you like to join us?" "This can be tested." Song Shisan pointed the tip of his knife at the mimic robot in the laboratory. "This? No. No. No." Tang Tiantian shook her head mysteriously. "This is Tang Tiantian first elemental weapon, of course, I have to use the most advanced testing equipment. A new batch of test robots has been introduced to the academy. Song Shisan has also heard about this. The machines in the laboratory can only withstand S-level data at most, and the upper limits of the new models are said to be able to measure up to S+. However, due to the large workload of replacement, this batch of new machines is temporarily put in the warehouse. It seems that it was proposed by Teacher Hiyu, and the dean actually approved it." Tang Tiantian's expression became a little strange. Who in the world can make S+ level elemental weapons? There are only a handful of S-level ones. Well, it's useless if we don't use it anyway. She stepped forward and took Song Shisan's arm. "Let's go and try it. It's in the equipment warehouse, not far away." Song Shisan tacitly agreed, and it was just right for her to test her new horizontal sword. The two of them left the laboratory building and walked towards the equipment warehouse. When they passed the playground, they were blocked by the noisy crowd. There was an open-air auditorium on the playground, which was usually only open for important speeches. Now a large group of students gathered below, and people were rushing here continuously. "Is there an event in the auditorium today?" Tang Tiantian lifted the hem of her trousers. Today, she wore a pair of white-hem heart-shaped hollow jeans, which could easily be stepped on by the passing crowd. "Oh, outstanding alumni are visiting their alma mater, preparing a Q&A speech." A boy nearby spoke up. His hair covered half of his eyes, and his leisurely state made him look out of place with the others. The voice sounded familiar. Song Shisan tilted his head and took a look. What a coincidence, it was Yun Qiming. "Who is it?" Tang Tiantian obviously recognized the boy, and stood over there familiarly. Yun Qiming raised his face proudly, the top mineral prospector in the Federation. "Yun Qia, you've heard of him. Right? Graduated from our school mineralogy department a few years ago." "Mineralogy?" Tang Tiantian looked at the students running around her. Why are so many combat students rushing over so anxiously? Because it was Xuanye who escorted her here. When saying this, Yun Qiming deliberately glanced at Song Shisan. His tone was full of pride, obviously still minding Song Shisan's encouragement to him last time. Xuanye is said to be the only person in the entire galaxy with SSS-level mental power, and can resonate with all types of elemental energy. He has been on the front lines of the battlefield for many years. He is the escort for various high-risk missions. He is known as the God of War of the Federation and the strongest humanoid weapon in the interstellar space. There are even rumors that Xuanye was rated as 3S level. Not because his mental power is only 3SS, but because the upper limit of the detection instrument is only 3S. That God of War Xuanye. Tang Tiantian muttered. Isn't it said that he acts according to his mood? And even the most dangerous mission may not be able to hire him. What kind of high-risk mission is a prospector returning to his alma mater? Song Shisan looked far into the auditorium. A woman with long wavy hair was standing on the podium, talking cordially with the school leaders. Not far behind her, a man in a federal combat uniform was leaning casually against a pillar nearby, holding his combat helmet in his arms, with half of his body hidden in the shadow under the dome. The man was not at all the dull and rigorous look of a general escort. He leaned there casually, exuding a distant and cold temperament, as if he was just watching a group of ants passing by. But the tight and smooth muscle lines under the combat uniform made it hard to ignore his powerful explosive power like a tiger shark. The auditorium was soon filled with people. Tang Tiantian saw Song Shisan looking over there. So she pulled her sleeve and said, "Do you want to go and see?" Song Shisan was not very interested, and he retracted his gaze after hearing this. "Do you want to go?" Tang Tiantian waved her hand quickly, forcibly ignoring the crazy hints on the side. And she almost said, "Hurry up and say you want to see it." Yun Qiming engraved on the forehead. What a joke, she used to be a mineralogist's major, and now if she goes over there, she might bump into many old classmates, She doesn't want to be asked questions, and she can't hide. Aren't you going yet? There will be no seats if you are late. Tang Tian simply urged Yuan Qiming beside her. That's my sister? Yuan Qiming rolled his eyes at the slowness of these two people. Yuan Qiming, it's so obvious, can't you see it? He flicked his sleeves and walked in the opposite direction without looking back. We see each other soon. What's the hurry? The equipment warehouse was much more spacious and brighter than Song Shursen had imagined. The newly imported test equipment was placed in the most conspicuous position, and it was already on the conveyor belt. It looked like it would be officially installed in the laboratory soon. Tang Tian stepped forward and turned on the nearest robot. After entering the parameters, the machine transformed into a slime-like creature. Cute, right? Tang Tian pinched the soft body of the mimic slime. I like this one the most. High HP and defense. Low attack. She took 2 steps back, took out the double guns from her waist, and fired 2 shots at the slime. A layer of green passed through the silver gun. Song Shursen felt a gust of air lifting a few strands of hair on his forehead, and 2 deep bullet marks appeared on the robot. I equipped the wind element, the air bullet, which concealed the trajectory. Tang Tian winked playfully and looked up to see the test results. The mimic slime bounced slowly in the warehouse, and the bullet marks on its body quickly recovered. After a while, a display screen was erected above its head. Attack strength, C+, it's C+. Tang Tian tone was full of joy. This is my first time making an integrated circuit. If I improve it further, I may be able to meet the graduation requirements. Song Shursen pulled a chair from somewhere and sat down. He propped his chin up and suggested, "Where is the scimitar under the muzzle? Don't you want to try it? This one." Tang Tian showed the willow-shaped blade at the bottom. This is mainly for fear of getting close to someone. As a safety, it doesn't have much strength. In fact, in the original design, this part should be a freely retractable revolving blade, and the entire pistol can also be transformed into a boomerang. But Tang Tian can't do it. You can change the material of the machete to tough gold, and then equip it with water elements, and rely on the flow of water to stretch the shape of the tough gold, so that the blade part can be folded and retracted. Even the entire scimitar part can be converted into a hook to enhance mobility and quickly escape from the enemy when approached. Song Shursen said seriously. In his impression, Tang Tian can resonate with both wind and water elements at the same time. Wait, Tang Tian was a little confused. Laying 2 types of integrated circuits at the same time? Is there a detailed explanation in our textbook? No textbook is needed. I can give you a diagram. Song Shursen remembered his shower hook. The design on it can be reused. If you don't understand something, I can also teach you in detail. Ah? Tang Tian head began to feel dizzy. You? Song Shursen can lay 2 circuits? Although Song Shursen's horizontal sword is obviously not an ordinary one, I am afraid that only people with aristocratic family background can make it. No, these aristocratic families nowadays may not even be able to make it. Wait, she also said that she wanted to show me the drawings? The importance of integrated circuit diagrams is even comparable to life for weapon masters. How could someone in the world make their design drawings public for free? Let's go now. Song Shursen made up his mind, without giving Tang Tian time to think about it. Before the exploration class, it's just right to try out the actual combat in class. Ah? Oh. Okay. Tang Tian was stunned by the shock and surprise, and ran out of the warehouse in a daze. Then I go give my design draft first, and see you in the lab. Song Shursen nodded, and followed her out of the warehouse door. Before leaving, she looked back at the mimic slime, then raised the knife, and at a short distance, the tip of the knife gently scratched. A light and shadow passed through the mimic slime's body, and it didn't seem to be hurt at all, but a layer of mucus overflowed from the edge of its body. If someone looked closely, they would find that the slime had actually been split in 2. But the seam where the blade had passed was not dislocated at all. The mimic slime trembled twice, and the overhead display screen was erected. Behind them, the 2 people's backs had gradually walked away. The speech in the playground auditorium attracted too much attention. He looked at the students who were absent-mindedly peeking out the window, and simply dismissed the class and let them all go. A top mineral prospector, plus a more important Sun Yi, it was hard not to be excited and curious. She herself was not interested in this, and after thinking for a while, she simply went to the laboratory to draw. It was almost evening when he came out of the laboratory, and met an unexpected figure on the corridor. The person had long wavy hair, graceful and elegant, with a hint of mature charm of a queen. And there was an indescribable charm in her every move. He lowered the brim of his hat and called out her name, Yuan Chiha. Oh, you didn't come to see me when I came back. I took a lot of effort to find your little nest. Yuan Chiha lifted her hair, blocking Hiyu's way. How come? After not seeing you for a few years, you have made yourself so. She looked Hiyu up and down, her eyes smug, and a hint of sneer on her lips. So embarrassed. Hiyu looked at the woman in front of her. More than 10 years ago, they had fought together on the battlefield. Yuan Chiha was younger than her. At that time, she was still a quiet and old-fashioned girl. Every time she rushed to the enemy, she would hide behind Hiyu. After Hiyu retired due to illness, Yuan Chiha was said to have applied for retirement from the army because he was too afraid of the battlefield and mineralogy, and then changed his job to study the most popular major of mineralogy. Although they were both in the first military academy of the Federation, they never contacted each other again. Congratulations. The chief prospector of the Federation. Hiyu's expression was very indifferent. You are indeed very talented in mineralogy. Much better than on the battlefield. Yuan Chiha bit his silver teeth and said sarcastically, That's right. Who would have thought that the crying last-place student back then would now be highly respected in the Federation? And that tomboy with a bad temper who relied on his first-class military merits is unknown in this corner and is looked down upon. Yuan Chiha laughed. Do you know how I just walked along and heard what they said about you? Who are they referring to? He was too lazy to ask more, and she changed the subject. Why would Xuanya escort you? Of course it's because I'm worth more now. Xuanya is a proud person who can't even be ordered by the highest commander of the Federation. What mission he takes depends on his mood. Even so, the tasks that could be assigned to him were all high-priority and high-risk tasks, and it was definitely not a boring task like escorting an explorer to visit his alma mater. Even if the explorer was the mother of the highest commander, it would not work. Hiyu said nothing more, turned sideways around Yuan Chiha, and walked forward, without giving him a single extra glance. Hey! Being ignored like this, Yuan Chiha was anxious, clenched his fists and called her. I'm on a mission this time, and just stopped by to take a look. Hiyu paused for a moment, but did not stop. The Federation has discovered a desolate planet. It is currently classified as a high-risk planet. It is said that there are elemental stones with a purity of more than 96%. The danger level of the desolate planet is divided into 5 levels: ordinary, light, medium, severe, and high. The high risk is further divided into 3 intervals according to the degree of exploration. The first level of high risk means that the Federation's understanding of this planet is less than 1%, which is the most dangerous category among all exploration missions. This mission was too dangerous. Almost no explorer was willing to take it. Only Yuan Chiha volunteered. Yuan Chiha nervously watched Hiyu's back. As expected, she stopped, but she only spoke a bland reminder. Be careful. Yuan Chiha lowered her eyes, knowing that the conversation had come to an end, and no longer forced her to stay. I asked Xuanya to accompany me to see it. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to come back after this trip. She looked at Hiyu's shadow in the afterglow of the sunset, and she didn't know whether there was resentment or anger in her eyes. Didn't you always say that you wanted to fight the god of war? The last sentence was very light. So light that it was like a whisper, and melted into the evening breeze behind her. Chapter 13. There have been several ticket refunds in the underground black market arena recently. It is said that it is because someone played a fake match. Accidents are more common in the L2 competition area, especially in the last row of the competition. The contestants on the stage are either respectful to each other, chasing each other for nearly an hour without wanting to touch each other's hair, or they are too lazy to pretend, rushing to admit defeat as soon as the game starts, just to see who can get out of the simulation cabin faster. The contestants need to pay for the entrance ticket to participate in the competition, and the audience also needs to buy the ticket to watch the game. This happened for several games in a row. Some spectators could not stand it anymore, and went to the host area to ask for a refund. When Song Shursan learned about this, he was eating in the cafeteria with Tang Tian. She ordered a dish of beef brisket stewed with potatoes, and was mashing the potatoes and mixing them with rice. Carbohydrates with carbohydrates. A calorie bomb. There were not many people around. There were a few boys at the next table. 17 or 18 years old was the age of full of vigor. Their voices were not concealed at all, and went straight into the ears of the people nearby. The organizers are really ruthless. The collective responsibility system, the entire L2 rank will now lose 10 times the points for losing a game. Isn't this exactly what those match fixers want? I see they are so anxious to lose points, just to get out of L2 as soon as possible. Heh, and then the prize money for winning a game has been increased to 100,000 star coins. 100,000 star coins? The winning prize money has also increased tenfold. Song Shursen pressed the soft and glutinous potatoes with a spoon, and was surprised and melancholy. The good news is that she took time to play the promotion game while doing the horizontal sword, and now she is in the L2 rank. The bad news is that she is about to go on a long trip. And I don't know if this rule will last until she comes back. Today is the first outdoor class of field exploration. They will camp in the wild for 5 days and 4 nights. There are 2 large classes in this course, and they all chose to go out together today. The shuttle will arrive in the afternoon. In order to facilitate centralized management, the school has set aside a dining area for them. After eating, they can prepare to set off. Won't L2 become a Shura field? A guy with a buzz cut and round arms was a little angry. I finally have a chance to reach L3 this season. According to the current rules, if I lose the promotion match, will I lose 1,000 points? If you lose the promotion match, you will lose 10 times the points. Now it will be 10 times more, which means you will lose 1,000 points. His companion gave him a look of silence. Alas, there is nothing we can do. If we want to blame someone, we should blame those cowards for being too cowardly. They were scared by a newcomer and dropped their rank overnight. Are you talking about that scrap collector Xiao's song? It's really embarrassing. The boy who was speaking had a wolf tooth pendant on his wrist, and he crossed his arms. If she can reach L3, I would like to meet her. It can't be blamed entirely on them. I heard that in that promotion match. It took only 49 seconds for the scrap collector Xiao Song to defeat his opponent from the beginning of the attack. Is it so exaggerated? Some people don't believe it. In fact, this description is not completely correct. In fact, 47 of these 49 seconds were spent locking the enemy, and the actual attack time was only 2 seconds. Song Shursen sneaked out during Tang Tiantian lunch break that day. Time was tight, so he simply adjusted the loop frequency of the hook to the maximum. I was at the scene that day, and I didn't even see clearly how the other side disappeared. One person lowered his voice. I feel, this is just my personal inference, I feel that the other side seems to have fainted due to hypothermia in the extremely cold conditions. Impossible. Someone immediately refuted. Water element condensed into ice? How terrifying would the elemental strength be? Only the top S-level mental power can do this. When the elemental energy condenses to a certain strength, it will gain a higher level of characteristics. For example, the water element will gain the characteristic cold, and the fire element will gain burning. This characteristic can affect the form of the element in the macro sense, such as condensing water into ice, and solidifying fire into molten magma, and can precisely control the distribution of elements in the micro sense, making a specific range fall into an extremely cold or high temperature state silently, regardless of the mental power rating of the scrap collector Xiao Song. She used elemental weapons in the competition. The S-level elemental weapons in the entire galaxy are in the hands of the big guys above. It is impossible for them to appear in the low-level segments of the underground black market. In my opinion, maybe her promotion was a fake match. Element condensation. Even Tang Yira can't do this. Huh? The person who spoke paused, looking confused. Why is Ruri here? The boys immediately fell silent. A girl in a white dress came slowly. Her long hair was tied up with a delicate lace ribbon and hung down beside her ears. Her facial features were very beautiful. She looked a bit like Tang Tiantian, but she was more delicate than Tang Tiantian. She stood there gracefully, like a pure and delicate little white flower that would break if touched lightly. Ro, why are you here? The boy with the wolf tooth pendant stood up immediately, speaking in a gentle tone that was almost flattering. Tang Yiru is a sophomore. She had already completed the field exploration credits in her first year, so there was no need for her to attend classes. Tang Yiru smiled softly. I came to visit on the way. She smiled, but her eyes glanced at Song Shursan's table, cautiously and hesitantly. Song Shursan subconsciously touched his face, looked at the mirror in the reflection of the edge of the plate, but his hand was grabbed by Tang Tiantian. Let's go! Tang Tiantian winked. Song Shursan still held the chopsticks in his other hand. Tang Yiru's strangeness was soon noticed by the boys. Before Tang Tiantian could pull Song Shersan up, the boy with the wolf tooth pendant had already looked over in the direction of Tang Yiru. He raised his eyebrows, took long steps, and walked towards this side with a playful look. "Oh, isn't this the useless young lady of our Tang family?" The boy was very high profile, while pointing to the sign erected in the restaurant. "This area is specially designated for students of the field exploration class. Did Miss Tang go to the wrong place? Or are you here to take a look?" Tang Tiantian lowered her eyes, buried her head in counting the rice in the bowl, pretending not to hear. The boy simply sat down in front of him, leaning back, and his legs were directly on the table, almost touching Tang Tiantian's plate. "Oh, so, you haven't learned enough from the last lesson?" He was wearing military boots for field training, which looked like they hadn't been cleaned for a long time, and the dining table was shaking off fine dirt and heavy dust. Song Shersan held the bowl, his eyelids twitching wildly, and was about to touch the sword behind him, but was held tightly by Tang Tiantian. "Tang Jian." A voice behind him scolded him tenderly. The boy awkwardly retracted his legs and sat up straight. Tang Yiru followed him, at a trot. Maybe she was too anxious, but her walking posture looked a little awkward. "Sister Tian, are you not angry?" She took out a white handkerchief, and wiped the table clean in a hurry. Her eyes were timid, as if she had done something wrong. "I was worried about you, so I wanted to come and see you." Tang Jian couldn't stand her like this. The anger between his eyebrows became heavier, and he vented it all on Tang Tiantian beside him. Row. There's no need to look at her like this. Wasn't it enough that she hurt you last time?" Tang Yiru hesitated. "No. Sister Tiantian didn't mean it." "Okay." Tang Jian was annoyed. She just relied on her mother's support. If you hadn't supported their branch, there would be no place for her and her mother in the family. Song Shersan understood the grudges of the Tang family. Tang Tiantian didn't mention her family background, but her dress and temperament were enough to show that she had a distinguished family background. Song Shersan always thought she was the daughter of a consortium, but he didn't expect that there was a noble family behind her. I didn't want to pay attention to the barking stray dogs on the roadside, seeing that there was no way to continue pretending to ignore them. Tang Tiantian dropped her chopsticks and said with a kind of condescending contempt, "Tang Jian, you are so concerned about my family's affairs. Why? Your mother also wants to marry my father as a mistress?" "Oh, no." She glanced at Tang Yiru, who was hiding behind Tang Jian, smiling like a vicious female supporting role who was making things difficult for the male and female protagonists. "There is someone in front of you, Auntie, who can only be considered a mistress." "You?" Tang Jian's eyes were filled with annoyance, but he laughed instead of being angry. He, just be happy secretly, after all. Your family has produced a waste like you, and you are completely finished in the clan, if it weren't for Rura coming back. He glanced at the onlookers who were listening to the gossip with relish, and changed the subject. "You should drop out of the class now, so as not to drag others down to save you. A burden." "I didn't." Tang Tiantian suddenly raised her voice, and when she saw Tang Yiru's delicate and weak appearance, she swallowed back the words of explanation with difficulty. "Some people have only B+ mental strength, and I don't know why they are showing off every day. They can do nothing but cause trouble. Isn't it enough to just be your useless lady? Anyway, whether you should bear the responsibility or not, someone else will bear it for you." Tang Jian's words were obviously full of ulterior motives, and his face was full of sarcasm. The roar of the starship coming in could be heard faintly outside the restaurant. The students who were watching were reluctant to leave, but under Tang Jian's angry eyes, they still dispersed in groups of 3 or 2. Only their table was still in a stalemate. Tang Tiantian didn't say anything else. She clenched her clothes tightly with both hands. Her knuckles turned white, but her back was straight. Song Shersan was a little annoyed, collected his plate, and stood up to block the sparks of the two people's confrontation. "My classmate, are you strong?" "Just barely. 3rd in the training field." Tang Jian rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the anonymous result that suddenly appeared, he would have been 2nd now. "Oh, you are in L3? What's wrong?" Tang Jian looked at the girl in front of him suspiciously. "Nothing. I stopped by to see you and I'm free." Song Shersan pulled Tang Tiantian, who was standing stiffly beside him, and left the restaurant, leaving only a waving back. "Have a good class. I hope you won't be the one who causes trouble for everyone." The starship beeped rhythmically, which was the urging before sailing. Tang Jian came to his senses, and was about to rush outside, but as soon as he raised his wrist, the wolf tooth pendant on his wrist broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. The crack was smooth and flat, reflecting Tang Jian's distorted and stunned face. Chapter 14. A faint blue light appeared on the base of the starship. Song Shursen chose a seat by the window, watching the scenery outside the window getting farther and farther away. The tall buildings and the orderly streets gradually became only a vague outline, disappearing in the white clouds. The starship is about to accelerate into the channel. Please fasten your seat belts and don't walk around. A clear reminder sounded from the radio. Song Shursen's ears buzzed, and the light and shadow of the train entering the underground track at high speed appeared in his mind. When she opened her eyes again, there was a vast galaxy outside the window. This was her first time seeing the universe. Although her original body also took a starship from the remote M13 star to Yunta star, where the first military academy of the Federation was located. In order to save money, she bought a standing ticket in the cargo hold. All she remembered was the cramped space and the sticky smell of sweat, like sardines squeezed in a can. Tang Tiantian sat next to Song Shursen, on the side of the aisle, and she moved closer to Song Shursen, drooping her eyes listlessly. Song Shursen had no experience in comforting people, so he simply let her lean on him. And he picked up an escape guide from the seat back pocket in front of him and started reading it. Most of the students were having their first group outdoor class, and the cabin was filled with irrepressible excitement. Tang Tiantian's voice was mixed in with the joyful discussions around her, with a little nasal tone, and sounded muffled. Shursen, I'm not a waste. Her face was hidden in her long curly hair, and the glass window reflected her lonely figure, falling into the quiet darkness outside the window, like a dim star in the lonely universe. Exploration class. I studied very hard last semester. I will be very useful, and will not cause any trouble. Song Shursen was stunned. In the past few months, Tang Tiantian had always given her the impression of being enthusiastic and outgoing, although she was a little arrogant and ostentatious like a princess. It was this stubbornness that supported her diligence and her refusal to admit defeat. Song Shursen had never seen Tang Tiantian so fragile and cautious. The survivor base in the end of the world does not need waste. When Song Shursen was still young, the survivor base was a wall that blocked out the sun and sky, isolating a world that could never be reached. Inside the wall, the so-called best elites of mankind gathered, the last spark of mankind. Outside the wall, there were wandering zombies, garbage everywhere, poor children in the gutter, and the disabled old people desperately trying to survive in the ruins. She lived in a simple safe house with the old man who adopted her, picking up garbage from the broken walls every day to fill her stomach and rummaging through waste to make a living. The old man was a craftsman, and he passed on his lifelong skills to Song Shursen, hoping that she could live even one more day in this wasteland apocalypse. Song Shursen was also very smart. Not only did she inherit the old man's legacy, but also added many unique improvements. The old man often sighed, saying that these materials were just waste that others didn't want. If she could use better raw materials, she could make better utensils and live a better life. Song Shursen asked, "What is waste?" The old man said, "Abandoned things that no one needs or waste." Song Shursen didn't understand. Ever since she was born, she had seen the wasteland outside the wall. The waste that the old man said was, in her eyes, were all necessities for survival. Later, when Song Shursen used a homemade weapon to sneak attack zombies, he was spotted by the reconnaissance team that went out of the wall to survey and was taken back inside the wall. The inside of the wall was clean, bright, luxurious and noble, which she could not even imagine in her dreams. Only then did she understand that, for this high wall, she, them, and everything outside the wall were just waste. I don't think you were waste. Song Shursen looked at Tang Tiantian with a serious look. The garbage dumped by people inside the wall once a week was a rare feast for people outside the wall. The elderly, who were abandoned outside the wall because they were too old, were the most precious relatives and enlightenment for Song Shursen. Song Shursen, who was abandoned outside the wall as garbage by people inside the wall, eventually became everyone's reliance by designing weapons. No one is born nobler than others. People should rely on their own initiative to determine their status, and nothing can shackle them. High walls cannot, and mental strength cannot. If there is, then she will break it, just like she pushed down the high wall with her own hands after becoming a weapon master. Thank you. Tang Tiantian leaned over the small table next to the seat, turned her face sideways, and looked at the endless starry sky outside the window. She is my father's illegitimate daughter. Who she was referring to was self-evident. Song Shirsang closed the escape guide and waited for Tang Tiantian to continue. When I was 7 years old, my mental strength was only B+. Then my father brought her home. She was only 5 months younger than me. Monogamy is practiced in the interstellar era. For a century-old family like the Tang family that pays special attention to face, extramarital affairs are despised. Not to mention cheating during pregnancy and having an illegitimate child. My father knew about her existence a long time ago. But for the sake of face, he kept it a secret for all these years, and ignored the mother and daughter, and abandoned them like a worn-out shoe. My mother is the granddaughter of the Emu group. She was spoiled since she was young. She was very troubled when she gave birth to me. She didn't want to suffer the pain of pregnancy and raising a child. So I am the only child in the family. All the Tang family members have a mental strength of at least A. But who would have thought that I would still B+ after a genetic test? And I couldn't even be selected as a seed soldier. Interstellar humans are surrounded by powerful enemies, and they have won a safe place in the universe by relying on the sacrifices of countless people. Therefore, the army is the most important and noble of all professions. Among the military branches, the most elite are the seed soldiers with extremely strong individual combat capabilities, and they even have the authority to act outside the command of the commander. They are the first step for all students who aspire to become superior. Unlike the empire next door, the Federation is a country that is a combination of multiple political entities. The Tang family is one of the members, and has the sovereignty of a star cluster in the northeast of the Federation. As a powerful family, the branches below cannot be inherited by people who cannot even be selected as seed soldiers. Tang Tiantian chuckled. So my dad brought her back, slapped my mom in the face in front of everyone, and let her enter the family tree. You know, no one in the family opposed this, even though she was an illegitimate daughter who brought shame to the family, because her mental power rating reached S. Do you hate her? Song Shirsang gently stroked the margins of the manual, asking hesitantly. In the cafeteria, Tang Tiantian's attitude has always been to avoid disputes. Even though she was angered by Tang Jian in the end, the thorns on her body did not hurt Tang Yiru. Towards Tang Yiru, she didn't seem to have much hostility. She just ignored her intentionally. Tang Tiantian shook her head slightly, with mixed emotions in her eyes. I hated her at first, but later I realized that she was just a miserable poor creature. With the glory, there will inevitably be shackles. Not to mention that she is just an illegitimate daughter. Her mental strength is high. She would be popular wherever she goes. If she hadn't been forcibly taken back to the Tang family. Maybe if she hadn't been taken back, her life would be more carefree and free. When Tang Yura first entered the Tang family, she was just a timid and simple little girl. They were only 7 years old that year. Tang Tiantian was an arrogant young lady. She felt the atmosphere at home change drastically overnight. She was inevitably filled with fear and hostility towards Tang Yiru's arrival. Her willfulness and anxiety turned into sharp thorns, stabbing the ignorant and shy Tang Yiru. Later, she was annoyed by Tang Yiru pretending to be weak and flattering, framing and harming her. But she also gradually understood. At least they never really killed each other. They all just wanted to protect themselves. They were all powerless against the undercurrent. They had no choice. Song Shirsang had never experienced these twists and turns of family feuds. Her social network was too simple, except for her grandfather, who adopted her. There were colleagues in the laboratory who only knew how to work hard, and the AI system that accompanied her all day. She sorted it out, and only understood one thing. The reason for all this was that the Tang family believed that Tang Tiantian, who did not reach A in the mental power evaluation, was useless. Song Shirsang sighed. Talent is not the only way out. Talent is. Tang Tiantian clenched her combat uniform. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Weapon science may bring a new future, but that's only for you. Have you not discovered, Song Shirsang, your talent in weapon making far exceeds that of ordinary people? The gap brought by this talent is actually no different from the gap between a mental power S and a mental power C. Tang Tiantian also despised Song Shirsang at first. Song Shirsang only had C mental strength, and he had no family background. In the entire galaxy, he was just like the countless inferior people she had seen before. So when he chose his course, Song Shirsang was so confident and firm in his belief in the weapon science major, and so fearlessly challenged the darlings at the top of the pyramid. This courage also inspired her. If Song Shirsang could do it, then she, Tang Tiantian, could do it too. They were on the same starting line. No, they were not even at the same starting point. At least Tang Tiantian mental strength is still B+. And even without the support of the Tang family, she still has a mother who supports her selflessly and dotingly. If Song Shersan can do it, then there is no reason why Tang Tiantian can't do it. But all this collapsed after seeing Song Shersan elemental weapon making. Her familiarity, her delicacy, her genius-like flashes of inspiration. These are all beyond Tang Tiantian reach. In the end, it turned out that she was the clown. It's different. Song Shersan shook his head, slowly and firmly. How can mental power assessment and weapon science be the same? It's not about letting some people enjoy privileges forever. It's not about relying on these privileged people to sacrifice. It shouldn't be like this. Weapon science will not abandon anyone. I said, people can develop, and people's internal kinetic energy is the fundamental reason for determining their position. Humanity is a community of shared destiny. On this track called survival, if someone has no way to start, then the so-called genius should pave this way. This is the meaning of talent. This is the truth she learned in the end of the world. For survival, for continuity, for a better future. In the long river of history, human civilization has been passed down from generation to generation, and has continued to this day. I may have extraordinary talents, Song Shersan said calmly, looking at the vast universe. There are stars twinkling. No matter how bright the stars are, no matter how dazzling the light is, after billions of light years of trekking, it is just a tiny light spot in the sea of stars. They don't even know if this star still exists. But my talent, my efforts, my achievements, will all become the nourishment for the growth of weapons science. Rather than pursuing personal gain, chasing temporary glory, or being confined to the reputation of a certain group. If I really have that talent, then future generations will stand on my shoulders and look down on this world. Weapons science will bring a bright future to everyone. The glass window reflected Song Shersan's silhouette. She was still calm and composed, with an unshakable will. The vast and misty darkness seemed to erode the entire universe. In the eternal silence, Song Shersan's silhouette had countless bright stars, reflected in Tang Tiantian's eyes. Tang Tiantian was stunned. Even her breathing stopped for a moment. So, that's why Song Shersan would share his design drawings with her without thinking, and teach her all the skills he understood, as if these weapon masters' foundations were just insignificant things to her. It was not flattery or fawning on Tang Tiantian, but for Song Shersan. Sharing the design drawings with her, and guiding her to improve the weapon was really a trivial matter. The starship entered a broken and twisted nebula, and the hull suddenly shook violently. Tang Tiantian came to her senses, and a timid classmate accidentally screamed, and the whole cabin became noisy, but still maintained order. Song Shersan sat up straight, holding the escape manual tightly in his hand, and looked at Tang Tiantian, and saw the same doubt in each other's eyes. In the broadcast, the navigator's voice sounded a little panic. Classmates, there is a sudden fluctuation of the nebula medium ahead. Please don't panic, and check the escape equipment on your seat. The starship is about to change course and make an emergency landing. Chapter 15. The starship finally made an emergency landing on the desolate planet B015. The landing process was not smooth. The engine of the right cabin was seriously damaged, causing the entire starship to almost stumble and crash into B015. Fortunately, the pilot was experienced and controlled the landing point at the last moment. The students of the military academy have received certain training, and riding a starship is not a rare thing. The students quickly stabilized their emotions, following the steps of the escape guide, and evacuated from the passage in an orderly manner. Although it was Song Shersan's first time to ride a spaceship, he had just quickly read the manual, and was not at all flustered when he took action. When he stepped out of the spaceship, he also put on his field training clothes. The place where they landed was a bare hill. A shallow pit was smashed out of the low mountain under their feet, and smoke and dust were everywhere. In the distance were continuous low hills, and various rocks were exposed on the slopes, which looked cut and broken, and the ground was rugged. At a glance, there was no living thing. However, B015 was still in the daytime, and no one knew what the scene would be like when night fell. Everyone retreated halfway away from the starship, and after lining up and counting the number of people, the maintenance engineer began to check the internal equipment of the starship. Song Shersan looked around, and the classmates stood in 2 squares according to their classes. About 100 people, and she was in class 1. There were 2 course introduction classes in the classroom before the outdoor class began, and Song Shersan only went to the first one. The teacher of the introduction class was a thin old man with gray hair, who spoke very slowly, almost reading from the book, which made people drowsy. After Song Shursen asked for the lesson plan before class, he never went there again. Now he looked around, and could not even recognize a few of his classmates. The instructor leading them was a middle-aged man with a tall figure, short hair that stood up like a brush, and a thin scar at the corner of his eye. The square formation was repaired on the spot. A communications officer came trotting over, and whispered a few words in the instructor's ear. The instructor nodded solemnly, cleared his throat, signaled everyone to keep quiet, and began to introduce himself. My name is Yan Luo, and I will be in charge of your 2 classes outdoor classes this semester. The starship is temporarily unusable due to severe damage to its internal engine. We need to wait for the school to send new parts before we can set sail. As soon as the words fell, there was a sigh from the audience, and the students looked at each other, with all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Don't relax yet. Yang Luo used the teaching stick in his hand to knock on a piece of rock under him. The starship is damaged, but it doesn't mean that this exploration class will be cancelled. There is a reason why we chose to make an emergency landing here. This is the desolate planet B015. The danger level is normal. The terrain and biological community are not complicated. They are all within the scope of this semester's teaching. Yan Luo's fingertips were operating something on the optical computer. There was only a slight vibration. Song Shursen lowered his head. A new courseware had been updated on the Termo. This field exploration will be carried out in B015. The basic introduction and course tasks of this planet have been sent to you. You can first familiarize yourself with the information and environment, and start to form a team freely. Yan Luo looked at the time. The sun will not set until after 7 o'clock in interstellar time here. Each team needs to return here before 5 o'clock to register information, and then set up camp as a team. The mission scoring will start tomorrow morning. Disbanded. Yan Luo left in a hurry, while connecting to the communication, running towards the starship. The square formation immediately dispersed. Tang Tian found Song Shursen positioned in the crowd, and waved to her. I just looked around, and it seems that we are really the only 2 with the same major. Tang Tian came over, and shared the optical computer interface with Song Shursen. You need at least 3 people to form a team. Do you know any classmates? Outdoor classes are group activities. They also test students' cooperation and coordination between different types of work. Course tasks need to be completed in teams of 3 to 6 people. Tang Tian took this course last year, and was very familiar with the course introduction. Therefore, she had never been to a classroom class. Now she was even more unfamiliar with the class than Song Shursen. Looking at the people gathered in groups around him, Song Shursen suddenly understood the purpose of the introduction class. Getting to know classmates is also a very necessary part of the course. Look in the class group? Song Shursen opened the communication group, and many people in it launched team recruitment. Although the course requirements only stipulate the number of team members, those who pay a little attention to the scores will also select the military branches of the team members. In addition to the all-purpose seed soldier, the second most popular one is mineralogy. As for other professional requirements, it all depends on the configuration of each team. Song Shursen scanned the pages, and did not find any mention of weapons science. Tang Tian had studied mineralogy before, so it was not difficult for her to find a team. She patted Song Shursen on the shoulder. Don't worry. I told you when we were selecting courses that I would team up with you, and I won't leave you behind. If there is no team recruitment, we can post an announcement ourselves, and just recruit one more person. The team recruitment they sent out fell on deaf ears, and no one showed interest for a long time. Tang Tian held her chin, and sat on a protruding rock with Song Shursen. Maybe it's because we don't have combat-oriented people, so no one wants to come. The danger level of field exploration is not high, but martial arts have always been respected in the interstellar world, and it is inevitable that you will feel more at ease with a combat-oriented teammate. Song Shursen asked, what will happen if you can't form a team? In order to ensure safety, we will not let teams with less than 3 people perform tasks. Generally, we will wait for the gathering to see if there are any people who are alone and then gather them together. If not, then 0 points. Song Shursen almost choked on his own saliva. In real field exploration, the exploration team must explore and record the terrain, climate, energy resource distribution, biome and other information on the planet. This is an extremely complex and huge workload, and requires excellent teamwork to complete efficiently. Therefore, This course also attaches great importance to cultivating students' team awareness. Tang Tiantian smiled. Generally, there will be no situation of being left alone. Even if there is, you can withdraw from the course later. This is originally just an elective course. The First Federal Military Academy encourages students to try more and expand themselves. So it requires students to choose 3 elective courses every school year. There is no upper limit to the choice of elective courses. And students can drop courses freely. Failing a course will affect grades and lead to repeating a grade. But dropping a course will only result in no credits. Therefore, many students will try to choose as many elective courses as possible, and then drop out if they feel they are not suitable. Some students drop out of the course when they find that they cannot pass the course at the end of the semester. Anyway, even if you don't get enough credits for elective courses this semester, you can make up for it next semester. It's hard for freshmen to control their schedules, and they usually only take 3 courses. But even if they only take 3 courses, it becomes very difficult under the policy of casting a wide net in the senior grades. This is why Tang Tiantian urged you to grab classes quickly when school started. Song Shursen stood up and looked around for a while, and saw a familiar figure wandering in the distance, and narrowed his eyes slightly. She turned around and asked, "Is Yun Qiming in the same class as us?" "Ah?" Tang Tiantian was stunned for a moment, clicked on the class roster. "Oh really, Yun Qiming is also in the same class. You don't want to team up with him, do you? A man as famous as him, and a seed soldier, must have already." "Huh?" Tang Tiantian paused, looking up in confusion. Why hasn't Yun Qiming teamed up yet?" Song Shursen had already jumped off the rock, running towards Yun Qiming. She waved to Tang Tiantian behind her. "Let's go, our team is ready." Yun Qiming originally had a fixed small group, and he did not plan to take the field exploration course. If he had not remembered the course selection date wrong, when he logged into the course selection system, there were only 3 minutes left before the system closed. So he had to hastily select a few classes that everyone else had left. Fortunately, the combat-oriented elective courses were not very popular, and most of his courses were the same as those of his followers, except for the field exploration course. That's right. He was left alone. And it was the first time he left his small group. But it's not a big problem. He is among the top students in the grade training field, and his sister is the chief explorer of the Federation. With these 2 halos, there are so many people rushing to invite him, and he doesn't have to worry about not finding a team. He only needs to carefully select the most elite team after everyone's team is almost formed, and agree to invite them to join the team. Yun Qiming finished his plan with great pride, and decided to familiarize himself with the terrain first, but suddenly a pair of hands pressed on his shoulders. "I found you." Turning around, there was a familiar face in front of him, who smiled brightly at him. "What's the matter?" Yun Qiming took a cautious step back. To be honest, he didn't have much good feelings for the man in front of him. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed narrow-minded, and still brooding over the 2 setbacks he suffered at Song Shursen's hands. One time, the other party was sarcastic about his ranking in the training ground. The other time, the other party decisively rejected his sister's homecoming speech. The boy's vanity was repeatedly frustrated. He was willing to talk to her just to find an opportunity to show off. They were not familiar with each other. Song Shursen had a good impression of Yun Qiming. This boy was not only talented, but also hardworking and motivated. He often talked to her to answer her questions. He did not have the airs of a campus celebrity. She did not notice Yun Qiming's little mood at all. She shook his hand sincerely and enthusiastically. "Team up? You are the only one missing." "Is this inviting him?" Yun Qiming's heart moved. Here comes a good opportunity to save face. Ahem. He pretended to clear his throat, held his head high, like a cock showing off his power. "I have received 9 invitations now. You are the 10th. Please line up first. I need to evaluate before." Before he could finish, a head popped out from the side and interrupted his speech. "Are you short of people? Add me." Song Shursen looked over and saw that the person who spoke was a thin, handsome boy who looked familiar. The boy introduced himself. "My name is Wang Lai, 2nd year, Battlefield Medical Department. I didn't have enough credits last year, so I took this elective course this year." Behind him, Tang Tiantian finally caught up with him, and before she could stand still, she saw Wang Lai standing among the others. She tugged at the corner of Song Shursen's clothes and wondered, "Isn't this guy sitting at the same table with Tang Jian and the others in the cafeteria?" Song Shursen touched his chin. She didn't quite remember, but he looked familiar. "Oh, Brother Jian, and the others are in class too. Wan Lai answered very frankly. We are not in the same class, so we can't form a team. Tang Tian choked, pointed at herself, and then nodded at him. Don't you see that we don't have a good relationship with Tang Jian? Who can tell her why Tang Jian's younger brother would take the initiative to come and form a team with him? Wan Lai scratched his head, confused. Huh? What does it have to do with me? I'm not Tang Jian. And I can feel that there is a strong aura here that makes me fascinated. Wan Lai's eyes swept over the people in front of him one by one, and his expression suddenly became serious. Yuan Qiming took a step forward silently, and proudly straightened his spine. Wan Lai stepped forward and came to Song Shersan's side. I don't know why, but I always feel that you have the same temperament as a big boss I have met. Yuan Qiming. What a poor judge of character. Tang Tian. What a boring way to chat up. Let me join the team. Wan Lai's eyes lit up, showing his backpack of equipment. I can fight and heal. It's worth investing in it. The other party didn't care about these grudges, so Tang Tian didn't care either. She turned her head and looked at Song Shersan. Song Shersan didn't think too much about it. As long as everyone was there, he agreed very readily. Okay, then I create a team first, and then invite you. After she created the team, her fingertips paused, and she looked at Yuan Qiming hesitantly. Invite me. Yuan Qiming stared at Wan Lai, who was following closely beside Song Shersan, with a look of disappointment on his face, and the two words were almost squeezed out from his teeth. Song Shersan happily pressed the invite button. A 4-person team was officially established. Chapter 16. When Song Shersan and his team returned to the assembly point, it was almost 5 o'clock, and many teams had already completed registration with teacher Yang Luo. As Tang Tian said, there were no students who were left alone. Song Shersan filled out the team information form and handed it in. Yang Luo seemed a little absent-minded and glanced at the team lineup. Have you read the courseware and task materials carefully? Song Shersan nodded. Yes. What terrain is it? In addition to the hills under their feet, there are also large areas of swamps and caves on B015, taking the gathering point as the coordinate point. More than 80 kilometers to the west, you can see wetland swamps, and more than 60 kilometers to the east, you can see karst development areas. The exploration mission can choose one of the 2 landforms. Caves. Song Shersan answered. She actually has no particular preference for these 2 landforms. This outdoor class lasts for 5 days, excluding the departure and return. The actual exploration time is only 3 days. The cave seemed closer to the assembly point, but in fact, the cave was intricate, and the length of each branch added up might not be less than that to the swamp. However, Wan Lai seemed to have a mysterious passion for cave exploration, so everyone let him decide. Yang Luo frowned slightly, without saying much, and pointed behind him. Go and get the tents and aircraft for camping. Remember to keep in touch during the mission. Return to the assembly point on time before 11 o'clock noon on the 5th day. Otherwise the score will be invalid. Song Shersan received the supplies and aircraft, and bound them to the team information one by one. Not long after, the information was updated on the optical brain. The first thing to unfold was the business card of the team members, and then there was a blank map, which designated 2 areas. One side was the wetland swamp, and the other side was the karst development area. They had 2 exploration tasks for this outdoor class. The first was to explore the designated area, and mark the terrain route map, mutated creatures, energy distribution and content, and other information on the map. If you encounter creatures and resources that are not mentioned in the course content, you need to record their characteristics in detail. The higher the map completion, the higher the team score. Another relatively simple task is to collect designated items. You can collect them during the exploration. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the preservation issue. Song Shersan and his team chose the karst cave landform, so the task list now shows some common creatures in the cave. It doesn't look too difficult. After Song Shersan finished browsing, he came to a conclusion in his mind. At least the items that need to be collected have relatively conventional methods of preservation. The aircraft and the camp are equipped with anchor devices, which will automatically locate the distance from the assembly point and develop a coordinate system to ensure that the students can return accurately. As the sky gradually darkened, Song Shersan and his group took the aircraft, after confirming the safety of the surroundings, chose to camp on the shady side of a rock on the top of a slope, preparing to set off again tomorrow. The tents are uniformly configured by the school. The shape is said to be the latest model of the Federation. It looks a bit like a conch shell. The color can be adjusted according to the surrounding environment, and has a good concealment effect. After packing their bags, they began to discuss the next day's schedule. In the exploration team, each member will have his or her own division of labor. In order to ensure the safety of the team members will stand in different positions according to the terrain. The terrain in the cave is complex, and it is especially easy to encounter some narrow sections, which require a long queue to pass. In this case, the head and tail of the team are generally the two most dangerous positions. I will stand at the head of the team. Songshur opened the light screen at 3 o'clock and drew a team formation. Tian used to be a mineralogy major, and is more familiar with exploration courses. She can stand in the second position to lead the way. She looked at the remaining two boys. Wang Lai is from the medical department, so he should reserve enough time for emergency situations, and he should be the third in line, and Yun Qiming should be the last, to ensure the safety of the whole team. Does anyone have any other opinions? Yun Qiming? Wang Lai looked at the team list, scratched his head. It sounds familiar. Ah! He slapped his head, and his mouth was shaped into an O in surprise. It can't be that Yun Qiming, who ranked first among freshmen. Yun Qiming stood beside him, glanced at him, and said a faint him as a response. Wow! What a treatment! The first freshman is the last one to cover me. Wang Lai excitedly bumped his arm, completely forgetting the bragging when he joined the team that he was good at fighting and healing, and whispered, Brother. In fact, my mental strength is only B. Thank you for your protection. Because of that phrase, the breath of the strong. Since the team was established, Yun Qiming has been vaguely showing his presence in front of Wang Lai, trying to attract his attention. Now Wang Lai finally remembered his name, returned from his mistakes, and realized who was the real strong man in his team. Yun Qiming looked calm, but he couldn't help but raise his lips. Obviously, he was very pleased with the other party's reaction. If there are no other opinions, we will arrange it this way first. Seeing that no one was talking, Song Shursen distributed the task list. The two boys stood side by side, nodding in unison, both expressing satisfaction. Tang Tiantian's eyes flickered, her lips were pressed into a straight line, but in the end she said nothing. Okay, let's rest first, and set off at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Song Shursen made the decision. The next morning, the sun was already high before 6 o'clock, and the scorching light illuminated the entire tent, making people lose all sleep. Song Shursen got out of his sleeping bag and opened his eyes to see a figure leaning on the ground with a messy head of hair. Oh my god! What's going on? Wang Lai was so scared that his voice trembled and changed his tone. Last night. Didn't you hear it? The man on the ground turned his head, with two dark circles under his eyes. The sound of flapping wings lasted all night. Seeing that it was Yun Qiming, Wang Lai breathed a sigh of relief and handed him a bottle of water. Brother, you have tinnitus, right? This is not a good sign. I'm not kidding you. This is what I learned. This may be an early symptom of mineralogy. He reached out and touched the side of his head, and mouthed, brain. Yun Qiming froze while taking the water, and retorted without thinking, impossible. The elemental stones he used were carefully selected by his sister Yun Chiha, and the purity would not be less than 90%. He was still so young. If even he could get mineralism, then people who used inferior stones would have died of severe illness long ago. But when Wang Lai said this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Mineralism is the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all interstellar people. As long as you use mental power, no matter how high the purity of the elemental stone you use, you can't escape its shadow. It doesn't look like tinnitus. Yun Qiming calmed down and thought carefully. It was the kind of undulating flapping sound. Very dense. It felt like they were communicating with each other, far and near, and it would suddenly become harsh. Otherwise, he would not have been disturbed and unable to sleep all night. You really didn't hear it? Yun Qiming's expression became strange. Maybe you received some elemental fluctuations. Tang Tiantian comforted, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. After all, your mental power is the highest here. On a desolate planet like this, elements often fluctuate due to geological or biota activities. People with high mental power can sense elemental energy in a wider range and are more sensitive to such fluctuations. Yun Qiming is a seed soldier, and his mental power is at least above level A, higher than them. Flapping sound? Something flashed through Song Shursen's mind, but she couldn't catch it. She asked again uncertainly. Desolate planet B015, the danger level is normal, right? Tang Tiantian nodded, urging, never mind. Let's go first. She didn't sleep well last night, and now she just wanted to catch up on some sleep in the aircraft. The four of them broke camp, packed all the equipment into bags, and set off. The aircraft was suspended in the low sky, like a motorboat. It took more than 2 hours to pass through this rolling hills. The fog gradually dissipated in front, and the shape of the mountains was vaguely revealed. Although they were called mountains, they were not actually lush, but much higher and steeper than the hills, with large sections of rock walls exposed. That's it. Let's get ready to land. Song Shursan observed the terrain below, while controlling the aircraft to descend, and woke up Tang Tiantian, who was half asleep. It looked like a place where rivers and lakes met, but it had dried up, and the mountain was exposed. It was easy to find the entrance to the cave in such a place. They parked the aircraft, walked along the mountain wall for a while, and saw a dark cave. The cave entrance was very deep, and it was pitch black inside, with a slight chill. Even with a strong flashlight, no shadow could be seen, for people stood around the entrance and looked inside. Wang Lai shrank his neck and shuddered exaggeratedly. Do you feel that there seems to be a very scary creature lurking inside, watching us? Yuan Qiming followed him, and his heart was also terrified. He could feel that the closer he got to the cave entrance, the more obvious the fear of being locked by a predator became, as if it was sticking to his skin, giving him goosebumps. He couldn't help but nod, his expression solemn. Indeed? Huh? Wang Lai didn't expect Yuan Qiming to talk to him. He staggered and didn't react for a moment. In fact, Wang Lai had a reason to actively suggest exploring the cave. He had bad luck since he was a child. Other people's no fear of 10,000 would definitely be a success for him. Situations like I was the only one who was not assigned to the same class as my companions were as common as breathing and drinking water compared to the outrageous events of extremely low luck he had encountered before. Perhaps it is because of sadness that happiness comes out of sorrow. Wang Lai optimism is beyond ordinary people. Even if he has been unlucky for 18 years, he still firmly believes that he is shouldering the important mission of saving the world. Just like the protagonists of many hot-blooded comics, it is precisely based on this belief that he is so enthusiastic about exploring caves. After all, cave exploration is the first choice for the protagonists to obtain the secret treasure. But playing is playing. Anyone who has read the course introduction knows that it is impossible for creatures with a combat difficulty higher than B level to appear on a planet with an ordinary danger level. Wang Lai's speech was just a bit of a middle school kid trying to liven up the atmosphere. Seeing Yuan Qiming looking like he was facing a formidable enemy, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother, you're really supportive. Huh? Yuan Qiming blinked in confusion, looking serious, not joking. Wang Lai was stunned. Are you serious? He leaned out and glanced into the cave again. Oh no, you don't have claustrophobia. Do you? Yuan Qiming's face darkened. If he stayed with this guy for a while longer, he might get all the diseases in the world. He simply ignored Wang Lai and stood at the end of the team, saying unhappily, let's go. The entrance was not narrow, but out of caution. The four of them lined up according to the previously agreed positions. Just standing at the entrance, they could already feel the chill seeping out. Song Shursan put on his combat helmet, held his sword at his waist, and started to walk in. Chapter 17. 2 days ago. The starship bound for the desolate star K9. Yuan Chiha sat with her legs crossed, and combed her long wavy hair in front of the reflection of the glass window. Her split hip-wrapped long skirt revealed her white and slender thighs, with a kind of implicit charm. This starship is a special model for the chief exploration team under the Federation. The cabin is decorated like a star hotel, and has all kinds of facilities. Yuan Chiha and his friends are sitting on the observation deck in the front cabin. The cabin roof and the surrounding cabin are made of high-strength glass. The vastness of the universe is unobstructed, quite romantic. She raised a glass of red wine, hooking her toes in a pair of high heels, and tapping them lightly. With the reflection of the overhead chandelier, the glass reflected the figure of a man behind her. The man was wearing a black combat uniform. He seemed to be always so alert when he was on a mission. Even in such a comfortable and romantic environment, he was fully armed. But the man's body language was not tense at all. He leaned carelessly on the leather sofa. The black tight combat uniform outlined his slender and powerful body lines, and the explosive power of his muscles could not be ignored. Further up, There is a sharp jawline, and a pair of cold and indifferent eyes. Yuan-Chia took a sip of the red wine in the glass. This is Xuanya, the strongest fighter of the Interstellar Federation. If you count carefully, Xuanya is only in her early 20s this year, and is only a few years older than her brother. But she had heard this name on the battlefield 10 years ago. Xuanya was accidentally rescued by the military during human trafficking. During the full-body examination, SSS-level mental power was detected, and it was a rare all-type element resonance in the entire Interstellar. With such terrifying strength, no matter how young he is, he would not be unable to escape from the hands of the traffickers. After the test results came out, this question troubled the military for a long time. Why did Xuanya allow the traffickers to manipulate him without saying a word, and was as obedient as a doll without any attack power? Until someone called the police for help. This confusion continued until the runaway accident at the Federal Research Institute that shocked the interstellar space. It was a high-risk alien species that sneaked out for some unknown reason and slaughtered several layers of researchers along the way until it broke into the observation room where Xuanya was. Xuanya, who was only 8 years old, killed it as easily as crushing an ant crawling over his body. From his indifferent eyes, the military understood that killing was too easy for him, and could even be considered boring. Most of the time, as long as his interests were not affected too much, he was just a casual bystander. He was not obedient, nor was he submissive, but rather indifferent to the bone. Through the reflection of the cup wall, Yunqi quietly observed Xuanya, and as soon as his eyes swept over, he was keenly caught by the other party. She looked away in panic. No matter how many times, even if she knew that the person in front of her would not even bother to show any emotion, she would still shudder involuntarily. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff and staring into an unfathomable abyss. Yuan-Chia first saw Xuanya on the battlefield, when their team was carrying out a mission to rescue civilians. Interstellar society is divided into two major political systems. One is the Federation, the other is the Empire. These two political systems each occupy a large star cluster, but share a common naming system. Except for planets with relatively rich resources, and suitable for human habitation, other planets only have one number. Planets belonging to the Federation start with letters from A to M, and those belonging to the Empire start with letters from N to Z. There are large areas of barren planets under the jurisdiction of the Federation, which are marked with A to K to indicate the danger level, and M stands for border planets. The planet where they were carrying out their mission was originally a border planet, and there were some poor civilians living on it. For some reason, the plants on the planet suddenly mutated, quickly devoured other creatures, and were extremely aggressive. Plant mutations are a common phenomenon in the interstellar world. Usually, if they are discovered early, they will not cause much harm. But the speed of this mutation far exceeded the military expectations. The team lost most of its members just to escort the civilians out. The remaining search and rescue mission was not only difficult, but also put them in a life-and-death struggle. The military quickly sent the nearest rescuer. It was Xuanya. He was 11 years old that year, still a child. Xuanya got off the starship, like a primary school student who was forced to go out for a spring outing by the class. He raised his hand to deal with it. The powerful elemental energy poured out with absolute pressure, crushing all the crazy aliens accurately. From beginning to end, he never looked at the people he rescued. He was just like a natural human weapon. After that, he kept shouting that he wanted to fight with this kid, and he didn't mind that he was a whole circle older than the other party. Thinking of Hiyu, Yuan-Chia came back to her senses. Hiyu had not been able to interact with Sun Yi until he retired. On the contrary, she, who was so afraid of Sun Yi that she wanted to avoid him, actually had the opportunity to be his teammate. Yuan-Chia couldn't help but take another sneak peek. Sun Yi was looking down at the light brain with a slightly serious expression. What could make this god of war look so serious? She couldn't help but become curious. Sun Yi lowered his head, and his fingertips slowly swiped across the homepage of the underground black market forum. He personally has no interest in fighting, but he would go to the black market arena to watch the competition as a pastime in his spare time. Elemental attacks controlled by mental power are actually effective against aliens and Zerg, and for interstellar people, if they do not use gold elements for defense. The damage caused by ordinary flames and elemental flames is not much different. However, in the long-term battles with these species, interstellar people have become accustomed to using elemental attacks as the main fighting method, even in the arena. So when this exception appeared, Xuanya's heart moved inexplicably, and he was aroused. The person on the stage, used a weapon. And she won. Xuanya had no interest in forums. But the underground black market has too high privacy protection. The contestant disappeared after coming down from the ring. So he followed the crowd and went to the forum to find out the news. The forum nickname was a random name. Xuanya didn't care much, and was too lazy to look at it carefully. A few days ago, he posted a post about the purchase of weapon design drawings. He was not only curious about the strange shower-shaped weapon, but also wanted to attract the attention of the scrap collector Xiao Song. The post was quite popular, but it was later suppressed by the discussion thread about junk collector Xiao Song advancing to L2. She won again, using that shower head. With a beep sound, Xuanya personal private message in the upper right corner of the screen lit up, and the system showed that the source of the message was the acquisition post. He quickly opened the private message and sent the message almost in seconds. Internet expert, hello. The other party ignored his greetings and directly sent a link. Xuanya had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still held a glimmer of hope and opened the link. The page jumped, and there was a huge gold-rimmed bold title, New Technology Tough Gold Health Care Therapy Shower. Repairs damaged mental power. Promotes mental power regeneration. Effectively relieves mineralism. Medical device registration. 10 times compensation for fakes. 10 years warranty. His eyes sank, and he calmly dragged this account to the blacklist, and turned off the light computer screen expressionlessly. This kind of advertising promotion, including this one, is the 237th one he has received. The starship landed smoothly on the desolate planet K9. Just looking at its number, the danger level of this planet is self-evident. In addition to Xuanya, the federal leaders also assigned a battlefield medical and intelligence investigator to the team. Yuanqi had changed into combat uniforms and followed Xuanya out of the cabin. The front of their combat helmets was transparent, so they could clearly see each other's faces. Only the intelligence investigator used a one-way light helmet, and his face was hidden behind the dark glass, so nothing could be seen clearly. Although she couldn't see the other person's expression, Yuanqi could still feel the intelligence investigator's diligence from his body language, which could even be called excessive. She curled her lips, and her face was gentle and polite. But she didn't know how many times she cursed those old men and the federal high-level officials. Huge element fluctuations were detected on this planet. Such element fluctuations not only meant that more ferocious alien species would be produced, but also indicated that there might be extremely pure elemental stones on it. High-purity elemental stones, a treasure that all interstellar people are eager to get. Intelligence reconnaissance, whether they are here to investigate this planet, or to keep an eye on her, it is hard to say. The group moved towards the direction where the elemental fluctuations were most concentrated. Xuanya walked silently in front. His expression was not much different from usual, but it inexplicably made people around him feel a kind of low pressure. Yuanqi looked at him, not sure if it was an illusion, but he always felt that after checking the light brain, his mood became not so good. The medical officer was a man of few words. The intelligence investigator said a few words to her attentively when she just got off the starship, and was silent the rest of the time. The whole team moved forward in silence, with only Yuanqi occasionally recording the terrain and collecting tips. The atmosphere was so cold that it was suffocating. Yuanqi couldn't stand it anymore, and tried to open the topic. My brother is also studying at the 1st Federal Military Academy, which is my alma mater. You escorted me there when we were on the way, and he really admires you. Yeah, Xuanya responded almost inaudibly. Oh, and my former teammate, Yu, is also there. You saved us when you were a kid. I wonder if you still remember. Yuanqi gritted his teeth and tried to find a topic. She has S-level mental strength. She always said she wanted to fight with you, but she retired due to mineralogy. Now she is a teacher in the weapons science department. Weapons science? Yes. I heard it is a specialty unique to the 1st Federal Military Academy. Although there are some weapon designers in the interstellar space, most of them are unwilling to spread the word. It is also difficult to recruit school teachers, and they basically work behind closed doors. Seeing Xuanya's response, Yuanqi nodded happily, expecting him to say more. After waiting for a long time without any follow-up, she had to continue awkwardly. My brother also chose the exploration class, and their first outdoor class will be soon, and it seems to be tomorrow. This time Xuanya did not respond at all. Yuanqi clenched his fists in silence, and couldn't continue the conversation. This iceberg, how come he is even more taciturn and dull than when she was a little girl? She said that this person is hard to get along with. She knew it many years ago. Whoever wants to chat can chat. Yunqiha turned his head and quickened his pace, just wanting to reach the destination quickly and end this mission. Because the elemental strength of the desolate planet K9 is too high, the entire planet presents an extremely magical and fragmented landscape. The ubiquitous electromagnetic spheres can absorb all passing objects, and the convection of strong winds causes some islands to even float in the air. The species that survive in this environment are all incredible. The group recorded the new species they saw along the way, which wasted a lot of time. After a long time, they finally arrived at the source core where the elemental fluctuations were most concentrated. The scene in front of them was very strange. Ice and fire were no longer competing against each other, but blending and interweaving. They stood on an ice field with no end in sight. A huge iceberg rose from the ground, crystal clear, exuding a daunting chill. In the pure crystal, the burning color that spread across the entire mountain like an extended crack was more conspicuous. Like the blood beating in the body of this iceberg, it turned out to be flowing lava. Everyone was silent for a moment. After a while, Yunqiha finally came back to her senses from the breathtaking scenery. She pointed to a natural cave in the mountain not far away. Her expression became serious. The charm on her pretty face faded. She rarely showed the old-fashioned and cautious look she had on the battlefield. "We're here. Let's go down from here." Chapter 18. The passage inside the cave is spacious, and it is more than enough for two adults to stand side by side with their arms outstretched. The temperature inside is much lower than outside the cave. When you first enter the cave, you can still use a little sunlight from outside. The further you go inside, the darker it becomes. When your eyes gradually adapt to the darkness, Song Shursan turns the flashlight to the strong high beam mode. Going along the passage, an open cave hall appears in front of you. The ceiling of the hall is very high, and when Song Shursan shines the flashlight over, there is a loud noise. It's a cave bat. A very common creature in the cave. Afraid of strong light. Once in the cave, Tang Tiantian seemed to have become a reading machine. Her explanation followed wherever the light source hit. This kind of bat lives by sucking blood. When it gets dark, they will go out of the cave to find food. Oh! The prototype of vampires. Wang Lai nodded. I go catch one. Hey! Tang Tiantian half grabbed him. Why are you catching it? Bats are not on the task list that needs to be collected. For my girlfriend. Wang Lai had already jumped out, looking around for the right moment to catch it. Don't you girls love to raise this? When he bought comic books, he heard the bookstore owner mention that. The most popular book in the Girls' Weekly recently is The Vampire Raising Guide. Tang Tiantian, ? Girlfriend? Yun Qiming discovered a new blind spot. His tone was full of disbelief. You have a girlfriend? Wang Lai scratched his head. His expression was not visible in the dark. Not yet. Isn't this just preparing for a rainy day? Although Tang Tiantian is not at the forefront of fashion, she is quite familiar with the latest trends. But she has never heard of the bat pet trend. And she can't help but pay attention to what Wang Lai said about girls' favorite. After asking the reason, she was silent. Is it possible? It was a fantasy love comic. And bats and vampire boys are completely different. There is a cave salamander here. Song Shursan's voice came from a little deeper in the cave hall, calling back their scattered thoughts. Give me an eco bottle. Eco bottles are special tools for collecting wild creatures. They are usually carried by exploration specialists. Tang Tiantian stuffed some in her bag. And Wang Lai also helped her share a few. A few people gathered around Song Shursan, who was squatting beside a rock with bated breath, staying a little further away, obviously afraid of disturbing the creature lying on the rock. This is a cave salamander about half an arm long, all white, and its appearance is not much different from that of ordinary salamanders, but because it lives in caves, its eyes have degenerated, and it looks like it is covered with a layer of white film. The olm is an amphibian, not very aggressive, and due to its slow metabolism, its life can even be called leisurely. Its daily activity time is only 5 minutes, but it can go without food for 10 years, and its lifespan can reach more than 100 years. Like most cave dwellers, after its vision deteriorates, its other senses become more acute, allowing it to often escape before danger arrives. Such a weakly aggressive, easy to raise, and difficult to catch creature is indeed very suitable as a target for collection tasks. Let me do it. Tang Tiantian had more exploration experience, and her technique was more professional. She took out her eco bottle, and approached the rock carefully. A low shout suddenly came from behind her. Wind prison. Several invisible air currents instantly entangled the Olm. The Olm struggled twice when it felt the air current approaching. And then it was too lazy to move. That's it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Yun Qiming's proud voice sounded, and his fingertips lightly spun a ball of air. The wind prison technique may seem simple, but it actually requires a high degree of precision in controlling the elemental energy. Ordinary people may think that the more powerful it is, the more powerful it is. In fact, the strong wind that creates a devastating force only requires mindless stacking of strength. On the contrary, this kind of soft but tough wind lock is the real test of elemental control. Wow! It is indeed the resonance of the wind element. Elegant! Wan Lai exclaimed. Tang Tian, who was moving in a half-squat manner, stopped awkwardly. Actually, what Wan Lai said was wrong. It was not the wind element that was elegant, but the A+ level mental power. Yun Qiming was a wind resonance, and so was she, but she could not do the wind lock. Tang Tian stood up angrily, took a few steps forward, grabbed the cave salamander locked by the wind lock, and stuffed it into the eco bottle. Wan Lai was quite envious of this wind lock. Regardless of whether his mental power was enough to perform such a delicate move, he was a fire element, and could only resonate with this element type. Even if he could condense into a fire lock, it would burn the prey. He pestered Yun Qiming, winking his eyes. Brother, you are so good, can you help me catch a bat? These cave bats were too sensitive, and he missed several times, not even touching a hair. Yun Qiming looked up, and tried to make a few wind traps like catching Olms, but he also missed. Olm eyes degenerate 4 months after birth, and bats are born blind, and they are flying, so they are more sensitive to changes in airflow, and it takes some skills to catch them. Tang Tian explained. However, it is more convenient to use trapping to deal with these creatures. Trap? Wan Lai remembered what Tang Tian had said at the beginning. That cave bat seemed to live by sucking blood. And quickly shook his head in disdain. Forget it. Let's go! There were only stone pillars and plaster in this cave. Where could he find blood to trap it? He couldn't just lift up his combat uniform and expose his arms to seduce it. After walking a little further, Wan Lai stopped in front of a rock again. Hey, do you think bats eat mosquitoes? A mosquito as big as a baby fist was resting on a limestone under his feet. Mosquitoes also feed on blood, and there might be some reserves in their blood sacs. If he were a bat, he would just prey on mosquitoes directly, and save himself from sucking blood himself. This mosquito is really big, Wan Lai said, as he was about to catch it. Tang Tian glanced over here with amusement, and just as she saw the limestone clearly, her expression suddenly became serious. Don't move. Before Wan Lai could ask, the scratches on his hands had already told him the answer. The limestone below suddenly shrank violently like a cluster of leaves, and the mosquito was instantly rolled into its belly. At the same time, countless powerful small wind blades also attacked Wan Lai. Fortunately, Wan Lai was wrapped tightly in the combat uniform. The combat uniforms they trained in the field were enough to prevent attacks with a strength of C+. These wind blades only left some slightly deep scratches on it. Damn. What a weird thing. Wan Lai retreated. Lepidoptera. Plant-type alien species. The mutation direction is Lepidoptera. Tang Tian patiently explained. You think it is limestone. But if you look closely, it is just covered with a layer of gray scales. It is a plant. Everyone gathered around and looked closer with curiosity. They found that this rock was indeed a lichen. But the leaves were gray and covered with a layer of hard scales. If you look more carefully, you can see the sharp barbs on the edges of its leaves. And some of the scales even have spikes on their edges. It will disguise itself as a rock on the ground, and then attract other creatures by emitting fragrance. And then use the wind blades generated by the contraction of the leaves to kill some small insects, such as the mosquito just now. However, we are all wearing combat helmets, and we can't smell its scent. Tang Tian continued. It has another feature. That is, the leaf surface can rebound part of the attack received. Rebound attack? Song Shursen raised his eyebrows in surprise, and became interested. Yes. For example, if you cut the leaf surface, it will rebound part of the impact to you. And the same is true for elemental attacks. It's quite magical. Tang Tian pointed to a particularly great part of the lichen. And even if they are dead, this rebound characteristic still exists. Look, this is the dead part. Song Shursen looked in the direction she pointed, with excitement in his eyes, and immediately drew out his sword, and began to dig the dead lichen. Tang Tian was startled by this sudden action, What are you doing? Lichen is not in our collection target. Her expression suddenly became subtle. You want to give it to your girlfriend too? Boyfriend? Hingdao carefully avoided the leaves of the lichen, started digging from its roots, and avoided the occasional shock waves that bounced back from the leaves. Song Shursen scraped all the dead lichens clean, and put them into the backpack behind him with satisfaction, and then he took the time to reply to Tang Tian. What boyfriend or girlfriend? Song Shursen didn't understand. Reflection ability, what a good material, I use it to make weapons. Tang Tian, Let's go. I remember that the growth environment of the cave white-comb silkworm seems to be similar to that of the cave newt. Maybe we need to go a little further inside? Song Shursen looked around, and saw that there were indeed no more dead lichens, and reluctantly withdrew his gaze. If she stayed a little longer, she was afraid that she would not be able to help but let all the lichens here die artificially, which would damage the ecological environment. The cave white-comb silkworm is also the target of their mission to collect. A white terrestrial creature, each part of its body has a cylindrical leg, which looks very elastic, but actually has claws with extremely dense hooks at the end, which can firmly cling to the epidermis of the parasite. This creature is not aggressive, but its tracks are very secretive, and it usually parasitizes other creatures, so it is difficult to collect them. This cave hall is very large, and the terrain is relatively open, so the few people did not line up to move forward. Wanlai jumped up and down in front, looking around, and had a strong desire to explore everything. Tang Tian didn't know if she had memorized all the course materials. She was really like a reading machine, marking the branches along the mountain wall, answering Wanlai's strange questions, and she could answer every place where the light shone in detail. Hey Tian, can cave bats spin silk? Before entering a branch cave, Wanlai suddenly stopped, holding a bat that he had caught by some unknown method, looking confused. Spin silk? Yes, it's on its butt. Wanlai turned around, facing the dim light of the combat helmet, and took a lot of effort to rub off the thin silk in his hand. It's so sticky. No, if it spins silk, it's usually... Tang Tian followed not far behind, and was also confused by the question. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly changed. She took 2 steps back, and winked at Wanlai. Song Shursen and Yun Qiming also stopped, surrounded Tang Tian on both sides with serious expressions, and took a fighting stance. Seeing this posture, Wanlai reacted no matter how slow he was. No way, he wailed, trying to quietly condense the fire element. But then he felt that his limbs seemed to be stuck to something and became heavy. Uncontrollably, he couldn't help but turn his head to look behind him. Chapter 19. On the upper wall of the tunnel, a huge shadow was hanging upside down, looking down coldly at Wanlai, who had half turned his head. Blood-crawling spider. Why? Tang Tian's face turned pale, and her words were trembling. The shadow moved outward, closer to Wanlai, and revealed its shape under the searchlight of the combat helmet. The first thing to appear was the appendage of the head, which was covered with dense hairs, almost poking Wanlai's back spine. Then it stuck out its head, hard breastplate, sharp mouthparts, and the part where the eyes should have grown was only a layer of red film, covered with light hairs. This is a huge spider with red and black stripes, with many spikes on its head and abdomen, and long legs, which almost covered the entire cave. Song Shursen's face darkened. The blood-crawling spider, a creature with an attack strength of A, should not appear on this desolate planet with an ordinary danger level. She put her hand on the hilt of the knife on her waist, holding her breath, like a cheetah ready to attack, observing the movements of the blood-crawling spider. Damn! Why do I feel like this sticky spider silk wants to get into my body? Wanlai turned his head back, still holding the bat tightly in his hand, without any sense of urgency from the Grim Reaper scythe on his neck. It sucks blood. 2. Tang Tian swallowed her saliva, and answered with difficulty. The blood crawler spider has 2 ways of attacking. The first is to inject special enzyme substances into the enemy through its fangs, making its blood thicker, until the blood explodes and melts and it dies, and then it sucks blood to get rich nutrition and energy. The second is to attack the enemy by secreting a special type of spider silk, which is very tough and sticky, and can drill into the body of the prey and suck their blood. Wanlai's body stiffened, and he looked at the bat in his hand in disbelief. The bat looked extremely weak, and there were several spider silks stuck to its tail, all of which were slightly red. No wonder, he said, why this bat was so easy to catch. And it didn't even fly. It turned out that this blood-crawling spider had first implemented his strategy of blood nourishing blood and directly sucked the blood of this vampire bat. Fortunately, these spider silks were blocked outside his body by the combat uniform. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Tang Tiantian pulled out the willow leaf spear tied to her leg and pointed it at Wanlai back, and her hand holding the spear trembled slightly. The bristles on the spider's legs have several sensory organs, and cave spiders have even stronger senses and can easily capture the airflow and vibrations around them. If she wants to rescue Wanlai without disturbing it, the attack must be faster than its senses. Tang Tiantian mental power is only B+, and there is no way to have both accuracy and strength at such a long range, so she pulled out her willow leaf double spears. After Song Shursen guidance, she improved the quality of the pistols to B+, which was enough to match her mental strength. But the advantage of elemental weapons is that the attack range depends on the characteristics of the weapon itself. As long as it is within the range, the elemental strength will not be affected. Now she only needs to aim. As long as she hits the target, the blood-crawling spider will feel pain, and Wanlai will have a chance to escape. Where should she aim? Tang Tiantian hesitated, and a thin layer of sweat oozed from her forehead. It's too risky to target Wanlai. We should make a feint to the east and attack in the west. We should act at the same time, Song Shursen said in a deep voice. Tiantian shoots at different places on both sides of it at the same time. Yun Qiming cuts off the spider silk behind Wanlai when it is distracted. She looked at Wanlai and said, Wanlai, use your best strength and run forward. It's burning. Wanlai nodded excitedly with tears in his eyes. Okay, watch my gestures, act at the same time. A gunshot sounded, and a rapidly rotating whirlwind rushed towards the two sides of the blood-crawling spider. The blood-crawling spider carefully raised the bristles around its body, judging the direction of the attack. Almost at the same moment, a huge wind blade blew in front of it, cutting off all the dense spider silk and flattening the layer of standing hairs. Wanlai spread his legs and ran forward. Before he could open his arms in joy, a pair of sharp claws pierced into the ground close to his heels. The blood-crawling spider reacted too quickly. The moment it realized that it had been fooled, its appendages moved and it rushed out of the cave. This cave spider can climb walls very fast, and can move freely in various terrains. Humans are far from being able to compare with it. It's over. It's caught up. Wanlai didn't even have time to cry out. He tripped and fell to the ground. It happened. The fall that must come at the moment of life and death. He closed his eyes in despair, praying that the blood-crawling spider would not stab him directly, leaving at least some room for rescue. A flash of knife light passed by. The blood-crawling spider behind him let out a strange roar, and a pair of claws were cut off neatly and fell to the ground. Wanlai looked up. Song Shursen was holding a black and gold long horizontal sword, blocking in front of him, and pulled him up from the ground, and pushed him behind him. Run! Retreat behind Yun Qiming. The blood-crawling spider was enraged, spitting out a series of dense spider silk, wrapping around Song Shursen and Wanlai, and glowing with a faint green light. Be careful. Don't get touched. This kind of spider silk is corrosive, and can melt the combat uniform, Tang Tiantian warned in a startled voice, while firing several shots at the front of Song Shursen, and using her mental power. Countless wind blades cut the spider silk rushing towards Song Shursen. Song Shursen jumped one step away, and put some distance between himself and the blood-crawling spider. Thunderbolt! Yun Qiming shouted softly, and several thunderbolts fell behind Wanlai with a crackling sound. The electric current was transmitted along the spider silk to the blood-crawling spider, and it shattered twice, but still did not stop attacking. Immune to the thunder element? How is that possible? Yun Qiming's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately switched to the wind element, cutting off the spider silk that was about to touch the corner of Wanlai's clothes. It is a consensus that both aliens and Zerg are afraid of elemental attacks, but there are still some creatures that are immune to some types of elements for some reason. Elemental immunity does not mean that this element cannot cause damage to it, but the attack strength will be greatly weakened. Yun Qiming's own mental power is only A+, and the danger level of this blood-crawling spider has reached A. The difference in strength is not huge, and coupled with the immune effect, the lethality of Jing Lei will be greatly reduced. Fire! It is afraid of elemental fire, Tang Tiantian reminded. Although I don't know why this blood-crawling spider is immune to the thunder element. It is the nature of species, like them, to be afraid of fire. Yun Qiming was silent. Unfortunately, the only elements he could resonate with were wind and thunder. Me. Fire. I am fire. Wang Lai panted, and finally ran to Yun Qiming and the others. He shrank behind Yun Qiming and began to condense elements. The few of them retreated to a narrow corner supported by the rock wall. A thin wall of fire stretched between them and the spider silk. The spider silk just stuck to the wall of fire. But it actually stopped and did not move forward. Wang Lai's mental strength was only B. He concentrated on increasing the element strength to the maximum, and was barely able to resist the invasion of the spider silk. Hey! It works! It can't get in! Wang Lai waved his hands excitedly, shouting to Song Shersan outside. Come here! We have set up a defensive wall. After ensuring the safety of his surroundings, Yun Qiming finally had the energy to help Song Shersan. The rapidly rotating hurricane vibrated the surrounding airflow, transformed into a sharp spear, and stabbed at the fragile joints of the blood-crawling spider. The blood-crawling spider felt pain and attacked more violently. Song Shersan's body was covered with spider silk she had cut off, falling to the ground in a white piece, glowing fluorescently. Fortunately, this corrosiveness did not seem to have much effect on the blade. She nimbly dodged the spider silk coming from all directions, and was careful not to step on the corrosive liquid on the ground. Hearing Wang Lai call, she raised her lips slightly, and turned her wrist holding the handle of the knife slightly, activating the elemental stone. A layer of burning red flames ignited under the cold light of the black gold blade, illuminating the blade, as if it had just been forged from the lava of hell. Just now, she was afraid that the blood-crawling spider would fall into a rage, and it would be more difficult for Wang Lai to escape. So she had not made a move. Now that the threat of spider silk has been eliminated, Song Shersan heaved a sigh of relief and readjusted her fighting posture. She stood in the hurricane and the flames, with the tip of her knife facing the blood-crawling spider. The airflow blew her hair, which was slightly messy due to the intense exercise, revealing a pair of calm and focused eyes, like a leopard ready to pounce at any time. Song Shersan raised the knife, jumped up from a protruding rock wall, brushed against the face of the blood-crawling spider, and cut off its entire sharp mouthparts in midair. The blood-crawling spider let out a shuddering cry of pain, shaking the stone spikes on the cave ceiling to the ground and shattering. The few remaining appendages it had huddled together, instinctively realizing that it had no chance of defeating the opponent in front of it, turned around and was about to flee into the cave. Wind prison. Yun Qiming immediately changed his attack. The sharp spear formed by the hurricane immediately transformed into a chain, tightly wrapping around the blood-crawling spider that was trying to escape. Song Shersan did not hesitate, taking advantage of the gap created by Yun Qiming, tempered the tip of the knife, and thrust it through the entire body of the blood-crawling spider. Body fluid splattered, and the blood-crawling spider's huge body was cut in half. Various organs and glands were scattered all over the ground. The remaining limbs shook, and there was no sound. Song Shersan wiped the blade on the rock wall and retracted the horizontal sword. Hell blade? Too cool. Wang Lai opened his eyes wide, turned his head and looked at Tang Tiantian. You are specialized in weapons. Are you so powerful? Yun Qiming was also shocked, and he was shaking violently between shock and unwillingness to believe. And his expression was quite strange. Even if it was him, it was impossible to kill an A-level alien in just 2 moves. It must be the elemental fire. It was because of the conflicting attributes that this blood-crawling spider was defeated so easily by Song Shersan. Yun Qiming calmed down, and with a whirlwind of his fingertips, he easily stirred up Wang Lai fire wall and walked out from behind the wall. Wang Lai reacted, embarrassedly retracted the fire wall, and didn't think much about it. He followed Song Shersan. Which cave should we go through next? He avoided the blood-crawling spider's broken limbs on the ground with disdain, and looked at the several passages in front that were close to each other. Song Shersan looked down at the time, and then looked at Wang Lai's embarrassed appearance, and said, Let's go out first and rest. It has been 7 or 8 hours since they entered the cave. If they leave the cave now, they can still set up camp before the sun sets. Tang Tiantian finally came back to her senses from the shock. She was still struggling yesterday, whether she should let Song Shersan stand at the head of the team. After all, although Song Shersan is very proficient in making weapons, being able to make weapons does not mean that he can use them. This is actual combat, not a laboratory. In this team, her mental power is second only to Yun Qiming, and she has a handy weapon, so she should be the most suitable person to lead the team. As a result, Song Shersan's combat power far exceeded her imagination. Tang Tiantian nodded, agreeing. This planet should not have creatures of the level of blood-crawling spiders. It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. Let's go out and see the situation first. After saying that, she turned back to find the road signs she had made along the way, while sorting out the topographic map in her hand. They were so flustered when they fled just now that she didn't draw all the sections of the road. She just finished drawing them on the way back. Not long after they started walking, Tang Tiantian frowned. No, this is not the road we came from. Tang Tiantian cleared the map she had drawn and looked carefully at the marks on the cave wall. She turned around and said solemnly, "Someone deliberately covered up the road signs we drew." Chapter 20. In the dim cave hall, several forks intersect, pointing to different directions. A shaved boy stands in front of one of the tunnels, draws a strange-shaped arrow with a special fluorescent pen, and waves his hand behind him. "Brother Jian, go this way." Tang Jian walks over there, before entering the cave, glances, and leans back. He pats the shaved boy, points to another tunnel. "See the road sign over there? Draw the other tunnels too, and imitate them more realistically." "Ah?" The shaved boy was stunned, a little embarrassed. This is not good. The road sign was drawn by Tang Tiantian and the others. The shaved boy guessed it. The time they set out was not much different from Song Shursan. Tang Jian saw Song Shursan and his team enter the cave from the aircraft, so he followed them. "What's wrong with that?" Tang Jian thought of his broken wolf-tooth pendant, said in a gloomy tone. "That woman destroyed my ancestral pendant? This is called tit for tat." "Who? Tang Tiantian?" A boy with freckles followed him. "You must be mistaken, Brother Jian. Your pendant, Tang Tiantian mental power may not be enough to make a mark on it." "No." Tang Jian clenched his teeth. "It's the girl next to her." He didn't actually notice when the other party made the move, but his intuition told him that it was that girl. Thinking back to the scene at that time, Tang Jian couldn't help but feel a little palpitated. His mental power was A+. Even he couldn't detect the element fluctuations. How terrifying was this person's mental power control? The man with the crew cut was still hesitating. "Let's go, Brother Jian. In case there is any safety accident." "Why are you so serious? It's just a road sign. Their topographic route map may not necessarily have any omissions." Tang Jian was a little impatient. Drawing a topographic route map is the main task of the exploration class. Road signs are just to check for omissions. Even if the road sign is lost, as long as the topographic map is not missing, you can still return along the original route. "I'm just playing a prank, wanting to vent my anger. Is that not okay?" Tang Jian frowned and called the name of the man with the crew cut. "Li Qian. Do you still consider me a brother?" Li Qian was stunned, lowered his head, and stood there awkwardly. Although they were called brothers, Li Qian knew that Tang Jian was just trying to save their face by calling them that. To put it bluntly, they were just Tang Jian followers. Tang Jian had a good background and was very capable. Those who tried to curry favor with him in the school could walk around the teaching building twice. They were just lucky to squeeze into his side and get his attention. They wanted to be brothers with Tang Jian. No matter in terms of strength or family background, they were not qualified. They were so deliberate to get close to Tang Jian. Tang Jian must have known in his heart. But he never showed that he treated them as lackeys in front of others. Only occasionally he would reveal some of the dandy's arrogance. Tang Jian treated him as a brother, and now he just wanted him to help him take a small revenge. If he refused, it would be his fault. But Li Qian buried his head even lower. However, if something really happened, and the school investigated, then my future would be ruined. Don't worry. It's just a planet with an ordinary level of danger. Tang Jian saw Li Qian hesitation, and used both soft and hard tactics, and said softly, "There is also Yun Qiming in their team. He can even beat the top predators in this cave. What can happen?" He simply continued to play the victim. "Hey, you don't understand how deep the relationship between me and Tang Tiantian is. How vicious this woman is. You should have seen it from Ruru." "I understand, Brother Jian." Li Qian was shaken, and for a moment he felt a sense of solidarity. "Just now I didn't think straight. I dared to shout in front of Brother Jian. I really should be taught a lesson." He stepped forward, covered the mark made by Tang Tiantian, and also imitated and made marks at the entrances of several tunnels around to confuse people. As long as Tang Tiantian makes a mistake, they won't get the points for drawing the topographic map. "Have you drawn your own topographic route map?" Tang Jian glanced around and gave a special reminder. Li Qian nodded quickly. Tang Jian then withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and walked towards another cave entrance. His behavior at best cut off Tang Tiantian's escape route. How could it be considered a crime? If anyone was to blame, it was only her own poor skills. Even if Tang Tiantian really couldn't find the way back to the camp, there were so many ventilation holes in the mountain anyway, so she could just find another exit. As for how long it would take to find a new exit, that was not something Tang Jian would worry about. I'm sorry. Tang Tiantian lowered her head, her fingertips almost digging into her flesh. I was running so fast just now that I didn't have time to draw a topographical route map. Now the road signs have been covered by someone, and the missing section can't be filled in. Her voice became lower and lower. I don't know where this is. Maybe we have to find an exit first, and then re-enter this cave. Wan Lai also leaned on the cave wall to take a look. There was a strange arrow painted on the cave wall, which was painted very heavily, and there was no trace of the mark that had been made. In addition to this tunnel, the other tunnels also have the same mark, and it is impossible to tell which one is the passage they came in through. Who is it? He looked up angrily and cursed. We are classmates. How can you do such a wicked thing? The highlighter of the first military academy of the Federation is specially made. The marks made by this pen can only be identified with the school combat helmet. The other party can cover their marks. And it is obvious that he is also a student of the first military academy. So, not only can we not find the way back now, but our whole trip today is all in vain. Yun Qiming frowned slightly. Ah? Then I was bullied by the big spider in vain. Wang Lai reacted, lamented exaggeratedly, and was a little inexplicably proud. Alas, the fate of the protagonist is always so unfortunate. Song Shursan explored every passage, and finally chose a direction. And comforted, it's not a big deal. Just find an exit and go in again. She shook the Olm in the eco bottle. Besides, we completed a collection mission, so it wasn't a wasted trip. But the exit is not that easy to find. Tang Tiantian bit her lip, still blaming herself. Each of them brought some nutrient solution before leaving, so they didn't have to worry about the supply problem. However, if they spent too much time looking for the exit, the score of this outdoor class would definitely be very bad. She was the one who held them back. The feeling of chest tightness and suffocation came over her again. This was her old problem. Once the psychological pressure was too great, she would feel this kind of physical discomfort. Tang Tiantian opened the vent of her combat helmet, feeling the breeze in her hair, forcing herself to calm down. Wait, wind? She looked up in surprise. This breeze was blowing from the cave where Song Shursan was. A light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind, and she understood the other party's intention. As long as they follow the direction of the wind, they can find the exit. Let's go out first. Tang Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief, cheered up, and quickened her pace towards the cave entrance. Before entering the cave, she glanced at the mark on the cave wall again, and a small fire surged in her eyes. I'd better not let me catch who it is. This cave passage is not long. Soon, the sound of water flow came faintly in front of her. Further ahead, a forest of stalactites jumped into her eyes. The water dripped from the top of the cave and gathered into a shallow pool. Although the pool was shallow, it was very open. Stalactites of various sizes grew on the edge, like a three-dimensional maze. It's really spectacular, Wang Lai exclaimed, and stepped into the shallow water. His movement stirred up a layer of water waves. The water was very clear, and there seemed to be something floating in it. He looked down, and the next second, he shuddered all over, hurriedly stepped out of the pool, and bounced several steps. What's wrong? Yun Qiming took a fighting stance vigilantly. Wang Lai showed his head, pointed to the water, and trembled. Yes, there are a lot of baby brain cores. Song Shursan was standing by the pool. Hearing this, he looked inside. Then, he squatted down and fished out the things inside. What are you doing? Wang Lai hid behind Yun Qiming, and his voice was so frightened that his voice changed. It's a cave pearl. Song Shursan spread out his palm and showed them what he had in his hand. Cave pearls are spherical sediments formed in the dripping pits of underground caves, also known as cave pearls. Generally speaking, if the water continues to drip, the cave pearls will become very smooth due to the rolling friction with the ground. But for some reason, the whole beads in front of him had bumpy surfaces, and were as big as a baby fist, which looked very much like a human brain, although they look a little strange. The whole beads are also the target of our collection mission this time. Tang Tian took out an eco bottle and put a few whole beads in it. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Wan Lai breathed a sigh of relief and boldly came out to observe these whole beads. He was not embarrassed at all for his previous gaffe. He turned his head and asked Tang Tian. In a mysterious tone, you say? Their patterns are so similar to human brains. Does it mean? Can they really think? Tang Tian was speechless, put away the eco bottle in her hand. It means there is abundant groundwater here. We can go a little further. Following the stalactite forest, the terrain gradually became open again, and a natural beach formed by flowing water appeared in front of us. There is such a landscape in the cave. This time, even Yun Qiming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The beach is not very large. The further you go, it is gradually replaced by piles of rocks, but the stream flowing along the beach has not stopped flowing. This may be the most difficult terrain in the entire cave. Tang Tian was delighted. We can look for the rolling river snail. The rolling river snail is a creature with a white body and a transparent yellowish shell. It has no eyes, and usually lives in the water where the beach and the rock pile meet. Because the living environment is relatively harsh, it is difficult to encounter it in the wild. So it is considered the most difficult target in this collection mission. Tang Tian originally planned to give up this item directly, but she didn't expect that they would encounter it by accident. If they can find it, their collection mission will get a lot of points. Wan Lai has already started to act. The environment here is very similar to the stream side of his hometown. When he was a child, he especially loved to catch crabs under the rocks there. He turned over the rocks along the way with great interest. Before he knew it, he ran a long way along the stream. Found it. Wan Lai lifted a rock in front of him. He only turned it halfway, and saw the pale yellow shell. Come on! I don't have an eco bottle anymore. Here we go! Tang Tian responded from a distance. When she looked up, she found that Wan Lai figure in front of her was only a small light spot in the darkness. She raised her voice helplessly. Be careful. Don't run so far. Before she finished speaking, she heard a scream with an echo. The small light spot in the distance also disappeared. Chapter 21. The water level in places where quicksand and rocks are mixed is often unpredictable and extremely dangerous. Maybe this step is still solid rock, and the next step is to fall into an unfathomable pool of water. Song Shursen stood where Wan Lai disappeared, and shone a strong flashlight. This should have been a pool of water, but now it has dried up, leaving only a large crack. The stream stopped flowing here, and white mist rose from below, and it is very likely that an underground river has formed underneath. Otherwise, he should change his major. Don't wait until he is on the battlefield. Before he sees the enemy, the medic will kill himself first. Tang Tian was merciless. But she didn't stop moving. She half crouched at the edge of the crack and looked down. Wan Lai, are you okay? No one answered. The flashlight couldn't see the situation below clearly. So Song Shursen picked up a stone and threw it down to test the depth. There were rocks everywhere in the crack. The stone bounced several times on the protruding rock wall before finally hearing a dull sound of landing. It was the sound of metal hitting a combat helmet. Who is it? Wan Lai's voice came from below. Throwing objects from a high altitude, it's immoral. Song Shursen retracted his hand awkwardly. She had obviously chosen a place far away from the stream before throwing it down. She didn't expect it to hit him by such a coincidence. She also half squatted down, side by side with Tang Tian, and apologized honestly to the crack. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to hit you. What's underneath? Can you still come up? Wan Lai's position seemed to be constantly changing. The voice was a little vague, with a crackling sound, like a broadcast with a bad signal. There is a big stalagmite. Hey, there might be an exit here. You guys come down and take a look. Song Shursen stood up, gesturing behind him. I go down first. She jumped down, and her toes lightly touched several protrusions on the rock wall, and she landed steadily on the ground in a short while. The space below was much wider than expected. The cut-off stream poured down from the crack, forming a small waterfall and merging into a river about 7 or 8 meters wide. A towering stalagmite grew out of nowhere in the middle of the river, leading straight to the top of the cave. It was so big and fat that it took 5 or 6 adults to surround it with their arms outstretched. Song Shursen looked around and saw no living creatures except this stalagmite. And for some reason, the electromagnetic reaction nearby seemed very strong. And her hair even generated static electricity in her combat helmet. It was probably an electromagnetic phenomenon caused by some special terrain. After confirming the safety of the area, Song Shursen shone the light upwards. Tang Tiantian and Yun Qiming understood and jumped down. Wang Lai was standing next to the stalagmite. His fluffy hair was blown up in his helmet, quite funny. When he heard what Song Shursen and the others were doing, he waved his hand loudly. Look! What a big stalagmite! Tang Tiantian helped Yun Qiming, who was about to fall, stood firm and looked far away at the shouting sound. This is not a stalagmite. It's a spirulina. Recalling Wang Lai's previous reckless behavior, Tang Tiantian's temples throbbed, and she warned him again. They will discharge electricity. Stay away. Similar to sessile spirulina, the main part of the spirulina has a hard calcium shell plate, and its appearance is similar to stalactites. When many spirulina grow together, their tail forks will intertwine with each other, forming a huge net. If they are not removed in time, they will spread quickly and occupy the entire water area. The consequence of growing too fast is that they will quickly destroy their habitat, resulting in a lack of food. This is even more fatal in caves with scarce supplies. In order to avoid survival squeeze, the spirulina has evolved a characteristic that it will enter a dormant state when out of water, and its absorption capacity is enhanced. It will only become active when it encounters water again. The so-called huge stalagmite in front of us is made up of many spirulina growing together and stacking together. With such a large volume, the number is probably in the tens of millions. However, although there are a large number of them, only the part growing in the water is active. Song Shursen followed to the river and saw the water. There were some corn silt-like water plants floating in it. Like algae, they grew wildly after the water body became eutrophic. That's their tail fork. Tang Tiantian continued to explain. The tail fork of the cricket can discharge electricity, paralyzing or knocking out the creatures it touches, making it easier for them to parasitize. She added, discharge refers to the lightning element. Places with too high element energy usually cause plant mutations. Some mutated plants can also use elemental attacks. This probably explains why the blood crawler is immune to lightning. It seems that it has escaped death from these vines many times. Are there a lot of elemental energy here? Song Shursen was a little puzzled. She walked all the way here and didn't see any shadow of an elemental stone. It was a mine a long time ago, and then it was mined out. Tang Tiantian answered, and explained the issue of sustainable development, perhaps out of habit of living in the end times. Song Shursen has always been concerned about resource recycling and sustainable development. The elemental stones condense very quickly. New minerals will be precipitated here soon, but the purity may not be enough for human use. Song Shursen understood, and did not ask any more questions. He turned to study the big stalagmite. All organs of the dormant spirulina are retracted in the shell, and the touch of the shell is not much different from touching a small stone. Song Shursen grabbed one and pulled it out, but it was too tightly attached and did not move at all. After being fixed, will they not loosen again? Song Shursen looked at Tang Tiantian, with a curious look on his face. Of course not. There are always creatures they can't deal with, such as this cave source. Tang Tiantian took out the eco bottle containing the cave salamander, pointing to the sticky water film inside. Cave salamanders have a slow metabolism and are not active, so they will try to avoid being parasitized by other species. The mucus secreted by them can soften the fixation and absorption effect of the spirulina. Song Shursen took the eco bottle, rubbed a layer of mucus, and smeared it on the back of the knife. What are you doing? Tang Tiantian was alert. Dig some and take it away. You can use it to make hidden weapons. Tang Tiantian, ? A single dormant spirulina is only the size of a thumb. It has a low-key appearance and is easy to carry. It has strong explosive power when activated by water. It is a good raw material for making hidden weapons. Rather than staying here and sleeping for 1,000 years, there is no chance of waking up forever. It is better to shine for the science of weapons. Song Shursen used the back of the knife to mark an area, confirmed that the mucus was evenly applied, then used the handle of the knife to tap along the edge of the buckle, and she actually broke off a small piece. Wang Lai had already followed the instructions and stayed away from the stalagmite. Seeing their movements, he came closer with curiosity. What are you doing mysteriously? Let me see. Tang Tiantian, Children should not learn bad things from adults, who like to take advantage of others. Song Shursen packed his backpack and changed the subject as if nothing had happened. What did you say? Let's go and have a look together. Oh! Wang Lai recalled his main task at the moment, and quickly led the way. It's right here. Follow me. They went around the back of the big stalagmite, and a dark cave appeared in front of them. The river began to narrow from here. The further they went, the narrower and deeper it became. Indeed, the air flow has become stronger, and the river water is also flowing this way. If we follow this path, we may find the exit, Tang Tian analyzed, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the blood-crawling spider, they did not dare to camp in the cave. They had hardly stopped all the way and felt tired a long time ago. Finally I can get out. Yuan Qiming's tense nerves relaxed a little. I'm here. I always feel uncomfortable. His voice was very weak. Tang Tian looked at him in surprise, and suddenly realized that Yuan Qiming seemed to have hardly spoken since he came down to this crack. He even needed her to help him when he landed. Are you okay? Tang Tian was a little worried. Yuan Qiming shook his head and pointed to his ears. It's nothing serious, but the sound of the flapping wings has become stronger. And this cave in front of me also makes me a little scared. It's bad. Tinnitus and claustrophobia are acting up at the same time. Wan Lai hooked Yuan Qiming's shoulders. Brother, I check you out after we get out. You just hold on for now. Yuan Qiming fell into deep thought. After listening to Wan Lai's words, he began to doubt whether he was really sick. Maybe it's the influence of these cribriformis. Song Shursen pushed aside the rocks at the entrance of the cave and probed in first. It'd be fine once you get out. Can you still hold on? Yuan Qiming nodded and followed Wan Lai. The tunnel would become narrower as they went forward, so they lined up in a row according to the previous column. Song Shursen was at the front with a searchlight. Water dripped from the top of the cave from time to time, hitting the combat helmet. The river on the side became narrower and narrower, and finally formed a narrow and deep gap. The slowly flowing river gradually turned into a gurgling mountain stream, rushing forward at their feet. After walking for an unknown amount of time, there was finally a faint light in front of them, and the sound of splashing water became clearer and clearer. We're almost at the exit. Tang Tian excitedly grabbed Song Shursen's arm. Look! How long did we spend in the cave? Song Shursen glanced at the light computer on his wrist. 1 day and 1 night. It should be morning outside now. We still have 2 days left. Great. There's still time. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with tears of joy, and she finally relaxed completely. 2 days. Enough for them to run another small map. At least they wouldn't fail. Unlike the lively atmosphere in front, Wan Lai's reaction was surprisingly calm. He gently pulled Tang Tian's backpack strap and whispered, Tian, don't look back. Can you give me your highlighter? Tang Tian stopped turning around, a little puzzled, but still quickly handed over the highlighter. She also lowered her voice. What's wrong? Wan Lai took the pen, tightly grasped it in his palm, and his tone was extremely restrained and calm, so that it seemed a little solemn. Comrades, at this moment when the dawn of victory is approaching, I have a bad news and a good news to announce. The bad news is, Yuan Qiming is missing. Inside the combat helmet, Wan Lai's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. He didn't even realize when Yuan Qiming disappeared. When he saw the light and wanted to turn back, he found that there was nothing behind him. The good news is, I may know where Yuan Qiming went soon, because it also found me. Chapter 22. The slate-gray vines clung to the cave wall, like a stalking snake. The tentacle-like tendrils crawled forward and twitched, tentatively, wrapping around Wan Lai's ankles. Wan Lai swallowed hard, his gloves were soaked with sticky cold sweat. The marker was firmly grasped in his palm, as if grasping a life-saving straw. In the quiet darkness, the vines stretched their branches wantonly, climbing along the calves, and in an instant they jumped up to the waist. Contraction, compression, twist, the terrifying feeling of strangulation came suddenly. The internal organs seemed to burst in the body, and gushed out from the throat. Help! Ouch! Wan Lai had just opened his mouth to cry for help, and the next second, the whole person turned sideways in the air in an extremely twisted posture, and was ejected like a bullet. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Tang Tian only had time to stretch out her hand, and her fingertips just brushed against the stem, and watched the tail of the other party's clothes disappear around the corner. The empty cave was filled with the screams of the struggling boy, which soon turned into sobs, as if his mouth was blocked. There was a faint light on the cave wall, which was a brand new fluorescent mark, because it was drawn in a hurry. There was only a messy dot in some places. Wan Lai. Song Shursen quickly turned around, without pausing for a moment, and chased after the mark. Tang Tian ran behind her. Breathing a little unevenly, I touched it. It's the stem vein of a plant. It might be some kind of mutated vine. There is more sunlight near the cave entrance, and vines often grow there. Song Shursen went around an intersection. It's so fast. Are you sure it's a plant? The terrifying explosive power during the attack. The agile and swift speed like a snake. It's hard to imagine that this is what a plant can do. General plants can't. But there are exceptions. Tang Tiantian carefully identified the marks on the wall. They have been chasing for a distance, and they still haven't caught up with even a shadow. The plant species that can do this, in addition to extremely agile speed, must also have a developed root system that can support long-distance movement. If Yun Qiming was also taken away by it, then it must have followed us all the way. Song Shursen couldn't figure it out. Even Yun Qiming couldn't find its trace, and couldn't detect its attack? It was able to quietly kidnap a person with a plus-level mental power, so its own attack strength must be strong. Tang Tiantian subconsciously continued, at least it won't be a B-level alien. In addition to the blood-crawling spider, there are other creatures above B-level on this planet, with an ordinary danger level. This doesn't make sense. What happened on this planet? Tang Tiantian stopped. There was a fork in front of her. The highlighter mark was broken here. Song Shursen picked up a branch with a slightly burnt end. I found this. The branch was very thin and rock gray. It didn't look like the lush green of ordinary plants. Instead, it looked like a dead branch. At first glance, it almost blended into the gray mountain wall. In this dim environment, unless you walk along the mountain wall, it is impossible to find a vine clinging to it. Tang Tiantian took the branch and recalled its name at a glance. It's a Columbella, a Class A alien species. Columbella, as its name suggests, is a vine plant similar to Columbella insects. It has powerful springs between its stems and leaves, which allow it to quickly launch a surprise attack and escape from the battlefield in a short period of time. When it wraps around its prey, it emits a weak poisonous gas. Once inhaled in large quantities, the nervous system will be paralyzed. It is simply a natural assassin among plants. The traces of fire on it should be the work of Wang Lai. Elemental fire has a natural restraint on plants, but for A-level aliens, the attack of a B-level psychic obviously has little effect. The springtail vine likes to eat corrupted matter, and does not have very deadly means of attack. After catching prey, it will hoard it first, waiting for them to die and rot naturally. Tang Tiantian sniffed. In addition to the damp and dilapidated old smell in the air, there was also a faint smell of ammonia. I roughly know where they will be. Her expression eased a little, and she closed all the vents on her combat helmet. How should I put it? Maybe Wang Lai and bats are really destined to be together. Song Shursen followed Tang Tiantian forward. The stench of ammonia became stronger and stronger, almost suffocating. She couldn't help but completely close the vents. There was gradually a faint light ahead, and the terrain became more open, like a cave hall near the exit. The springtail vine is still a vine plant, and it will definitely take root not far from the cave entrance. In addition, our old friends also like to settle at the cave entrance. They entered a cave hall, startled by the sound of flapping wings on the ceiling. Looking up, they saw that the cracks in the rocks above their heads were full of cave bats, which were much denser than the group they saw when they first entered the cave. Is this a bat nest? Song Shursen was stunned. There was a dark mass in front of him, all of which were groups of bats. After the visual enhancement of the combat helmet, they were shining with a faint green light in the dark. Yes, a lethal amount of bats. If a person without any protective gear is thrown into this group of bats, he will probably be sucked into a mummy in less than a second. And a lethal amount of bat feces. Tang Tiantian continued to move forward. Of course, it's just for us. For the springtail vine, this place is simply a self-service paradise. There is an endless supply of fresh decaying matter, and the attentive service of slaughtering people alive. If she were a springtail vine, she would definitely choose to make a nest here. Going forward through a low cave, there are already rays of sunlight shining in, and you can see the scenery clearly without a searchlight. This is actually an open-air cave entrance, like a small balcony extending from the mountain. Half of it is shaded, but the other half can enjoy enough sunlight. The ground is no longer the bare gray stone seen along the way. There are even a few pieces of wet and soft soil, and a few green grass leaves growing on it. On the rocks of the green grass, there are a few figures tied up, which seem to be specially used to feed the bats that come out to forage in the evening. In order to free his hands to mark the rock wall, Wang Lai was tied up in a very strange posture. Song Shursen recognized it at a glance. Its branches are just the branches of the springtail vine. Its main body should not be here. The vines that bound Wan Lai and the others looked too thin and gray. And lifeless. They did not respond to their struggles at all. Tang Tian made a cautious judgment. Wan Lai, she whispered, trying to attract the other party's attention. Wan Lai immediately noticed the movement on their side. The vines squeezed the combat helmet out of shape. His mouth was tightly sealed, so he could only make a few muffled groans. Around him, the other two people who were tied up also realized that reinforcements had arrived. They struggled to move their bodies outside the rock, trying to stick their heads out. The four looked at each other. Both sides were stunned. Tang Tian raised her eyebrows in surprise, and almost couldn't hold back the tone at the end of the sentence. Why are you guys here? Where's Yun Qiming? Chapter 23. Song Shursen first cut the vines that bound Wan Lai, and with a slash of the knife, he also helped untie the two people next to him. Wan Lai combat helmet was squeezed and bulged here and there, and his combat uniform was not much better. Some places even had traces of burning, but fortunately the basic functions were not damaged. The other two looked much more miserable. Their combat helmets were damaged, and their combat uniforms were also torn in several places, revealing their skin that was rubbed by the mud, and the original color could not be seen. Stinky, it stinks too much. As soon as Wan Lai regained his freedom, he immediately closed the vid of his helmet, and clung to Song Shursen back tightly. Where's it? Is it still there? No. Song Shursen looked around. Yun Qiming is not here either. Ah? Wan Lai showed a painful expression. If he had known earlier that Yun Qiming was not here, he would have held on to Tang Tian in front of him, and would never let go, and would never be a hero in the tiger's mouth again. He didn't give up and asked, have you searched in the manure pit? This broken vine actually kept its prey beside the manure pit. When he was brought here just now, he was almost thrown into the pit by a mistake. No. The vine. Song Shursen breathing stagnated. She really hadn't looked for it. After thinking carefully, although Wan Lai always looked at problems from some angles that normal people would never think of, this inference was not impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing that the man next to him seemed to be ready to dig the manure pit, the boy who had just been rescued shuddered and hurried to stop him. We saw it when we were tied up here. It's very even over there. It's impossible for anyone to be buried there. These two people are Tang Jin followers. Tang Tian has some impression of them. One of them was her classmate in mineralogy. I think his name is Li Qian. Just now, their mouths were blocked by rattan sticks. Tang Tian didn't continue to ask. Now that Li Qian spoke, she also asked, how are you tied up here? Where's Tang Jin? Li Qian combat helmet was broken, and he couldn't close the vent. The stench around him was so bad that he was almost suffocating, as if his whole head was soaked in ammonia. He had a stern face and breathed carefully, fearing that he would inhale more ammonia. Even his voice sounded muffled. There is something wrong with this cave. There are many species above level B. We encountered a monster. Brother Jian said he would cover us and asked us to run first. Halfway through the run, we were tied up by the vines. Monster? Song Shursen asked. Is it a blood-crawling spider? No. Li Qian shook his head, frowned and recalled. That thing was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. It seemed to be a transparent centipede. The freckled boy next to him added, rather than a centipede, I feel it's more like a human spine. The kind that we see when we go to the hospital's radiology department for an X-ray. This description was too vivid and accurate, and everyone imagined the monster in their minds. Tang Tian and Li Qian both changed their expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. And their faces were so gloomy that water was about to drip. Mineralogy works in caves all year round, and is very sensitive to dangerous creatures in caves. Its body is transparent. Its shape is similar to that of a human vertebra, and it lives in a karst cave. These features are too easy to identify. This is a top cave predator, an S-level alien species that only exists on high-risk planets. The vertebrate cave shrimp. No. Impossible. Li Qian stood up suddenly. He actually had some guesses, but he just didn't want to believe it. After all, if it was really an S-class alien, wouldn't that mean he had abandoned Tang Jin life and only cared about escaping? He shouted excitedly, B015 is just an ordinary barren star. It's a vertebral cave shrimp. Tang Tian didn't bother to take care of Li Qian's emotions, and concluded in a cold voice. She turned and looked at Song Shursen. S-class alien. None of us can beat it. If it were before, she would have directly suggested that everyone flee. Given the disparity in strength, no matter how many people went in, they would just die. But after seeing Song Shursen fighting power and killing the blood-crawling spider, she inexplicably felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. You go first. Contact the school teacher. Song Shursen held a knife and made a decision. I go in and save people. It would take at least a few hours for the teacher to rush over from the camp. At the critical moment of life and death, every second faster would increase the hope of survival. Okay. I go with you. Tang Tiantian nodded quickly, as if she had expected Song Shursen's answer. She adjusted her luggage and stuffed a bunch of eco bottles into Wang Lai's hands. I lead the way for you. I want to go too. Wang Lai also raised his hand in a hurry. I'm a medical soldier. If they get hurt inside, I can give them first aid. He turned his head and stuffed the bottles and jars he had received into Li Qian's arms again, without any hesitation. Brother, please help take care of them. Li Qian helplessly held a bunch of miscellaneous things, hesitated for a while, and finally said, Okay. Then we will be responsible for contacting the teacher. S-level alien. He had seen the horror of the other party in the cave. Even if it was his good brother Tang Jian who was in danger at the moment, he did not have the courage to ask to go in and save him. In order to alleviate the guilt, he used we, and also counted the freckled boy next to him. The freckled boy remained silent, acquiescing to the arrangement made by Li Qian for him. The main root of the springtail vine is nearby. It may come back soon. Be careful. This open-air cave is already an exit. But the closer you are to escaping, the easier it is to relax your vigilance. Song Shursen kindly gave one more reminder. Li Qian nodded, and immediately sent a location call to the school using his optical brain. Tang Tiantian called him again. This is my habitual road sign. When the teachers arrive later, follow this arrow. Tang Tiantian drew a sign at the entrance of the cave, paused, and added 2 more strokes at the bottom. Follow this. She explained. I don't know who copied and covered the road signs in the cave. I'm afraid you will be confused. So just follow this latest style. Li Qian, Wang Lai also took out a few medicines from his bag. Brothers, remember to treat your own wounds first. Don't let them get infected. After the team of 3 finished their instructions, they turned around and went back into the cave. Yuan Qiming was not there. So Tang Tiantian volunteered to stand at the end of the hall. Li Qian looked at their backs, thinking of his behavior along the way, and could no longer bear the guilt in his heart. He whispered, I'm sorry. His voice fell far behind. Tang Tiantian, who was walking at the end of the team, froze, and her eyes, which were lowered in the darkness, gradually became cold. She heard it and understood it. They chose a different path from the one they came from. Song Shursen walked in front, observing various possible signs along the way. There was a broken vine in the middle of the intersection of the path. The position was too straight, and it looked like it was deliberately placed here. Song Shursen picked it up from the ground. It was a branch of the springtail vine. There was no sign of burning at the cut end, but a smooth cut, not far ahead. At the same location, there was another vine. Song Shursen observed for a while and laughed. This is the mark Yuan Qiming left for us. He must have broken free halfway while being kidnapped. He not only cut the branch of the springtail vine, but also made full use of it, using it as a mark along the way. Wang Lai breathed a sigh of relief and praised sincerely. You are worthy of being the first freshman. You react very quickly. Song Shursen walked forward while playing with the vine in his hand, studying the springs between its veins. The vine is extremely elastic, and has more explosive power than a high-hardness spring. If it is used in weapons, it will definitely increase the lethality. Lepidoptera, creeper, kalimba. Song Shursen sorted out the materials he picked up along the way and wondered. Do plants tend to mutate into insects? The textbook said that there are tens of millions of directions in which organisms mutate, which are difficult to predict. It did not mention that plants have special preferences, but the animal and plant species they encountered along the way were almost all arthropods. Chapter 24. Tang Tiantian also realized something was wrong. The appearance of high-level alien species on this planet was already very abnormal. The direction of the mutation was all arthropods. It was hard not to have conspiracy theories. While they were talking, a loud shout came from the front. Wind sickle. The flying stones and sand rushed straight to the face, hitting the combat helmet, making a crackling sound. In the dust, A transparent vertebral tail-like shadow flashed across the top of the cave, and ran towards the direction where the voice came from. "It's Yuan Qiming." Song Shersan drew his sword, rushed forward with a few steps, and reminded the back, "Stand back a little. That shadow is a vertebral hole shrimp." After passing through several rocks that were split horizontally, a huge man-made pit appeared in front of him, which seemed to have been forcibly widened during the battle. The vertebral hole shrimp has a flat body, about 5 or 6 meters long, like a long centipede, and is covered with a layer of transparent carapace. You can see the black shadow of the vertebrae inside. It was hanging upside down on the top of the cave, coiling up, with several cuts on its body, and dense sensor hairs and long tentacles. Yuan Qiming stood in front of it, struggling to support himself, and the wounds on his body were even more shocking. Even the combat helmet was broken into half, and half of its face was covered with blood, and it was almost impossible to see its original appearance. "Don't come over," Yuan Qiming blurted out subconsciously, when he noticed someone running over. This is an S-level alien. If the mental strength is not enough, rushing over will only lead to death. Seeing that it was Song Shersan, he quickly changed his words. "Save people first." Song Shersan calmed down and found that the claws of the vertebral hole shrimp were still tightly clamped with a figure. The man combat helmet had fallen to who knows where. His combat uniform was scratched, and his whole body was almost covered with wounds. He tilted his head. His eyes were closed, and only the abnormal flush on his face could tell that he was alive. This face was Tang Jian, who had been in the restaurant with Song Shersan not long ago. Song Shersan understood, pulled out his sword, grabbed the tentacles of the cave shrimp that were hanging in front of him, used the force, and jumped onto its claws like a swing. Buzz. The cave shrimp made a strange sound. Its hair and tentacles have sensor functions, which are used to sense the situation in the cave. At this moment, when Song Shersan pulled it, it was as if the nerves in its brain were being pulled hard. It half raised its huge head, and its claws stood up, and wanted to hit Song Shersan with the poisonous hooks on the top. Extreme melting. Song Shersan turned the hilt of the knife, activating the elemental stone to the maximum frequency, trying to cut off its claws with one knife. As the top predator in the cave, the vertebral cave shrimp has different intelligence from ordinary alien species. If this attack fails to save Tang Jian, it will be more alert, and it will take a lot of time to find the next opportunity to attack. The physical conditions of Tang Jian and Yuan Qiming cannot allow her to delay any longer. The blade of the horizontal knife glowed a very gentle red, and the temperature was extremely high, but it restrained the aggressive momentum. The red flowed, and the blade seemed to melt into a stagnant liquid, coating the cold edge of the blade with a blue-green flame. Song Shersan turned his wrist, and there was no sharp murderous aura around him. His moves were simple. The tip of the knife slashed violently at the joint of the claws, as if he was dismantling a river fish. On the claws, the edge of the claws scratched by the tip of the knife showed a burn mark like high-temperature charcoal burning through paper, expanding outwards little by little. Before the vertebrate shrimp could understand what was happening, the whole joint was like a branch after a fire, breaking with a click, and the whole claw fell to the ground. "Hey, painless amputation," Wang Lai joked. He and Tang Tiantian had just arrived, and were keeping a distance from the battlefield ahead. Seeing the claw that was holding Tang Jian fall off, he hurried over to help him out. The claw on the head of the vertebral cave shrimp was left with only one claw. It curled up violently, and its tail swept a piece of gravel. It stretched out its legs with barbs on the side of its body, and rushed towards the direction where Tang Jian and the others were. Song Shersan fell with the claw, and now stood between the shrimp and Tang Jian and the others behind him. With the tip of her knife facing forward, she quickly adjusted her posture to meet the enemy. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Coming! Song Shersan gathered strength from his waist, just when the poison hook on the top of the vertebral hole shrimp was about to collide with her horizontal sword head-on. The opponent suddenly swung its tail, and turned its whole body upside down, and attacked Yuan Qiming on the other side. A feint to the east and attack in the west? It gave up Tang Jian, and wanted to take Yuan Qiming away. In the completely opposite direction, there was still the huge body of the vertebral hole shrimp blocking the way ahead. It was too late. It was too late at all. Song Shersan was anxious, and he flicked his wrist violently, and threw the horizontal sword in his hand. The horizontal sword rotated and inserted into the hard carapace of the vertebral hole shrimp, hitting the abdomen, and the part touched by the blade was like a haystack lit by a torch, and it spread out rapidly. The carapace of the vertebral hole shrimp was destroyed, revealing the crystal belly meat inside, and exuding the aroma of roasted protein. It rolled violently, but the horizontal sword was inserted too accurately, just in a place where it could not reach. Seeing this, Yuan Qiming condensed the airflow, and the whirlwind gathered into a huge wind hammer, aiming at the position of the horizontal sword and driving it straight in, pushing the blade a little deeper. The vertebral whole shrimp immediately reacted to Yuan Qiming in tension. Yuan Qiming was very weak now, and the attack strength was just a drizzle, but he could cause damage to it by boosting the horizontal sword. With the intelligence of the vertebral whole shrimp, it quickly judged the pros and cons, coiled its tail to protect its abdomen, and turned around to escape. Each of the arthropods in this cave was extremely fast. The vertebral cave shrimp had more legs than any other they had seen before. It was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. When Song Shursen saw it trying to escape, he had a bad feeling in his heart. She gestured to Yuan Qiming. "Win prison. Tie it up." Yuan Qiming had been fighting this monster for too long, and his mental strength was almost drained. Now he just wanted it to get out of here. He waved his hand weakly. "Let it go." "No, the sword." "My sword." Song Shursen was anxious. That was the sword she had spent hundreds of thousands of star coins to carefully craft. In just this moment of delay, they had already lost the initiative. The vertebral cave shrimp smashed through a mountain wall, and forcibly opened up two connected tunnels. It passed by like a phantom, and disappeared deep in the road. "You go first." Song Shursen almost jumped out after the vertebral cave shrimp, without even looking back, and then he disappeared. Tang Tian panicked. "I go too." Yuan Qiming just didn't have time to grab Song Shursen. Now he quickly grabbed Tang Tian. "Are you crazy? That's S level. What's the point of you going?" Tang Tian shook off his arm, but failed to break free, and said anxiously, "Shursen mental power is only C. Without a knife, what can she use to fight? Sea level?" Yuan Qiming opened his eyes slightly, although Song Shursen mentioned this when they first met. But in this cooperation, the strength and judgment she showed were not like a sea-level mental power at all. So Yuan Qiming never took this sentence seriously. So, thinking of Song Shursen's strengths, Yuan Qiming said in disbelief, "That knife, is it an elemental weapon?" He always thought that Song Shursen used a knife because he was a weapon major and was used to using weapons. Just like Tang Tian also carried a pair of pistols. As for the powerful combat power displayed by the blade, he thought it was all a special effect strengthened by Song Shursen mental power. After all, like attracts like. And it is not impossible for a middle school boy like Wang Lai to smell the aura of a strong man and do such a thing. He hadn't noticed it before. But now, he recalled the details of her attack on the vertebral cave shrimp. That level of elemental condensation was at least S level in strength. S level elemental weapon. A priceless artifact. His mental power had been stagnant at 8+. And there was no hope of further growth. If he could have a weapon like that. If he could have an S level weapon. "How did you get that weapon?" Yuan Qiming stuttered, almost biting his tongue. In the entire Interstellar Federation, there are almost no S-class elemental weapons left on the market. He was just shocked that Song Shursen was risking his life to chase him. But now it seems that he is reluctant to lose such a magical weapons, even if he has to risk 10 lives. She made it herself. Tang Tian broke free from the shackles on her wrist, stared into Yuan Qiming's eyes, and said word by word, "Song Shursen must not get into trouble. I will not leave her alone." The conversation they had on the starship was still vivid in her mind. If Song Shursen really wanted to realize the ideal blueprint she talked about, then she, Tang Tian, would definitely be her unwavering escort. Tang Tian's expression was too serious. Yuan Qiming's tongue was tied several times. He really couldn't ask questions in front of such a determined expression. "I go too." After a short silence, he made up his mind. A C-level mental power was willing to throw an S-level elemental weapon to save him. This friendship was so deep that it was worth risking his life. Moreover, if Song Shursen could really make an S-level elemental weapon, he would know the value of this person to the interstellar society. Needless to say, he also knew it in his heart. You two. Interrupt me." Wang Lai didn't pay attention to what they were talking about. As soon as he joined the conversation, he heard them planning to chase Song Shursen. He carried half of Tang Jian's body with difficulty. "You all left. What should I do here?" "Leave one behind. If the springtail vine comes back again, one of us is weak, and the other is disabled. We will both be thrown into the manure pit for fertilizer." After this reminder, Yuan Qiming realized that there was an extra Tang Jian who had just been rescued in their team. Besides, Brother Jian current situation seems not optimistic. Wang Lai put Tang Jian down, letting him half lean against the cave wall. His temperature is abnormally high, and his wounds are densely packed with eggs. Several wounds on Tang Jian's body were turned outward, revealing tender red flesh, which was densely packed with white eggs, and there seemed to be something beating inside. Hey, these eggs didn't seem to be so obvious just now, Wang Lai exclaimed, and moved closer with curiosity. Are they growing? These eggs were just like rice grains embedded in the meat at first. But now they have become the size of bubbles, and are still somewhat transparent. A small prototype can be seen inside, which looks like the compound eyes of some insect. Tang Tiantian turned away in disgust after just one look. She had no good feelings towards Tang Jian. But now seeing his miserable state, she couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Are these eggs of the vertebral cave shrimp? As soon as the question came out of her mouth, Tang Tiantian denied it herself. If the vertebral cave shrimp could produce such a huge amount of eggs, there would be no way for other creatures to survive in the entire cave. She changed her topic. Has he been to other places? Yuan Qiming shook his head, looking serious. I don't know. When I met him, he was being held in the claws of the vertebral cave shrimp, and he was already like this since Yuan Qiming went down into the crack. His tinnitus symptoms have become more and more severe, so much so that he didn't notice the springtail vine following behind him. The springtail vine is very smart. The first thing it covered was his vent. Its vine leaves seemed to be able to release a kind of neurotoxin. Yuan Qiming was caught off guard and took a breath. His mind was blank for a moment. And when he came to his senses, he had been taken far away. When he broke free from the springtail vine, he had no idea where he was. He hadn't walked a few steps forward when he encountered the vertebral hole shrimp. I can't tell what caused his high fever. Wound infection? Or parasitic eggs? Wang Lai hesitated and touched Tang Jian's face. Anyway, I used all the blockers on him. And now his temperature seems to have dropped a little. During the time they were talking, they couldn't even catch up with Song Shersan. Tang Tiantian also calmed down and began to examine the current situation. Tang Jian was unconscious. Yuan Qiming was seriously injured. Song Shersan was missing. And she and Wang Lai were the only two healthy people left. Wang Lai was too erratic. His mental strength was even lower than hers. And he had no weapons. So it was unrealistic for him to take care of the entire team alone. In this situation, she could not leave the team and act on her own. The only good news was that they now knew where the exit was. And it was not far away. Let's go! Tang Tiantian sighed. Hurry up and get the wounded out of the cave first. Several people supported each other and planned to return along the original path. Before they stood up, another black shadow flashed across the cave ceiling. This shadow was close to the cave wall, rubbing against the wall, making a metal scratching sound. The shadow circled around, and there was a clang, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. It stood up, and there was only one claw left on its head. Its abdomen was burned through from the middle, leaving a huge crack. It was clearly the vertebral cave shrimp that had just escaped from here. Why is it back? Wang Lai's face turned pale. What about Song Shersan? It was quiet all around, and there was no sign of Song Shersan. Don't think too much, maybe he just lost us. Tang Tiantian took a deep breath, soothing her teammates' emotions, trying not to let herself think about the worst situation. Yuan Qiming took 2 steps forward calmly, protecting the people behind him, and spoke in a low voice. It pulled out the knife. The sound of the heavy object falling to the ground, just now, was made when the horizontal knife fell. The vertebral hole shrimp finally got the knife out by friction, and the excruciating pain was unbearable, which it had never experienced in its life. It twitched its tentacles. When it first saw Yuan Qiming, it was also stunned for a moment. It obviously didn't expect that, after going around in a circle, this group of people would still be there. It caught Yuan Qiming's sight as soon as it came over. People can't fall in the same place twice, and the same goes for shrimps. It swept its tail, with cold eyes, and swept the horizontal knife that fell under its body into the crack of the stone behind. It's so smart. Wang Lai's legs trembled, and suddenly remembered the brain core-shaped cave beads he had seen before, and didn't forget to complain. Did it grow up eating cave beads? Without the horizontal sword as an obstacle, the vertebral hole shrimp looked down at the prey in front of it from a high position. It was injured, but the prey was not in a much better situation. It had a chance to fight. Tens of thousands of appendages suddenly contracted. Yun Qiming immediately built a wind wall. He was too familiar with this posture. It was a sign that the vertebral hole shrimp would attack. It's coming. You guys go quickly. I hold it back. No. Wang Lai refused immediately. He had a stronger sense of cutting off his arm than Yun Qiming. We're going to die together. I can't leave you behind. Who wants to die with you? Yun Qiming freed his other hand and pulled out another wind chain to restrain the vertebral cave shrimp. For the sake of being teammates, I will only hold it for 3 minutes. When the time is up, I will run for my life. Yun Qiming didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the opponent's body seemed to be shorter than before. He tightened the wind chain. In these 3 minutes, you can run as far as you can. The rest is up to you. Tang Tiantian understood what he meant, and used 2 small air currents to help Wang Lai prop up Tang Jian's body and pushed him forward. Run! Wang Lai staggered, rushed out, closed his eyes, and ran wildly. The sad song of life and death on the battlefield played in his mind, and he couldn't help crying out, Yun Qiming, you must catch up. Tang Tiantian pulled out the willow leaf double guns, helped Yun Qiming to repel several tentacles that broke through the wind wall, and followed Wang Lai. She ran 2 steps, turned back and reminded him worriedly. 3 minutes? Don't force it. Yun Qiming couldn't spare any extra energy to look at her, and only left her with the back of his head. Run! See you at the exit. Tang Tiantian said no more, and ran forward with all her strength. Yun Qiming's decision was right. They were carrying a wounded soldier who had no combat capability. Staying would only increase the food supply for the aliens. If these 3 minutes were the limit that Yun Qiming could get while protecting himself, then all they could do was to do everything they could to run as fast as possible. Wang Lai's shadow was not far ahead, and he was about to turn a corner. Tang Tiantian controlled the airflow from behind, helped him hold up Tang Jian's body, and judged the direction of the exit. Turn left at the intersection behind the corner. As long as you run through this section, you will reach the exit soon. Tang Tiantian made a concerted effort and sped up. When she passed the corner, a slate-gray shadow flashed across her peripheral vision and shot straight toward Wang Lai. Oh no! Almost subconsciously, Tang Tiantian reached out and grabbed the vine that passed by her. The speed of the springtail vine is far beyond the reach of humans. Moving at high speed, Tang Tiantian condensed a weak wind lock, wrapped herself and the vine several times, and inserted the blade under the willow leaf spear into the stem vein to fix it, and barely prevented herself from being thrown out. Wang Lai, be careful! Tang Tiantian shouted against the whistling airflow. When the weight of Tang Jian sank behind him, Wang Lai realized that Tang Tiantian must have encountered something. So she took back the airflow that helped him. He turned around in a hurry, and saw the springtail vine rushing towards him with its claws and teeth bared. He was so scared that he quickly condensed a wall of fire around him. There is a reason why the springtail vine is so aggressive. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its weakest point. Although the springtail vine has no biological connection with snakes, it also has a similar weakness, which is its main stem vein. Just now, Tang Tiantian's knife stabbed the vital point on its main vein. The whole vine twisted in pain, trying to shake off the woman on it. Unexpectedly, the harder it struggled, the deeper the opponent's knife stabbed the wall of fire in front of it. If it hit it, even if the fire was very thin, it would be pouring oil on its wound. The springtail vine quickly stopped. Tang Tiantian was dizzy by the sudden emergency, but she still refused to let go subconsciously. She used more force with the knife in her hand and actually cut a hole in it. I can't stand it anymore. The springtail vine was in great pain, its branches stood up, and it expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh no! It's going to explode. Tang Tiantian quickly let go of her hand when she realized that the vines under her body suddenly became thicker, and she grabbed Wang Lai. Get out of the way! With a loud bang, the rubble flew in the firelight, and the entire tunnel almost collapsed, and a few charred dead leaves remained in the air, and fell at Tang Tiantian's feet. What's going on? Wang Lai was still lying on the ground, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He was wearing combat uniform, and Tang Tiantian had just thrown him under her, so he was not injured much in the explosion. The springtail vine exploded. Tang Tiantian got up, and her back was hit by the explosion. Although the combat uniform resisted part of the impact, it still hurt. When the springtail vine is fatally injured, it will burn its resin to produce a violent explosion and escape. This is a trick that kills 1,000 enemies and hurts 800 of its own. It will not come back for a while. Tang Tiantian was also confused. She didn't understand what kind of injury the springtail vine had suffered to make such a judgment. But she didn't have time to care about it now. How is Tang Jian? She asked. Still alive. Tang Jian's combat uniform was almost torn. Even if Wan Lai tried his best to protect him, he would inevitably get injured. It was rare to ensure that he was still alive. Tang Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief and helped Wan Lai pull Tang Jian up. Let's get out quickly. This place is not far from the exit. Before she finished her words, she stared at the chaos in front of her and froze in her place. There was a T-junction behind the corner, and the place where the springtail vine exploded was at the intersection, and the direction they were going to go was blocked by the collapsed tunnel. Song Shursen had indeed lost him. Even though she had chased out alone, she didn't have to worry about whether her teammates could keep up. And she had already pushed her speed to the extreme. The vertebral cave shrimp looked huge, but its body seemed very light. It shuttled between the tunnels, and it didn't leave any traces on the road sections it climbed. It curled up its tail, protecting the horizontal knife in its belly, leaving no sound for Song Shursen. There was no trace of it at all. Song Shursen stood there in a daze, holding the familiar shower hook in her hand. She had packed the hook in her backpack before she left, and now that the knife was gone, she had to make do with the hook. The vertebral cave shrimp was too fast. She tried her best, and could only keep a distance from it that was just out of sight, and when she threw the hook, it only caught one tail, and it soon broke off one tail and escaped. This is a brand new cave created by the vertebral cave shrimp. Whenever it is about to be blocked by Song Shursen at the intersection, it can find two connected caves to break through the mountain wall and escape from another way. The surroundings are silent and dull. There is no wind flowing. Only the light of the searchlight on her combat helmet. It is a deeper cave than the place they have been to before. Song Shursen walked along this passage, always feeling that there is something he can't figure out. Generally speaking, the top predators in a cave live deep in the cave. Judging from the route of the vertebral cave shrimp's escape, it is quite familiar with the terrain here. And it is not the case that it took the wrong path and ran out by mistake. They had not even walked 1/3 of the cave when they encountered the vertebral cave shrimp. It was so easy to encounter a top boss. What else is living deeper? It can't be a nest of vertebral cave shrimps. Right? Unless, deep in the cave, there is a creature that can make this S-level alien feel afraid. Song Shursen suddenly stopped. The figure of the vertebral cave shrimp just now suddenly disappeared here. The cave ahead became narrower, and it was pitch black in front of her. It seemed to be no different from an ordinary cave entrance. But Song Shursen had an inexplicable intuition that she couldn't go any further. Let's go back, she sighed. It took a long time to chase him out. If it's too late, Tang Tiantian and the others will be worried. She started and was about to turn around when a bright light suddenly flashed in the cave. Then, a familiar voice came from the depths of the cave. Why do I feel like this road is getting deeper and deeper? We won't be trapped here, will we? It's really strange. It's been so long, and we haven't even seen a single intersection. Hey, there seems to be a fork in the road ahead. Is this voice from Wan Lai and Tang Tiantian? Song Shursen widened his eyes in surprise, almost suspecting that he was hallucinating, and stared at the corner in the dark without moving for a moment. The light of the flashlight was getting closer and closer, and 3 crowded shadows appeared on the cave wall. The figure gradually grew larger, and even the footsteps became clearer. The next second, Wan Lai poked his head out from the corner. Fuck! Wan Lai exclaimed, still carrying Tang Jian on his shoulders, causing both of them to sway. Why is there a figure in front of us? Back off. Tang Tiantian pulled the trigger with her finger, aiming at the black figure in front. Song Shursen stood there without moving. Seeing that the other party did not move, Wan Lai bravely switched the flashlight to the strong light mode and hit the figure's face. Why do I feel like this looks like it seems to be Song Shursen? Song Shursen let the strong light hit her body, only when it hit her eyes. She put her hand up to block it. She said in a cold and calm voice, It's me, Shizansen. Tang Tiantian ran out excitedly. Great, you're okay. Don't move. Song Shursen shouted softly. His face was very ugly. Tang Tiantian was so scared that she stopped walking. She stood there, with a puzzled look, and questioned the other party with her eyes. In silence, a few drops of water fell on her shoulders. Tick-tock, stalactites dripping? Song Shursen pursed his lips, and used his chin to signal her to look at her shoulder. Tang Tiantian touched it slightly, and through the sensor gloves. The liquid in her hands seemed to be sticky and thick. Looking down, under the dim light of the combat helmet searchlight, Tang Tiantian saw clearly that those were not water drops, but piles of egg masses gathered together. Slow down. Move over. Don't disturb them, Song Shursen said softly, turning his fingertips slightly, activating the elemental stone on the hook. When Wanlai light came over just now, maybe they didn't notice, but Song Shursen saw it clearly. On the top of the cave in front of them, there were several giant antlion bees resting, one of which was right above their heads. The giant antlion bee is a kind of interstellar insect, with a bat-like head, moth-like wings, protruding sickle-shaped mouthparts, and a body that fully possessed the characteristics of Formicidae insects, but covered with a layer of fine whiskers. On these whiskers, including the gaps in the wings, each one is densely packed with translucent eggs. When there are too many eggs, the whiskers cannot bear them, and they will drip down. Tang Tiantian understood in an instant that the eggs on Tang Jian's wound were the eggs she had just touched. Her face was pale, and she subconsciously glanced at the ground. Circles and layers of egg membranes were stacked together, covering the entire road ahead, and their feet had already broken some of them. And now their entire boots were covered with thick mucus and broken larvae. Tang Tiantian almost vomited, barely keeping the last bit of her sanity, helping Wang Lai to lift Tang Jian. Just as she took a step, the giant antlion bee above her head started to move. Tang Tiantian's back stiffened. "Run!" Song Shursen shouted, and the antlion bees were already alarmed. Behind them, giant antlion bees began to flap their wings, leaving no time for hesitation. "What?" Wang Lai obediently ran away, and wanted to look back to see what happened, without waiting for him to look back. At that moment, everyone heard the flapping sound described by Yun Qiming. Wang Lai did not dare to look anymore, and gathered a column of fire around him, surrounding him and Tang Tiantian. Tang Tiantian supported Tang Jian with airflow, and used the willow leaf gun to repel the nearest giant antlion bee. Her shooting skills were very accurate, and she shot at the wings. In a few breaths, the two ran to Song Shursen. "Go!" Song Shursen urged, adjusting the frequency of the shower hook to the maximum, and turned on the switch in the direction of the cave. The dense water columns condensed into ice spikes, piercing the antlion bees that pounced on them one after another. The temperature around them dropped rapidly, and a chill emanated from the cave walls. However, this was only the outermost wave. The piles of eggs scattered on this straight road alone were enough to guess how terrifying the number of antlion bees inside was. The other side of the fork was probably the hive of giant antlion bees. In the cave, an endless stream of giant antlion bees were still pouring out, and there seemed to be a huge black shadow behind the dark swarm of bees. When they flapped their wings, the whole passage was buzzing. "No way! What's catching up? Is there anything bigger than this?" Wang Lai cried, running in the front with the help of Tang Tiantian Wen behind him. Song Shursen was at the end, covering their rear. The shower's attack range was limited. She could only repel the nearest wave of antlion bees, but the pursuers behind her were pouring in like a tide. This wouldn't work. She needed a position to block the terrain. She observed quickly, the whole way here was a straight road. There was no suitable place along the wall. "Turn left at the intersection ahead." Tang Tiantian pointed in the direction. This road was the one Song Shursen took when he chased Mi Xia in the Juedong cave. The starting point was the place where they fought at that time. As she ran, she became familiar with it. "Hey! Ahead! Yun Qiming! Yun Qiming!" Wang Lai shouted. Yun Qiming looked like he had suffered a lot more wounds than before, and he was shaky. He said verbally that he would only hold on for 3 minutes. But he couldn't help but think about holding on a little longer to give his teammates more time to escape. Just when he was about to give up, the sound of flapping wings in his ears became louder and louder, as if the whole cave was buzzing. The cave shrimp seemed to be able to feel the flapping wings, and shuddered all over. It actually left him with its tail between its legs and ran away without looking back. Yun Qiming leaned against the mountain wall weakly. Before he could catch his breath, he heard Wang Lai desperately calling his name. He raised his eyes, his expression shocked. "How did you come from the depths of the cave? Run! Run!" Wang Lai pointed to the right, and shouted heartbreakingly. Wang Lai was in tatters, followed by Tang Tiantian, who was also in a mess, and behind him was Song Shursen, who was relatively calm and steady, holding a strange weapon. When he glanced back again, Yun Qiming stood up straight, and his face changed. "Zerg? Although the giant antlion bee that was closest to him had its limbs broken by Song Shursen freezing, Yun Qiming still recognized it at a glance. How is it possible? He stood up suddenly, rushed forward to take over Tang Jian, and also ran as fast as he could. The team did not dare to look back, and ran forward desperately. In front of them was the T-junction that was blown down by the springtail vine. At that time, Tang Tiantian and the others were trapped on the right. Now they have circled back, and the road to the exit is on the left. The rubble piled up into a small hill. Fortunately, the passage on the left was only half blocked, just enough for people to pass through. Left. We are almost there. Tang Tiantian was out of breath. Actually, she didn't need to point it out. Everyone could understand. After all, there was only one road left. Song Shursen also saw the pile of rubble in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he was relieved. Found it. The right place. When everyone ran around the corner, she jumped lightly and inserted the shower head into the gap at the top of the pile of stones. The dense ice ridges were facing the direction where the antlion bees were rushing, because they were fixed in the same position. The surrounding temperature condensed even lower, and a layer of frost soon formed. After fixing the shower head, Song Shursen followed the team and ran to the left passage. She adjusted the shower head to the maximum frequency. Considering the characteristics of the material, she activated the water element instead of the fire that all insects feared. Song Shursen had figured it out long ago. Even if he escaped to the cave entrance, it would be useless if the rescue aircraft outside did not arrive. The best way was to block this group of giant antlion bees in the cave. I hope this shower head can last a little longer. She turned her head and took another look from a distance. In the gap between the rubble, a huge compound eye that almost occupied the entire cave entrance was staring coldly at the direction they were fleeing. Their eyes met. Song Shursen was startled and shuddered. He quickly turned around and quickened his pace. On the other side of the gap, it was clearly the eyes of a highly intelligent creature. Yang Luo had just answered a call from the federal military. After hanging up the call, he sat silently in his office chair and lit a cigarette. The cause of the elemental fluctuation that caused the destruction of the school starship has been figured out. It was the fluctuation caused by the source nuclear explosion on the desolate star K9. The instigator was the chief explorer sent out this time, Yuan Chiha. After the incident, Yuan Chiha was immediately controlled by Xuanye and brought back to the federal military for investigation. During the investigation, not only Yuan Chiha will be subject to a 3-month travel restriction order, but all the mineral explorers in their entire military will be strictly monitored for every move, including the Federal Military Academy. This is an old tradition of the federal high-level people. Mineral prospectors control the lifeblood of elemental stones. Those high-level poisonous borers will never allow any high-purity elemental stone collection data to fall into the hands of others. Yang Luo blew out a smoke ring, watched the smoke gradually dissipate in the air, and rubbed his head dejectedly. After returning, there will be another bloody storm in the school. After putting out the cigarette butt, he raised his wrist, and the optical brain communication was ringing at this moment. It was a rescue request, red, which means the highest level. Yang Luo frowned slightly, and was a little surprised. In the more than 10 years he has been teaching, he has never seen a rescue request of the highest level. Chapter 25. The rescue team's aircraft circled several times before finally finding the hidden cave entrance. Yang Luo held a thick stack of information sheets in his hand, with red characters on a white background, printing all the information about this rescue request. 5 S-class aliens, trapped, the highest mental power among them was only A+. Unless a miracle happened, there was almost no chance of everyone surviving. In fact, in the field exploration class, or even all the courses in the entire military academy, it was not uncommon for students to be injured or even sacrificed. They are a military school, and most of the students will go to the battlefield in the future. And there is only a fine line between life and death. The welfare of the military school is generous, and all miscellaneous courses are free. The social status is higher than others. If the students die, they will receive a high pension for their families. The price to pay for all these privileges is that you must always keep your head on your belt. As an instructor of the exploration class, Yang Luo has taken on many rescue missions, most of which will eventually turn into an obituary. Even if he has made the worst plan in his heart, if possible, he still holds a glimmer of luck, hoping that the students can stay away from the horizon of death, and farther away. So when this fluke really happened before his eyes, Yan Luo stared at the small green ticks on the rescue list, which meant that the mission was completed, and it was a little difficult to recover for a while. 2 people were seriously injured and unconscious, and the rest were able to move. The rescuer looked out of the cave and skillfully carried the injured onto the stretcher. They landed at the right time, just in time to catch up with Song Shursan team escaping from the cave, and they were sent to the emergency facilities without any delay. After confirming that there were no other students in the cave, the rescue team sent out a drone to set up a blockade on the entire mountain. The danger level of this karst development area has exceeded Yan Luo's authority. He commanded the aircraft to take off smoothly, while drafting a detailed mission report to his superiors. Multiple types of A-level alien species. S-level vertebral cave shrimp. Giant antlion bee. Yan Luo stopped writing and looked at Song Shursan. Are there any other abnormalities you think? The students rescued from the cave were still undergoing full-body examinations. Song Shursan was the first to come out, and Yan Luo began his routine questioning with her. In such a dangerous situation, it was a miracle that the whole team survived. But what surprised him even more was that the girl in front of him had almost no injuries, and even her combat uniform was not damaged much. Her stable emotional control and accurate information narration were something Yan Luo had only seen from those senior battlefield commanders. He couldn't help but observe Song Shursan a few more times. Since Song Shursan boarded the aircraft, his eyes had never moved away from the open-air cave, until she confirmed that it was completely pulled up to the blockade net and disappeared from sight without any antlion bees chasing it. She finally let go of her tense heart. Hearing Yan Luo's question, she turned her head, frowned and thought for a while, and said softly, "Teacher, after being parasitized by Zerg eggs, will it be attacked by genes?" "Huh?" Yan Luo didn't expect her to ask such a strange question. "Are you worried about the eggs on Tangjian body? Many plant species we saw in the cave, Lepidoptera, Ciliata, Columbella, are all mutating towards the characteristics of Zerg." Song Shursan thought about the wording. They all have very high attack strength, and, perhaps, they can communicate with antlion bees. Song Shursan had never understood what the flapping sound Yun Qiming was talking about, until she heard it with her own ears beside the giant antlion beehive. Thinking about it carefully, this kind of flapping sound was not the first time she had heard it. Blood-crawling spiders, vertebral hole shrimps, and even springtail vines made similar sounds when they were injured. Because the frequency was lower, it became like a strange buzzing sound. Alienation? Communication? Yan Luo clenched the form in his hand, as if listening to a fairy tale. The Zerg is the biggest threat to interstellar humans in the competition for resources. They have strong attack power and fast reproduction. In recent decades, they have even evolved individuals with high intelligence. But I have never heard of being able to induce the direction of mutation in other organisms. And the concept of genetic attack is even more unheard of. Song Shursan looked into the distance, hesitating. I am worried. Will some highly intelligent individuals of the Zerg attack other organisms through laying eggs and parasitizing them, to achieve the purpose of expanding territory and power? Yan Luo paused, holding the pen, and the tip of the pen condensed into a ball of thick ink on the paper. I haven't seen such a case yet. Desolate Planet B015 is a planet of ordinary danger level. The elemental stones on it have been basically mined out. It is difficult to produce elemental fluctuations that can induce strong mutations in surrounding organisms. Such a planet, there is no reason to attract Zerg, and it is even more impossible for B-level or above alien species to appear. But these impossibilities that everyone knows just happened. His face turned serious, and he seriously considered the possibility of this hypothesis. I will report to the Federal Biological Institute first. Song Shursan lowered his eyes, said nothing more, and stared at the closed door of the rescue cabin in silence. These were just her guesses, but if even a little bit of it came true, the Interstellar Society would face a huge shock. They were students of the military academy, and this shock would be closely related to their fate. After a long time, the green light in front of the simple rescue cabin door finally lit up. A female medical worker came out, took off her protective mask, and breathed a sigh of relief. We've checked everything, and there's no danger to his life. Yun Qiming overused his mental power, which caused him to collapse and fall into a coma. He should take care of himself after he wakes up. It's best not to use his mental power again in the near future. Otherwise it will increase the risk of mineralogy. The medical worker quickly recorded in the medical record book in her hand. Tangjian condition is more troublesome. He has a lot of skin injuries. Although they are not deep. He is parasitic with a large number of attached eggs, which has caused a serious infection. Fortunately, you used blockers and cleaned the wounds in time, and his injuries did not worsen further. However, there is another strange thing. The medical staff paused, seemingly hesitating about how to phrase it. We found some residual excrement in his throat. Oh, that's bad droppings, Tang Tian replied. Her injuries were relatively minor, only some burns on her back. After applying the medicine, she was able to move freely, and now she was sitting on the sofa beside her, fiddling with her manicure. He accidentally fell into the bat feces pool, and he may have choked twice unconsciously. After I fished him out, I thought he smelled too strong, so I rinsed him with elemental water. She raised her hand and admired her finished product carefully under the ceiling light. I accidentally cleaned the wound at that time, and it was a good thing for him. Medical staff. Li Qian wiped his sweat silently. He wanted to keep such an embarrassing thing as a secret for Tang Jian, but he didn't expect it to be revealed in front of so many people. Yes, Tang Jian fell into a bad dung pool in the chaos when he was about to leave the cave, which was the one where the springtail vine caught them. At that time, although Song Shursen had told them to be careful of the springtail vine, he and the little freckled boy did not go far after sending the distress signal, and they just squatted beside the cave. So when they heard the messy footsteps coming from the cave, they immediately went to meet them. Then, they saw Yun Qiming, who was carrying Tang Jian, suddenly fainted, and Wang Lai, who was closest, reached out to help the two people, but failed to help them, and Tang Jian fell into the dung pool beside. He went into the pond to fish Tang Jian out. The manure pond was very deep, not even up to his chest. He had never felt so miserable in his life. Li Qian glanced at Tang Tian, who seemed to be calm. This woman, she was selfless and reliable in the cave, and she would rather be in a mess to bring Tang Jian out. He thought she would let bygones be bygones and let them off the hook for tripping over the road sign. As a result, once she changed out of her combat uniform, she returned to her arrogant and domineering look, and she didn't even bother to hide her blatant malice. Wang Lai rarely said anything, sneaked a glance at Tang Tian, and then moved his eyes to the clouds outside the window with a guilty conscience. Li Qian and the others might not have seen clearly, but as the person involved, he was the most clear about the situation at that time. Tang Tian led the way, and when they ran to the back cave, they happened to walk into the narrow path beside the manure pit. Yun Qiming suddenly fainted due to exhaustion, and the weight of the two big men in front of him fell on him at once. In fact, he was able to hold on steadily, because he had been helping Yun Qiming, and Tang Tian was supporting him with airflow from behind, so he could still find the sense of balance. But when he went to pick up the fallen Yun Qiming, the airflow that Tang Tian had supported Tang Jian was suddenly disappeared, and faintly pushed him aside. Later, Tang Tian, contrary to her usual behavior, took the initiative to help Tang Jian clean up. Wang Lai thought he had misunderstood, and that the accident was really just an accident. It turned out that he was waiting here. Women's hearts are really scary. Wang Lai was secretly shocked. If the medical staff hadn't discovered it, when Tang Jian woke up and noticed the foreign body in his mouth, I don't know what his expression would be. Chapter 26. Due to the discovery of S-class aliens, the safety level of the desolate planet B015 needs to be reevaluated, and this course has to return early. The starship returned to Yunta Star, where the first Federal Military Academy is located, on Friday night. At the suggestion of the medical staff, Yun Qiming and Tang Jian were transferred to the school intensive care unit, and stayed in the hospital for observation for a period of time. The students dispersed, and after parting with Wang Lai, Song Shursen and Tang Tian returned to the dormitory first, planning to visit Yun Qiming the next morning. Under the dim streetlights, mottled shadows of trees swayed, reflecting on the young girls passing by. Tang Tian stretched her body lazily. This exploration class only lasted 3 days, but she felt like a century had passed. It's great, she sighed. The campus is great, and peace is great. Looking up, the lights flickered in the gaps between the leaves, and Tang Tian felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. 3 days ago, I would never have thought that I would experience such a life-and-death catastrophe. Song Shursen kicked the stones on the roadside intermittently. Her brain was as empty as her wallet. Yes, she certainly could not have thought 3 days ago that she would lose both weapons in such a short time. The knife was gone. The hook was gone. And the star coin was gone. I don't know if the scrap collection post on the forum homepage has attracted any customers. The two of them walked to the small square of the Weaponry Academy without knowing it. Their major was an independent academy, and there were not many students. At this time, there was no one in the small square. Only the statue of Montium stood quietly in the moonlight. The statue was still covered with spider-web dust, which covered the former weapon master with a bit of desolation and loneliness. The initiator of elemental weapons, what a great creator. Tang Tiantian stopped and stared at the statue erected for the glory of Master Chungyang. Why doesn't the dean want to repair it? Song Shursen had learned a little about the history of the academy and the statue when he was looking up documents in the library. At the beginning, the dean went against all odds and founded the School of Weapon Science at his own expense, because he saw the possibility of reversing the haze of mineralogy from elemental weapons, and hoped to open up fertile ground for this emerging discipline. Unfortunately, the seeds of hope have not sprouted yet, and they were extinguished by those with ulterior motives in the quagmire of power struggles. The assistants around Montium were bought by the major families, and the technology and knowledge were monopolized by the powerful. The college not only failed to recruit high-quality teachers, but also failed to obtain subject subsidies from the federal top leaders. Even the talented students who were finally recruited abandoned the idea of promoting the subject for the benefit of society after graduation, and were secretly poached and became prisoners of interests. The evening breeze brought a few strands of Song Shursen's high ponytail, and her eyes flickered in the starry night. She said in a light tone, "Perhaps the more glamorous this statue is, the more the dean's original intention seems to be a joke." "That's right." Tang Tiantian blinked slowly, thoughtfully. "Information monopoly, each with his own agenda. If this continues, even if the design drawings handed down by Montium are reborn, no one will be able to reproduce them." She stretched out her hand, and gently wiped away the dust on the design drawings in front of Montium's desk with her fingertips, leaving a smooth mark. "Shursen, are you free after visiting Yunqiming tomorrow? Let's go to the lab together, I give you a small gift." The next morning, Song Shursen took out some money from his limited account balance, bought some fruit, and went to the school hospital with Tang Tiantian. Due to the special nature of the military academy, the hospital on campus is large, and the medical resources are also given special preferential treatment. The intensive care unit is on the 3rd floor. The nurse gave them Yunqiming room number, which is the second to last room at the end of the corridor. After the two of them went up a few steps, Tang Tiantian received a call, and Song Shursen waited for her in the corridor. There were not many people on the weekend, and the corridor seemed empty. Song Shursen was boredly counting the few withering magnolias outside the window, and someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Turning back, Wang Lai was winking at her. "Boss, it's me." Wang Lai was a medical soldier. He was occasionally assigned to the hospital on weekends, and he would come to visit his teammates in the ward. He was wearing a medical training suit today, and there was an intern business card on his chest. Ignoring the unremarkable expression on his face, he actually looked quite serious. "Yeah, I recognize him." Song Shursen also greeted him. He just changed his clothes. She was not faceblind to that extent. "No." Wang Lai came closer, looked around, and lowered his voice. "It's me. Nirvana." "Huh?" Song Shursen's eyes were confused for a moment, and he struggled to open his long-lost memories and remembered. Nirvana seemed to be the boy who told her the rules of the promotion match in the black market competition. But in Song Shursen's impression, Nirvana figure was much stronger than Wang Lai, so she didn't connect the two people together at first. No way. Wang Lai saw her expression, and guessed what she was thinking. No one would not know that the artificial body can adjust the body shape, in order to protect the privacy of the contestants and prevent retaliation after the game. The underground black market competition simulation cabin requires contestants to use artificial bodies. The artificial body is synesthetized with the human body, and all senses are 100% retained, but it will automatically adjust the body shape displayed by the contestant. Song Shur dared to go on stage to compete without understanding the rules of the 3 consecutive promotion games. It is not surprising that he did not know the instructions for using the simulation cabin. Wang Lai's surprise lasted only a second, and he immediately skipped the topic, wagging his tail like a puppy and coming around. "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely keep your identity a secret. People in the underground black market usually mind the disclosure of real information." Although Song Shursen said nothing, Wang Lai still hurriedly promised as usual. "You look even cooler in person than your artificial body," he described with a beaming face. I felt your aura was so familiar when I joined the team. And when you took out the shower head, I recognized it at a glance. Thinking of the two heavy weapons that were lost on a distant desolate planet, Song Shursen felt a pain in her heart. She had fought hard for more than 100 games in the ring competition, and all the money she earned was used to refine the sword. With so many star coins, she didn't know when she would be able to have another life weapon of her own. Speaking of the ring competition, Song Shursen remembered again. By the way, the rules of the L2 rank were temporarily adjusted before. Are they still in effect now? Oh, that one. Wang Lai was slow to react. That rule that rewards and penalties are increased tenfold. The announcement just released says that this Sunday is the last day. As soon as the temporary rules of L2 were released, the crowd was excited, and the contestants were trembling with fear for several days. After discovering that there was no sign of the scrap collector Xiao Song, then the competition gradually returned to order. This Sunday, that is tomorrow. Winning a game is 100,000 star coins. She still has a chance. Song Shursen nodded in understanding, and his depressed mood due to economic pressure finally brightened up a little. Song Shursen might have been a little slow to react, but Wang Lai was fully aware of the cause of the incident. Seeing Song Shursen's relieved expression, he thought she was feeling guilty for disrupting the order of the game, and his respect for her rose several levels. Boss, you are so kind. For the sake of the ecological harmony of L2, you have waited for so many days and not gone to the game, Wang Lai said, wiping away the tears from his eyes with emotion. Scrap collector Xiao Song used to go to the game every day, and he would stand in the ring for several hours without stopping for a game. Anyone with a discerning eye could see her desire to level up. Now, for the sake of L2 peace, she had endured not going to the competition for nearly a week. She really had good intentions, and was kind. Song Shursen, ? What ecological harmony? What about deliberately not competing? Wasn't she taking a field exploration class? Before Song Shursen could speak, Wang Lai grabbed her sleeve. In order to suppress the desire to fight in my heart, in order to relieve the loneliness of the strong, I had no choice but to choose the outdoor class as a consolation. Boss, you don't need to explain. I understand. I understand everything. Song Shursen. Wang Lai was speaking with great emotion, and was about to say something else. But Tang Tiantian's slightly anxious voice interrupted. What's wrong? What happened? Tang Tiantian had just come back from the phone call, and when she looked up, she saw Song Shursen standing by the window, with a medical worker beside him, talking to her excitedly. Her heart tightened, and she was worried that something had happened in the intensive care unit. So she hurried over. Hey Tiantian, you're here too. The medical staff turned around, and saw that it was Tang Tiantian, and smiled with two small canine teeth. Wang Lai. Tang Tiantian was stunned. This was the first time she saw Wang Lai wearing a medical training suit, and she was not used to it for a while. Well, I just visited Yun Qiming, and he has woken up. Seeing the fruit basket in Tang Tiantian's hand, Wang Lai pointed to the end of the corridor considerately. That's the room, and the door is still closed. After this interruption, the few people exchanged a few other pleasantries. Wang Lai could not stop talking. He dragged on until he was almost late for his duty. He reluctantly said goodbye to them, looking at Wang Lai back as he left. Tang Tiantian moved closer to Song Shursen, still feeling a little unbelievable. This guy put on a medical uniform, and actually looked like a medical worker. She muttered softly, and then thought of Wang Lai's cheerfulness and recklessness in the cave, and shook her head with concern. No. I still want to suggest that he change his major. The recruiter must have been deceived by his gentle appearance. Song Shursen was confused by Wang Lai's remarks just now. He agreed with him at this moment and said sincerely, Indeed, if the patient stays with him for a long time, I will be very worried about the patient's mental state. The corridor was very long, and there were almost no people in the wards along the way. The two found Yun Qiming room number, knocked on the closed door, and pushed it in. The intensive care unit is a double room, more spacious and bright than ordinary wards, with all kinds of examination facilities. Yun Qiming's bed is next to the door. When the door is pushed open, he is wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, reviewing the theoretical introduction of the exploration course seriously. There is also a person in the next bed, who is obviously quite popular. The bedside table is filled with various fruits and supplements for visiting, which directly blocks half of the person's body. Song Shursen took 2 more steps forward, took the fruit basket from Tang Tiantian, and placed it at the head of Yun Qiming's bed. This angle is closer, so she greeted Yun Qiming, but before she opened her mouth, a sneer of contempt suddenly came from her side. Chapter 27. Song Shersan turned his head, his sight passed the pile of bedside tables, and saw the other person's face clearly. Tang Jian. After waking up, Tang Jian learned from Li Qian some of the follow-up after his fainting. The people who saved him, on one hand, were his secret rivals, and on the other hand, he wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. He also checked Song Shersan's student file later, and he was not the terrible mental power expert he had expected before, but a C-level who did not even meet the minimum admission requirements of the previous year. The kind of waste he despised the most. This life-saving grace weighed on him. Rather than being a favor, it was more like a humiliation. Tang Jian turned his face away, and his tone was like a superior giving alms to the inferior. As a reward for saving me, you will be on the same team with me for this make-up exam. This was said to Song Shersan and Tang Tiantian. Although the exploration class ended early due to an emergency, the course score was still recorded as usual, and those who failed to submit the task completely would still be counted as failing, but they were allowed an extra make-up exam opportunity. Tang Jian and his team encountered the Juedomi shrimp. Some were injured and some fled. And the topographic map was in a mess. They basically didn't get the 60% score. Song Shersan team had been disrupted by him from the beginning, so they should have no chance of getting any points. Tang Jian had heard about how difficult it was to form a low-level spiritual power team, and he condescended to work hard in their team, which was also a favor. You can ask for any material needs. This was said to Yun Qiming. Although Yun Qiming's strength was slightly better than his background was still far behind that of the Tang family. A century-old family with sovereignty over a star cluster. Saving his life in exchange for the protection of a direct lineage was not a loss. After Tang Jian finished speaking, the atmosphere was strangely silent for a moment. These words were nominally a way of repaying, but the contempt between the words was unreserved, and ran over the eyes of each of them. Yun Qiming turned off the light computer screen in his hand. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and his face, which had not yet recovered its color, suddenly turned red. Although he and Tang Jian were both seed single-soldier majors, they had never had any intersection, and they could be said to have kept to themselves. As the top freshman, he saved his life, but was mocked for his background. The boy's sensitive self-esteem was stabbed hard, and he coughed for a long time in anger. Song Shersan looked at Tang Jian, and suddenly said, "You want to be in the same team with us?" Without waiting for a reply, she shook her head. "I refuse." Tang Jian, ? Song Shersan said indifferently. "Otherwise you should drop out of the class, so as not to drag others to save you. A burden." This tone was inexplicably familiar. Tang Jian thought about it for a while, and his face darkened. This was clearly what he said to mock Tang Tiantian in the cafeteria, and now Song Shersan returned it intact. But he couldn't find any reason to refute. Yun Qiming also recovered his breath, and couldn't give a good face. "Who wants to take the make-up exam with you? Tiantian has already submitted the task." "How is it possible?" Tang Jian was stunned, and his young master's airs finally broke down. Even if Tang Tiantian was not disturbed by his road signs, in the panic of the subsequent battle with the Juedomi shrimp, it would be impossible for her to remember the topographic map along the way. Seeing Tang Jian's shocked expression, Tang Tiantian lifted her long hair to the side of her ear, her eyebrows curved. "Oh, it's really a coincidence. Every failure is a learning experience. If someone hadn't taught me a lesson in advance, I wouldn't have been able to hold it so steady." With the previous lesson, Tang Tiantian used the open-air cave entrance as her entry point when she returned to rescue people. From then on, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she forced herself to stay calm, and completely engraved the route they had taken in her mind, and drew a new topographic map with no errors. She would get up where she fell, and she would not make the same mistake twice. This was her promise, and also her way of proving her strength. Under Tang Jian's gloomy gaze, she stood up, walked to the other's bedside, and generously moved the expensive basket of flowers and fruits to Yun Qiming's side, with a smile on her face. They say that a lifesaver is like a second parent. Tang Tiantian picked up an apple, and her aura of a young lady was fully revealed. She looked even more domineering than Tang Jian. "Why? You are honoring your parents with these crooked melons and jujubes?" Coming out of the intensive care unit, the mood of the group was disturbed. Tang Tiantian walked silently behind Song Shersan. She had seen too many people like Tang Jian, who were arrogant because of their background. The so-called high-class dinners were almost full of such people. Even she was once a part of them. Until today's misalignment, she really felt how ridiculous and disgusting the prejudice and arrogance revealed by this high-ranking person intentionally or unintentionally were. Fortunately, I didn't go further on this wrong path. Tang Tiantian was thankful, and she felt more and more that she had made an extremely correct decision last night. She stepped forward and held Song Shersan, and her tone was full of excitement. Let's go, and go to the laboratory to see the gift I gave you. The two took the school bus from the hospital to the teaching buildings of weapons science. Although it was the weekend, there were many people in the laboratory, most of whom were seniors, who were working hard on their graduation projects. Tang Tiantian found an empty room and skillfully unfolded the lab table. She took out her willow leaf double guns and placed them on the glass table. The pink and silver light shone brightly in the transparent sunlight. When I first drew its prototype, Teacher He praised me for my talent. It seemed a bit pretentious to brag in front of Song Shersan. After saying this, Tang Tiantian smiled shyly. Song Shersan remembered that Tang Tiantian was very enthusiastic when she first entered school, and often went to Yu to communicate after class. Her learning results are also obvious. The strength of the first weapon was C+, which far exceeded the level of a freshman. She can be regarded as an extremely talented student. After learning from Song Shersan integrated circuit design, Tang Tiantian improved her design and copied all the parts that could be used. The quality of this weapon has jumped to B+, which has exceeded the graduation requirements. It's not that I have talent. There is a prototype for this pair of double guns. I just drew a rough sketch based on it. Tang Tiantian opened the backpack behind her and took out an exquisite black box. When she was in the hospital, she received a call to pick up the package. The box was long and thin, with a layer of black velvet with a faint golden sheen on the surface. There was a lock on the lid, and it was obvious that there was a valuable treasure inside. Tang Tiantian took a deep breath, unfastened the lock, and took out the collection inside. It was a roll of parchment, with a faint scent of ink, and compared with the elegance and luxury of the box, it seemed a bit plain and shabby. You know, my mother is the granddaughter of the Emu group, and she's very rich. Tang Tiantian handed the parchment roll to Song Shersan, and said slowly, in fact, this family business was almost lost in my grandfather's hands. My grandfather was a man of temperament. When he was young, he met a down-and-out weapon master, and he felt that they were like-minded. So he sponsored the little foundation left for him to start a business to that man, Tang Tiantian said, and laughed. But when he came back, he was scolded and almost kicked out. Weapon making is indeed expensive. Song Shersan deeply agrees with this and nods with understanding. I didn't expect that he would become a famous weapon master later. As a reward for that year, he said that he would gather all his life's knowledge and give my grandfather a set of weapons. Tang Tiantian lowered her eyes, paused, and looked at the parchment scroll in Song Shersan's hand. It's a pity that the weapon was not yet formed. The master suddenly passed away, leaving only this design drawing. In the interstellar age, writing on paper is rare, and the ancient recording method of parchment is even rarer. Song Shersan held the parchment, which was heavy, dry and thick, and had an indescribable texture. Open it and take a look, Tang Tiantian said softly. I hope you will like it. The dry and smooth parchment slowly unfolded. The ink was clear and full. The layers were clear, and there was no trace of time. A precise hand-painted picture appeared in front of him, and Song Shersan couldn't help but shrink his pupils. This is a highly completed elemental weapon design drawing. From the exterior design to the integrated circuit, everything is recorded in detail and clearly. The appearance of the weapon is more like a pair of crossbows than a pair of pistols. Under the crossbow is a wearable wrist guard, and the revolver of the gun barrel has been modified into an instant multiple-shot quiver. The bout platform is extremely thin and assembled on both sides of the quiver. The edge is sharp like a blade, and it is in the shape of a scimitar with two wings. The trigger is designed to be a ring-like finger buckle. Just bend the knuckles slightly to activate the element stone and start the crossbow. Such a precise and sharp form is not handheld. The user can hardly do anything else after wearing it. It doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Unless a bold guess is about to come out in his heart. Song Shersan continued to look back, his breathing stagnated for a moment. Sure enough, this is actually an elemental weapon that can change its form. The crossbow form is just its unfolded form. Its portable form is a pair of thin wrist guards that extend to half of the palm, a bit like ancient arm armor, but without the upper arm armor part. The whole appearance is more agile and elegant. The portable state is also somewhat aggressive. From the design drawing, you only need to pull the trigger of the ring. The wing scimitars attached to both sides of the forearm will unfold, fly out of the wrist like a boomerang, and then rely on its own special magnetic force to absorb and retract. Song Shursen has always wanted to create a mechanical horizontal sword that can change its shape like in her previous life, but unfortunately, she searched the entire library and could not find the relevant circuit design theory. She later tried many times by herself and spent a lot of money, but still did not make any breakthroughs. This weapon design, which completely records all the integrated circuits of the morphological changes, is the best example for study. Song Shursen read the entire design, and her heart was surging, and her cheeks were stained with excitement. The name of the designer was engraved at the end of the parchment, and every stroke was a name she was very familiar with. Montium. This was actually a design of an elemental weapon taught by Montium himself. Montium, his greatest achievement in his life, actually made a morphological change. The blazing sunlight from the window shone in, giving this plain parchment scroll a golden glow. Song Shursen immediately took out a piece of draft paper and deduced the algorithm formula. Many of Montium's calculations and terms were obscure and difficult to understand, but Song Shursen was also a researcher of weapons, and he could draw inferences from one instance to another, so he had no difficulty understanding. Tang Tiantian propped up her head, sitting beside Song Shursen, watching her carefully dismantle these circuits step by step on the paper. Even Montium himself has not tried the changes in the form of weapons, and his assistants know nothing about the relevant theories, let alone me. Many of the structural designs and formulas are incomprehensible, and even if you have this design drawing, it is impossible to reproduce it. The integrated circuit diagram of the willow leaf spear was drawn by Tang Tiantian according to the design of the barrel of the crossbow. This step is the limit of Tang Tiantian's understanding of this picture. She has looked for information on other contents and asked Yu in a vague way, but she has not been able to get an answer. Tang Tiantian pulled the trigger of the willow leaf gun and rotated it with her fingertips. The bullets of the gun are made of elemental energy. Without activating the elemental stone, the gun cannot condense any damage. Her eyes flickered, and she looked at the small square outside the window, where the dusty statue of Montium stood quietly. I hope you like this gift. Chapter 28. The First Military Academy of the Federation. Office of the Dean of the Weaponry Science Academy. A young sergeant in a jet-black uniform stood outside the office and knocked on the door. The sergeant's uniform is very different from the training uniforms of the teachers and students of the military academy. The fabric is cut crisply, and the surface is not as smooth as satin, but has a delicate texture, which seems to be able to swallow all the light sources projected on it. The emblem on the shoulder buckle is also made of jet-black gold, which is not ostentatious. The whole design style is low-key and restrained, but also rigorous and coercive. Come in. A slightly old but steady and majestic voice came from inside the door. The young sergeant turned the doorknob, saluted straight before entering, and then raised a mischievous smile, returning to his sly and coquettish attitude. Dean Chi. Long time no see. His voice was lazy, and his eyes behind the narrow-framed glass lenses narrowed slightly, capturing every movement and expression of Chimodeo. Chimodeo raised his head from the desk piled with documents, looked directly into the other person's eyes, and spoke in a bad tone. Military intelligence investigator? After Yun Chiha caused the nuclear explosion of K9 on the desolate star, all the mineral prospectors in the Federation were implicated and were strictly monitored by investigators sent by the military. The First Military Academy of the Federation was no exception. 5 days ago, this group of intelligence investigators in black uniforms openly entered the various colleges of the school, but these are generally unrelated to weapons science. The School of Weapons Science was founded by Chimodeo and was allowed to be established under the name of the First Military Academy of the Federation, because the share of resource subsidies received from the top of the Federation was very small, and the administrative management had more autonomy. Besides, these treacherous clouds stirred up by conflicts of interest had never had anything to do with the unpopular science of weapons. A night owl comes into the house for no reason. As soon as the black uniform was placed in front of the door, Chimodeo felt an inexplicable disgust in his heart. Forget the greetings. Let's get straight to the point. The young sergeant bowed, with a fake smile on his face. Dean Chi. Relax a little. We have no grudges. Don't get angry right away. He cleared his throat. I heard that your hospital just bought a batch of new test robots a few days ago, and the highest strength of detection can reach S+ level. Is this a new breakthrough in research? The sergeant's tone slowed down, and the gleam in his eyes disappeared, and he smiled more flatteringly. Chimodeo paused, and his eyes staring at the young sergeant suddenly shrank. As sharp as a falcon, he sneered. The core technology of elemental weapons has long been divided up by you. And now you are even competing for a little bit of the Weapons Science Academy? No. No. The young sergeant's smile froze. But he soon regained his composure. Your academy has provided a lot of technical talents to the military over the years. The friendship between the two sides is always there. I just want to send congratulations to your academy as soon as possible. Although the graduation requirements of the Ordnance Science Academy are strict. As long as you can graduate, your value will increase immediately. Excellent graduates, who can produce A-level quality, will be hired by the federal military at a high price. The federal military here mainly refers to the Myler family, which controls a group of stars including Yunta Star. In the last federal presidential election, Meyer Landry was successfully elected and became the core force of the entire Federation. The Meyer family also took the opportunity to expand rapidly and accumulated a lot of resources and wealth. Not only the outstanding graduates of the Weaponry Academy, but also the students of mineralogy were lured by them at high prices and signed a confidentiality agreement. All technologies and resources were exclusively used by the Meyer family. Although the K-9 exploration mission carried out by Yankee was issued in the name of the Federation, it was actually dispatched by them. Sending talents? You can package the monopoly of talent so well, you are indeed a lackey of Landry. Chimodeo's disgust was clear in his words, without any mercy. In the early years, when he knew that the Federation attached so much importance to the achievements of weapons science, Chimodeo was happy. In his eyes, students are not just students, but also partners who walk side by side on the road of scientific research. The research of weapons science is not yet mature, and requires huge financial support, which the college cannot provide. When the outstanding students were hired by the prosperous Meyer family, with almost astronomical conditions, the teachers and students of the academy thought that a bright future in weapons science was coming. They would get more advanced equipment support, more in-depth results exchange, and make greater research progress. Perhaps they did make greater research progress, but a confidentiality agreement, along with all the results learned from the Academy of Weaponry, became exclusive to the Meyer family, and they did not give back to this soil that nurtured knowledge. Whether there is a breakthrough or not, it has nothing to do with you. Chimodeo stood up, not wanting to flatter anymore, and made a gesture to see him off. Thank you for your concern. Please go back. The young sergeant laughed dryly. Chimodeo, as the Dean of Weapons Science, is one of the few designers in the entire Federation who can make S-level elemental weapons. Unfortunately, this man is not easy to persuade, and is obsessed with the education industry. All design drawings are only open to the Academy, and he is unwilling to provide any weapon production for the family. Haha. That's a pity, the young sergeant said. In fact, we sent people to thoroughly check the dormitories of your teachers and students yesterday. Chimodeo's body suddenly stiffened. The young sergeant observed his reaction, narrowed his eyes mischievously. I really didn't find any works that would make people's eyes shine. Before he finished speaking, the cold metal pressed against his temple. Chimodeo raised the slender and straight cane in his hand, his eyes cold. The new instrument is for me to use. I have indeed gained a lot of experience in research recently. This is a warning. Please convey Lonmi to me. If you don't want to try the power of my new weapon, don't bother with it. Before Chimodeo retired, he was a sniper who never missed a shot on the battlefield. His elemental condensation didn't have so many fancy moves, all in the shape of bullets, the refined and simple attack strength plus the control range of S plus mental power, enough to take someone's head from thousands of miles away. After turning to the study of weapon science, he also loved the shape of guns. The young sergeant did not dare to move his eyes. He understood that the cane was just a disguise. What was pressed against his temple was actually the muzzle of a black gun. Haha. Congratulations to Dean Chi, the young sergeant laughed, slowly raised his hands above his head, and took a step back toward the door. I won't bother you anymore. I also hope that the students of your college can inherit the dean's legacy as soon as possible, make further progress, and prosper. With a creak, the door was hastily closed. Chimodeo put down his cane, rubbed his brows, and sat back in his office chair. The intelligence investigator hit the nail on the head. Although he could make S-level elemental weapons, he was willing to share the design of integrated circuits with students for free. But his design of weapons was like his use of elemental energy back then, which was unique. He was only proficient in firearms, and was particularly inclined to sniping functions. In other words, his circuit design had a narrow application range, was not universal, and was of little help to students. Chimodeo couldn't help but think of the student he met with Hiyu that day. She was the most talented student he had ever seen. She was modifying a strange-shaped shower head at the time. The weapon design was thrown on the table without any cover. He secretly glanced at the design. The design of the circuit part was very complete, even more detailed than his drawing, and at least S-level quality. The student's name was Song Shursan. According to Hiyu, she was the one who cleared the nightmare difficulty of the first-year training ground, using only an A+ level kitchen knife. Chimodeo suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and accompanied Hiyu to deliver the waste with a normal expression, without showing any abnormality. After returning, he agreed to Hiyu's request to upgrade the test robot. Chimodeo looked forward to Song Shursan's growth, and secretly asked Hiyu to send her a lot of experimental materials in the name of delivering waste. But he also secretly hoped that Song Shursan would not show his edge so quickly. In the past, there were also extremely talented students in the academy, who made A+ level weapons in just half a year after entering school. Lanmi people soon heard the news and came, and were even willing to invite the student to join Meyer's team with the control of individual planets as compensation. The student was very ambitious, and under Chimodeo persuasion, he rejected Lanmi. But soon, his family met with misfortunes one after another. Chimodeo didn't know whether the reason was related to Lanmi, but the student eventually left the college and signed a contract with the Meyer family. Song Shursan's talent was even more amazing, but Chimodeo could also see that she was very poor and had no background. Chimodeo was unwilling to impose his ideals on others. As long as Song Shursan was willing, her skills could bring her endless wealth and power, and even help her cross the social class. But if she refused, this talent would also bring her a catastrophe that she could not resist. Chimodeo remained silent, trying to avoid showing too much attention to Song Shursan, because he knew that people of his status were always under the surveillance of the federal military. This was his selfish desire. He didn't want Song Shursan to be noticed by the federal military, at least not now. Song Shursan stayed up all night in the laboratory, deduced every detail of Monium's design countless times, until the whole picture emerged in his mind, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, dragging his tired body back to the dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, she looked around, and vaguely sensed something strange. Tang Tian also stayed up with her until quite late last night, and is still sleeping in bed. Song Shursan gently woke Tang Tian up. Tian, has anyone come to the dormitory? Huh? Tang Tian rubbed her eyes. Her voice was hazy. I seem to hear some noise. I thought you came back. It wasn't me. Song Shursan's face darkened. Well, it might be the dormitory inspection. Although the First Federal Military Academy does not restrict the use of too many contraband in the dormitory, it occasionally sends people to inspect the dormitory. This is almost a common practice in all universities. Song Shursan looked at his desk carefully again, and said firmly, She turned over my bed. Tang Tian shuddered and came to her senses. Dormitory inspectors would not turn over students' belongings without permission, as this was a violation. What is she looking for? Song Shursan's eyes fell on his locked locker. It was an electronic lock, and it was the kind that had been eliminated from the market. The security function of this lock was very powerful, comparable to the current high-end electronic locks. But it also had a fatal disadvantage. It had a limited number of uses. Song Shursan found it when collecting scraps. She couldn't afford a high-end electronic lock, but seeing that this lock still had some uses left, she used it as a makeshift. Now the lock has one less use left than before she left. There were also signs of tampering on the tabletop and other cabinets, although the other party carefully restored them. Song Shursan was always very careful in collecting things, and he could still identify some places that did not conform to his usage habits. Tang Tian also observed carefully, but her things were all placed randomly, and it was impossible to tell whether they had been rummaged through. A thief broke in? But it seems that no valuables were stolen. Tang Tian murmured. At least the valuable jewelry she left on the table was still there. Not to mention Song Shursan, who had nothing valuable on him. But almost every corner of her place was searched thoroughly. She felt cold in her heart, and had a bad idea. She took out the black box containing Mondium's design from her backpack and placed it on the table. Is this what the man was looking for? Chapter 29. Impossible. Tang Tian rejected it subconsciously. Almost no one knows the existence of this picture. As soon as she said this, she realized the seriousness of the matter. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. If the other party really came to find this design, then this picture is on Song Shersan. Rather than being a gift, it is not that it carries a potential bomb, which may cause trouble for her at any time. After all, the design drawn by Monty Wumu himself is enough to set off a huge wave in the entire galaxy. Fortunately, I always carry this picture with me. Song Sher did not consider her own safety, but was only worried that the picture would be stolen by someone with bad intentions. When she first received the picture, she only paid attention to the content in it, and did not think that its importance would attract the covetousness of others. Now that she realized it, Song Shersan also realized that she did not have the ability to protect the picture. She could not always carry the original picture with her, and her simple locker could be pried open in a minute. After a little thought, she returned the design and the box to Tang Tian. I like this gift very much, and it has been engraved in my mind without missing a word. This move was exactly what Tang Tian wanted. She understood Song Shersan's concerns, and was even more scared than Song Sher. She took the box and nodded. Okay. I call home and send it back. After hanging up the phone, Tang Tian was only grateful in her heart. Fortunately, she did not bring any personal threat to Song Shersan. But her Tang family's things are not so easy to be coveted by others. She did not reveal her actions to anyone except her confidants, but someone could easily sneak into her dormitory to investigate. Since the school security is not good, then she, Tang Tian, has to deal with it for them. After a lot of trouble, Sunday is half over. Song Shersan remembered that today is the last day of the L2 temporary rules, and hurriedly clicked on the personal homepage of the Underground Black Market Forum. Before the exploration class, Song Shersan was worried that he would miss the news, so he set the transaction to automatic mode. As long as the material meets the requirements, the customer submits the goods according to the corresponding price level, and the system will automatically transfer the money to complete the transaction. The background shows that during her absence, the system automatically completed 3 orders, and the packages have been sent to the college's express box. In addition to the 3 packages, there are also some waste products sent by teacher Hiyu in the express box. Recently, the quality of the waste products sent by Hiyu to Song Shersan has been getting higher and higher. Most of them are expensive and high consumable materials such as integrated crystals and engraving plates. They look half new, which makes people suspect that these things are specially prepared for her in the name of selling waste. Song Shersan asked quietly. Hiyu said that she had a new inspiration for making weapons recently, so the consumables were large. The new inspiration Hiyu mentioned was a long-handled sharp hammer. Song Shersan had seen its appearance design, and it looked very fierce. It was hard to imagine how Hiyu would hold it after it was formed. It would take some time to make a new weapon. So Song Shersan simply took the package and the integrated crystal and went directly to the laboratory. In fact, Song Shersan usually would not use second-hand integrated crystals to make circuits, but she really didn't have any extra funds at the moment, and the ones Hiyu gave her were almost not worn out, so she just used them. There were 3 packages, 2 of which contained ordinary metal armor, which had no resistance properties. Song Shersan took a look and found that it was not suitable for making a knife, so he gave up the horizontal knife and opened the last package. The package was relatively simple. Song Shersan violently opened the bag, and with a clang, a metal stick-like object fell out directly from the bottom. It turned out to be a feather duster. To be honest, Song Shersan had never seen such a strange feather duster before. Ordinary feather dusters, especially those that are to be thrown away as waste, are used to dust. The feathers are worn out, and there are many with only a few bald hairs left. But the feather duster in front of us is full, fluffy and shiny hairs. But the metal rod is seriously worn out, and some places are even broken. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of fierce battle the parents who used this feather duster had with their naughty children. Maybe this thing was secretly sold by the child. Song Shersan picked up the feather duster, tried weighting it, and found the problem. This duster doesn't shed hair. For some reason, she opened the light computer and searched for its trademark. Dust removal artifact. Worry-free cleaning, high-tech magnetic design, static absorption, no dust, federal certification, never shed hair, 10 times the compensation for fakes. A variety of colors available. The product details page is full of positive reviews, and occasionally there are a few comments suggesting that the stick body density design be strengthened. Song Shursen tried to pluck a feather from the duster. It was indeed very sticky. When the plucked feather was placed 5 meters away, it would automatically be sucked back to the stick. Upon closer inspection, the so-called chicken feather was not actually animal feathers, but a textile made of a special material, but decorated in the shape of feathers. Song Shursen searched for the never shed hair high-tech mentioned on the product page and found that this was a positioning magnetic suction technology. She had seen similar applications in her previous life, and it was not too difficult to disassemble. However, after some thought, Song Shursen still retained its appearance as a feather duster, and only used the metal materials in other packages to strengthen the stick body, and made an integrated circuit and engraving for it. Although it is not difficult to disassemble and modify the positioning magnetic suction system on the entire feather duster, it is time-consuming. Song Shursen is in a hurry to play the game and does not have so much time. In fact, Song Shursen has a better idea. He wants to use this positioning magnetic suction technology with the form transformation he just learned from Monty to make a new weapon. Unfortunately, this is a big project. She does not have enough time and financial resources now. It took an afternoon to hastily modify this feather duster into an elemental weapon. The sun was about to set, and Song Shursen packed up his things and rushed to the underground black market. Chapter 30. Yunta Star City A, Federal Designated Hospital, Single Intensive Care Unit. Yun Chiha, wearing a hospital gown, stood by the window, staring at the clouds in the sky in a trance. The door of the room was knocked twice, and a man in a black uniform walked in, bowed respectfully. Miss Yun, good afternoon. Yun Chiha did not turn around, only gave the other party a back of his head, and said impatiently, I have submitted all the exploration records, and answered all the questions that should be interrogated. Didn't your superior teach you not to disturb ladies' afternoon tea time? Ms. Yun. The man's mood was not affected by the other party's attitude at all, and he still bowed his head respectfully. We have detected a planet with abnormal energy fluctuations, and found traces of Zerg on it. Now we want to appoint you as an explorer to conduct another inspection of the planet. You don't have to worry about safety issues. The military has already sent Admiral Shunya to clean up once, and it can be guaranteed that there will be no alien species above level A. In addition, the mental power of the team members responsible for protecting you has also reached the S level. The man finished speaking, and stood quietly aside, waiting for Yun Chiha's reply. In recent years, the Federation's high-risk missions have increased, and the casualty rate of explorers has also risen. In the era of interstellar mental power, the status of mineralogy is self-evident. The explorers are not short of means to make money, so they are particularly careful about their lives. Before Shunya, they also sent other combat teams to try to clean up the planet. The end result was, the whole army was annihilated. Appoint me? Yun Chiha circled his hair with his fingertips, laughing frivolously. Why did I detonate the source core, didn't you hear? The man was silent, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Yun Chiha's courage was indeed admirable, but it was also a double-edged sword. If there were no other skilled explorers willing to take this task, they would not have asked Yun Chiha, who was still in prison. After Miral Lamy came to power, he lowered the highest purity of elemental stones that explorers could get from the task from 90% to 85%, and many people were dissatisfied with this. On the desolate planet K9, Yun Chiha went to, an elemental stone with a purity of up to 97% was detected, which is extremely rare in the entire interstellar space. In the communication with Lan Mi, Yun Chiha used this as a condition, and demanded to cancel the restriction on the purity of elements in the task division. When she was rejected, she immediately detonated the source core, destroying the resources in that area, including those high-purity elemental stones. During the interrogation, she claimed that it was just an operational error, and also produced irrefutable evidence. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is resistance, and also a declaration of war. The speed of biological mutation on this planet is very similar to the rescue mission you once carried out on the border planet M75. The man thought about it, and persuaded from a different angle. Perhaps the cause of the mutation that year can be found in this operation. Yun Chiha turned around, his eyes cold. The other party mentioned the mission she carried out when she first met Shunya. In that mission, There were 21 people in their team, and only 3 survived. That was a shadow that would haunt her forever. She closed the window and said firmly, "I won't go." The man didn't seem surprised by her reaction, and said slowly, "I understand your feelings. But in recent years, high-risk mutations have become more and more frequent, which is related to the fate of the federal soldiers. We all don't want the tragedy of that year to happen again." Yun Chiha pursed his lips. The man saw her wavering expression, and continued, "I know that after you retired, you joined the military as an explorer because you still had people you wanted to protect." He saluted again, and said sincerely, "This assignment has nothing to do with the interests of the military, but is closely related to all of us. The source core you detonated affected the nearby nebula, causing damage to a military academy starship. That starship made an emergency landing on the desolate planet B015, which is the destination of our assignment this time. Your brother is up there. No matter how we are connected, no matter how we escape, disaster is coming, peace is gone. Under the interstellar shock, it is a fate that none of us can refuse. The underground black market competition area is crowded with people, full of surging vitality, not affected by temporary regulations at all. Song Shursan came to the L2 competition area. Choose a seat at random, register. As soon as her name appeared on the display screen, the stands immediately exploded. Scrap collector Xiao Song? She's back? Damn, the temporary rules of L2 are about to end. Why did this evil star come at this time? Let me mourn for the remaining contestants for 3 seconds. There were also voices of dissatisfaction, and they were ready to fight and wait for this moment. Finally, I recorded dozens of her previous battles, and played them repeatedly every night, and I have already memorized her moves. Come on, her shower head only has 2 moves in total. Someone expressed disdain. If you dare to come up, I will bet all my winnings tonight on you. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and more people flocked to the stage where the scrap collector Xiao Song was. On the screen, the contestant information lit up. Scrap collector Xiao Song vs limited edition little ancestor Song Shursan stood still and stretched his muscles. This time, the opponent looked like a little boy. If the underground black market only allowed adults to enter, she would almost think that the other party was a minor. Thinking of Wang Lai mentioned that the artificial body can freely adjust its body features. Song Shursan couldn't help but feel a chill. Anyone with a little bit of normal morals would not have the heart to be cruel to a childlike person. What kind of person with bad taste would choose a young body to fight in the black market ring? What a little ancestor! Song Shursan silently complained in his heart. And then, in full view of the crowd, he took out the feather duster behind him. There was silence for a moment inside and outside the venue. The audience, limited edition little ancestor, seeing what Song Shursan was holding. The other party was obviously stunned for a moment. And then, a hoarse voice that was completely inconsistent with his appearance sounded. Limited edition little ancestor, humiliate me? Song Shursan. Without waiting for Song Shursan to say anything more, the countdown was over. The little ancestor stretched his legs forward, his palms were hooked. With anger, he attacked directly. The site they were in was a dilapidated construction site. There was a lot of dust on the ground. The little ancestor's sweep of his legs brought up a lot of mud, sand and dust. For a moment, Song Shursan was surrounded by scattered soil and rocks, like a sky full of dust. Song Shursan narrowed his eyes, and soon realized something was wrong. The dust was obviously not flying at the level of a normal leg sweep. The opponent was probably a wind element resonator. The dust was choking. She raised the feather duster in her hand and tried to wave it twice. The feather duster was just as described in the product details page. It absorbed static electricity and did not raise dust. After a few left and right sweeps, the air nearby was clean and fresh again. The limited edition little ancestor wanted to use the dust to blind him. At this moment, he was about to rush in front of Song Shursan, but he saw that his figure was completely exposed in an instant, so he had to stop his attack. The two of them stared at each other. The little ancestor immediately reacted, changed his moves, and gathered wind blades around Song Shursan. The parts he aimed at were not ambiguous at all of which were injury points such as the eyes and throat. Song Shursan felt a little disgusted for no reason when he saw such a vicious attack in the guise of a child. He no longer restrained his moves, holding the center of the feather duster and rotating it, directly shaking off the surrounding wind blades. After failing to hit him, the limited edition little ancestor quickly retreated. Song Shursan did not stop his moves and predicted every point where he would retreat. The metal stick with feathers was strengthened by the gold element, and it was quite powerful. A slight touch almost broke the ankle. The little ancestor's legs were hit several times, and he fell to the ground in pain. He looked like a child who accidentally fell. He fell to the ground, lowered his head, and deliberately exposed the back of his head, making himself look more innocent and defenseless. His hands hanging at his sides secretly grabbed a handful of mud and sand with glass shards. The limited edition little ancestor's mental power was only B+, which was not very powerful in L2. But with this scheming and calculation, he still stood firm. No matter how strong the scrap collector Xiao Song was, she was still a woman after all. He didn't believe that she could really be so cruel as to hit him on the head when he was defenseless. As long as the scrap collector Xiao Song came closer, even if she hesitated for a moment, he could seize the opportunity to use the wind to pierce the glass shards into her eyes. Song Shersan stood not far in front of him, watching coldly. Without rushing forward, she swept the feather duster in her hand downward, and retreated dozens of meters with the dust and gravel around her. The scene in front of him was instantly clean, comparable to a powerful vacuum cleaner. This effect is definitely not something that an ordinary high-tech feather duster can achieve. The limited edition little ancestor blinked blankly, somewhat confused about the situation. Song Shersan smiled. Coincidentally, she also equipped the feather duster with wind elements. Some people in the audience had already seen it and chattered. Just now, you must have used the wind element, right? Is she also a wind element resonator? Didn't she use the water element in the last game? It can resonate with two elements. What's so strange about that? More than that, I've always watched her matches. Didn't she use the fire element in the first match? The crowd was in an uproar. Resonating with two elements might not be strange, but resonating with three elements is not common. Someone else retorted. Didn't someone debunk the rumor a long time ago? She didn't use elemental energy in the first match at all. That's also considered debunking a rumor? She can beat a monkey trainer at level A without using elemental energy? The topic of the audience jumped from how many elements can the scrap collector Xiao Song resonate with, to whether elemental energy was used in the first game. The discussion outside the field was growing and declining, and it seemed that there was no end. On the field, the limited edition little ancestor looked at the spotless ground around him, gritting his teeth in hatred. This woman definitely did it on purpose. Who would use a feather duster as a weapon? It must be aimed at him. In front of him, the scrap collector Xiao Song approached slowly step by step. The little ancestor had no doubt that the other party would not have any pity for him in his heart, and would hit him on the back of the head with a stick in the next second. He couldn't pretend any longer. He stood up suddenly, and threw the dust in his hand out, and two windlocks also attacked from the ground, and rushed to Song Shersan's ankles. At the same time, a huge whirlwind-shaped spike condensed in the air, and aimed at Song Shersan's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Song Shersan subconsciously raised the feather duster to block it, and swung his arm violently, and heard a cracking sound, and the fluffy feathers were actually blown up by the strong wind, and poured out in all directions with overwhelming force. Limited edition little ancestor, ? He originally wanted to use the mist to destroy Song Shersan's vision, but this inferior feather duster suddenly fell apart, and the feathers in the sky were swept by the airflow around him, which blocked his vision instead. The limited edition little ancestor secretly cried out that it was not good, spit out a few mouthfuls of feathers that accidentally choked his mouth, and hurriedly stopped the condensed whirlwind. When the wind stopped, the wings fell. The little ancestor hurriedly looked around, and then found that Song Shersan had disappeared long ago. Before he could concentrate, he heard a faster whistling sound in his ears. The limited edition little ancestor raised his eyes in a hurry. Amidst the scattered brown chicken feathers, a metal stick with a cold glow fell from the sky and hit him on the forehead. The field was stagnant for 2 seconds. Song Shersan raised his hand gently, and the metal stick moved away from the little ancestor's forehead. The flying feathers seemed to have self-awareness, and instantly stuck back to the stick. She turned around and looked at the information board of the next player. Behind him, the limited edition little ancestor's figure shook twice, and fell to the ground. Chapter 31. Song Shersan fought 10 rounds in a row, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he stepped down and went home. Players in the L2 rank were obviously one level higher than those in the L1 rank, not only in terms of mental strength, but also in terms of tactical experience. In comparison, the attack form of the feather duster was still too simple, and the battle took a little longer than expected. Fortunately, under the temporary rule of 100,000 star coins per game. This night was still fruitful. After the normal rules were restored, L2 players could only get 10,000 star coins per game. Song Shursen had tasted the sweetness of earning 100,000 star coins per game, so he was inevitably disappointed. According to Wang Lai's previous introduction, it takes 5,000 points to go from L2 to L3, but as long as you win 100 games in a row, you can enter the promotion game and go straight to L3. When you reach L3, it's the season game, and you can get 300,000 star coins by winning a game. 300,000 star coins. Song Shursen couldn't help but feel excited, and his desire to get promoted soon became even stronger. She has won 12 games in a row now. At this rate, as long as she can remain undefeated, she will be able to reach L3 in about a week. In the next few days, Song Shursen resumed her life of going to and from the underground black market and school. She didn't lose, but as time went on, each game took longer and longer, far beyond her expectations. Sometimes a game would take more than 30 minutes, and the time she could squeeze out was only enough for 5 or 6 games a day. Song Shursen had seen it before on the forum. Many people have online names, like no change of name until L3. There is a reason why the prize money jumps from L2 to L3. L2 is indeed a hurdle. With the increase of winning streak, Song Shursen is about to get the qualification to challenge the next level. The opponents he matches are getting more and more tricky, which is far from being dealt with by a feather duster. Psychic users can freely condense elemental energy within a certain range. But Song Shursen is different. She fights with weapons. The attack range of a weapon depends on its own characteristics. Compared with psychics, it has inherent deficiencies in flexibility and mobility. Take this feather duster for example. It is a melee weapon. Its attack range is only the circumference of an arm swing at best. It is easy for the enemy to use kite tactics to consume physical strength. Song Shursen can handle the enemy with ease because of his on-the-spot reaction cultivated by his previous life's combat experience. But ordinary people do not have such skills as Song Shursen. For them, even if the quality of elemental weapons is better than that of their opponents, the disadvantage in flexibility alone is enough to make them give up using weapons, even though they know that this will sooner or later lead to the end of mineral sickness. Monium should also be aware of this, which is why he has been devoted to the study of form change without stopping for a moment, when even the theory of elementary elemental weapons has not been popularized. After all, in order to be suitable for the ever-changing battlefield, elemental weapons must at least have both melee and long-range attack forms to be qualified. As he had accumulated quite a few star coins, Song Shursen simply stopped the competition schedule for a few days and began to study his own ideas about weapon transformation. The melee form of a feather duster is a stick. By changing the positioning magnetic suction system between the feathers and the stick body, it can be easily converted into a long whip. But the current problem is how to ensure the smoothness and accuracy of the integrated circuit after it is transformed into a long whip. Song Shursen recalled the example on Monium's design drawing, and conducted experiments on this feather duster by analogy. While Song Shursen was concentrating on his own experimental world, the underground black market forum was in turmoil again, and the name of the scrap collector Xiao Song once again swept the front page. The most popular related topic post was still about the high-priced acquisition by internet experts. Slightly different from the previous discussion, this time everyone's focus was no longer on the quality of the weapon, but on the strength of the scrap collector Xiao Song himself. Milk Tea Appraiser, excuse me. OP, you have posted so many posts, have you ever received a design drawing? No one really thinks that scrap collector Xiao Song relies on elemental weapons. I think the things she holds in her hand are just a gimmick. I heard that if your online name is too long, you will be bitten by a dog. I agree with the above. I have a friend who is a weapon master. Although the quality is not very good, the design is more cool than the other. The pile of weird and strange junk of scrap collector Xiao Song, if you show it to the circle, you will probably be laughed to death. A person's heart is weak before he gets old. Indeed, normal people wouldn't use a shower head or a feather duster as a weapon. Recalling the many games that Xiao Song, the scrap collector, played, except for the straight knife in the first game, the other look seemed too bizarre. More and more people expressed their opinions under the post, advising the online experts to turn back from their mistakes. I won't change my name until I reach L3. OP, wake up. She is not a weapon master at all. The only weapon she has is a straight knife that breaks when touched. Everyone has seen it. Even with a broken weapon, she can still beat the monkey trainer. It can only mean that she is a person with strong mental strength. Front row helps record the live broadcast of the ring. The order schedule is full. Why is she hiding her strong mental strength? What is she trying to do? I really want to take a vacation. I suspect she is doing some social experiment. Do you understand? After being hit by Xiao Song Feather Duster, I realized how much my mother loves me when she usually hits me. Monkey monkey, what kind of social experiment is this? It's clearly a battle using mental power. But they insist on using the guise of elemental weapons. This person is just trying to sell goods. This makes sense. The weapons used by Song Shursan all have prototypes, and you can easily buy them by looking at the pictures. The sales of shower heads and feather dusters of the same brand have also surged recently, all because people are following the trend and buying to find out what's going on. All kinds of suspicions, conjectures, and conspiracy theories are flying everywhere, pushing the popularity of this acquisition post forward by several pages. Amidst the various opinions, a new voice emerged. By the way, is she just hyping herself up? As soon as this was said, public opinion was immediately directed in a new direction. The scrap collector Xiao Song really has a fan club, where there are spectators. People will form groups based on likes and dislikes, let alone a competitive competition like a ring match. In the underground black market, many contestants have their own fan clubs, and there will be fans who post and build forums for the contestants they support. Building forums, as the name suggests, are replies under the same topic post. Each reply counts as one floor. The reply format or topic generally has unified requirements. The more replies you have, the higher the floor. Many fans will create similar topic posts and use this method of building floors to express their support and love for the contestants. When Song Shursan finally finished transforming the feather duster, the fan building post of Song the Scrap Collector had already become the second most popular post on the related topic, second only to the acquisition post of the Internet Expert. Song Shursan opened the forum, habitually skipped the post of the Internet Expert, and clicked on the building post with his own name in confusion. The content of the main post was normal, just a brief introduction and praise of the Scrap Collector Xiao Song, and some format requirements for posting replies. When Song Shursan looked down, he saw the name of the poster, and his eyelids jumped. On the homepage of the post, the poster's name was written, Nirvana. Compared with the main post, the content of the reply area was very colorful, vividly interpreting what is extremely twisted love. The post was created very early, almost when the scrap collector Xiao Song first appeared in the underground black market. At first, it was still praising her, and the comments were neatly formatted, just like other people's fan posts. However, there were not many active people, and it was almost just a few common IDs posting. And the dates between the comments were also far apart. Then the style changed, and it suddenly became a verbal attack on her. And the number of people entering the post also increased sharply at this time. Song Shursan checked the editing records of the topic post, and found that the title of the post during this period was called The Alliance of Victims of Scrap Collector Xiao Song. Song Shursan. Later, I don't know what the thread owner Nirvana was thinking. He changed the title back to the fan post, completely ignoring the overwhelming complaints and abuses above, and just kept posting rainbow farts about the scrap collector Xiao Song. From the nails to the hair, Song Shursan's scalp was numb. For a while, the whole thread was full of fans and haters fighting each other, and demons were dancing wildly. Someone couldn't stand it anymore, and ran out to create a pure version of the post, but it was a pity that it was far less popular than Nirvana post. Song Shursan clicked on this post, and then looked at other people's posts, and found that there was actually a red and black list in the forum that recorded the popularity of the contestants. The ranking of Xiao Song, the scrap collector, soared all the way. The popularity of the red list was not low, and the black list even rushed into the top 50. Song Shursan stared at the ranking of the black list, and her head was full of black lines. She has always adhered to the principle of peaceful coexistence and sincere treatment of others. Now that her reputation is so bad, how can she make a living in the scrap collection industry? With shaking hands, she clicked into the personal comment area of the black list. Most of the comments were of defeated opponents, who were broken and yelling at each other. Some spectators also accused her of not knowing social etiquette and showing no mercy to her opponents on the stage. Continuing down, there were actually a few comments defending her. Actually, she is just not very good at speaking. I also thought she was too arrogant when I watched her competition before. She was always sarcastic and humiliating people. Later, I visited her scrap collection station and found that she was very honest. I agree. It's all misunderstanding. I have played against Xiao Song before. She is a beautiful and gentle lady. If she was as sweet as the one next door 1009, she definitely wouldn't have so many black fans. 1009. Song Shursang clicked on the personal homepage of this name. The other party was ranked in the top 20 on the red list. And the fan club was also quite high. Most importantly, she was very popular with passers-by. Unlike the deserted personal space of the scrap collector Xiao Song, the comments on the personal themed posts posted by 1009 were almost all 99+. And her replies were also friendly, polite, and playful and humorous. After a while of browsing, Song Shursang had already developed a good impression of her before he even saw her in person. There is no harm without comparison. With a sigh, Song Shursang ended his surfing time for the day. There were no classes this afternoon, which left her with plenty of time to compete in the competition. She was not far from winning 100 games in a row. If she was lucky, she might be able to compete in the promotion match of a higher level soon, when she officially enters L3. With a generous competition prize money, her finances will be much more comfortable, and the scrap collection industry will not be as important as it is now. Song Shursang comforted himself, put on his temper, and prepared to go to the ring match to try out the new weapon. The modified feather duster can attack and defend, and can move forward and backward freely, which truly shows what a weapon should look like. Song Shursang's efficiency increased greatly, and in a short while, he met the requirements of the cross-level challenge, and his winning streak reached 100 games. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the application for the cross-level challenge. The system entered the player matching state. Song Shursang stared at the screen nervously, unable to suppress his inner joy. L3 rank, she's here. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Ding dang. With a crisp sound, the system showed that the match was successful. Song Shursang looked up. On the big screen of the ring match, the player information ostentatiously occupied the largest banner. Scrap Collector Xiao Song vs 1009. Chapter 32. 1009. It was her. Song Shursang looked at the name on the player information, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. When he saw the information panel of 1009, Song Shursang suddenly understood why the comment on the forum would compare the two of them. There are far fewer female players in the ring competition than male players. 1009 is a female like her, and her strength is also quite strong. She is one of the recent rookies. Because she was promoted to L3 in the past 2 days, her results are still relatively backward, so she happened to be matched by Song Shursang. Song Shursang watched the other person's figure appear from a distance. She looked like a cute girl next door, full of energy, and indeed made people feel close at first sight. Although the form of the artificial body can be simulated by itself, Song Shursang has no doubt that the other person's real body is also like this. When 1009 saw Song Shursang information panel, she was also stunned for a moment. She opened her eyes slightly. Her eyebrows were full of shock. Winning rate. 100%? Song Shursang didn't say anything, and nodded slightly. She had never lost since the first match, and had made it all the way to L3. The audience and players mostly cared about her weapons, and few people paid attention to the details of the win rate. Perhaps because the ranking after L3 was calculated by the number of consecutive wins. 1009 was particularly sensitive to information about the win rate. After being shocked, her round almond eyes showed a trace of admiration, and she praised sincerely, "Wow! You are so awesome." It was not an overt flattery, nor was it a sour envy buried in the heart, but just an objective compliment from the heart, as if the person in front of her was not her competitor. Song Shursang was surprised. The theme of the ring match is fighting, and winning or losing. The opponents she met before, some of them paid attention to the winning rate, either fled directly in fear of fighting, or shouted, "You won't be so lucky if you meet me. Your winning rate will be incomplete today," and other arrogant words. Such frank and direct praise. 1009 is the first. It is worthy of being in the top 20 of the popularity list. Song Shursang was amazed in his heart. After just one encounter, the image of the opponent in his heart has been greatly improved. "Hello. I'm 1009. 1009 introduced herself confidently, her voice as sweet and gentle as her appearance. After entering L3, every game is important. I've won 7 games in a row. She got into a fighting stance and gave Song Shursang a friendly smile. "I watched your game before. You're very strong. But I do my best." Song Shursang responded with the same serious look. The game started. 1009 was wearing a blue-purple embroidered martial arts uniform. She was agile and started to fight Song Shur-san with her palm and stick. Song Shur-san often used a knife as a melee weapon, but he was not good at stick fighting. Several of his stick attacks were neutralized by 1009 with force. Song Shur-san frowned. The opponent's moves were both hard and soft. He must have learned some traditional martial arts. The two fought face-to-face for several rounds, and 1009 showed no signs of using elemental energy. Song Shur-san was a weapons researcher, not a martial arts master. The only thing about him that had something to do with martial arts was probably his light movement. Both bare-chested melee and stick fighting were not areas she was familiar with. She stepped back, distanced herself from 1009, and activated the elemental stone. The feather part of the feather duster was instantly covered with a layer of gold pattern. After the hardness was strengthened, it had the prototype of metal texture. Then, the feathers spread out, and were stacked layer by layer on one side of the metal stick. The edge line was sharp and jagged, showing a terrifying posture. This was its first form change to saw blade form. The crowd in the stands exploded, and the rumor about "Is the scrap collector Xiao Song a weapon master?" was refuted. Horror! Who said Xiao Song didn't use a weapon? Your feather duster is so awesome? Don't jump to conclusions. I've seen this feather duster. It has a magnetic positioning system. It's not difficult to disassemble it and modify its form. Then what's with the sudden metallic texture? This must be an elemental weapon. Only the gold element can do that. Wait. Gold element? Xiao Song, who collects scraps, can resonate with the gold element? Then isn't she a confirmed 3-element resonator? Song Shur-san didn't know the impact of this sudden transformation on the audience, and he was concentrating on the battle in front of him. Although the saw blade is different from the horizontal sword that Song Shur-san often uses, the feel of the handle and the way of exerting force are still familiar to her, and there is not much difference in using it. Elemental weapon? 1009 did not ignore the flash of light on the feather duster, and let Song Shur-san pull away, not sticking to it. After regaining the familiar feel, Song Shur quickly attacked, and his moves were more fierce and swift than before. He was at ease in the chopping and slashing, and it was completely different from the way he was led by 1009 before. 1009 rhythm was disrupted, and there were frequent flaws in her movements and power. She was almost hit by Song Shur-san several times. She finally gave up the close-range fight, retreated 2 steps, and her eyes were stern. Several huge fireballs exploded around Song Shur-san. The flames splashed everywhere. Song Shur-san swung his sword, and his wings spread out, blocking most of the hot impact brought by the explosion. His whole body also jumped up with the force, offsetting the remaining aftermath. The heat of the fireball made Song Shur-san's wrists slightly hot, and there was also a trace of burning on the saw blade. After all, the feather part of the feather duster is made of textiles, which is not heat-resistant. Even with the reinforcement of gold elements, it is still affected by the elemental fire. Moreover, the strength of the elements condensed by the opponent is not low. The quality of his weapon is at least S+, but it can still be affected by the fireball attack. The mental strength of 1009 is at least S level. The closer the range, the stronger the control of the mentalist over the strength of elemental condensation. Song Shur-san had to distance himself again. He raised his wrist slightly, and the wings on the saw blade flew forward. The blade narrowed rapidly, showing the second transformation of this weapon, the whip form. This time, the feather duster changed from a saw blade to a long whip. The whip body was still made of feathers reinforced with gold patterns, with sharp edges and barbs. The long whip had a wider attack range than the saw blade. 1009 tried to condense a fireball, but the strength was weakened, and all were easily blocked by Song Shur-san. Limited by the distance, 1009 attack method lost its effectiveness. She reached out, untied the ribbon tied around her waist, grabbed the tail end, and threw it towards Song Shur-san. The tail of the ribbon was pulled back suddenly, and it turned into a long thin whip, which was entangled with Song Shur-san's long whip. At the intersection of the entanglement, a touch of indigo moved like a snake, and was transmitted along the long whip formed by the feather duster. In a flash, Song Shur-san recognized it in an instant. It was the thunder element. This thin whip was actually an elemental weapon. If you were hit by this thin whip, it would be like being struck by a thunderbolt. Not only that, the elemental thunder would be transmitted through the gold pattern and directly hit yourself holding the long whip. Song Shur-san's eyes sank slightly, and his fingers turned again. Another fine stream of light disappeared around the long whip, which was also indigo blue. The long whip with barbs touched the flexible and slender whip, like two lightning bolts intersecting in the air. And even the breath seemed to fluctuate with weak electric currents. You? 1009 stared at Song Shursan with a shocked expression. Because she was too shocked. She couldn't say the second half of the sentence. Is it the thunder element? How could it be the thunder element? She had also watched Song Shursan previous games. Water, wind, gold, thunder. For types of elements. She can resonate with 4 types of elements. Song Shursan ignored her distraction. His hands kept attacking. 1009 responded hastily. Now her long-range and short-range attacks were restricted. She could only think quickly about new breakthroughs. She retracted the thin whip. Her left hand condensed a ball of fire, and her right hand gathered a column of water in the air. The two connected. The water column was evaporated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mist of water vapor spread out instantly. Water, fire, thunder. 1009 can resonate with 3 types of elements. From the ease with which she manipulated water and fire to create steam, her control over elemental energy has reached a terrifying level. Without S-level mental power, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. Being able to resonate with 3 types of elements, and being an S-level mentalist, she is indeed a difficult opponent. Song Shursan observed 1009 movements and understood her intention. It was another vision obstruction. Limited by the openness of the battlefield, the players can always come up with various ways to create blind spots. This game has been going on for more than half an hour. If it drags on, it will be too late to get back to the school gate. Song Shursan retracted the long whip and showed the last form of the feather duster, wings. This was specially designed by Song Shursan to enhance the mobility of the weapon. The feather part of the feather duster is evenly spread out, starting from the 2 ends of the metal stick, and spread outward in the shape of wings, like the huge wings of an angel. Song Shursan sat on the metal stick. Under the influence of the wind element, his wings soared into the air, as if he really had a pair of wings. Water vapor floats upward, but the higher it goes, the farther away from the steam source, the thinner the mist becomes. Song Shursan spread his wings, and a huge whirlwind condensed above his head. The hurricane swept the mist back and rolled towards 1009. At the same time, the feathers on the wings stood up, and with a familiar sound of snapping, they turned into countless sword rains in the sky, stabbing at 1009, who was standing still. Sharp feathers brushed past her side. She couldn't raise her hands or move her legs. Every way out was blocked. 1009 closed her eyes, waiting for the pain of thousands of arrows piercing her heart. However, at the moment when the sword rain was about to pierce her, it suddenly became as soft as feathers, gently sweeping across her nose, as if playfully tickling her. Song Shursan slowly fell back to the ground, his eyes calm, and with another wave of his hand, the feather duster in his hand was intact. 1009 waited for a long time, but did not feel the pain she had imagined. She opened her eyes, and saw a few strands of hair falling from the air. They were the hair that she accidentally broke. Song Shursan finally removed the gold element enhancement. She acknowledged 1009's strength, and also acknowledged her character. When fighting with such an opponent in the ring, she should just stop when she is satisfied. Thank you. 1009 understood that this was Song Shursan's good intention, and calmly accepted her defeat. I admit defeat. She blinked, and regained her bright smile, with no trace of the sadness of losing the game. You are really strong. She repeated her praise, and even looked at Song Shursan with a hint of admiration, and stopped her action of exiting the simulation cabin. On the big screen, I saw 1009 suddenly return, grabbed the hand of the scrap collector Xiao Song, and said with a joyful face, "Can we be friends?" Chapter 33. The underground black market pays great attention to personal privacy protection, so what 1009 means by making friends is limited to adding a friend on the forum for the time being. The match between scrap collector Xiao Song and 1009 became the focus of topic at the beginning of the duel. Before the two of them fought on the field, the forum was already full of the momentum of a storm, and the fan groups of both sides were eager to fight. Seeing 1009 lose, even passers-by felt sorry for him and sided with the fans of 9. The war of public opinion was about to break out. As a result, on the big screen, the words "make friends" immediately made the 9 fans stop their fighting. Their attitude towards the scrap collector Xiao Song changed 180 degrees, and they looked more friendly than their own sisters. Not only did they help Song fans fight back against haters, They also made a lot of materials to recommend Xiao's song to passers-by. Song Shursan was stunned, looking at his suddenly improved reputation in the forum. He had to sigh again at the high emotional intelligence of 1009. Whether winning or losing, they could turn hostility into friendship and become friends with their opponents. But Song Shursan's greatest strength is her modesty and eagerness to learn. After a little thought, Song Shursan clicked on 1009 friend profile picture and asked her for advice on the philosophy of dealing with people. 1009 replied quickly. 1009. The most important thing is to show your sincerity to the other person frankly. But sometimes you also need to add some tricks. She spoke a lot, sharing her little experiences in interpersonal communication without reservation. 1009 explanation was vivid and clear. Song Shursan nodded frequently, studying every word and sentence, taking notes, and even forgot to reply. Seeing that the other party did not reply, 1009 sent another message. 1009. Are you not very proactive in talking to others? Song Shursan was stunned and thought about it. It seems that she is not very proactive in sharing her own things with others, and rarely becomes the initiator of the topic. 1009. If you are playing the role of a listener, when you don't know how to respond to others, don't remain silent. You can repeat the other person's end of the sentence, so that the speaker won't think you are cold. 1009. For example, if someone says to you, I ate fried eggs with tomatoes today, you can repeat the last few words of a sentence and ask him, fried eggs with tomatoes? So that the conversation can continue naturally. In order to make it easier for Song Shursan to understand, 1009 gave a few more examples. 1009 has a very good control over the rhythm of the chat. When the conversation is dull, she will naturally bring up the topic. During the whole chat, Song Shursan felt very happy and benefited a lot. His liking for her has reached a new level. Time flies by. The sudden rise of the scrap collector Xiao Song in L3 has attracted more and more people's attention. The number of consecutive wins has also climbed all the way, making him a hot seed player in the top 64. After getting rid of the financial crisis, Song Shursan slowed down the schedule of the underground black market competition and concentrated on the laboratory with Tang Tiantian, researching new elemental weapons. Outside the laboratory, the crowd at the school training ground gradually gathered, especially the students of the combat department, who were full of fighting spirit and ready to fight. The training grounds of all grades were brightly lit day and night. The reason was simple. The first Federal Military Academy was about to usher in the most anticipated public elective course, Holographic Battle Simulation. The Holographic Battle Simulation course was more like a large-scale group competition than a course. The students participating in the course covered all majors, and there was no limit on the number of students and grades. From freshmen to graduates, everyone could participate. The course is divided into 3 time-limited competitions, and only the final winners can get credits. In addition to credits, the winners' competition scores will be calculated as comprehensive test scores in class. Comprehensive test scores are an important basis for scholarship selection and evaluation of junior military ranks when entering the Army in the future, and are extremely important for every student. If you want to widen the gap with other students, the Holographic Battle Simulation class is a particularly critical link. However, the more generous the rewards, the greater the competition. For many years, the best results in the Holographic Combat Simulation course have always been occupied by students from the SEED Individual Soldier Department. In addition, this course requires teamwork, and the phenomenon of forming cliques is extremely serious, which hardly gives other non-combat major students a breathing space. Over time, non-combat students have kept their distance from this course. Before the class starts, there will be an opening ceremony, which mainly introduces the course rules. After the ceremony, students enter the simulation cabin in an orderly manner, and the course officially begins. The ceremony was held in the stadium. On the day of the opening ceremony, Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian had just finished disassembling the integrated circuit diagram of the weapon's form change. When the two arrived at the stadium, the rules introduction had already ended. The students gathered in groups of 2 or 3, waiting for the simulation cabin to enter. Tang Tiantian had participated in this course last year, and seeing that she had not caught up with the course introduction, she took the initiative to explain it to Song Shursan. The course has a total of 3 rounds of time competitions, divided into single-player competitions, team competitions, and camp competitions. If you meet the requirements of the competition and are still alive at the end of the countdown, You will successfully enter the next round. Song Shursan listened carefully, while observing the crowd, and found many familiar figures from the exploration class, including Yun Chiming. Yun Chiming wore a hat, and his face was hidden under the shadow of the hat brim, so his expression could not be seen. Unlike the exploration class, there were many people around him this time, and it was obvious that he had his own small group. Song Shursan was about to go up and say hello, but was grabbed by Tang Tiantian. Don't go now. Tang Tiantian looked at her and shook her head. Before entering the team competition, don't do anything to attract attention. Yun Chiming is the top freshman in our class. There are many people secretly watching them, who are famous in the grade. If we go there now, we will only become the target of public criticism, and we will be targeted by others from the beginning. Tang Tiantian said, pulling Song Shursan back into the crowd. Look over there, the second grader, it's Tang Yiru. Song Shursan followed Tang Tiantian's gaze, and saw Tang Yiru surrounded by the crowd. Tang Yiru was still wearing a dress that was longer than her ankles. She was gentle and soft. Tang Jian was beside her with his hands behind his head. There were also some familiar faces around him that he had seen in the cafeteria before. You may not have seen him in the third grade. His name is Shinchen. Tang Tiantian pointed to a boy in the center of the crowd not far away and lowered her voice. He looks sunny and friendly. Right? He is also the most popular boy voted by the girls. But in fact, how should I put it? He is a scumbag anyway. Fourth graders. She poked her head out and looked around carefully for a while. I don't think I've seen them yet. They are graduates, and they may not choose this course. I introduce them to you when I meet them. In addition to these forces in the open, there are also many hidden forces lurking in the dark. The intrigues among them are far more complicated than you and I think. After introducing them, Tang Tiantian concluded earnestly. In short, what we have to do now is not to attract attention, not to make enemies, and not to cause trouble. Just get through the first round quietly first. Song Shursan nodded carefully, looked around, and took a special look at Shinchen from the third grade. According to Tang Tiantian, the celebrities in each grade, and the small groups around them, may be the strong opponents they will face in the end. She was already familiar with Yun Chiming, and Tang Tiantian had also introduced Tang Yiru's strength. The only thing left was Shinchen. Song Shursan knew almost nothing about him. Shinchen wore a white shirt today, with his tie tied casually on one side, his peach blossom eyes full of smiles. And he was chatting and laughing with the girl next to him. Noticing the gazes on him, he glanced casually and met Song Shursan's calm and heroic eyes. Shinchen had an extremely romantic and handsome face, the kind of sunny and handsome little wolf dog type. From childhood to adulthood, he received many love letters from girls, and there was no end to the romantic scandals around him. His outstanding appearance and overwhelming strength made him bathed in various gazes from people around him all the way, and he had long been accustomed to others looking at him. But the girl in front of him was very different. There was no emotion in her eyes, as if she was simply examining an object. Shinchen had never seen a girl with such temperament, and he couldn't help but be interested. He made an apologetic gesture to the girl who was talking next to him, pushed through the crowd, and walked towards Song Shursan. After standing still, Shinchen showed his signature smile. My classmate, are you a freshman this year? This was actually a way of chatting up people even though he already knew the answer. Shinchen had been in the 1st Federal Military Academy for nearly 3 years, and he had never seen Song Shursan. With Song Shursan's outstanding temperament and appearance, it was impossible for him not to notice him for so long. He could only be a freshman who enrolled this year. It's Shinchen. Someone whispered. Is he trying to chat up with me? He actually took the initiative to chat up with me? More and more eyes gathered around him. Song Shursan frowned impatiently and became alert. This boy named Shinchen was too sharp. She just glanced at him from a distance, but he could accurately locate her direction. He was a strong opponent. Seeing that Song Shursan was slow to respond, Shinchen was a little unhappy, but still maintained a decent smile. My name is Shinchen, a third-year student of the Seed Soldier Major. He introduced himself, and his words were full of determination. Is this your first time to choose this course? It is very difficult for freshmen to achieve good results in the holographic simulation battle course. However, I am very interested in you. He paused, and his tone became ambiguous, and he extended an olive branch to Song Shursan. So, in this course, if there is anything you don't understand, I can teach you. The sense of superiority in his words was too obvious, and Song Shursan didn't know how to respond for a moment. The silence lasted too long, and both sides felt the sudden chill in the atmosphere. Tang Tiantian beside him raised her eyebrows, and it seemed that she was about to confront the opponent head-on. Remembering Tang Tiantian's advice not to make enemies, before Tang Tiantian could choke him, Song Shursan quickly squeezed out a reply. A little trick for being friendly to others taught by 1009. When you don't know how to reply to the other party, just repeat the end of the sentence, then the conversation can proceed smoothly and naturally. Song Shursan raised his eyes, looked directly into Shinshin's eyes, calmly repeated the end of his sentence. Teach me? Chapter 34. There were sounds of people sucking in a breath of cold air all around. Tang Tiantian was caught off guard by this sudden change. The words of retort were still stuck in her throat. She turned around and looked at Song Shursan in amazement. Song Shursan looked normal, and was completely unaware of his shocking words. In order to show her concentration as a listener, she even looked at Shinshin seriously, without blinking, waiting for the other party to speak next. The atmosphere became even more tense. The group of people who had followed Shinshin at first also noticed the stalemate here, and surrounded him, looking unfriendly. As more and more people gathered around, Tang Tiantian couldn't help but sweat, seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand. The broadcast in the stadium sounded in time. Students who are participating in the holographic battle simulation course, please go to the simulation cabin and prepare to enter. The broadcast urged 3 times in a row, and some people reluctantly moved away and dispersed. Shinshin also came back to his senses from his loss of composure, narrowed his eyes dangerously, and looked Song Shursan up and down. This year's freshmen are really interesting. The broadcast was still going on. Many of the onlookers had dispersed, and were gradually gathering towards the simulation cabin. Shinshin did not intend to start another conflict. He gestured to his companions, indicating that they should go first. His tone returned to his usual frivolous and calm tone. The smile did not reach his eyes. He looked at Song Shursan with interest again, turned around and waved. Okay, then we see you at the competition venue. The signal lights in the simulation cabin lit up and rose, and most of the students entered the preparation area. Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian also logged into the simulation cabin, waiting for the battle class to officially begin. The first round of elimination is a timed single-player match. Teams cannot be formed during the preparation stage, but preset targets can be locked. After locking the target, the team will be followed and teleported to 100 meters around the target, and the interface of the locked party will also show a follower prompt. Many small groups will use this method to avoid the dispersion of personnel, but some people will lock their own prey at the beginning, and entering the field is a hunt. The location of the system transmission is not fixed. If you are lucky, you can land on a flat ground. If you are unlucky, you may land on a cliff, a swamp, or a roof. Every year, there are always a few unlucky people who are eliminated as soon as they land. Students should not only beware of their opponents who have locked on them, but also be fully prepared for a smooth landing. The test of this elimination match has already begun from the moment of teleportation. Tang Tiantian set the preset lock target to Song Shursan, and was fully prepared, waiting for the countdown to end. On Song Shursan's side, the follow prompt signal lit up, but there was more than one follower displayed. A rough count showed that there were more than 10 light spots. She turned on the light brain and sent a message to Tang Tiantian. It seems that someone is watching you. Tang Tiantian was not surprised at all. You have met Shinshin, so it is inevitable that people will pay extra attention to you. Don't be nervous. They don't know you, and they may not take action directly. If you don't have the skills, you won't have the courage to provoke Shinshin in public. Everyone was afraid, and locked onto Song Shursan, mostly just wanting to find out the enemy first. After a moment of silence, Tang Tiantian's message came again. Have you two ever had a feud? In her impression, Song Shursan and Shinshin should have no connection. But if there was no dispute, with Song Shursan's personality, he would at most put on a cold face and ignore the other party, and would not provoke him tit for tat. No, I don't know him. Song Shursan answered honestly. She explained the whole story, and added, I also think this person is hard to get along with. There was a pitiful expression at the end of the sentence. Tang Tiantian, perhaps God opens a door for people, and closes a window. Song Shursan's brain circuit has exceeded the scope of what ordinary people can understand. Tang Tiantian had no choice but to skip this topic and reminded, the transmission is about to begin. There may be people from Shinshin watching you. Be careful. As everyone held their breath and concentrated, the countdown finally returned to 0. A burst of white light flashed, and a new world appeared in front of him. Although Song Sure-san rarely went to the training ground, he had fought in many black market competitions, and was very familiar with the teleportation of the simulation cabin. She easily controlled the balance of her body. When she opened her eyes again, she felt the touch of leaves brushing against her cheeks. The breeze was warm, and a few rays of sunlight penetrated through the layers of treetops and hit her eyelashes. The view was wide, and everything within a radius of 100 miles was in sight. Her teleportation point was actually on the branch of a giant tree. If it were an ordinary person, she would have fallen off the branch long ago. But Song Sure reacted very quickly. As soon as her toes touched the object, she adjusted her center of gravity, and with a few light jumps, she landed at the thickest junction of the branches. This was a somewhat dilapidated jungle, surrounded by low shrubs. The trees were not dense, and the one Song Sure-san was standing on was the tallest one. There was a bluestone path between the shrubs, leading directly to the deeper part of the jungle. Song Sure-san looked around and found Tang Tiantian behind a rock covered by a cluster of shrubs. Tang Tiantian was very alert. The moment she landed, she found a shelter and hid her body. From Song Sure-san's perspective, he could clearly see that not far from Tang Tiantian, there were a few people looking around, looking for something. Tang Tiantian also noticed it, lowered her body, shrank back into the bushes, and sent a message to Song Sure-san. "Where are you? They are looking for you." Just a few seconds after the message was sent, a scream came from the direction of the bluestone road. The bluestone path was built by humans, and the bushes on both sides were cleared away, leaving no cover. A boy happened to be teleported to the path, and before he had time to observe the surroundings, he was knocked down secretly. The boy fell to the ground, covering his eyes, and half of his face was covered with blood. The person who attacked was obviously aiming at the vital points. This attack was aimed directly at the opponent's eyeballs. Before the boy could stand up again, several fierce attacks from the dark came, rushing towards the opponent's throat and other parts. This time Tang Tiantian saw clearly. It was a very thin wind cone, colorless and invisible, only barely perceptible when it brushed against the leaves. Attack? Why? Tang Tiantian slightly widened her eyes, somewhat hard to understand. She had no impression of the boy who was attacked. He should not belong to the camp of the leaders of the grade. He was just an ordinary student who came to join in the fun. Maybe it was not even because he locked onto Song Sure-san, but just happened to be teleported to this area. The winning condition of the first round is to hold the key leading to the next level at the end of the countdown. The key can be obtained by completing hidden tasks and levels in the map. Once the key is obtained, the holder's goal will be exposed to other people in a certain area nearby. Kill the holder, and the ownership of the key will be transferred. Generally speaking, except for the fight for the key, ordinary students will not fight in this round. And the strong ones will also avoid slaughtering ordinary students in this round, because starting from the second round, only the kills will be counted towards the individual points. The final results of this course are also ranked based on individual points. Cows and sheep should be kept until they are valuable before being slaughtered. The second round is the real battlefield. The student who was knocked down in front of him obviously did not have time to hold the key, no matter from which angle. There was no need to attack him. Tang Tiantian thought quickly, trying to find the source of the attack. Not far away, someone pinched his throat and shouted, "Song Sure-san, you are so shameless. You actually played dirty tricks." Song Sure-san, Tang Tiantian, the man continued to pretend to shout, "You can't beat Shin-chun. So you come to bully ordinary students. Shameless. Despicable. Don't think everyone will be afraid of you." Chapter 35. The boy who fell to the ground tried hard to dodge these sneak attacks. Hearing someone yelling, he didn't have time to think about it, and then angrily said, "Song Sure-san? I don't remember how I offended you, and I don't have the key on me. If you have the ability to do a sneak attack, come out if you have the ability. Let's compete openly." Tang Tiantian stared. Her face was full of shock. "Who is this? How can you just say it?" Not to mention that Song Sure-san didn't bother to do any sneak attacks at all. With her little mental power, she couldn't condense such a wind cone. This is a blatant false accusation. Frame up. Tang Tiantian was so angry that her cheeks flushed. She stood up to complain. Just as she was about to speak, a pine cone clacked down and hit the rock she was using for shelter. Tang Tiantian stopped standing up reflexively and hid in the bushes. The message prompt on the light brain lit up immediately. Song Shursan, don't go out. They can't find me. This is a provocation. Song Shursan stood on the top of the tree and could see everything going on below. This was a good position for sniping. If possible, she would like to secretly knock down all the people below. But unfortunately, she didn't have a gun. She transformed the feather duster into a long whip and made a simple slingshot. After thinking for a while, she threw away the pine cone in her hand and replaced it with a cribriformis she had picked up in the cave during the exploration class. The dormant cribriformis will shrink into its shell, which looks like a small stone. It will have a strong absorption force when it touches the surface of an object. Song Shursan put on special gloves, brushed a layer of sticky liquid on the whip to prevent absorption, then picked the smallest dormant cribriformis, pulled the bow, and aimed at the man who was pretending to frame her. A light sound cut through the sky, and the small stone flew out like a bullet and hit the back of the man's head. The man cried out in pain, reached out to touch it, and saw no blood, but only a small swelling that felt a little strange. Who is it? What era is it that still uses sneak attacks like throwing stones? Low level. He quickly exchanged glances with his companions nearby, and they all shook their heads, indicating that they did not notice anything unusual. As a result of their interaction, Song Shursan saw clearly that there were at least 5 accomplices, and some of them were the ones who had been with Shinshin before. They should be the ones sent by Shinshin to keep an eye on her. There were nearly 10 other people scattered around within a radius of 100 miles, all of whom were unfamiliar, and they might have just followed to investigate the situation. Song Shursan's guess was indeed correct. The person who framed her was called Lu Qingqiu. There were 5 people in his group, including him. They were all sent by Shinshin to follow her. Lu Qingqiu was a third-year student and was also an old hand in the professional courses of the combat department. There were many tactical training and actual combat. Following her was a very easy job for him. As a result, they had just landed after being teleported, and the whole team actually lost Song Shursan. The preset target lock would automatically become invalid after entering the venue. 5 third-year combat students lost a newcomer who participated in the holographic battle simulation for the first time. If this news was passed back, Shinshin would not only punish them, but they would also not be able to hold their heads up in the circle. The only thing Lu Qingqiu could be sure of now was that Song Shursan had definitely not gone far, and must be hiding in a blind spot that they had not noticed. In a moment of urgency, he planned the provocation just now. Song Shursan did not fall for his trick at all, and took advantage of the moment of distraction caused by the small stone to send a message to Tang Tian. Go to the path to the southeast and get rid of them. She was on the treetops, with a clear view. There were so many people hiding in this area of 100 miles, and any step could alert the enemy. There was only a hidden path in the southeast, which was considered a blind spot and did not receive much attention. Tang Tian also calmed down from the anger of Song Shursan being framed. Thinking carefully, the opponent's trick was even clumsy and a little funny. Even if Song Shursan did not come out to explain, the boy who was attacked would find something wrong after thinking about it. She calmed down, followed the gap created by Song Shursan, and gathered a weak wind in the opposite direction at the farthest distance of her control range, and turned her head to rush towards the southeast path. Seeing that his companions did not notice anything unusual, Lu Qingqiu relaxed his vigilance and stopped looking into what exactly hit the back of his head. There are many tall pine trees here, and it is not uncommon for a few pine cones to fall. The most important thing at the moment is to find where Song Shursan is hiding. As soon as the thought came to mind, there was a rustling sound in the bushes behind him, as if someone was running past. Lu Qingqiu turned around in a hurry, exchanged glances with his companions, and got up to chase after him. Tang Tian ran a long way in one breath, turned back several times in the middle, trying to shake off the pursuers behind her, but she always felt that there was a figure following her like a shadow. If she continued to run like this, it would be endless. She ran in a hurry just now, and didn't have time to ask where Song Shursan was, or whether she had caught up. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Tang Tian secretly activated the ring on her finger, and the armor on her wrist instantly unfolded, and a silver-pink dark crossbow took shape in her palm. This was made by Song Shursan step by step according to the design of Montium, although it is not yet complete. The portability and destructive power of this form, and the improved burst function are far superior to the previous willow leaf double guns. Since the pursuers cannot be shaken off, they can only fight with them. Tang Tian prepared for the battle. slowed down her pace, held her breath, and waited for the opponent to show up. The wind rustled the leaves, and suddenly, Song Shursan's voice sounded faintly above her head. "It's okay. There's not many people around." Tang Tiantian looked up and saw Song Shursan slowly jumping down from a nearby treetop. He was so far away from Lu Qingtuo and the others, and he was cautiously turning so many corners. As a teammate, Tang Tiantian's anti-reconnaissance awareness was reliable to the point of professionalism. Song Shursan couldn't help but give Tang Tiantian a thumbs up in his heart, and his eyes showed sincere approval. Tang Tiantian, ? She looked back at the woods along the road. So, the shadow that followed him all the way was actually Song Shursan? The trees were not densely spaced. Even if he was a wind resonator with a spiritual power of A, he would not be able to move freely among them without practicing for more than 10 years. Did Song Shursan grow wings? Song Shursan did not notice Tang Tiantian's strange expression. He patted her shoulder and pointed to the strange-shaped mechanical room in front. "That? Is it the entrance to the training level?" On a bluestone step in the path ahead of them, there stood a building that looked like an exotic temple. The temple was very low. Most of it was buried in the soil, and the remaining half of the entrance was hidden behind the hanging vines, blending in with the surrounding bushes, making it almost impossible to be discovered. Song Shursan was sharp-eyed, and he noticed this abnormality and called Tang Tiantian to stop. Tang Tiantian looked carefully and finally found the temple covered with vines in the green. She did not pursue Song Shursan's whereabouts, and her face was full of joy. The single-player match of the holographic simulation battle course, in a way, is very much like an upgraded version of basic tactical training. The entire map will automatically generate keys accounting for about 3/4 of the students in the course, and place them in the rewards of the training level. As long as you successfully complete the level, you can get the key. Although there are many keys, these training levels are hidden in the big map, and this is a time-limited task. Those with less luck may not encounter a level entrance until the countdown ends. Therefore, many students chose to stay in place directly, to snatch the keys from classmates who had already obtained them. The two of them were lucky. After wandering around, they actually happened to encounter an entrance. After pulling Song Shursan closer to the temple, Tang Tiantian did not intend to go in, but pulled a few more vines to cover up the only trace that was exposed. After arranging everything, she explained, "Don't rush in. First see if there are other entrances around. There are still 6 hours left before the end of the game, which is more than enough time for them. After getting the key, their coordinates will be automatically exposed, and the coordinates of the key holder will be displayed on the light computers of all nearby students. Even if they get the key early, what awaits them is nothing but a restless battle royale. In addition, with the coordinates locked, it is far from being as easy as it is now to get rid of the enemy. Therefore, the safest way is to explore as many checkpoints as possible. Guard the entrance, and wait until the countdown is almost up before entering to challenge the level and get the key." As soon as Tang Tiantian finished speaking, the light brain on their wrists beeped, and a dark red coordinate point appeared on the big map. Someone got the key, and it was nearby. So soon? Tang Tiantian was stunned. Those who couldn't wait to get the key at the beginning were either freshmen with no tactical thinking, or those small groups with enough strength to save themselves. No matter which situation the person holding the key was in, it would inevitably attract the covetousness of other teams. "Do you want to go and take a look?" Song Shursan asked. "Those who don't have any skills will never fight so early. If they really encounter someone starting a fight, these people will become their opponents in the second round. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Now is a good time to go and explore. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. It is a good time to get first-hand information. If you are not afraid of heights, we can go with this." Song Shursan took out the feather duster behind him, unfolded it into the shape of wings. "Fly close to the treetops. Absolutely hidden." Tang Tiantian, The confusion about how Song Shursan followed her without revealing his whereabouts was suddenly solved. She really has a pair of wings. Tang Tiantian had seen this feather duster in the laboratory, when Song Shursan explained the transformation of elemental weapons to her. He used this as an example. But no matter how many times she had seen it, no matter how cool its transformation was, she would still be shocked by the prototype of this thing. But there was no better way now. Tang Tiantian sat on the metal pole of the feather duster resignedly, spread her wings lightly, and took off into the air under the influence of the wind element. They were traveling at the top of the forest, their figures sometimes hidden in the treetops. From a distance, they looked like an eagle gliding in the forest. The view from a high place was indeed wide, but it required extremely strong dynamic vision. Fortunately, Tang Tian had received shooting training since she was a child, and she could barely keep up with the speed of flight. She looked down and saw several teams of figures traveling in the jungle below. They were running in the same direction as them, and their target was obviously the key coordinates on the big map. The red dot on the map was getting closer and closer, and a building similar to the temple they had seen before gradually appeared in front of them, except that it was much taller. The bushes in front of the temple were leveled, and there were several deep and shallow pits on the ground. The two groups of people were on each side, and there was a difference in the number of people. It was obvious that they had already fought. Song Shersan retracted his wings and did not continue to approach. He took Tang Tian and landed on the branch of a towering tree. This geographical location was chosen very well. They hid their bodies among the leaves and were able to pay attention to all the movements of the temple. Tang Tian had just stood firm, and she hurriedly moved a few steps to the tree trunk in front to get closer to that side. When she was on the wings, her vision was swaying, so she couldn't see clearly. She only vaguely felt that among the two groups of people who were clashing below, there was a figure that looked very much like Yun Qiming. Now, after a closer look, Tang Tian confirmed that among the group of people with more people below, the one who was standing leisurely and with a bit of self-righteousness was really him. Song Shersan also came over and saw the two groups of people who were outnumbered and fighting below. His eyes were as confused as Tang Tian. Yun Qiming, the first villain who led a group to rob people's keys by outnumbering others, was actually him? Chapter 36. According to Yun Qiming's usual style, it's not like he would do such a thing to get something for nothing, Song Shersan said in surprise, and took a few more glances. She didn't blame the act of snatching the key. After all, the holographic battle simulation was meant to imitate the atmosphere of the survival of the fittest on the battlefield, and any kind of intrigue and deception was not excessive. It's just that there is still plenty of time now. Based on her understanding of Yun Qiming in the previous exploration class, he would not pursue interests to the point of killing others right away. Tang Tian also felt something was wrong. She observed in silence for a while. When she saw the opponent of Yun Qiming and his group, her face changed suddenly. No. She unfolded the crossbow on her wrist, her expression tense. Qiming was the one who was robbed. The two groups below seemed to be fighting back and forth, and the battle was tense. In fact, if you observe carefully, you will find that Yun Qiming was completely fooled by the opponent and was suppressed the whole time. The one fighting him was a 4th grade student. Tang Tian spoke very quickly, her eyes fixed on every move of the two fighting parties. Don't think there are only 3 people. The one with the lowest mental power among them has 8+. The girl leading the group is Yu Qingjiu, and her grades have never dropped from the top of the grade. Her mental power level is S+, and it is said that she has been recommended for the rank of captain. Oh, a mysterious graduate. A showdown between the top figures in the school. This trip is worth it. Song Shersan understood, and focused more on Yu Qingjiu every move. Yu Qingjiu's moves were straightforward and decisive. Every move was clean and neat, without any fancy tricks. But, even if you know where she is going to attack, the pure and dense elemental condensation strength is still hard to resist. She seemed to disdain to attack the followers around Yun Qiming. All her attacks were only directed at Yun Qiming, while secretly observing his reaction. Yun Qiming struggled to defend himself, and had several cuts on his body, but his stubborn and noble appearance did not change at all. He was clearly being beaten, but he acted as if he was the one who had the upper hand. It's really strange. Senior Yu has already obtained the qualification for admission, and completed all the credits. Why does she still want to participate in the holographic battle simulation class? Tang Tian couldn't figure it out. Yu Qingjiu was not only an outstanding graduate this year, but also ranked first in the past few years. She was both good in character and in learning, and had great prestige in the whole school, whether from the perspective of strength or interests. She had no need to stir up trouble in the first round. Judging from the moves of her companions, they were more of a distraction in dealing with Yun Qiming group, and even a bit of perfunctory teasing. It didn't seem like they were here to seriously grab the key, but it seemed like they were deliberately looking for trouble. Tang Tian was still thinking about it, but Yu Qingjiu directly stated his intention. I've heard rumors that the school enrollment quality has been declining year after year, but I didn't expect it to be true, Yu Qingjiu said coldly. Is this the strength of this year's #1 freshman? In the Federal Military Academy ranking competition in recent years, the #1 military academy has never even touched the tail of the top 5, and has been left further and further behind by other old rivals. And the quality of students has also been getting worse year by year. In Yuqingjou class, the school could still recruit talented students like S+, and there were quite a few with S mental strength. By the time of Song Shursan class, the top freshman mental strength was only enough to get an A+. It's really going downhill, with each class getting worse than the last. I'm graduating soon, and I might even join the army early. Yuqingjou pointed his finger, and a thunderbolt stood up beside him, stagnating for a long time, as if it was a tangible object. Who will play in the Military Academy League next year? Just you? Hearing the anger in Yuqingjou's tone, Song Shursan came to his senses. This is a reminder for the younger generation who are not doing well. Yuan Qiming wiped off the blood from the scratch on his forehead, looked coldly at Yuqingjou's solidified thunder. His knuckles creaked. This is a deterrent. In order to keep the thunder element for a long time, or even keep its entity, it requires extremely terrifying element concentration and long-lasting endurance. This is the strength of S+ level psychic. The limit of his spiritual power is here, no matter how hard he trains. Yuan Qiming can never reach the level of Yuqingjou, but giving up easily is not his style. In the past, he might have complained about the huge gap in spiritual power and felt fear. But after experiencing the life and death training in the exploration class, facing this huge gap in strength, he felt particularly calm. Especially after seeing Song Shursan elemental weapon, he no longer had any hesitation in his heart. It doesn't matter. Mental strength may not be able to be changed by acquired means, but elemental weapons can be. He doesn't mind using all means to become stronger, because there will always be a day when he will have an elemental weapon. As long as he trains harder, he can also reach the level of Song Shursan. He is no longer the Yuan Qiming who rushed through the fog before. He has hope in his heart, the hope brought by elemental weapons. After adjusting his mentality, Yuqingjou troublemaking is no different from a test in the training level. Seeing Yuan Qiming still not changing his expression, Yuqingjou was a little surprised. It is human instinct to fear the strong, to be able to remain calm in the face of overwhelming strength. One psychological quality is already worthy of praise. Yuqingjou did not restrain his momentum, but his expression softened a little, and there was a little more admiration in his eyes. You are quite courageous. There are more terrifying forces suppressing the battlefield. If you don't even have this awareness, you will only embarrass our first military academy if you go out. Praise aside, the fact that Yuan Qiming was in a desperate situation did not change at all. This was a single-player match, and they had to get the key for everyone to pass the level as a team. Since they had chosen to act collectively, it would take more time to find a key for everyone. Time was running out, and there was no time to waste with Yuqingjou. Yuan Qiming was looking for the opponent's flaw, even if it was just a temporary hindrance. As long as his full-strength attack could distract the opponent for a moment, his companions would have a chance to escape. Where should he attack? In this situation, if it was Song Shursan, what would she do? Qiming's style is still too upright. Song Shursan half-crouched on a tree branch, watching the battle below, and slapped a mosquito hovering around his ear to death. You're ready to escape. Why are you still thinking about confronting the other party head-on? What do you mean? Tang Tiantian blinked, not quite understanding. Look at Yuqingjou's standing posture, a proper gentleman standing, and he didn't take Yuan Qiming's attack seriously at all. Song Shursan shook his head. From the front, she may be invulnerable, but if you want to sneak attack, there are flaws everywhere. Sneak attack? Tang Tiantian opened her eyes wide. A little unbelievable, since she learned about Song Shursan talents and ideals. Song Shursan image has become glorious and upright in her heart. Even in such a dangerous situation in the cave, Song Shursan was extremely calm in front of the enemy, and his sword fell without any sneaky tricks. The word sneak attack, no matter in terms of strength or temperament, seems to be incompatible with Song Shursan. Song Shursan took out a handful of dormant spiracles from the backpack behind him, and took out a small can of cave salamander mucus, pointed at the crossbow on Tang Tiantian's wrist, and handed them to her. The distance is too far. I don't have a gun. You can try this with the crossbow. Tang Tiantian crossbow is an elemental weapon, and it has always used bullets condensed by elemental energy. This is the first time it is equipped with live ammunition. She took the pile of things handed over by Song Shursan, recognizing that these were the weapon materials that she had looted along the way in the cave, and was a little confused. What? Howled Qiming. Song Shersan turned his head, revealing his cunning tiger teeth. Ambush Yu Qingjiu. Tang Tian Tian, The crossbow instantly fired 10 bullets, cut through the covering leaves, and rushed towards Yu Qingjiu. Yu Qingjiu's reaction was very sharp, but conventional physical attacks would not produce elemental fluctuations, and she had been using the gold element to protect her whole body, so she didn't take this hidden weapon seriously, and just raised her hand to block it casually. Just a few stones, the impact was not painful at all. When Yu Qingjiu took back her hand and looked down, she found that the stones were firmly attached to her arm. What is this? Yu Qingjiu frowned, and carefully identified it for a while, and was a little unsure. Craniofacial algae? Dental craniola? This kind of alien species only grows in caves. Why is it here? During the recuperation period after the exploration class, Yuan Qiming had been reviewing the creatures that appeared in the class, and now he realized what was attached to Yu Qingjiu's arm at a distance. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his body moved faster than his mind. Mutated snake? Yuan Qiming whispered, and winked at his companion. His companion immediately understood, and with a sweeping kick, he forced back his opponent who was restraining him, and supported the ground with his right palm. The fine water flow covered Yu Qingjiu like a giant net. These water flows were soft and dense, with little impact, and even less than the water pressure of an ordinary faucet. But it was precisely because of the abandonment of strength that the releaser could use his mental power to weave such a large and dense giant net. The giant net formed by the water flows suddenly opened up and rushed towards Yu Qingjiu, enveloping her. The moment the sleeping spirulina on her arm touched the water flow, it was like a flower stamen that suddenly bloomed. Millions of tentacles rushed out one after another, growing outwards madly, and in the blink of an eye, covering Yu Qingjiu's entire vision. At the same time, Yuan Qiming gathered a group of ripple-like lightning patterns in his hand, which glowed with indigo light and sizzled. This was the highest intensity lightning element that Yuan Qiming could condense. He touched it lightly with his fingers, and the lightning patterns spread along the water net in ripples, and were transmitted to every branch of the water net like a snake. The mutant snake uses the conductivity of water to rapidly expand the coverage of the high-intensity lightning element. Yuan Qiming cannot resonate with the water element. This move was finally polished by him and his companions after many times of practice. This level of mutant snake is actually not good enough in Yu Qingjiu's eyes. But she is now controlled by the rampantly growing crickets, and the resonance of a lightning strike is enough to buy them a few seconds to escape. Run! Yuan Qiming shouted softly, erecting a wind wall for cover, calling on his companions to quickly leave the battlefield. Before retreating, he looked back again. There was no one in the direction where the hidden weapon was thrown. Only the swaying of leaves in the wind. Chapter 37. Yu Qingjiu stood there in a daze, letting the twisting tentacles of the Cribriformis wrap her tightly. What's wrong? Aren't you going to chase him? The girl with short hair beside him looked at the gradually receding figures of Yuan Qiming and his group, and a flame jumped up from her fingertips, burning all the Cribriformis on Yu Qingjiu's body. Yu Qingjiu spoke in a muffled voice, and spit out a few tentacles that accidentally got into her mouth, and then her voice became clear. Don't chase him anymore, let him go. This means that Yuan Qiming has passed the test. The short-haired girl looked at Yu Qingjiu's sticky hair and sighed softly. You are about to graduate. Why are you still joining in the fun? The holographic battle simulation class has 3 rounds. The class time is extremely long, and it is also laborious. If it were not for the temptation of credits and comprehensive test scores, even students from the combat department would not be willing to experience it a second time. They are all the best graduates, and all the roads are paved for them. To participate in this kind of course again is just asking for trouble. Only people like Yu Qingjiu would use the battle simulation class as an entertainment activity. I'm bored. I'm looking for something to do to stretch my muscles, Yu Qingjiu said lightly, stretching his shoulders and neck, and helping the juniors to exercise. The short-haired girl choked and shook her head helplessly. If you want to be stubborn, do it yourself. Don't persecute the juniors. Not everyone is like you. She paused, trying to find a suitable word to describe it. So cruel. The short-haired girl has shared a dormitory with Yu Qingjiu for 4 years. This is the first time she has seen such a strict self-disciplined and upright person. Yu Qingjiu's schedule is almost detailed to every minute and every second. From 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. All year round. Without a break. Study materials and daily necessities are neatly classified. And academic, social, competitive and entertainment are all included. Every day, He is either breaking through himself or on the way to breaking through himself. This truly explains what it means to not be afraid of others being more talented than you, but to be afraid of talented people working harder than you. There is probably no one in the entire galaxy more daring than her. Really? I think that boy just now has great potential. Yu Qingjiu shook off the water drops on her forehead, not caring about her embarrassment. She raised her head, looking at the woods in the distance, narrowed her eyes slightly. Come to think of it, who attacked me, did you notice? Attacker? The short-haired girl looked serious, and shook her head. The other side did not use elemental energy, and the aura was beyond her perception range. She did not even catch a shadow. To be able to do this, the tactical layout and the accuracy of the shooting are not much worse. You didn't even notice it. It seems that the rumors are not true. The quality of this year's enrollment is obviously very good. Yu Qingjiu smiled, walked in the opposite direction of Yan Qiming with a relaxed pace. Let's go next one. Song Shursen took Tang Tiantian away from the treetops when she fired the crossbow. The two of them glided in the air on the wings, and didn't care whether Yan Qiming and the others escaped successfully, and quickly moved away from the center of the conflict. The three people in Yu Qingjiu group, none of them is easy to deal with. If possible, Song Shursen doesn't want to get too entangled. After this round trip, there are still more than 4 hours left, and they should prepare to challenge the level and get the key. Except for the temple they found before, after a long wandering, they finally found the entrance to another training level. The grass in front of this entrance has traces of being trampled, which means that it is very likely that someone has entered, but the entrance is not closed, and the coordinates of the key holder are not displayed nearby. The people who went in may have given up after failing the challenge. Or they may still be struggling. No matter which one it is, there is still a chance for those who come later. It would take too much time to find another entrance to the level, and they may not have that luck. So it is better to go in and fight for it. Song Shursen thought for a while, and decided to go in and grab the key first. After I get the key, my coordinates will be exposed, which can attract attention. You can take the opportunity to go to the previous temple to get the second key. Once the coordinates are exposed, they will become the target of public criticism just like Yan Qiming just now. Song Shursen is highly mobile. And for them, this decision is indeed the best solution. Tang Tiantian did not refuse. Okay. But we must make sure that this key can be taken. More people means more strength. I will accompany you in first. The two walked in. The entrance of the temple looked narrow, but inside was a tall palace. There were some arrow feathers scattered on the floor tiles of the front hall, and the remains of the dismantled mimic robot. Generally, at the entrance to the hall, there will be some elementary mechanisms. If you accidentally trigger the mechanisms, you will be caught in a tough battle with countless mimic robots. Tang Tiantian kicked away the parts at her feet, explaining, looking at the situation. The group in front of us has triggered all the mechanisms. This kind of mimic robot is not very difficult to deal with individually, just like the ones in the training ground. Tang Tiantian paused, remembering that Song Shursen might not have been to the training ground at all, and changed her way of explanation. Anyway, it is to the extent that you can destroy it with just one knife. Song Shursen lowered his eyes. The emulated robots in the training ground were indeed something she could deal with just a kitchen knife. But when there are too many of them, it's annoying. The main thing is a war of attrition. The most important thing in the battle class is time, so it's better not to trigger these mechanisms. Song Shursen followed Tang Tiantian forward, curiously observing the traces of fighting on the beams. These robots were easily dealt with. It seems that they are quite powerful. That's right. They didn't take these mechanisms seriously at all. They walked all the way here in a swagger. Tang Tiantian walked around the huge sculptures in the hall, stretched out her hand to turn the mechanism to open the hall door. Either they are very strong, or they have a large number of people, or both. The hall door made of huge stones was heavy, and it looked imposing. Song Shursen stepped forward to help, but was still a little confused. Such a powerful team. They have been here for so long but still haven't got the key. Is this training level difficult? The answer to her was the sound of the hall door shaking. The hall door shook twice, and slowly opened. A ray of light shone into the narrow corridor behind, projecting a series of elongated figures. There are people inside. Song Shursen held his breath. He did not expect to meet the team ahead so soon. He held the feather duster behind him with one hand and prepared for battle. As the mechanism operated, the gap between the doors became larger and larger, and the light gradually filled the entire corridor. The shadow faded, and the appearance of several people inside was revealed. Hearing the movement behind them, the figures who were cramped in the corridor turned their heads and looked at the two people standing in the hall. Squeak! A white-haired mouse climbed up the shoulder of a boy in the figure, raised its front legs, and its red eyes flashed twice, staring at Song Shursan. You? Song Shursan was stunned for a while, hesitantly, and called out the name of the boy who was stepped on by the white mouse. Shin-Chen? This meeting was too unexpected. The atmosphere that should have been tense was actually a little funny at this moment. Tang Tian was also stunned for a second, and after reacting, she was amused by the scene in front of her, and laughed. What are you doing? Shin-Chen was too lazy to explain. He was panting and sweating. He had completely lost the image of a handsome man before entering the venue. He pointed to the white mouse above his head and said concisely, "The key. Here." His fingers were almost touching the white mouse. But the white mouse showed no sign of hiding. It squeaked twice, revealing the golden key hanging around its neck, as if it was deliberately showing it off. A mouse? Is it so hard to catch? Tang Tian frowned, looking at the exhausted and embarrassed appearance of Shin-Chen and the others. And it didn't seem like a trick. Song Shursan's focus was not here. She lowered her eyes, somewhat surprised. You 5 people have not got a single key until now? This sentence touched Shin-Chen's sore spot. He frowned in frustration and said unhappily, "Anyone who gets a key at the beginning will be targeted by Yu Qingjiu. Who dares to take that risk?" Their team had already discovered several training levels, but when they were about to enter, they ran into Yu Qingjiu. Yu Qingjiu's terrifying strength was like a monster, and no one wanted to fight her in the first round. Fortunately, Shin-Chen didn't have the key on him, so he didn't expose his coordinates and become a live target. After a long chase, he finally got rid of Yu Qingjiu's team. I understand. Song Shursan nodded, showing his understanding. He looked at the time again and said kindly, "There are still 4 hours left in the countdown. You can exit now and find another entrance. It's still in time." Chapter 38. Shin-Chen narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Song Shursan was confused. What do you mean? The literal meaning. A little interesting. Shin-Chen laughed. There are many girls who are interested in me, but you are the first one who is as interesting as me. Song Shursan? Shin-Chen raised his lips. This girl didn't seem to have any ill will towards him, but from the first time they met, she not only piqued at him, but also repeatedly called the board to provoke him. Shin-Chen couldn't think of any other explanation except that she liked him and wanted to attract attention. Tang Tian was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. She simply made Song Shursan's words more straightforward. Don't think wrongly. She didn't mean anything else. Tang Tian pointed at the white-haired mouse that was still squatting on Shin-Chen's head. She just said, "We want this key." Shin-Chen didn't care. He thought he had figured out the motives of Song Shursan's behavior, and even his sharpness was restrained a lot. He didn't care what Tang Tian explained, and released his charm, like a peacock with its tail spread out. Every word seemed to carry an electric wave. No need to explain. I understand what you mean. I don't mind giving this key as a gift. But this is a competition, and we have to abide by some competition rules. So, we compete fairly. Whoever gets the key gets it, and the other party is willing to accept the loss. And there is no fighting or robbing. How about it? No fighting or robbing. Fair competition? Tang Tian was surprised and laughed out loud. Originally, Shin-Chen had the advantage in numbers. Even if Song Shursan got the key, it would be troublesome to deal with so many people. Now it would save them trouble. Why not be fairer? There are only 2 of us. Why don't you dismiss everyone on your side and only keep 2 people? That's fine. Shin-Chen agreed happily and turned to look at his companions. Then please help Chung Tiao accompany me. The others can help find the entrance to the other level. We will catch up in a while. Lu Qingtu was originally annoyed about losing Song Shursan, but now the opportunity to show off was presented to him, and he was happy to accept it. In a moment, there were only 4 people left in the originally crowded corridor. Song Shursan was not polite, and waved the feather duster in his hand, sweeping it across Shin-Chen's head. Her attack was fierce, but the figure of the white-haired mouse flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared at Tang Tian's feet, making Song Shursan sweep it away. The stick that Song Shursan used to attack the white mouse was close to Shin-Chen's hair. Shin-Chen stood still like a clock, without any intention of hiding, but watched her every move with interest. What a strange weapon. Not bad. You really make me more interested in you. Tang Tiantian opened the crossbow and fired several arrows at the white rat at her feet, blocking its every move. However, the white rat moved so fast that it seemed like an illusion. It squeaked twice and appeared on Lu Qingqiu's shoulder again. Song Shursen frowned slightly and almost followed Tang Tiantian's movements. At the moment when the white rat changed its position, the feather duster in his hand spread out into wings, and the feathers stood up and flew towards Lu Qingqiu like a rain of pear blossoms. Shinshin could stand, but Lu Qingqiu couldn't. He screamed and saw that there was nowhere to hide. So he squatted on the ground with his head in his arms. The feathers pierced through the sky, piercing through every object they passed through. Lu Qingqiu opened his eyes tremblingly, and saw that the wall behind him was full of holes. But he was unharmed, with only a few feathers falling. With such an airtight attack, if Song Shursen hadn't shown mercy, the white-haired mouse would have been stabbed into a sieve long ago. But the squeaking sound still echoed in the corridor. At some point, it ran to Shinshin's feet again, showing off the golden key around its neck. Great! Great! Shinshin clapped his hands, curiously looking at the feather duster in Song Shursen's hand that had instantly recovered. Is this an elemental weapon? Made by a noble family? Song Shursen didn't answer, and after looking at the still lively white mouse for a while, he put away the weapon and turned his gaze to Tang Tiantian. Tang Tiantian pondered. She had seen how fast Song Shursen was. He could even chase an S-level vertebral whole shrimp alone. The first round of training for a public elective course would not be difficult for her. Besides, before Song Shursen, this white rat had fooled Shinshin's entire team. If even people of Shinshin and Song Shursen level could not pass the first round, then there was no need for other students to take this course. She raised her eyes, looking deeper into the corridor, and understood a little. The entity of this white mouse should not be here. Oh! Shinshin raised his eyebrows, moved his attention away from Song Shursen, and became a little interested. I was also thinking it was strange. How could there be a creature that I couldn't catch? And I was wondering if the difficulty of this year's training levels was quietly adjusted. Someone had suggested before that the difficulty of the first round of training levels in the holographic battle course should be matched according to the challenger's own level. But this adjustment was inconsistent with the concept of the entire course design, so it was not approved. When you passed the front hall, did you find those mimic robots difficult to deal with? Tang Tiantian asked, observing the carved decorations on the walls on both sides of the aisle. It's okay. It's not difficult to deal with. Just a little time-consuming. Shinshin supported his arm with one hand, stroking his chin. Yes, the same principle. Tang Tiantian recorded the pattern on the carving. This white-haired mouse appeared here, not for us to defeat it, but to waste our time. I guess there is a mechanism here, too. After being triggered, it can lead us to the back hall. You see, the pattern of this carving can actually move freely. Tang Tiantian fiddled with the pattern on the wall. It should be to make them conform to a certain rule. Song Shursen looked left and right. Some of the patterns on these scattered carvings were similar, and some were completely different. They extended forward in a circle. After staring at them for a long time, she felt dizzy. She closed her eyes and reconstructed the image she had just seen in her mind, and understood the mystery. In this way, three in a group remove the same pattern and leave different parts. Song Shursen stepped forward, turned the carving in front of Tang Tiantian. The resulting figure is what this pattern should look like. Click. With a light sound, as the last carving was completed, the wall at the end of the corridor slowly rose, and the deep and secluded back hall gradually appeared. The white-haired mouse that had been standing at Shinshin's feet also squeaked twice, and disappeared out of thin air. Let's go! The real test level should be in the back hall. The scenery of the back hall is far less magnificent than that of the front hall. The whole hall looks like an altar for some kind of ceremony. A huge chessboard is tilted and floating in the air, surrounded by iron-like and stone-like spikes that move rapidly. The chessboard is arranged in a square of 10 by 10. In each grid, there is a crystal sculpture in the shape of a mouse. If you look at it for a long time, you will find that these crystal mice seem to have life. Their scarlet eyes flicker in the flying spikes around them. This chessboard may be a little strange, but Shinshin is not unfamiliar with this circle of spikes. The obstacle shooting training in the basic tactical training class often appears in this form. He cleared his throat. Obstacle shooting training. It seems that this is the real test level of this temple. Obstacle shooting training tests the accuracy of mental control. At the right time. Use mental power to condense elemental energy. Accurately control the angle and speed of the launch. Pass through the obstacles that move around. Hit the target. And score. Song Shursen had also taken the basic tactics training class. The obstacle shooting in it was indeed similar to what was happening before his eyes, but the density and speed of the surrounding obstacles were much slower. It was much more difficult to hit these crystal mice than in the training class. These crystal mice all look exactly the same. The key should be hidden in one of them. Shinshin smiled. Very good. In addition to strength, it also has a bit of luck. I like it. He turned sideways and looked at Song Shursen. Let's follow the rules of the training ground. You stand on the left, we stand on the right. Each person shoots 5 shots per round, and only one target can be aimed at a time. Song Shursen glanced at the number of crystal mice, frowned, and was about to speak when he saw Shinshin gracefully making a gesture of invitation. Ladies first. You will be in the first round. Although the trial level in front of him was difficult, it was not difficult for combat students who had been immersed in the training ground for many years. Especially Shinshin's mental strength had reached S. He had just observed that among these crystal mice, the pupil of the one in the upper right corner flickered, and it was obviously a living creature disguised inside. The key might be on it, but the tilt of the chessboard caused the mouse's position to become a blind spot. If Song Shursen and the others were to hit first, they would definitely choose the target closer to the left, no matter how many they hit. The chessboard would change its tilt angle due to the inconsistency of the weight on the left and right. In this way, he would have a greater chance of aiming at the live mouse. And he could also gain a gentlemanly impression in front of Song Shursen. Shinshin was calculating in his heart. But Song Shursen looked strange, looked at Shinshin, and asked hesitantly, Are you sure? No need to be surprised. This is a basic quality of a gentleman. Shinshin said. The smile on his face became more gentle. Not to mention treating a lady who loves him. Okay. Song Shursen said no more, ignoring the inexplicable words at the end of his sentence. Just thought that this man was not normal. The order was determined. Song Shursen was first, then Shinshin, then Tang Tiantian, and finally Lu Qingtiao, and so on. Each person had 5 shots, and could only aim at one target at a time. Song Shursen only had C mental power, so he couldn't gather elemental energy, and could only use weapons. Just like she did when she attacked Lu Qingtiao on the tree before. She turned the feather duster into a long whip, and built a simple slingshot. But this time the bullets were not cribriformous, but feathers strengthened by gold patterns. As Shinshin expected, Song Shursen drew the bow, and aimed at the left side closer to her. Swoosh 5 sounds broke through the air. Song Shursen's movements were smooth, and there was no hesitation between drawing the string and drawing the bow. And the crystal mouse shattered. The broken crystals turned into powder in the air. But there were only 4 empty positions on the chessboard. Tang Tiantian looked up in surprise, counted the empty positions on the chessboard again, and looked at Song Shursen in disbelief. How could it be possible? Song Shursen actually missed an arrow? Chapter 39. It's your turn. Song Shursen looked calm, not feeling that it was strange to miss an arrow, turned to look at Shinshin. Not bad, you can hit 4. Shinshin clapped his hands, with a smug smile on his face. This hit rate is already a rare level among ordinary students. However, aiming with weapons is much easier than controlling mental power. Song Shursen could only hit 4 when using elemental weapons, so his strength is naturally not comparable to his own. A little strong, but not as strong as myself, good-looking, unique temperament, and would play some cute tricks to attract my attention. Having such an admirer, Shinshin's vanity was greatly satisfied. He condensed an ice rose on his fingertips, snapped his fingers, and the rose suddenly bloomed, and the crystal petals seemed to be blown away by the wind, lightly passed through the thorns surrounding the chessboard, and collided with the crystal mouse. The crisp sound of ice hitting the porcelain bowl came to my ears. The ice crystals and crystals intertwined and shattered in the air, with the refraction of the light, actually showing the shape of a heart, as if a transparent firework was set off. Tang Tiantian's eyes twitched. She hadn't recovered from the shock of Song Shursen's missing arrow, and she was embarrassed to the point of tapping her toes by Shinshin's clumsy flattery. She looked at Shinshin's handsome face that attracted countless girls, and at this moment, she felt that every frown of his was greasy. As expected, a man is most pleasing to the eye when he is handsome without knowing it. But greasy as it was, Shinshin's move just now seemed unintentional, but it fully demonstrated his powerful strength. Being able to freeze water elements into ice requires extremely high mental strength, not to mention carving it into a delicate shape like a rose. Judging from the petals' drifting movements, Shinshin control range also clearly covers the entire chessboard. If he wants, it is not difficult to smash all the crystal mice in an instant. This person not only has a very high level of mental power, but also has mastered the use of elemental energy. Tang Tiantian's face became solemn. After Shinshin, it was her turn. The distance of the chessboard has exceeded the range of her accurate control of mental power. But she is now using elemental weapons, and they are long-range weapons, which are not affected by her own mental power at all. With her accuracy, it was not difficult to hit all 5 mice with a crossbow. But how could Song Shursen miss the target when she could do it easily? Tang Tiantian was puzzled. She secretly glanced at Song Shursen again and met his gaze. Song Shursen propped his chin on the chessboard, raised his index finger slightly, and made a one gesture without making any sound. Tang Tiantian blinked in confusion, then looked at the number of mice left on the chessboard. Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized something. Shinshin smashed 5 mice in a flashy way. It seemed like he was showing off casually, but in fact, he had a hidden secret. His 5 petals came in one after another, hovering around the live mouse in the upper right corner, not only carefully adjusting the angle of refraction of the ice crystals after the shattering, but also blocking every way out for the live mouse. After snapping his fingers, 5 petals were released at the same time, and the moment the heart-shaped fireworks bloomed, it was also the time for him to take the key and bow out gracefully. This is what Shinshin imagined for himself. But under the drifting of transparent powder, there was no reminder sound of holding any key. On the chessboard, the red eyes of another crystal mouse flashed, and 2 squeaks were heard faintly. Let it escape. Shinshin's eyes turned cold. This mouse could actually move freely between the crystal carvings on the chessboard. It must be the action of hovering over the petals just now that made it aware of the crisis. Next time he will be faster, and will never let this mouse have the possibility of escaping. Shinshin clenched his fists, folded his arms, and waited coldly for Tang Tiantian action. Tang Tiantian followed Shinshin's sudden change of gaze, and noticed the unique crystal mouse. She immediately realized the other party's purpose of letting them attack first. She smiled knowingly, glanced at Shinshin provocatively, raised the crossbow on her wrist, and aimed it at the direction of the red-eyed mouse. Tang Tiantian pulled the crossbow, and the ice-blue fluorescence flowed, covering the silver-pink crossbow. When it was released, 5 ice spikes broke through the air. Ice? S-level elemental weapon? Shinshin couldn't tell what Song Shursen's feather duster was, and he just thought it was a strange-looking weapon. But Tang Tiantian's pair of crossbows were different. The precise shape and the flowing fluorescence made it an elemental weapon of high quality. But he didn't expect that this weapon could be so powerful that it could condense water elements into ice. This is something that only S-level mental power can do. Shinshin's pupil shrank suddenly. You? Before he could finish his words, he swallowed them back into his throat. Tang Tiantian's 5 ice spikes seemed to be very powerful, but 4 of them were broken by the surrounding spikes. The remaining 1 did hit the crystal mouse, but it was not the target she had aimed at in advance. There was silence on the field. Shinshin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His expression didn't even change in time. His handsome face became a little distorted. Your accuracy is so bad. You are wasting this weapon. Tang Tiantian snorted coldly, ignored his sarcasm, and counted the empty spaces on the chessboard again. There are now 90 crystal mice left on the chessboard. Next, it is Lu Qingtu's turn. Lu Qingtu has A+ mental power, but he is good at large-scale attacks, and he is a little bit weak at this kind of extremely precise aiming and shooting. Fortunately, even if his accuracy is poor, he can still easily hit 2 out of 5, and with Tang Tiantian as his backup, he won't be too embarrassed. Knowing that he will not be the worst performer, Lu Qingtu breathed a sigh of relief, and relaxed. His own strength was not bad. But after being with a popular and powerful genius like Shinshin for a long time, he would inevitably feel a little inferior. He saw the intentions of Shinshin and Tang Tiantian. The target was the red-eyed mouse. If he could accomplish something that even Shinshin had not done, wouldn't he be very proud? Lu Qingtu gathered 5 wind blades, and did not hide his intentions. He held his breath and aimed at the mice. The wind blades passed through and hit 3 of them, one of which hit the target. His way out was not blocked. The red-eyed mouse flashed, and it escaped before the crystal shattered, and appeared in another crystal carving. Just a little bit, Lu Qingtu said unwillingly. and turned his eyes to the crossbow in Tang Tiantian's hand, with envy in his eyes. When Shinshin asked him to follow Song Shisan, he also investigated Tang Tiantian beside him. As the eldest daughter of the most direct branch of the Tang family, she was born in a family that could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Federation. It is no wonder that she has an S-level elemental weapon. Unfortunately, judging from her performance just now, Tang Tiantian herself is a useless young lady as rumored. She has poor mental power, and even with an S-class weapon, her strength is still poor. If this weapon is given to him, Lu Qingqiu couldn't help but imagine that. He trained much harder than the playboy Shinshin. If it weren't for the difference in mental power, Shinshin would have been trampled under his feet. If this S-class weapon was given to him, maybe he wouldn't always be overwhelmed by Shinshin, and those girls' hearts would also favor him. Alas, it's good to have high talent, it's good to be a child of aristocratic family. My efforts are just a joke in front of him. Lu Qingqiu sighed, a trace of bitterness surged in his heart, and reluctantly withdrew his gaze. If Shinshin was still a little roundabout when attacking the target, the remaining 2 were more blatant than the other. They almost wrote, "Look! The key is there!" on their faces. Song Shisan understood, turned the crosshairs, aimed at Shinshin's side, and also aimed at the red-eyed mouse. A few sounds broke through the air, and feathers flew out. 3 of them. The red-eyed mouse was still alive. But this time, it retracted the red light in its eyes, and hit its body. The difficulty increased. The direction of their shooting became a blind guess. Shinshin couldn't help but regret it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used fancy petal roses. He was clearly prepared this time. But the target hit his tracks. Shinshin waved his hand in annoyance. And before Song Shisan could even see his movements, the 5 crystal carvings shattered at the same time. Under these circumstances, the goal of this competition has become very clear. The faster one attacks, the more hits one gets, and the more likely one is to guess the correct answer. Tang Tiantian shot 5 ice spikes, but the result was still dismal. With only 1 hit, several people took turns to shout. Shinshin shot 5 steadily. Tang Tiantian shot 1 steadily. Song Shisan and Lu Qingqiu had slight fluctuations, but no matter how they changed, after Lu Qingqiu shot, Song Shisan would make their total 6. The crystal mouse carvings on the chessboard became fewer and fewer. In the blink of an eye, when Song Shisan and Lu Qingqiu finished shooting, there were only 12 left. Shinshin was already furious at the repeated disappointments. He fired 5 shots instantly in each round, and every move hit the target. Under this kind of attack, the red-eyed mouse would definitely not have room to escape. It could only be that the carvings he had chosen were empty to begin with. Shinshin felt even more regretful. If he had known that his luck was so bad today, he should have traveled back and punched himself twice for pretending to miss the opportunity. After being annoyed, Shinshin carefully counted the number of crystals left on the chessboard, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. He calmed down, looked at Song Shisan in surprise, and the ice spikes flew out of his palm. With a crack, the crystals cracked. However, only 1 carving was broken, and there were 11 left on the chessboard. Lu Qingqiu looked at Shinshin, puzzled. With Shinshin's strength, he had been hitting the target all the time for so many rounds. But suddenly he only hit 1, which was obviously a deliberate release. What does Shinshin mean? Oh! It seems you finally found out. Song Shisan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shinshin. You set the rules yourself. Don't break your promise. As soon as Song Shisan said this, Shinshin's face turned cold instantly, knowing that his suspicions were probably confirmed. His eyes burst out with the coldness of being teased, but he refused to admit defeat, pointing at Tang Tiantian. Can she? Song Shisan ignored his questioning, reached out, and tapped his brain lightly, said lightly. Strength is only the foundation. On the battlefield, the important thing is here. From the moment he saw the chessboard, Song Shisan understood that this competition was not about aiming, nor luck, but about who could hit the last crystal. In the mechanisms in the front hall and the middle hall, the designer's goal was to delay the time of the challengers. And this concept would naturally not be abandoned in the final test. The mouse with the keys seemed to be able to hide in any of these crystal carvings. But once shot, it was known that the mouse could move freely. Moreover, the designers would never let them shoot the mouse easily. All appearances were deceptive. No matter how fast, how accurate, or how unavoidable they made the prey, the mouse could easily escape. Until there was only 1 crystal left on the chessboard. The rule set by Shinshin turned this competition into a math problem with a clearer result. 10 by 10 chessboards. 100 crystal carvings. 5 shots per person per round. And 1 shot was only allowed to aim at 1 target. As long as the person who goes first smashes 4 bullets. No matter how many bullets the other party hits. The person who goes first will make their total 6. If the other party misses all the bullets, she will also miss them. In short, the last bullet will definitely be won by the person who goes first. When Shinshin first proposed this rule, Song Shursen wanted to refuse. But Shinshin actually gave them the chance to go first. His arrogance, however, gave up the chance to win. What do you mean? Can or can't? What on earth are you guys talking about? Lu Qingqiu was stunned, watching the 2 people in front of him suddenly burst into smoke. And he still didn't understand what happened. Only 1 hit. Then, it's my turn next. Right? Tang Tiantian didn't answer Lu Qingqiu's doubts. Looking at Shinshin, drawing the crossbow, and the ice blue light shuttled between the silver powder. Whether it can be done, you will know it soon. 5 ice cones rushed out, passing by the spikes surrounding the chessboard as swifts, and the ice crystals burst, and the temperature of the entire back hall seemed to be a little lower. All 5 hits. On the chessboard, there are 6 crystal mice left. Shinshin's face was so dark that water was about to drip out. This Tang Tiantian, she was actually playing dumb from the beginning. No, these 2 girls, from the beginning, did not take the obstacle shooting training seriously at all. You? Lu Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock. This Tang Tiantian, who had always been at the bottom of himself, how could she suddenly hit all the targets? Looking at the number of crystal carvings on the field again, Lu Qingqiu finally noticed a clue. 6. He only had 5 chances to shoot. No matter how he shot, this last shot would be taken by Song Shursen. Unless there happened to be red-eyed mice among the carvings he shot. Unless Song Shursen missed and gave the chance to Shinshin. This is a trap. Lu Qingqiu suddenly realized that. This ending was clearly designed step by Song Shursen and the others. He glared and was about to explode, but then he remembered that the rules seemed to be designed by them, and his momentum suddenly weakened. He said weakly, "Or, I missed this round?" Song Shursen smiled. "What do you think?" The defeat was already decided. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Lu Qingqiu became angry. His eyes flashed, and several wind blades condensed around him, all attacking the remaining crystal mice on the field. The number of these wind blades obviously exceeded the rules they set. But Lu Qingqiu didn't care. He just wanted to win. The key must be his. Lu Qingqiu moved quickly. Song Shursen was faster than him. The feather duster in his hand spread out, and instantly swept away Lu Qingqiu's extra wind blades. And several feathers also chased out in an instant. In a flash. Ding sound. It was the sound of the key falling to the ground. On the light computers of all the people nearby, a dark red coordinate appeared. The new key holder appeared. Chapter 40. The temple vibrated, and rocks fell. As the last crystal carving was broken, the chessboard shattered, and a secret door appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a circle of dark red cursors appeared under Song Shursen's feet, which were exactly the same as the coordinates shown on the maps of others. Everything was settled. This key belonged to Song Shursen. After passing the level, the temple would automatically close. If you didn't leave in time, you would be kicked out of the simulation cabin together with the closed temple and be eliminated by default. Song Shursen dodged a collapsed boulder, looked at the time, said lightly, "There are 2 hours left, you guys should do your best." After that, without looking back, he and Tang Tiantian ran towards the secret door. "You?" Lu Qingqiu's eyes were red with anger, and he started chasing. They were very fast, and in just 2 steps, they passed through the secret passage and ran out of the crumbling temple. In front of them was a cleared open grassland, and behind them was the tall temple that had collapsed halfway, and the exit was buried in dust. Lu Qingqiu followed Tang Tiantian closely and fled. Seeing Song Shursen preparing to run away, he stretched out his hand and opened a wind lock, wanting to catch her and argue with her. Song Shursen was too fast, and he dodged the wind lock several times. He turned around and pounced on Tang Tiantian. Tang Tiantian was not the key holder, and she did not expect the other party to suddenly attack her. She resisted hastily and was tripped. "If you lose, you lose. Is it over?" She was annoyed and raised her crossbow to fight back. Song Shursen's coordinates were automatically exposed now. It would not be long before they were surrounded by the crowd. She really did not want to waste time here. "I didn't lose. If you hadn't cheated. Lu Qingtiao's neck was red, and he started to curse. Who are Song Shisan and Tang Tiantian? These two girls are not even from the combat department. How could their shooting training results be better than his? If he hadn't cheated, how could he have lost? Song Shisan looked behind him, and there was a figure coming towards him in the distance, and he quickly mouthed to Tang Tiantian. Use water, and aim it at his face. Tang Tiantian understood, and gathered a water ball, and threw it at Lu Qingtiao's face. Lu Qingtiao was too lazy to dodge this level of water element attack. After all, without elemental weapons, Tang Tiantian was just a waste with B+ mental power. He took the water ball head-on. His hair was wet, and water drops dripped down the back of his neck. Before he could open his mouth to mock, tentacles that appeared from nowhere suddenly exploded, growing wildly, and instantly wrapped around his entire head. It was the crickets that were left on the back of his neck when he falsely accused Song Shisan before. Cough, 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 cough. The crickets waved their tentacles and drilled into Lu Qingtiao's mouth, nose, ears, any holes, not leaving any of them untouched. Lu Qingtiao panicked, his vision was obscured, but he was unwilling to give up the attack, and several huge whirlwinds condensed in the chaos. The hurricane frantically rolled up the huge rocks of the collapsed temple, and threw them towards Song Shisan's back. The huge rocks cast a shadow over her head, but the next moment, it was smashed to pieces by a bolt of lightning. The one who attacked was Shinshin. A real man should accept defeat. Shinshin's face was gloomy, and he cleaned the Cryberformis on Lu Qingtiao's face, stopping his next attack. This momentary pause was enough for Song Shisan to jump far away and disappear in front of them in a blink of an eye. When Lu Qingtiao regained his vision, there was only a forest without a single figure. He was furious, and his anger could not help but burn toward Shinshin. What are you betting on? This is all her trap. Shinshin said slowly. No, this is just her way to attract me. Lu Qingtiao, ? Look, she didn't even have the heart to hurt you. Lu Qingtiao, ? Shinshin pulled out the last tentacle of the Cryberformis from his nostrils. His eyes were full of 7 parts of obsession, 3 parts of pride, and he said with certainty, she likes me. Lu Qingtiao, ? Who? Who does she like? What is going on? How did he suddenly jump from the passionate competition to the love channel? For a moment, Lu Qingtiao felt that the situation had changed suddenly, and he was shocked and worried when he looked at Shinshin. The water ball that just hit him on the head. Could it be that it flowed into Shinshin's brain? Shinshin ignored the complex emotions in Lu Qingtiao's eyes, and laughed softly. Hee hee. A straight man like you will never understand a girl mind. Without waiting for Lu Qingtiao to ponder the mystery, he stretched out a finger, shook it twice, and signaled the other party not to ask any more questions. He said happily, let's go, and meet up with the other brothers. It was easy to get rid of Shinshin and his men, but it was not so easy to get rid of the crowd that followed the key coordinates from all directions. As soon as Song Shisan entered the grove, he felt the fierce gazes from all sides. I lead them away, and you go get the key. She shuttled through the branches and leaves, and said quickly, there are 2 hours left. Hold on until the countdown ends. Okay. Tang Tiantian followed Song Shisan and nodded. The two of them split into 2 groups, and according to the previous plan, they all headed towards the temple where they had hidden before. After arriving at the destination, Tang Tiantian found a bush and hid her body. Song Shisan, with a large group of people behind him, wandered around again, until he attracted the attention of all the wandering students nearby. And then he slowly left. There was only a distant black dot on the skyline, which was Song Shisan's spread wings. Under her, a group of shouting black shadows were chasing after her, which were the students who had not yet received the key. Tang Tiantian got out of the bush, confirmed that there was no one around, and crouched down to enter the temple covered by vines. Song Shisan was gliding in the sky, dodging the various fireballs and lightning strikes from his side. The team chasing her increased and decreased, maintaining a relatively balanced scale. The crowd seemed huge, but in fact most of them didn't even know where her shadow was, just searching around according to the coordinates on the map, and attacking randomly. There were a few who found her, but because they didn't want to attract too many people to compete with them, they didn't make a sound, just secretly followed her and attacked her all the way. The map of the holographic battle simulation class was very large. Song Shisan swung around in the air, but only ran less than a quarter of the way. She looked up from a high place and found that there was a group of people gathering and moving not far away, and they were obviously being hunted. She turned on the optical computer and found that there were several overlapping dark red coordinate points in the northwest direction of the map. The people being hunted seemed to be a small group. They were numerous, so it should be no problem for them to help share some of the pressure. After a little thought, Song Shursen had no psychological burden and led the crowd chasing him to fly towards the small group. Yuan Qiming and his companions formed a square formation to resist attacks from all directions. There were 9 people in their group, all of whom had keys, which made them particularly conspicuous on the map. For a small group like theirs with a large number of people and strong strength, even if they had keys, ordinary students would be afraid to attack them. However, due to the previous battle with Yu Qingjiu, many of his companions were injured, and even he himself was very weak due to excessive mental loss. In a moment of carelessness, he was attacked by someone, and 3 of his companions were eliminated. Now there are only 6 people left. The students who were watching were encouraged to see that someone really succeeded, and they all joined the battlefield bravely, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity. After killing the key holder, the ownership of the key will be transferred. The system will only record the information of the last hit, so the key will be transferred to the student who took the head. This rule greatly facilitates students who want to fish in troubled waters in the melee. After all, although they can't win in a one-on-one fight, they may be lucky enough to grab a head in the crowd. More and more people surrounded Yuan Qiming team. After losing several teammates, they calmed down, coordinated their offense and defense more skillfully, and gradually stabilized the situation. The students who were trying to take advantage of the situation saw more and more people in the front row being killed, and gradually wanted to retreat. The 2 sides fell into a stalemate. Very good. Now the situation is stable, and they will automatically disperse in no time. Persist until the countdown ends, and you will win. Yuan Qiming wiped the sweat from his forehead and encouraged his teammates. Yuan Qiming had just recovered from his illness not long ago. He was not recommended to attend the holographic battle simulation class, but he was proud and did not want to give up any chance to increase his comprehensive test score. So he forced himself to come. Most of his teammates were classmates who played well with him, and there were also a few who were familiar with him because of their daily hard training. They were all determined people. When the critical moment came, they gathered together, and no one gave up easily. Time passed by, and there were less than 40 minutes left in the countdown. This time is a hurdle. There are too many people and too little food. If you choose to leave, and you are lucky enough to find the temple, the countdown will end when you come out, and there is no risk of being hunted down. But if you can't find the temple, it will not be easy to find a good team like Yuan Qiming team. Both sides understand that it is the critical moment of the game. Yuan Qiming teammates are full of fighting spirit and are more ruthless. Seeing this, the besieged students are obviously shaken, and many of them choose to give up. And the number of people left is getting smaller and smaller. It should be stable. Yuan Qiming exhaled a breath of foul air. Before he could relax, there was a noisy shouting from the southeast, accompanied by chaotic footsteps, and the sound of various elements exploding in the air. He couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. The huge crowd, like a pack of hungry wolves seeing sheep, rushed towards where they were. Everyone present, their hearts and courage trembled. Song Shursen folded his wings, took the feather duster in his hand, quietly landed, and carefully let his red dot mark fit with the small team. She hit on a treetop, like a swallow with its wings folded, hiding lightly in the dense branches and leaves. After making sure that no one had discovered him, Song Shursen poked his head out to see who the big enemies he had chosen were. He saw the unruly hairstyle, the narrow-rimmed gold-framed glasses, and the stubborn standing posture. Song Shursen was silent. Good brother. I'm sorry. Fortunately, it was not only Yuan Qiming team that was frightened. The students who had originally besieged them saw so many competitors coming at once. The weaker ones knew that the probability of grabbing the key was even lower, and they all left cursing. Once the crowd of people was loosened, Yuan Qiming and his team had an exit to break through. Yuan Qiming did not intend to continue defending in place. He followed the principle of running away as long as he could, and before the new besiegers arrived, he quickly called his companions to run away. Another round of pursuit. This time, Song Shursen did not spread her wings again, with Yuan Qiming team helping her share the firepower. She mixed in the crowd, shuttled through the high woods, followed Yuan Qiming closely, and occasionally attacked a few pursuers who almost succeeded. Several groups of people were circling around in the woods, chasing each other, and the scene was very chaotic. Both sides held their breath, racing for life and death. Finally, there were 10 seconds left on the countdown. Song Shursan's optical brain also received a message vibration at this moment. Tang Tian, I got it. It's safe now. At the same time, several more messages popped up. It turned out to be Wan Lai. Seeing the sender, Song Shursan clicked on the message, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Wan Lai, boss. Where did you go with the feather duster? Wan Lai. Screenshot Wan Lai. Someone on the black market forum leaked your personal information. Chapter 41. The countdown reached 0, and all students were ejected from the simulation cabin. The difference was that some people's ID cards had turned gray, while others still had green lights, which was a sign of successful entry into the next round of eliminations. The next round of competition would be in 5 days, and it would be a team competition. The students were talking non-stop, resentment, complaint, relief, excitement, all kinds of emotions mixed in the air, overflowing with youthful vitality. One line message continued, "This guy is too tasteless. Don't worry, I have mobilized the masses to scold him back for you. Boss, would you like to consider changing your weapon? Your feather duster is too unique. It's hard not to be recognized. The black gold knife before was quite handsome. Low-key and cool." Song Shursan swiped the message upwards, and clicked on the screenshot sent by Wan Lai. The picture was a blurry candid shot. The picture was a vast sky with a small black shadow on it. Zoom in and take a closer look. You can recognize that it is the winged form of a feather duster. Open the underground black market forum. The popularity of a post about explosives is rising rapidly. The post time was 1 hour ago. Topic about a certain female player who is very popular recently. Don't brag about it without thinking. The author visitor 8587. It's hard to reveal the specific information, but she is only a mental power C. The elemental weapon in her hand was obtained by clinging to the thigh of a certain family's daughter. Post the solid picture. Picture? The post did not directly mention who broke the news, but as long as you click on the picture, anyone with a discerning eye can immediately recognize who is talking about it. Although the underground black market forum does not restrict account registration, only accounts that are bound to ID card information are considered official accounts, and the rest are tourist accounts. However, even if the ID card is bound, users can choose to use other nicknames and not display the ID tag. Once the ID tag is displayed, others can see your ID card information by clicking on the ID tag. The underground black market attaches great importance to privacy protection. People who use tourist identities seem to have ulterior motives. Therefore, most people choose to post with official accounts, and many even use their ID nicknames to show their IDs. It is not uncommon to see posts that provoke conflicts. In addition, the post was posted by a tourist account, so this post did not cause any waves and quickly sank to the bottom of the homepage. It was not until more than 20 minutes later that the first person responded. First floor Nirvana. Start with a picture, the content is all made up. The host quickly replied to the message on the first floor. Second floor visitor 8587 replied to Nirvana. The black market does not allow the disclosure of personal information. If you say too much, your account will be blocked. She and I went to the same school. The content is authentic, believe it or not. Third floor Nirvana replied to visitor 8587. Just say it. She and I went to the same school. We were on the same team. I also know that daughter of aristocratic family. It's not what you said at all. Don't make up stories. She is more powerful than you can imagine. Fourth floor Star Tomato, on the run, who is bragging. Isn't it an obvious fact that she has entered the L3 rank without losing? Isn't the OP suffering from red-eye disease? More and more people are replying to the post. Most of them are fans of Xiao Song who collect junk and rush in to refute the OP. The OP is also very patient, and he actually replies to every post. Gradually, the posts are getting higher and higher, and even have the label of hot. Many people tried to dig deeper into Xiao Song identity, and all kinds of unfounded rumors were flying around. 65th floor. How can college students not be crazy? I'm just jumping in. So is Sister Song really a student? Can anyone reveal the specific school? Please PM me. 66th floor L2 Little Leak. I'm just jumping in as well. So, is there really such a daughter from a noble family? 67th floor called Xiong Sanjia. Which daughter from a noble family? Are you still missing a leg pendant? Don't mention a feather duster. You can give me a toilet plunger. 68th floor Monkey. I reveal something as well. The scrap collector Xiao Song actually came to me privately, saying that she was in urgent need of money, and that as long as I could deliberately let her win in the competition, I would let her do whatever I wanted afterwards. It's a pity that I didn't match her, but judging from her record, she has many brothers who are lucky in love. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and under this reply, there are voices of shock, doubt, and cheering like snowflakes, and even more outrageous, there are actually a few people who say that they have encountered the same thing. If it weren't for the forum's rules prohibiting the use of other people's ID nicknames, Song Shur-sen would almost think that someone was impersonating him and being active everywhere. The key is such an obvious pornographic rumor. And there are actually people who believe it. In the previous life, the AI in the laboratory was more logical than them. Song Shur-sen didn't understand. Every game she played was live broadcast, and her performance data could not be faked. If she used her brain a little, she would know that these rumors were all groundless. Why would someone still pick on these fabricated plots and talk about them tirelessly? After scrolling down dozens of floors, the topic finally turned to a new direction. 203 If I heard that if you choose a too long username, you will be bitten by a dog. No. The difficulty is just different from my focus? Has the development of elemental weapons been so powerful now? Can a mental power C reach L3? 204F When I wake up from a dream, don't dream. No matter how powerful the development is, it has nothing to do with ordinary people like you and me. 205F No change of name until the rank reaches L3. Too shameless. Mental power C can be so strong with an elemental weapon. Then what am I training so hard for? Looking at the reply on the 205th floor, Song Shur-sen was shocked and understood the source of this farce. Mental strength C seemed to be her original sin. Under this original sin, all her achievements could be arbitrarily tampered with and discredited. It should have been an inspirational story of breaking the shackles of talent. But it turned into a shameless person who was criticized by everyone. It is difficult to admit that someone who is less talented than you is worse than you. Some people choose to adjust their mentality and start over, while others do not hesitate to seek recognition by throwing dirty water, and also to satisfy their own self-imagination. After figuring out the key point of the problem, Song Shur-sen calmed down a lot, and his finger continued to slide down. 206 4 Divorced with 200 children. The above person said the opposite. Right? There are many people with lower mental power than you who train hard. According to you, low mental power means you will never be able to turn over. 207 4 No level 3 or name change. The key is that ordinary people have no access to elemental weapons, and there are only a few people who can make S-level quality ones. 208 4 Dust unsettled. It doesn't matter. Anyway, elemental weapons can never be compared with people with real high mental power. Just wait for Xiao Song to be beaten. 209 4 Don't shoot. I fall down by myself upstairs. Didn't 1009 lose? 210th floor. The dust has not settled. Do you take the fight between two women seriously? They are just stage ladies, without any competitive spirit. On stage for 2 minutes, taking photos for 2 hours. 211th floor. Is this a beaver? That's right, after fighting for a long time. Neither side even had a superficial injury, at the very least. They pulled hair and slapped each other, the most boring match to watch. 212th floor. The clothes were not even torn. What kind of match is that? This wave of topics suddenly changed. The fans of 1009 couldn't sit still, joined the public opinion war one after another, pushing the popularity of the post to a new height. 273F Little angel of JoJo's family. People with dirty brains should stay away from me. I don't expect you rubbish to understand the beautiful friendship between girls. If you have the ability, beat JoJo first. Oh, I almost forgot. You can't even beat L3, you are not qualified. 341F called Bear 3 Realms by the way. 1009 seems to have an elemental weapon. Right? Could she be the daughter of the noble family, who is being flattered? 342F Monkeys and grandchildren. 1009 is also from a noble family. That's fine, you ordinary people really can't win. The post continued to argue for more than 10 pages, and a nickname with a golden border appeared. 567th floor hibernation. I thought the post was so lively. Are all the players in this season so bad? They actually let a C-level player become the favorite for the top 64? Don't tarnish the top 64 gold label. I feel ashamed. There is a V mark for identity authentication next to the name of hibernation. After the V mark, there is a gold medal with 64 written on it. Only those who have entered the top 64 of the season can get this honor mark. As soon as this was said, almost all players below L3 were severely hit by the map cannon, and the verbal battle became more and more intense. Some people took the attitude of not caring about the big deal, and also tagged many other relevant personnel to enter the scene. Milk Tea Appraiser, it's time to tag the real victim. At Internet Expert, sponsor, have you found the design drawings? What do you think of this post? The scrap collector Xiao Song first attracted attention in the forum, which was the high-priced purchase post posted by the Internet Expert. But apart from the acquisition post, the Internet Expert never responded to any post. And he didn't even respond to the topic post he posted. The Milk Tea Appraiser originally tagged him just to join in the fun, and didn't expect him to pay attention at all. Unexpectedly, the Internet Expert really appeared. But he didn't respond to the Milk Tea Appraiser, but climbed up many levels, and quoted the reply on the 208th floor. Internet Expert responded to Unsettled, her works are becoming more and more practical. And I feel that she can do it. After everyone pondered for a while, they went back to the 208th floor and read it again. They finally understood that the Internet Expert meant that elemental weapons can defeat people with higher mental power. Then, the Internet Expert replied to several floors that said that they lost to the scrap collector Xiao Song because they let him win. He explained in detail each move of both sides, and how Xiao Song blocked the opponent's way out. For a moment, the weird people in the post couldn't think of any rebuttal. Song Shursen was stunned. She didn't expect that this person she had always avoided would observe her game and weapons so carefully. After thinking about it, Song Shursen withdrew the action of closing the post. The cursor flickered in the dialogue box in the reply area. Chapter 42. Rumors and abuses were rampant, pushing this post up nearly 1,000 stories high. When someone came out to clarify the truth, the crowd seemed to be strangled, their enthusiasm dropped sharply, and the speed of replying to posts became noticeably slower. At the end of the post, only the rational analysis of the Internet Expert remained, and his reply was precise and well-reasoned. Song Shursen cursor flickered in the reply area, and his sight stopped at the latest reply. Monkey and Grandson replied to Internet Expert, "You are indeed a brainless fan. Is it necessary to be so serious? Everyone knows how to talk about war on paper. If you have the guts, ask your boss to open the competition mode." The competition mode is a challenge mode independent of the rules of the competition. In the rules of the competition, except for the champion of the same level, who can be selected as the target of active challenge, the battles of other players are generally matched by the system according to the algorithm. And there is no intersection between different levels. Although this mechanism ensures the fairness of the competition, it also leads to endless discussions on combat power in the forum, and constant verbal battles every day. Driven by this ecosystem, the free-to-fight mode came into being. After the competition mode is turned on, no matter the difference in rank, you can challenge other online players. Similarly, you can be challenged by any player. However, if you win, the party who turns on the competition mode will not receive any reward. If you lose, you will be punished according to your current rank. In other words, if Xiao Song, the scrap collector, turns on the competition mode and accepts the free-to-fight mode, she will not receive any star coins for winning. On the contrary, losing will interrupt her winning streak, causing her ranking in L3 to be refreshed. It can be said that there are more harm than good. If it is not really hard to swallow this breath, almost no one is willing to open this mode. In the selection of pros and cons, the higher the rank of the player, the more they stay away from this mode. The monkeys and grandsons dare to bring out the sparring mode, because they are sure that the scrap collector Xiao Song does not have the courage to do so. She is in the L3 rank calculated by the number of consecutive wins. Every game is crucial. Even if you lose only one game, all efforts have to start over. Moreover, putting aside the risks, although the scrap collector Xiao Song has opened a personal homepage, he has never been active in the forum. Whether it was a fan post or a scolding post, she never paid attention to it. It was not certain whether she had seen this post or not. It was just a rant, and there was no need to worry about the consequences. She brought out this trick herself, and let's see how the Internet experts would respond. Monkey's son was calculating proudly in his heart, and he refreshed the topic page. This refresh, so startled, he almost threw the laptop in his hand away. An unexpected nickname appeared in the latest reply. 1405th floor Song the scrap collector replied to Monkey's son. Competition mode? I've opened it, you go first. Monkey's son guess is correct. In order to achieve a higher honor ranking, L3 players will indeed avoid unnecessary games. But Song Shursen is different. She only has one purpose for playing in the ring, to make money. After entering L3, No matter how high the season ranking is, the prize money for winning will not increase. Whether she wins consecutive games or not is not important to her at all. It was just a competition mode. If she wanted to open it, she opened it. After Song Shursen replied to the post, he thought that his personal homepage would receive many people's challenge letters. After waiting for a long time, there was no message prompt. Click back to the post and refreshed it. A system prompt popped up. This topic post no longer exists. Please check other content. Song Shursen, ? As soon as the rail owner came out to respond, the owner actually deleted the post and ran away overnight. Song Shursen was so angry that he laughed. The rumormonger easily disappeared, but wanted the rumor refuter to swallow his anger? It's a good idea. But she won't let people have their wish come true. Since the economic crisis eased, Song Shursen has reduced the frequency of going to the underground black market and has been researching elemental weapons wholeheartedly. She originally thought that the biggest reason why elemental weapons are difficult to popularize is the technical barriers and the monopoly of talents. As long as she develops weapons suitable for the battlefield and makes the design drawings public, these problems will be solved. Before this post appeared, Song Shursen had always been striving for this goal. Now it seems that it may be easy to break the technical barriers of elemental weapons. But it is not so easy to break the prejudices and shackles in people's hearts. The contempt chain based on the level of spiritual power has been deeply rooted. Even if the noble families do not monopolize the core technology of elemental weapons, those spiritual power masters, who are superior to others, will not be willing to be surpassed by others with their innate talent advantages. How can they allow others to stand on the same starting line with themselves when they can get preferential treatment and privileges without any effort since birth? With the blessing of this arrogance and vanity, or disease seems to have become a tragic honor. For the first time, Song Shursen was so fortunate that the original body she traveled through was a sea-level psychic. She has never been keen on showing off her talents, nor does she care much about fame and false prophets. Now Song Shursen has changed her mind. Not only does she want to start the competition mode, she also wants to win the first place this season. She wants to make weapons science truly famous. All obstacles on this road, she will crush them one by one with her strength. After the goal was clear, Song Shursen planned to change her weapon. It was not that the feather duster was too eye-catching as Wang Lai said, and it was easy to be recognized, but its shape was not cool enough. In the past, in order to save costs, Song Shursen made weapons that were usable and did not care about the appearance. But now it is different. She is the first spokesperson for elemental weapons. She must establish a good personality, and the weapon she takes out to show people cannot be shabby. So, after returning from the holographic battle simulation class, Song Shursen plunged into the laboratory again. This time, she had more funds than when she made the black gold horizontal sword. And the technology she mastered was more advanced and familiar, combining the several weapon forms that she often used in her previous life. Song Shursen drew a sketch of a weapon. It was a transformable mechanical horizontal sword. The mechanical horizontal sword would normally remain in standby mode, and the form it presented was a black gold broad-bladed short sword that was 20 centimeters long and 7 or 8 centimeters wide. The tip of the blade was flat, and it could be used for cutting and shaving, and could even be used as a shovel when necessary. When it is portable, the blade of the short knife will be retracted. The beak-shaped hilt will be folded toward the handle, and a layer of scaly-winged lichen will be attached to the blade. Song Shursen tied it to the outside of his thigh, and it looked like a very textured scabbard. Although this form is not as flexible and natural as Tang Tian wrist guard, it is more low-key and more practical. In addition to unfolding into a short knife, the portable state can also be directly changed into a gun form. Song Shursen set a small rotating wheel structure in the handle, and a trigger was installed at the connection between the lower part of the hilt and the handle. After pulling the trigger, the muzzle on the beak under the hilt can be used for shooting. However, due to the small revolver structure, the gun can only fire one shot at a time, and the firing rate is also limited. If you want to transform it into a large-caliber high-speed rifle, the weight and volume of the weapon itself will increase, which will affect the mobility when carrying it. Song Shursen herself does not often use long-range weapons, and the small revolver structure is enough. Before finding a suitable replacement material, this level is the limit of what she can do. The complete form of the mechanical horizontal sword is still Song Shursen's most commonly used close combat weapon. A long horizontal sword with a wide blade and thick spine. The total length of the horizontal sword is about 1.2 meters. of which the blade is 1 meter long. The back and the blade are straight, and the handle is extended from the previous short handle to a long handle that can be used with both hands. Song Shursen tried several times before finally designing the fastest way to draw the blade. She held the portable short sword in her hand. When the shape changes, the beak-shaped blade guard of the short sword unfolds. The upper beak is buckled with the back of the sword, and the lower beak secondary blade pops out. The blade is spliced, riveted, and the back of the sword extends outwards, and the blade bounces forward. The whole process took only a blink of an eye, and a sharp long horizontal sword stood beside him. The tip of this horizontal sword was specially designed in a geometric shape. When it pierces the enemy, the blade will not cause much damage. But after piercing, the single blade will expand into a double blade, and the blade edge will be spliced and deformed into a thorn shape, which will cause multiple pain to the enemy when it is pulled out. Song Shursen also upgraded the material selection. The main blade of the sword is made of the most excellent fire-resistant reinforced tungsten high-speed steel on the market. The secondary blade is forged from a high-entropy alloy combined with trace silver elements, which has excellent conductivity and can smoothly attach lightning elements to attack. Song Shursen is a 5-element all-rounder and can resonate with all element types. So he laid all 5-element circuits into the mechanical horizontal sword without any waste. The short sword form adds gold elements, which increases hardness and defense, and can also give full play to the characteristics of the scaly winged lichen reflection attack. The horizontal sword form has a double blade of thunder and fire, which are the two most offensive elements in the 5 elements. The gun form mainly uses water and wind elements as the source of bullets, which is more concealed when attacking. After the whole set of mechanical horizontal swords was built, Song Shursen's knowledge and wealth were completely emptied, which can be regarded as her life weapon that she concentrated all her efforts to complete. Looking at the empty account balance again, Song Shursen learned a lesson with blood and tears. She must not lose this mechanical sword again. When Song Shursen raised her head from the desk, it was a blazing evening outside the window. 3 days had passed since she entered the laboratory. After 2 nights without sleep, Song Shursen did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, from this finished mechanical sword, she found the pure joy she had in her previous life when she was immersed in experiments in the research tower. After hastily cleaning up the messy laboratory, Song Shursen ate a bite of the bread left over from last night, and boarded the familiar train heading to the underground black market. Visitor 8587 deleted the post very quickly, as if as long as the traces of the evil words were erased, the mistakes that had been made could be undone. But Song Shursen's memory has always been good. Her brain is used to high-intensity calculations, high-intensity reconstruction, and high-intensity reproduction. Song Shursen clearly remembered all the names that claimed to be able to defeat her. Chapter 43. The summer heat has faded, the autumn wind is rising, and a slight coolness is blowing. The underground black market competition area is still hot and bustling. People are rubbing shoulders with each other, many of them are shirtless. Sticky sweat and beer cups filled with ice cubes are unexpectedly colliding, making people shiver. The man in a floral vest sat at the bar in the lounge area, blew away the white foam floating on the beer cup in his hand, frowned slightly, looked up and shouted, "Waiter, bring more ice." The indicator light of the round robot standing quietly by the bar lit up, and filled his cup with ice cubes. The man had just come down from the ring match, and was steaming all over. As soon as he left the simulation cabin, he quickly got a glass of cold beer. The person next to him smiled, and clinked glasses with him. "Brother, you are in good shape recently. If you keep playing like this, you may be able to reach L3 this season." The man is indeed in good shape. He won several games in a row today, and made a net profit of tens of thousands of star coins. He waved his hand in a humble manner, but his eyebrows were full of pride. "Well, if I hadn't lost all my money, who would be willing to go to the ring and suffer this hardship?" The people around him also cheered, following the man's words. "No matter how much you lose, it's not as big as the fall you suffered at the hands of the monkey trainer. How about it? Have you found a new general who always wins?" The man is an old gambler, and he doesn't like betting on a single game, so he keeps betting more and more, and finally changes his bet to betting on people. More than a month ago, he bet all his chips on the monkey trainer, and even used leverage, betting that he can win 80% of the time in 100 games. The result was that he lost everything and even owed $1 million. The man pulled up the collar of his vest and wiped the beer foam from his mouth, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "How can it be so easy to find one? How many monkey trainers can there be in this black market? Yes. With the style of the monkey trainer, few people can bring themselves to do it. The man next to him laughed and teased, and filled his glass of wine again. The monkey trainer's winning rate is indeed not low. But that is the result of his long-term bullying in L0. Anyone who wants to save face, and has a little self-esteem will not do such a despised thing. Well, why don't you just bet on that Xiao Song? I think her winning rate has never been less than 100%. Many people are optimistic about her now. The scrap collector Xiao Song? The man in the flowered vest looked cold, and his eyebrows gathered fiercely. Bet on her? I hope she falls as badly as possible. Compared with the monkey trainer who made him lose everything. The man hated Xiao Song who defeated the monkey trainer. The man's mental strength is also A. And his strength is comparable to that of the monkey trainer. With the advantage of mental power, he easily climbed from L0, enjoying the satisfaction of bullying and winning. This smooth progress was blocked at L2, and he could not go any further. The reason is simple. In L2, there are many players with mental power level A. When talent can no longer bring him more advantages, he has to compete with hard work, and even has to face people with higher mental power, who can't be defeated no matter how hard he tries. The situation is reversed, and he became the bullied rookie. In most people's minds, the monkey trainer has a bad reputation and is despised by others, but the man in the flowered vest is his die-hard fan. The monkey trainer throws away his face and enjoys the pure happiness brought by his strength in his comfort zone, which is what he has always wanted to do, but dared not do. The man not only envies him, supports him, but even hopes that there are more monkey trainers. In this way, he can put aside his status, go with the flow, and continue his former glory. After seeing the monkey trainer's competition, the man no longer continues to fight in the ring, but sits in the audience stand, and indulges in this happiness with the monkey trainer. He cheered for the monkey trainer desperately in the audience, encouraged others to bet on the monkey trainer, and changed his nickname on the forum to Monkey Grandson, until the scrap collector Xiao Song appeared. After being humiliated by Xiao Song in the ring match, rumors followed one after another, and the monkey trainer was ridiculed by the whole network, and he never dared to show up at a low level again. The man himself lost a lot of debts, and the newcomers, who were encouraged by him to bet on the monkey trainer, also lost everything. All this is the fault of the scrap collector Xiao Song. The man's eyes were fierce, and he wished that the scrap collector Xiao Song would be crushed to ashes. He didn't have the courage to confront him head-on in the competition, but he did not hesitate to throw dirty water on the other party in the forum. Of course, he would not tell others about these things. Seeing the man's sudden change of expression, the people around him laughed tactfully. Haha, I just mentioned it casually. I heard that her mental power is only C, and it is really strange that she can climb to such a high level. It is better to be cautious. The man in the vest did not respond. He recalled the speech of the scrap collector Xiao Song on the forum. He hesitated and rubbed his ID card for a while, feeling a little scared. At the end of the post, she replied to him and turned on the competition mode? Impossible. How could a L3 player turn on the competition mode? Isn't this courting death? The man was worried. If he was not in a hurry to pay off his debts, he would not want to play in this competition at all. At this point, he could only comfort himself. Just in case, the scrap collector Xiao Song really started the competition mode, and his nickname in the arena was different from that in the forum. Although the identity tag was turned on, who would have the time to write down the name of the arena? It's okay, it's been 2 days in a row. I didn't run into him the day before yesterday, I didn't run into him yesterday, and I won't run into him today. The scrap collector Xiao Song must be talking nonsense, and he has never been to the underground black market. As if to build up his courage, the man gulped down the last sip of wine in the glass, and finally went to the arena preparation area again. He had observed the challenge arena a long time ago. The champion's mental strength was only B+ at best, and there were only a few common moves, so it was not difficult to deal with him. The man put his ID card on the sensing area, entered the simulation cabin, and played with the opponent like a monkey trainer in the past. When the familiar winning icon lit up, he couldn't help but indulge in the joy of victory again, and his action of leaving the arena slowed down a beat. The camera switched to a close-up of the winner, and the subtitles of waiting for the next challenger ran across the game information screen. However, 2 seconds later, the projection screen dimmed. The man paused as he waved his arm at the camera, and a bad feeling came to his mind. The next moment, the screen lit up again. Ring 092. Contestants are ready. The Great Power King vs. Scrap Collector Xiao Song. The random scene of this ring was an alley. Two figures met in the narrow alley squeezed out by the high-rise buildings. Song Shersan looked at the man in front of him with the nickname Great Power King in surprise. But he called out a completely different name. Monkeys and grandsons? Dolly Wang was stunned, and seemed to have not yet reacted to the change of scenes. He nodded subconsciously, and then quickly shook his head. Seeing the other party's panicked denial, Song Shersan smiled, and realized that he had found the right person. The man in front of him had a rough appearance and a burly figure, which was quite consistent with the name of Dolly Wang. Who would have thought that he looked vulgar and mean on the internet? Song Shersan looked at the man again, and slowly spoke. The whole person looked very relaxed, as if he was just having a friendly meeting. I heard that you have always been very regretful that you didn't match me. Her voice was soft, with a fake smile. I give you this opportunity now. This was the first time that Dolly Wang saw the real person of the scrap collector Xiao Song. Although he was only in the form of a prosthetic body, the temperament he felt was completely different from when he was in the audience. The scrap collector Xiao Song was still wearing a black dress, which was no different from the training clothes that could be seen everywhere in the market. However, it looked particularly chivalrous on her. Dolly Wang shrank his neck, looked away, and saw the live broadcast camera, and forced himself to straighten his back. I don't want to hit a woman today. Although there are few female players in the ring, there are some. The King of Power has fought so many matches, and he has never heard him set this rule for himself. Song Shersan was too lazy to give examples to refute him, and simply skipped his topic. Don't be afraid, it's just a competition mode, and you won't be punished if you lose. Her tone was usual calm. Song Shersan herself might not have noticed it, but whenever she stated the facts in this tone, some people who were upset would always think she was being sarcastic. The reason why she has so many haters is that she has this clever speaking skill. As expected, after being provoked like this, Dolly Wang's face turned green, and the fear in his heart disappeared. He sneered. Afraid? Don't cry when you beg for mercy. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and lifted a curtain of water, and the mighty waves surged towards Song Shersan. Water is the softest of all things, but the water attack used by Dolly Wang is different. This water curtain looks no different from ordinary waves, but it is actually formed by countless squeezed water columns, which is equivalent to a moving ultra-high pressure water jet cutting machine. The alley was narrow, and the rolling water curtain raised thousands of feet of waves, which could swallow Song Shersan in an instant. The powerful king narrowed his eyes mischievously. He had seen Song Shersan's strength in the audience, and understood the difference in strength between the enemy and himself. Now he didn't want to pay attention to any arena etiquette, and he immediately attacked the opponent with a big move. Taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, he defeated the enemy with one move. Run? She attacked suddenly, and she had missed the best time to dodge. Hide? This alley was 10 feet wide, and the waves were rolling. There was no place to hide. Block? Even if the feather duster can cover part of it, even if it only splashes half a drop of spray, it can still cut the place it touches into a bloody mess. Today's luck is really good. This alley terrain is clearly tailor-made for me to be proud of myself. The powerful king laughed wildly, and when he noticed Song Shersan empty hands, the smile on his mouth suddenly hesitated. Not right. Where is her feather duster? Under the water curtain. Song Shersan squatted slightly, and when he turned his wrist, a revolver appeared in his hand. This is the gun form of the mechanical horizontal sword. The gun body is silver and black, and it has a cold and fierce aura. The black is the black gold of the blade, and the silver is the reflection of the water waves on the black gold. Under the refraction of the soft waves, it looks like a dark shark lurking in the deep sea. Song Shersan raised the gun, with his eyes fixed, and pulled the trigger towards the huge waves rushing towards him. The sky-colored light passed through the gun body, and a colorless and transparent bullet shot out directly, and gently merged into the sky-covering water curtain in front of him. In an instant, the ice and snow disappeared. It was like a drop of spring water melting from a snowy mountain icicle falling into a mountain stream, and the chill spread all around. The huge wave froze just a few feet away from Song Shersan. Song Shersan raised his eyes, looking at the powerful king, who had not yet retracted his grim smile, thoughtfully. After a moment, she said slowly, "Oh, so this is what you meant by going easy on me." Chapter 44. As he spoke, the revolver in Song Shersan's hand turned back into a black gold short knife, with the blade closed. Wherever the handle touched, the frozen waves turned into drifting snow, and the ground was covered with white snow. The sky and the earth were vast. The wind that came through the hall rolled up a layer of white mist, and made the corners of her clothes rustle. The powerful king trembled his lips, and took a step back. He had used all his strength in the water curtain move just now, but it was easily resolved by the girl in front of him. How is it possible? Didn't they say that her mental power was only sea level? How could a sea level mental power block all his attacks instantly? What kind of weapon was she holding? Song Shursang glanced at the shock in the eyes of the powerful king, and gently activated the engraving on the handle, as if demonstrating. The black and gold light passed through the lower beak of the short sword, and the secondary blade popped out from the cold light, and the main blade extended step by step, and the two blades were spliced together. A mechanical horizontal sword was held in Song Shursang's hand. The black clothes and black sword stood quietly in the snow, like a wildly dancing ink on white rice paper. Knife? What she used just now, wasn't it a revolver? A knife that can change shape? The powerful king looked down, looking at the cold and fierce long knife in Song Shursang's hand, and felt a sense of fear for no reason. Unlike the funny-looking feather duster before, this long knife is a real elemental weapon that can change shape. A real elemental weapon. It is clear that the battle in the simulation cabin will not pose any threat to life, but a thought cannot be suppressed from shouting wildly in his heart, "Never let this knife touch. I will die." Cough. The great king coughed lightly, forcing himself to remain calm, pretending to be relaxed and pulling out a stiff smile. "I was just stretching my muscles just now. Don't make the atmosphere so serious. If you lose this game, the efforts of the L3 level will be in vain. Let's put it this way, I don't want to bully you. Let's write off the past grudges, I will admit it first." Before he finished saying the word lose, a cold knife wind mixed with snowflakes swept by, forcing the great king to swallow back the rest of his words. "It doesn't matter," Song Shursang said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, the long sword had reached the chest of the powerful king. "I won't lose." The geometric tip of the knife easily pierced through the metal armor that was tightly attached to the powerful king, and it was as smooth as cutting a piece of tofu. The tip of the knife sank in, but it didn't hurt as much as expected. Huh? The tense look of the powerful king relaxed slightly, and he struggled hard and took a half step back. So it's just this level. Before he could say the sarcastic words, a huge hole suddenly tore open on his chest, and the excruciating pain of the ant beast's bite climbed along the tip of the knife. "Ah!" he screamed, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. As the powerful king retreated, the tip of the knife cut out like a chain, and the originally smooth wound was pulled violently by the tip of the knife that turned into a thorn barb, and became a bloody mess. The scarlet mincemeat rushed out from the long and narrow incision, and turned out messily, exposed on the silver-shining metal armor, staining a horrible blood stain. The artificial body would retain 100% of the pain. Song Shursang deliberately avoided the vital points, so that the powerful king could feel the pain of this torture. Just like the performances of the monkey trainers he loved to watch. Hiss. "I give up, I give up." The powerful king took a breath of cold air, and saw the shocking wound on his chest. He glanced at the long knife in Song Shursang's hand with lingering fear, and begged for mercy. It was so strange, this kind of pain. What's wrong with this knife? The tip of the knife was obviously straight and flat, but it suddenly grew barbs after piercing into the body, like a spiked mace, stirring in his flesh and blood. This pain pierced into his nerves densely, and it almost made him faint, but he had to feel the sharp tremors in every place while he was awake. King Dolly had no doubt that if he did not admit defeat, this knife would kill him without hesitation. He could not win. He could not win at all. He had to leave this artificial body quickly. He shivered and subconsciously reached for the button on his wrist to leave the simulation cabin. Just as he was about to touch the bond on his wrist, a flash of knife flashed. 2 bloody fingers fell on the snow. Blood dripped from the tip of the long knife, and the smell of blood in the air became thicker. No one could see clearly when Song Shursang drew his knife. She looked coldly at the terrified man in front of her, and said calmly, "Don't be nervous. It's just the artificial body that's injured. The real you still has your fingers." The pain of the broken fingers came too suddenly, and the powerful king's body softened, and he fell to the ground. His back was soaked with cold sweat, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. "Why? I can't see her movements. I can't guess her emotions. I can't figure out her thoughts." The girl's eyes were as cold as the snow, without a trace of emotion in her eyes, and the gaze on her was as silent as if she was examining a lifeless object. "Yes, object. As if it had been separated from the tribe, there was no interaction between people. Why did you provoke her? Why did you register the account of Monkey Son? Why did you provoke such a monster? The great king had never been so frightened as he was at this moment, and he had never regretted as he did at this moment. It hurts, it hurts. I was targeted. I can't escape, I will die. Beg for mercy. Speak, make a sound. Unspeakable fear gripped the heart of the great power king tightly. With a thump, the tight string in his mind finally broke. I was wrong. I apologize. I won't dare to do it again. The lower part of his collar gradually became wet, and the tears of fear flowed down the corners of the great power king's eyes. Because of his unstable breathing, a snot bubble even blew out of his nose. Please, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Let me go, he cried and howled. Under the cold gaze of Song Shursan, he suddenly raised his hand, and countless small water blades gathered around him. But they all stabbed into his body. The super-pressure water cutter mercilessly cut through the man's body, far more violent than Song Shursan attacked just now. Amidst the almost crazy scream, the damage to the artificial body also reached the limit. After a sharp alarm, the powerful king was forced to eject from the simulation cabin. Dead silence. Inside the simulation cabin, the snow was still falling. The sky and the earth were empty, and all sounds were extinguished. The soft snowflakes fell in the narrow alley, covering the bloodstains all over the ground. The projection screen lit up, showing the result of this game. The King of Power versus Xiao Song. The Scrap Collector. Xiao Song. The Scrap Collector. When Song Shursan stood still, with no emotion on her face, only the heat from her breath, which made people feel the temperature of her presence. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes moved, and she glanced at the list on her computer, and pressed the match button again. For 2 consecutive days, Song Shursan dealt with the people who had shouted the loudest in the posts one by one, with such a fierce momentum, that even people in the forum did not dare to call Xiao Song, the Scrap Collector, by his name. At first, when they heard that someone had started a competition mode, the audience came to watch with great interest, and some of them were notorious. After seeing several battles that were almost brutal, the rumor-mongers became more and more silent. No one dared to question the strength of the Scrap Collector Xiao Song, let alone mock the weapon in her hand. Song Shursan's methods were not cruel. Her moves were as simple and neat as before. But she was not as quick as before, and she no longer put on the standard smile she learned from the bartender. Her expression was as cold and indifferent as the mechanical sword in her hand. She was like a walking humanoid weapon. Before Song Shursan could deal with her, some people who had followed in spreading rumors could no longer sit still. They cried and posted apologies on the forum, as diligent as if they were 10-year fans of the Scrap Collector Xiao Song. There were also some people who did not have a verified identity tag, but they still jumped up and down and were active because no one knew their ring nicknames. But this time, they also learned their lesson and did not spread some irrelevant rumors. Instead, they posted some common and visible combat power discussion posts, comparing Song Shursan with some L5 and L6 legendary players, and were sarcastic and secretly belittling him. Song Shursan didn't care about these remarks, although the other party still had bad intentions. He even brought up some great players to belittle himself. Isn't this also a kind of affirmation of his own strength? The discussion about the mental power level of the Scrap Collector Xiao Song finally stopped being one-sided and discriminated against like it was at the beginning. Many people gradually paid attention to the elemental weapons in her hand, which seemed low-key, but were actually cool. There were even a few posts that seriously analyzed and discussed her weapon combat power. Elemental weapons that can change their forms. This is a technological innovation that shocked the Federation. In time, it may be able to truly adapt to the changes on the battlefield. There are more and more discussions about Song Shursan's true identity and the development of elemental weapons, and for the first time, weapon science has also set off a wave of attention. Song Shursan did not expect that the rumor storm could be quelled so quickly, and that it would develop in the direction she hoped. She still turned on the sparring mode, but she did not take the initiative to challenge others, but played a few L3 level ring matches in a disciplined manner. Time is money. Now that the matter is almost settled, it is time to make money. The new weapon is very easy to use. It is not difficult to deal with people at the L3 level. Song Shursan easily won several rounds of the competition. Nearly 1 million star coins were credited to his account. He was happily preparing to go home. Just as he was about to leave the competition, the information bar on his ID card was refreshed. and a battle invitation appeared. Someone took the initiative to challenge her in the competition mode. Song Shursan raised his eyebrows. She had played more than a dozen free duels in the past 2 days when she was in the competition mode. She had always challenged others, and no one dared to invite her. Who could the other person be? Song Shursan became interested and withdrew from the ring. He agreed to the invitation. The scene in the simulation cabin changed and returned to the preparation interface for the free competition. The audience surrounding the ring of the scrap collector Xiao Song originally planned to disperse, but when they saw the player information screen light up again, they gathered back one after another, and there was a trend of more and more people gathering. People spread the word, and they were all looking forward to this duel. This is a player who dared to challenge the scrap collector Xiao Song. The audience's eyes were shining with excitement, and they couldn't wait to see who this person was. Under the gaze of the audience, the simulated scene was refreshed again, and the competition screen projected the information of the two people, scrap collector Xiao Song versus Qing Tuan on the screen. The yellow earth was endless. The sun was shining directly, and two figures appeared in the sand scorched by the heat wave. On the left, there was a loose and flowing black training suit. On the right, there was a straight and low-key black uniform. Song Shursan squinted her eyes. She was standing facing the sunlight, and was blinded by the sunlight. The player in front of her, named Qing Tuan, wore a black high hat, covering most of his face, and the remaining half of his face was also covered tightly by a mask. The artificial body can customize its appearance. But the person in front of him did not reveal any of his customized appearance features, and even his gender was difficult to distinguish. Subconsciously, Song Shursan looked at the person's information panel. Nickname, Qing Tuan. Current points, 0. Current rank, L0. Historical win rate, 0%. Song Shursan was stunned. This is a pure rookie who has never fought in a ring? Chapter 45. The countdown is about to end. Qing Tuan stood there, respectfully, took off his hat, and half bowed to Song Shursan. Miss Song, good evening. It was a gentle and elegant male voice. After he finished speaking, he still took off his hat and saluted, and was unguarded in every move. Song Shursan looked at the other party hesitantly, and saw that he had no intention of sparring, so he also put away his knife, and waited for him to explain his intentions. I'm sorry to bother you in this way. Qing Tuan smiled apologetically, and continued. The black market protects the player's personal privacy too strictly. There was no response to your message on the forum. I really couldn't find any other opportunity to communicate. After the forum became more well-known, Song Shursan would occasionally receive abuse from some visitor accounts in his private messages. In addition, the waste collection industry had been fully entrusted to the system to automatically run, so he almost stopped checking personal private messages. It turned out that there would be such a disadvantage. Song Shursan blinked, indicating his understanding, and motioned the other party to continue. Qing Tuan paused, somewhat hesitant, respectfully took 2 steps forward, lowered his voice. Excuse me for interrupting, but I mainly want to know the origin of this elemental weapon in your hand. If possible, Qing Tuan actually didn't want to state his intentions in front of thousands of viewers, and in front of the heavy cameras. He had been paying attention to the girl in front of him for some time. Except for the ring competition, Song Shursan didn't show up anywhere else in the black market. He could be said to come and go without a trace. A few days ago, he might have been able to wait patiently, looking for a suitable opportunity. But when Song Shursan took out the mechanical sword, he could no longer sit still. The underground black market is a gray area outside the federal jurisdiction. It does not follow federal laws, but has its own set of rules. It is not that the federal government cannot gather all its strength to clear the underground black market in one fell swoop, but the interests involved are too complicated. So this matter has been delayed. In the underground black market, illegal transactions can be seen everywhere, and gossips emerge one after another. Under the turbid and chaotic neon lights, there is another dangerous and fascinating world. There are all kinds of people here, including vicious interstellar pirates, untraceable mercenaries, royal nobles from the neighboring empire, and it is not uncommon to meet any kind of people, and naturally there are also some skilled craftsmen who are hidden from the world. The Qing Tuan has been lurking in the underground black market for some time, and has extended olive branches to many talented people, including many weapon designers. But among these weapon designers, no one can make S-level elemental weapons, let alone transform them. No, rather, no one in the entire galaxy can make an elemental weapon in a moving form. Even the weapon master Monty did not pass down the relevant skills. Where did the weapon in the hands of this scrap collector Xiao Song come from? Qing Tuan stared at Song Shersan. Because of his inner excitement, his voice could not help but be a little nervous. I wonder if you can tell me. Who is the designer of this weapon? There was a faint sound of gasps from the audience, one after another. When it comes to this mechanical sword, everyone who has seen its power is curious and envious. It's not that people haven't discussed its origins on the forum, but it has only been 2 days since it appeared, and no one has yet come up with a reliable source of information. And at the same time, the scrap collector Xiao Song is severely dealing with some rumor-mongering troublemakers, so they don't dare to make random guesses. They are curious. But if they were asked to rush to the competition field to ask like this, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to do it even if they had 100 guts. This Qing Tuan is a warrior. Seeing Qing Tuan speak so directly, everyone pricked up their ears nervously, waiting for the answer from the scrap collector Song. Song Shersan paused for a while, turned the horizontal sword in his hand. Oh! Are you talking about this? As soon as the contestant named Qing Tuan came on the stage, he stared at his mechanical horizontal sword almost without moving, and the nakedness in his eyes was hard to ignore. She restored the horizontal sword to standby mode, and said calmly, I made it myself. Oh. Qing Tuan was distracted for a moment, not expecting Song Shersan to give such a direct answer. He guessed that this weapon might be made by a master under a noble family, and expected Song Shersan to keep silent, but, made it yourself? The girl in front of him looked only 17 or 18 years old, and it would be impossible to make an elemental weapon of this skill without more than 10 years of accumulation. Unless, while the other party customized her appearance with the artificial skeleton, she also changed her age. Thinking of this, Qing Tuan suddenly became clear and understood a little. Women are always 18. After sorting out his thoughts, Qing Tuan stopped beating around the bush and stepped forward to respectfully hand over a business card. Our master admires your talent very much. I wonder if you are interested in conducting some business negotiations. Qing Tuan spoke with full confidence and determination. Don't worry. The price and reward in the entire Federation are impossible to be matched. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Qing Tuan was not in a position to speak too clearly, and only made some euphemistic hints. But those who are a little thoughtful can guess who the family head he is talking about. In the Federation, any family with a little foresight will try to recruit weapon masters for their family. Most family heads have entered old age. No matter how high-spirited they were when they were young, they can't escape the fate of mineralogy after years of fighting. Mineralogy is difficult to cure, no matter how many healers they have consulted. The conclusion they get is nothing more than to use less mental power, and be cautious in using elemental stones. There is no elemental stone with 100% purity in the interstellar space. This is an axiom in everyone's mind. No matter how high the purity is, as long as there is even 0.1% of impurities, there is a risk of worsening mineral disease. The richer and more powerful a person is, the more afraid he is of the coming of death. Elemental weapons have become the only hope for these powerful people to comfort themselves and regain their glory. As for weapon masters, as long as their skills can be appreciated by the aristocratic families, and they are attached to powerful aristocratic families, they will not have to worry about food and clothing, and will live a carefree life. Unless a life and death agreement is signed, Qing Tuan can guarantee that no weapon master can refuse the olive branch thrown by their family. He held the business card in both hands, and his arms gradually became sore. But Song Shersan did not mean to take the business card. Qing Tuan's confident smile froze, and he looked up in confusion. Song Shersan tilted his head, and seemed to be distracted. When he met Qing Tuan's inquiring eyes, he casually took the business card in his hand. Seeing Song Shersan's nonchalant look, Qing Tuan frowned slightly in his heart, and lost some confidence. He flattered him again. Please do me the honor of contacting. The more attentive he was, the more alert Song Shersan became. Song Shersan was not good at dealing with complex interpersonal relationships, but he had a keen intuition about people's temperament. This man seemed polite and modest in his speech, but his eyes were difficult to understand. And he was arrogant without any concealment. Song Shersan had no doubt that if she refused at all, he would turn hostile on the spot. She put the business card into her sleeve and said casually, I'm a little busy recently. I may contact you later. Haha, our master is very sincere. Qing Tuan's face darkened, but the smile on his face did not diminish, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue secretly. Please take some time out of your busy schedule and consider it carefully. After saying that, He still maintained the same respect as when he came, but did not wait for Song Shursan's reply, raising his hand to exit the simulation cabin. The duel ended hastily. This was a threat. Song Shursan came out of the underground black market and took the train back to school. She turned her fingers in her pocket, playing with the business card that Qingtuan handed over boredly. After thinking for a while, she took out the business card and looked at it carefully for a while. The material and design of the business card were very elegant. It was obvious that it was from a wealthy family with considerable financial resources and background. There was a row of letters faintly engraved in the upper right corner. The font was too artistic. Song Shursan could not make it out. He only vaguely recognized that the beginning was an M. The background was a patterned orchid. There was a string of contact information written on the side. It should be the communication number of the optical computer. What Song Shursan said in the ring match was not all a test. 5 days have passed since the last holographic simulation battle class. And tomorrow will be the second round of eliminations. She is really busy. Of course, the most important thing is that Song Shursan is really not interested in business negotiations with the noble families. The design drawings of weapon masters are sold on a buyout basis. And what she wants to break is this buyout system that privatizes core skills. When Song Shursan first came here, he was short of money and might have considered selling the design drawings. But now fighting in the ring has become her stable source of income. And there is no need to do such desperate things. Recalling the only pot of gold he earned from selling design drawings, a thought flashed through his mind. Internet expert? Qingtuan, could it be the internet expert? Internet expert is not a tourist account, which means he also has an ID card in the black market. Song Shursan has been fighting in the arena for so long, but he has never heard of this name. And his forum account has no ID mark. It is very likely that the internet expert is the same as the monkeys, and uses 2 names for the forum and the arena. However, the temperament displayed by Qingtuan is completely different from that of the internet expert. Perhaps, Qingtuan was actually sent by the internet expert? The internet expert is the so-called family head? The more Song Shursan thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Since the first time he appeared in the ring with a weapon, the internet expert has been buying her design drawings at a high price on the forum. She didn't know what aristocratic family was. But the other party's wealth and power really fits what Qingtuan said. No one can beat the price. The head of the family. Not only that, in the thread of Visitor 8587, he analyzed his own tactics and style in detail, and it was obvious that he was observing every game carefully, perhaps even to the point of being meticulous frame by frame. Except for the internet expert, there is really no one who is obsessed with himself and his weapons to this extent. It's simply creepy. Speaking of the internet expert, Song Shursan couldn't help but think of the only inexplicable exchange between him and him. Take care of yourself. Don't let it happen again. What do you mean by take care of yourself? What do you mean by don't let it happen again? She still hasn't figured out what the other party is talking about. And then think of Qingtuan's smiling face. Very good, the riddle man and the hermaphrodite are really a pair of master and servant. While thinking, the sound of the train arriving at the station came to his ears. Song Shursan picked up the backpack on his shoulder and jumped off the train. There was a row of trash cans standing quietly next to the train station sign. Without thinking, Song Shursan stuffed the business card folded by his fingertips into it. Oh, take care of yourself? She wanted to see, if she didn't contact this communication, how would she take care of herself? Chapter 46. Federal Government Building. Meyer Landme put his fingers together, sitting at his desk covered with a red velvet carpet. It was just dawn. The soft light of the morning sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the government building, sprinkled on his golden curly hair, adding a touch of divinity to the tranquility at the moment. For years ago, Meyer Landme took over the management of a group of stars including Yunta Star from his father Meyer Chase, and stood out among many children of noble families and star group managers with his vigorous and decisive style and skillful interpersonal communication. In the presidential election the following year, he defeated his rival by 1 vote and was successfully elected as the youngest president since the establishment of the Federation. He was in high spirits and incomparable. As the president of the Federation star system, the head of the Meyer family, Landme had almost achieved success and reached the pinnacle of power. And he was only in his early 30s this year. At this moment, this successful person, who was repeatedly praised by textbooks, had a gloomy face and 2 layers of dark circles under his eyes, waiting for his subordinates to come and report on their work. There was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. Landme raised her head, her voice was a little hoarse, and she looked haggard after not sleeping all night. A young sergeant in a jet-black uniform pushed the door open respectfully and bowed to Lonmi. Seeing Lonmi's obviously depressed mood, the sergeant was slightly surprised. His body paused, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his palms. Before the sergeant could speak, Lonmi asked first, with a concealed anger in his words, "That business card, are you sure you handed it to her?" The young non-commissioned officer in the dark green uniform hurriedly bowed his head and answered respectfully, "Yes." The business card that Lonmi mentioned was the one that Qingtuan handed to Song Shi-san in the competition. It was the special business card of the head of the Meyer family. The Meyer family name was engraved in the upper right corner, and the background was a bunch of orchids. Anyone with a little bit of insight would immediately understand the importance of this business card when seeing the pattern. To be able to obtain this business card, it not only means the special favor of the Meyer family, but also means unimpeded access to the federal government building, which is an honor that many people would not want. Lonmi tapped his fingers on the table. Sneered, "I waited all night last night." The sergeant was startled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and hurriedly comforted him. Maybe she felt it was too late, and it was not good to disturb her. He lowered his head, opened the positioning map on the light computer in his hand. "I will check the current location of the business card, with the help of the federal government's intelligence network." Every business card of Lonmi is equipped with a positioning system. The Meyer family has always advocated courtesy before force. If the person they want fails to be bribed, they will use intimidation, and no one can escape from their hands. Handing out a business card is an opportunity, and also a mark. If you accept it, it is the door to embrace wealth and glory. But if you refuse it, it is a huge net that will drag you into the wolf's den and the tiger's mouth. The threat of the Qingtuan to Song Shi-san is not groundless, but it does have the strength and confidence. The sergeant's fingers flew, and the light screen switched, and a complex and neatly arranged federal map appeared in front of him. On the map, a small red light spot was flashing. The sergeant breathed a sigh of relief. The location was still there, which meant that the business card had not been destroyed, and the scrap collector Xiao Song must still have it with him. He zoomed in on the map, and every block and every building on Yunta Star was neatly visible, gradually becoming clearer. When he saw the location of the red dot, a trace of doubt flashed across the sergeant's eyes, and then his lips turned pale, and he raised his head in shock. "What's wrong?" Lonmi glanced at the young sergeant, rubbed his eyebrows. "Where is the business card?" Lonmi's ability to dance with long sleeves was not innate. He was stupid when he was young, and suffered a lot of losses. Only then did he gradually develop a sharp mind. In dealing with people, especially unfamiliar people, no matter how big the gap between his status and the other party is, he can always observe carefully, show a humble and polite appearance. This is also one of the important reasons why he can gain many supporters at a young age and become the head of the family and president. The importance of the elemental weapon that can transform its form is beyond words. Lonmi wants it. Not to mention that the image of the other party is a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Even if the real identity is a 3 or 4-year-old baby, Lonmi can remain calm, be extremely humble, and treat the other party as a guest of honor. He waited for Song Shi-san all night yesterday, guessing the other party's possible attitude, deducing the forces that needed to be mobilized, thinking of countermeasures for every move and every chess piece, and waiting for the communication to ring. Who could have expected that until the ease spit out the fish belly white? His light brain was still silent. "Where is it?" Seeing that the sergeant was slow to reply, Lonmi's tone gradually became impatient. The sergeant holding the light brain screen blinked blankly, confirmed the landmark several times, and swallowed a few words on his lips. He had never felt that this place name was so difficult to say. In the garbage treatment plant. Lonmi paused as he rubbed his forehead, unable to react to the meaning of these words, repeated them again. "Where?" "The garbage treatment plant." The sergeant's voice became lower and lower, and he threw out these words as if they were burned, and lowered his head quickly, not daring to look at Lonmi's expression. Not to mention that Lonmi couldn't believe it. If he told this kind of thing to anyone in the Federation, no one would believe it. Scrap collector Xiao Song. She actually threw away the business card handed to her by the president of the Federation? Throw away? Garbage dump? Lonmi moved his lips with difficulty. This place name was simply unbelievable to him. Even more unconvincing than the reason that the positioning system of the business card was broken. After a moment of silence, he looked at the young sergeant whose head was almost shrunk into a quail, with a big question mark between his eyebrows. Why? Why? The sergeant's hands couldn't stop shaking, and he was asking himself in his heart. He thought he had seen countless people, not to mention being able to see through people's hearts. At least he could guess the other person's emotions. But this scrap collector Xiao Song, ever since he stepped on the stage, he had never been able to figure out this person's attitude. Or rather, he felt it, but just didn't want to admit it. The development of the Meyer family is booming. How could anyone want to refuse their invitation to the alliance? I check it out again. Instead of answering Lon Mi directly, the sergeant lowered his head, clicked on the itinerary record of the location, and said to himself, maybe she accidentally dropped it. He recalled his itinerary, selected a time period, and quickly scanned the records from top to bottom. The location started moving rapidly from 9 p.m., probably because she took a train, and then at 9:40, the location stopped for a long time. That's it. She must have accidentally dropped her business card here. The sergeant shouted with joy. Let me check, this is... He clicked on the map, entered the coordinates in the location, and selected the real-life projection. Real-life projection can show the exact location of the red dot more clearly. Lon Mi couldn't help but lean over. A huge translucent screen appeared in the air, showing a train station, and the place where the red dot flashed was the row of trash cans under the station sign. Lon Mi's face turned completely green. The scrap collector Xiao Song actually threw away the business card, and he threw it into the non-recyclable trash. If you don't accept my toast, you have to drink a penalty. A ball of anger burned in Lon Mi's green eyes, and his voice was almost gnashing his teeth. Check it for me. I want to see who this scrap collector Xiao Song is. The young sergeant beside him nodded timidly. He lowered his eyes, hurriedly moved his sight back from the trash can, and awkwardly scanned the coordinates of the red dot. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity gradually emerged in his mind. The sergeant frowned, enlarged the building on the side of the train station sign, and observed it carefully. After confirming again and again, he looked at Lon Mi, who was still angry, with hesitation on his face, and said softly, near here. It seems to be the first Federal Military Academy. The Federal building waited for a phone call until the early morning. Song Shursen sighed. The second round of eliminations in the holographic battle simulation course also started. The second round is a team competition. From this round on, all the students' scoring behaviors will be counted into the personal points ranking. The personal points ranking is the only standard for the holographic battle simulation course score settlement. The higher the points ranking, the higher the score, and the more comprehensive test points can be converted. The team competition is still a time-limited competition. The promotion conditions are based on teams. The number of people in a team is not limited. It can be 1 person or 100 people. Students need to form teams during the preparation phase, no matter how many members there are, as long as the team scores 4,000 points within the specified time. All surviving team members can advance to the next round. In other words, the more members a team has, the easier it is to meet the promotion requirements. Since the first round of eliminations, Song Shursen has been busy with new weapons and underground black market matters. When he returned to class, he remembered that he had not even said hello to Yun Qiming. Now that everyone is in the simulation cabin, it is not easy to contact Yun Qiming. This team only has her and Tang Tiantian. Tang Tiantian is not very concerned about whether to go with Yun Qiming. On this point, she has her own reasons. Teams like Qiming have planned their respective tasks at the beginning of the course. There is no need for us to force ourselves into it. Respective tasks? Song Shursen didn't quite understand. Tang Tiantian continued to explain. From the perspective of the promotion rules, the more people there are, the easier it is to meet the points requirements. But after the second round, the team's points will be divided equally among all surviving members. That is to say, if you want to get a good grade in the course, in addition to ensuring promotion, you must also pay attention to your personal points. A person who can score 2,000 points by himself can only avoid having his personal points lowered by meeting the team's promotion conditions with students who can also score 2,000 points or more. The more people in a team, the more difficult it is to achieve a balanced strength. And some people are bound to take advantage of the points. At this time, some division of labor is needed to ensure a certain degree of fairness. The rules of this game are destined to be full of intrigue. Tang Tiantian sighed. Except for Qiming, we are not familiar with the other members of the team. So we should not join in the fun, and just keep our own business. Song Shursen thought about these rules in his mind, and found a key point. The points will be evenly distributed to the surviving team members. So, the fewer the surviving team members, the more points you can get. The total number of team points pools will not change as the number of people decreases. It's like everyone goes out hunting, and stores all the wealth they get in a public warehouse, and then divides it equally. The fewer people left in the team at the end, the more wealth they will share equally. Yes, that's why I said there are too many intrigues. Tang Tian smiled. In the second round of eliminations, killing heads also counts as points, and the points are even 10 times that of small monsters. When we reach a common goal of points, we may be teammates. Once we have accumulated enough points, teammates may become enemies. Driven by interests, it is not uncommon for people to watch others die without helping them, or even kill each other. In the simulation cabin, the preparation phase began to count down, and the students formed their own teams, waiting for the new battle with bated breath. Tang Tian stared at the ticking countdown and whispered, "The first round of eliminations is just an entry ticket. In this round, the competition really begins." Holographic battle simulation simulates a real cruel battlefield. It is no longer a level training, nor is it a child's house game. Here, killing, deception, and calculation are encouraged. Everyone cooperates with each other for survival, and betrays each other for profit. Here, there are no real allies, and no real enemies. Chapter 47. After the dazzling white light, the night fell. Song Shursen opened his eyes, and saw a group of dilapidated buildings, and several electronic-colored lights hanging on the broken walls, still flashing faintly. She was in an abandoned warehouse, and with the light from the neon lights, she could see all kinds of scrapped metal parts piled up on the ground, and some places were covered with cobwebs. The door of this warehouse was a shutter style that could be pulled up and down. The shutter style was rarely seen now, and was only used by some poorer and backward border stars. On advanced planets like Yunta Star, people mostly use heavy alloy barriers. The store door should be closed, but for some reason a huge gap was blown out of the thin aluminum door, and the edges were weather thin, which allowed the neon lights outside to seep in, bringing some light to this closed and dark space. It was quiet all around, and only the heavy and wet breathing could be heard, rising and falling with Song Shursen's chest. Song Shursen was not in a hurry to go out, holding his breath, and the fingertips of his left hand touched the short knife at his waist. She deliberately held her breath, but the muffled breathing sound in her ears did not disappear, but became clearer, like a beast approaching with its mouth drooling. Obviously, the source of the breathing sound was not her. In the dilapidated and messy warehouse, the green light was dotted around Song Shursen, and it was surrounded by stars. The wind moved. A wolf howl echoed. The fireflies jumped, and countless black shadows rushed towards the only light in the warehouse like thunder. The girl standing in the light did not look back. Her back was straight, and she drew her knife with her backhand when the wet breath was about to splash on her neck. The blade was unsheathed, and the cold edge of the blade popped out, piercing the glowing fire from the left side accurately. The black shadow stabbed by the short knife whimpered, flickered twice in the air, turned into a pile of virtual crystals, and fell back into the darkness. At the same time, a row of prompt data appeared clearly in front of Song Shursen. Team points +5. Current points 5/4000. This system prompt quickly dissipated, and Song Shursen took a step back, without stopping his hand, and dodged the smelly sharp teeth that brushed against the corner of his clothes. The tip of the knife turned over and fiercely stabbed into the abdomen of the black shadow that attacked him. With the help of the neon lights outside the warehouse, Song Shursen saw clearly that the one dying in front of him was a black wolf formed by shadows. The black wolf had no entity, like a shadow lurking in the dark, and only projected a vague wolf shape on the ground. After being stabbed by Song Shursen, it struggled twice and then fell silent. Like the previous shadow wolf, it turned into a pile of electronic virtual crystal blocks and dissipated. The system prompt lit up again. Team points +5. Current points 10/4000. This time, the prompt did not have time to float away, but changed the numbers layer by layer, stacking in the lower left corner of Song Shursen's vision. Wolves usually travel in packs. Song Shursen concentrated, catching the sound of the wind and the heavy breathing in the darkness, hunting the attackers who pounced on him with his fighting instinct. The cold light of the blade reflected dots of dark green, lit up and then went out, leaving only scattered virtual crystals, and the team points that kept accumulating. When the points accumulated to 400, the surroundings finally returned to silence. Song Shursen put away the knife, and then he found the time to open the optical computer communication that had been vibrating since just now. The message lights up, and several text messages pop up, all signed by Tang Tiantian. Tang Tiantian, Shursen. Where are you? Tang Tiantian, question mark Tang Tiantian. How come you have already encountered the enemy? So fast? Tang Tiantian, I be there soon. The rules of the second round of eliminations are different from those of the first round. After the team mode was introduced, the function of following the preset target was deleted. In the team mode, team members can see each other's coordinates on the map, and the farthest teleportation point between the entire team members will not exceed 3 kilometers. The first thing Tang Tiantian did after being teleported to the map was to open her computer and check the straight line distance between herself and Song Shursen. 2.3 kilometers. Not the farthest, but not close either. She immediately opened her address book and started to send messages to Song Shursen. Before she could ask about the specific environment around Song Shursen, a system prompt suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of her vision. Team points +5. The prompt quickly disappeared, and Tang Tiantian paused while typing. Has 10 seconds passed since the teleportation was completed? Did Song Shursen encounter an enemy? Or was it because of her eyesight? Before she could click on the team information to confirm, the system prompt that had just faded away lit up again, one after another, as if it was fixed below her sight, and remained stagnant for a long time. Only the rising score column in the team information narrated the fierce battle that Song Shursen was encountering at the moment. Tang Tiantian's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously calculated. Half a minute, for 100 points, 80 monsters? This was more than just encountering an enemy. Did he kill the enemy right after landing? She became anxious, and quickly sent the message, looking up to observe the surrounding environment. Tang Tiantian was at the top of an abandoned residential building. The rooftop was dilapidated, the railings had been in disrepair for a long time. Half of them had been blown down by the wind, hanging in the air and swaying. Looking up, there were many such residential buildings, many of which had their first floors rented out as stores, and had neon signs hanging on them. The signs flickered in the crackling current, like an old man in his twilight years, trying to restore the prosperity of the past. This scene was created by a holographic simulation cabin. But it really happened in the Federation star system. When a city is occupied by a sudden high-risk mutant, the residents evacuate, and all that is left is the neon lights everywhere. People call this abandoned city the Neon Wasteland. Tang Tiantian stood on the rooftop, tied up her long curly hair, and looked down. She didn't wear the school training clothes today, but casual clothes. The top was a tight suspender, and she wore a sun-proof jacket outside. The bottom was still a wide-leg pants with wide hems. The wind was strong at high altitude, making her trousers rustle. She took off her coat, tied it casually around her waist, pursed her lips, and jumped down from the nearly 30-meter-high residential building. The wind rushed past her ears, and the feeling of falling at high speed made her dizzy. Tang Tiantian gently turned the ring on her finger, and the crossbow on the wrist guard unfolded, shooting a hook, and firmly hooked the wires running across the road. This was an antenna used to charge the trams along the way. The hook rubbed between the cables, and pulled down a road pole. Following the cable, Tang Tiantian searched quickly, spanning several blocks, and finally landed in front of a motorcycle on the side of the road. 2.3 kilometers is just a straight line distance. The roads here are crisscrossed. If you don't use transportation, it will take at least 10 minutes to get to Song Shursen. The team points data showed that Song Shursen killed 80 monsters in half a minute. This terrifying killing speed, Tang Tiantian had only seen it on the ranking list of the nightmare mode in the training ground. But at the moment, what frightened her most was not Song Shursen killing speed, but the terrifying amount of monsters gathered. The place where so many monsters could be gathered in such a short time was generally called a monster spawning point. The monster spawning point was the most dangerous and richest place in the map of the second round of the knockout match of the simulated battle course. The danger was that it had no end and was difficult to predict, which came from the constantly refreshing monsters and the crowds that came to find the trail. The richness was that it provided a steady stream of points, which came from the monsters generated by the system and from people. Tang Tiantian rode on the motorcycle, not caring whether it would attract the attention of other players, and rushed towards the coordinate point on the optical map. The engine started, leaving only a roar that shook the entire street, and a shadow that disappeared at the end of the intersection. Monster spawning point. In the dark alley, several figures were sneaking around, hiding at the entrance of the alley, looking at an abandoned building not far away. A man's voice said in a deep voice, "Are you sure? In the building opposite, there is a girl left alone?" The person beside him also lowered his voice to answer. "No. I saw her walk out of the warehouse next door and enter the building. She has been inside for a long time. Should we chase her? There are 5 of us. Jiang Chen level may not be able to survive 2 moves. But we can beat a lone girl. No. There is no need to make such a big fuss. We should achieve the greatest victory with the least noise and the least casualties." The person who spoke paused and continued, "Let's set up an ambush here. Wait for her to pass and take her down in one fell swoop." The boy standing at the far end of the alley stuck out half of his head, squinted his eyes, and observed for a while, then retracted his head. "Be quiet. Get ready. She's out." The discussion at the alley gradually died down. On the empty and desolate street, a thin, pretty girl with empty hands walked out of an abandoned building and walked into the seemingly deserted path in front of her. The girl's footsteps were light, but they were still clearly audible in the silent path. The delicate shadow swayed under the streetlight, and the closer it got to the dark alley, the lighter it became. In the alley, the leading boy gestured behind him, signaling his companions to get ready. Several people held their breath, retreated quietly, and merged into the darkness behind them. On the roof of the abandoned building where the girl just walked out, 2 men and 1 woman stood there, watching the tragedy that was about to happen in the alley below with cold eyes. The girl with twin ponytails moved her lips, still showing reluctance, and whispered, "5 big boys attacking a little girl. It's too unreasonable. Are we really going to help?" The short boy next to the girl made a booing gesture, shook his head, and bent lower than the railing. "This is the second round of eliminations. The law of the jungle is the rule of the game. You are kind, but others may not be. In the first round, you only need to get the key to advance. The extra keys will not affect your performance. Therefore, when you have ensured that you have met the conditions for advancement, most students are kind and will not deliberately be hostile to others or create conflicts. Even, in order to ensure that there are enough sources of head points in the second level, some students will kindly help classmates who have not obtained the key. But the second level is different. There is no upper limit for points. The more points you have, the higher the ranking you can get, which can be converted into more comprehensive test scores. People's desires are infinitely magnified. The companion you saved in the last second may stab you in the back in the next moment because of the temptation of points, not to mention strangers you meet on the roadside. Those 5 boys look unfamiliar. Maybe they are from the senior class. There are only 3 of us, so we may not be able to defeat them." Another boy was much more patient and tactfully persuaded. "There is a shadow wolf's nest here, which is a rare monster spawning spot, and more people will definitely gather here later. Let's not reveal our whereabouts yet, and make plans after Chiming arrives." Seeing that her companions all refused, the girl with twin ponytails no longer insisted, and just silently turned her eyes away, not looking at the miserable situation downstairs. In the dim alley, only the moonlight and the stars dimly illuminated a little light. The thin girl in black walked leisurely, oblivious to the impending danger, getting closer and closer to the alley. The breeze swept through the fallen leaves, and with a rustling sound, a thin rope approached quietly like a lurking python. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. The girl's footsteps settled, and a rope net was suddenly thrown open, like a bloody mouth, enveloping the unprepared girl. Then, the rope net quickly closed, tightened, and dragged the prey into the depths of the dark alley. A few seconds later, a heart-wrenching scream came from the darkness, echoing in the vast night sky. The neon signs on the street in the distance flickered twice, and there was no light anymore. The people on the roof of the abandoned building looked away at the same time, with sympathy on their faces. "Oh, it's too miserable. We must not be left alone," the short boy said with a palpitation. "Before I signed up for this course, I heard from the seniors that some people would form a team like this, specifically to attack students who were left alone." Another boy sighed. "After all, the grade of this course is related to the comprehensive test score. For personal points, it's not strange to do anything so pitiful. What cruel things did the people inside do?" Her voice is distorted. The girl with twin ponytails grabbed the hem of her clothes, and her words were full of self-blame. "Sure enough, We should have helped her just now. Even if it was just throwing a small stone to remind her. Voice? The short boy was stunned. And figured out something was wrong. Before he could raise his doubts. Another shrill scream cut through the sky. This time everyone understood. And saw the same shock and confusion in each other's eyes. These two screams were clearly men's voices. Several people looked at each other. And then, they all went back to the railing, revealing half of their heads lined up in a row. In the narrow alley, Song Shursan stood up slowly from the ground. His hands and feet were entangled in a huge net. And he stared at the boys standing several feet away from him. The bright moonlight poured in from behind her, casting a faint silver glow on her black clothes. And with such a calm expression, she exuded a bit of divinity. The boy who came in through her raised his eyes, and bumped into Song Shursan's pair of quiet and clear eyes. And the strength in his hands could not help but loosen a little. He touched his nose, and did not intend to let her go. But he did not want to leave a bad impression in front of the beautiful girl, and said innocently, "Sister, it's not that I don't sympathize with women. But this course is just so cruel. Don't hold a grudge against us. Next time, remember to stay close to your teammates, and don't wander around alone." Song Shursan understood why the other party kept a distance from him. This was because he was afraid that she would use elemental attacks. Generally, the range of stable elemental strength and accuracy that an A-level psychic can control is 10 meters around him. Although the opponent can't figure out his psychic level, but if he is farther away, if he is lucky, he will be out of range directly. At worst, the attack strength will be reduced a little. This is probably why the other party used a rope net to attack her. Song Shursan looked at the knotted rope on her wrist, tried to struggle lightly, and as soon as she exerted force, the spider silk rope, which was originally ordinary, showed a layer of golden patterns, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Elemental weapons? Can you recognize it? The boy standing closest looked at her in surprise, and praised. You have a good eye. The boy's mental strength is A, and his control of range and intensity is impeccable, but his accuracy is a shortcoming, which he cannot break through no matter what. In order to make up for this deficiency, he spent a lot of money to hire someone to make this rope net. After the net catches the opponent, attacking him is just directional aiming, and the accuracy requirement is greatly reduced. The design concept of this rope net is specially made for sneak attacks, so it looks no different from ordinary rope nets. And even the light, when activating the element stone, is very weak. People who are not familiar with elemental weapons can't see its mystery at all. Song Shursan said calmly, "Well, I majored in weapons science, and I studied this." Weapons science? The boy tilted his head and thought about it, and finally awakened some memory. It seems that the school does have such a major, but his impression is limited to knowing the name of the subject. Hearing this, he just pulled the corner of his mouth with disdain. My weapon is different from the pile of waste you made. The core technology of elemental weapons is monopolized by major families. This is the consensus of the entire Federation. Even if the school offers this course, it only teaches a little bit of the superficial knowledge. The boy raised his head, tightened the thread in his hand, and was quite proud. This rope net was made by a master who is proficient in soft weapons, and the quality has reached A-level. A-level elemental weapons, although not as unique as S-level ones, are not common in the entire Federation. Being caught in this rope net, even if you are a student of the Seed Single Weapon Department, as long as your specialty is not in attack strength, it will take some effort to break free. Not to mention an ordinary student like Song Shursan. As the saying goes, experts look at the doorway, while laymen look at the excitement. Although the boy did not understand elemental weapons, he became more excited when he saw that Song Shursan knew a little bit. Since he got this rope net, he was so excited that he wanted to brag about it to everyone he met, hoping that Song Shursan would struggle a few more times, and then he would be amazed and praise the power of this A-level elemental weapon. Song Shursan was obviously an expert, and he agreed, "This weapon is really good." This rope net was very attentive in the selection of materials and the laying of integrated circuits, and it cleverly combined the toughness of spider silk and the hardness of gold elements. Once captured, the harder she struggled, the harder it was to break free from the restraints on her body. But Song Shursan was always very relaxed, and she hardly struggled even after being caught in the net. So the rope net did not play its role at all. Even when she took a breath, she could squeeze out a little space to move. Weapon science? Hearing the conversation in front, the boy's companion behind him was confused. It sounds like a non-combat major. How dare you come to participate in the holographic battle simulation class? Are you a freshman? Song Shursen nodded. Yes, a freshman. A freshman, no wonder. The school public elective courses are highly competitive, and freshmen are often a little slower, and end up taking combat-oriented courses. The full-scale simulation battle course does not limit the number of students who take the course, and many students sign up for the course without understanding the situation. The number of public elective courses required for the current academic year is complete, but the psychological trauma caused by the course cannot be erased. Therefore, this course is also jokingly called Death Haven. The man who asked the question smacked his lips, let down his guard, and said with a smile, "You are really lucky, a non-combat novice, and you can actually make it to the second level." Seeing that Song Shursen was just a non-combat freshman with little martial arts skills and a pretty girl, he was obviously overdoing it by outnumbering the weak. The companions behind the boy also felt embarrassed, but they were reluctant to give up the points they had, and they all said words to comfort him. "Sister, this is just a lesson. You are only in the first grade. It's just the comprehensive test score. You will have plenty of opportunities in the future. I am not deliberately making things difficult for you. This world is like this. The strong are respected. The battlefield is even more cruel than it is now. Wait until the brothers recommend you for military rank. When you go to the battlefield in the future, we will definitely protect you." After a lot of chattering, the boys felt that they had fulfilled their friendship. The psychological burden was relieved a lot. They were ready to send the girl in front of them on her way. The leading boy's body was condensed with lightning elements, gathered into a lightning spear in his palm, aimed at Song Shursen. He took 2 steps back, and saw Song Shursen standing there quietly and obediently, not panicking, not dodging, and couldn't help but touch his nose again. "Well, I think the atmosphere has been set up here. Then, shall we go?" Song Shursen's expression did not change, nodded, and said obediently, "Okay, let's go." The boy breathed a sigh of relief, completely free of worries, charged the lightning spear in his hand, and threw it out violently. Chapter 48. In the night, 2 lightning flashes intertwined and shuttled, almost at the same moment, running in opposite directions. "Ah!" A scream broke the sky. The crows and sparrows sleeping on the street lamp were also disturbed. They cried twice in response, flapped their wings and flew away. The crow feathers fell slowly, turned in the air, and disappeared into the dark alley below. In the alley, a boy covered his half-face burned by lightning with one hand, and pointed at Song Shursen with his other hand, his eyes full of disbelief. You plotted against me?" Song Shursen blinked innocently. "How is it possible?" She showed the mechanical sword in her hand, her expression serious, not pretending. "My sword is not even unsheathed." The boy widened his eyes, wiped the blood that covered his eyelashes, and stared at the short sword in Song Shursen's hand suspiciously. "Elemental weapons? You also use weapons?" As soon as the words came out, the boy recalled that Song Shursen had just said that she was a weapons science major. It was not uncommon for a student majoring in weapons to have an elemental weapon in her hand. Looking at the knife in Song Shursen's hand, the short knife was indeed not unsheathed, and was wrapped in a soft sheath that looked like gray scales or leather. Judging from the shape, it should be a flat-headed wide short knife. The boy was relieved. People who use elemental weapons are mostly like him, with their own insurmountable shortcomings. Song Shursen is a non-combat type, and his mental power level is definitely not high. He should not be able to cause such serious damage to him, even if he has an elemental weapon in his hand. The distance is so far, and it is not a big deal whether it is unsheathed or not. But if it wasn't Song Shursen, who would be plotting against him? Is there anyone else around here? The boy smoothed his burnt hair and looked towards the abandoned building outside the alley. The building was tall and had a wide field of vision, which was just right for seeing everything happening in the alley. If someone stood on the rooftop of the building, the boy narrowed his eyes, and in the dim night, there seemed to be a shadow swaying on the rooftop of the building. And in the blink of an eye, it was empty again. Wait, that's not right. A flash of shock flashed through his mind, and he turned his head to look at Song Shursen. "You? The knife in your hand?" When? Before the boy could organize his words, the blade in Song Shursen's hand popped out. The scabbard instantly unfolded into a broad-bladed black gold short knife. Wherever the blade touched, the rope net was cut in an instant. This was not a scabbard at all, but a short knife with a retracted blade. Sheath and blade in one? The boy was stunned, watching his A-level rope net being cut off as easily as a hair. The hand pointing at Song Shur-sen moved to the short knife, and then moved back to her face. For a moment, he didn't know what to be shocked about first. Well, the lighter the weapon, the better. Song Shur-sen pulled off the rope net, threw it aside, and moved his wrist. It's troublesome to make a scabbard separately. The boy was stunned, seeing Song Shur-sen completely clean the rope net on his body and pointing the short blade at him. He woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly called his companions to meet the enemy. No! She broke free. The other few people saw that the situation was not good, and they reacted immediately. As soon as the boy finished speaking, they immediately threw out the long-range attack in their hands. Wind blades, fireballs, thunderbolts. Various elemental energies converged and intertwined. Not very strong, but very dense. All attacking Song Shur-sen, who was standing in place. Song Shur-sen raised his knife, stepped back 2 steps, and frowned. The opponent's attack was too dense, and the alley was narrow, and there was nowhere to hide. She dodged several attacks that brushed against the corners of her clothes, and the rest could only be blocked with the back of the knife. The flames collided. Ah! Hiss after a round of fighting. A few wails echoed in the empty alley. In the deserted alley, several boys stumbled to the ground, looking at each other with fear in their eyes. Hiss. It hurts. Such a fast attack. What happened? Did she attack? Didn't she use a knife? Fire. Wind. Thunder. Water. One of them counted the scars on himself and his companions. Every time he identified an element, his expression became more shocked. When he counted to the end, he turned his head to look at Song Shur-sen in disbelief. And the last note almost broke. How is it possible? How could you use so many elements at the same time? I didn't attack. Song Shur-sen looked at him strangely, and his reaction was flat. It was your own attack, which was just bounced back. She showed the dark pattern on the back of the knife. Lepidoptera? Didn't you learn about it in the exploration class? Lepidoptera? The boys looked at each other, and looked at each other. It sounded familiar, but strange. I have learned it, but what is the connection between this inconspicuous alien species that only appears in exploration textbooks and the sharp blade in Song Shur-sen's hand that can cut gold and jade? Lepidoptera is a plant that is mutated toward the order Lepidoptera. It has the special ability to reflect elemental attacks, and this ability remains after the original plant dies. Judging from the description alone, this convenient ability seems to be widely used in military and daily life. But once you pick this alien species yourself, you will find how ridiculous it is to use it to make armor or defense projects. The plant is not metal. The leaves and stems are very fragile, and the damage it can withstand is also very limited. Even if it has the ability to reflect, it will be rotten and broken before it can withstand the enemy's attack. It is more convenient to carefully create a set of metal armor than to study the scaly lichen that cannot withstand even a C+ level elemental attack. If you insist on sticking to such a useless reflex ability, it will be more trouble than gain. I strengthened it with gold elements, so it can withstand your attacks and reflect them back. Song Shur-sen understood the confusion in the eyes of the people in front of him and took the initiative to explain. Gold element. The leading boy's eyes were confused for a moment, and then his pupils widened. You mean, integrated circuit? You laid an integrated circuit in the lichen? The circuit design of the integrated circuit is not only related to the shape of the weapon, but also closely related to the material used. The boy himself did not understand the design of elemental weapons, but he knew that the famous artist who made the rope net for him spent nearly 10 years to summarize a set of soft whip-shaped design. However, even after all the hard work of the masters, this theory is only applicable to spider silk. Not to mention how much Song Shur-sen has learned in the field of alloys. Lepidoptera, this is a plant. Almost no one has ever used plants as raw materials to lay integrated circuits. In other words, Song Shur-sen has no literature to refer to for her research in this direction. How did she do it? Song Shur-sen saw the expression on the boy's face changing again and again, obviously. He seemed to have a slight understanding of the difficulty of the process. Curiously, are you interested in elemental weapons? Not bad. Not bad. The boy pursed his lips, still immersed in the disbelief of the attack rebound. Song Shur-sen's eyes lit up, and he looked at the boy with more appreciation. There are very few people in the Federation who use elemental weapons. Part of the reason is the monopoly of the aristocratic families. High-quality weapons are expensive and hard to find, unless they have no choice. Ordinary people are almost unwilling to spend the energy to ask someone to make them. Another reason is that the theory of spiritual power is engraved into the DNA of the interstellar society. Only those with pure high spiritual power are regarded as truly strong. The rest who rely on external forces to win, no matter how strong they are, seem to be inferior. On this point, Song Shursen has a deep understanding from the rumors in the underground black market. The boy in front of him does not look like he is from a noble family, and the bold way he uses spiritual power does not show that he is troubled by mineral disease. In non-essential situations, he is willing to spend a lot of money to buy elemental weapons, and even has a little understanding of the craftsmanship. He must have recognized the value and status of elemental weapons in his heart. People are very small. They don't have a strong body or sharp claws, but they can stand at the top of the food chain because they understand the importance of using tools and technology. Song Shursen was very satisfied with the boy's awareness of getting rid of the spiritual power, and his willingness to try at all costs, and to make further progress with the help of elemental weapons. She looked sincere, looked at the boy in front of her, and said seriously, "Weapon science has great application prospects, and there are still vacancies for enrollment." Boy, ? Song Shursen, this school year has just started, it shouldn't be difficult for you to change your major now. Boy, ? His mental power is A-level, it was not easy to apply for the seed soldier. Why did he want to go to the unpopular and useless weapon science? Besides, if you want to learn, you should also become a disciple of the weapon masters of the noble families. What can you learn in the military academy? Ignoring the boy's hesitant expression, Song Shursen picked up the rope net that was thrown on the ground just now. "My name is Song Shursen. I will help you fix this weapon. After you get out, you can come to the Weapon Science Academy to find me." She paused and showed a comfortable smile, as if she had finally taken care of everything. "Okay. I'm in a hurry. Let's go now." Boy, ? The topic of the girl in front of him was too jumpy. The boy hurriedly made a stop gesture and asked in confusion, "Wait a minute. What do you mean by going on the road?" Song Shursen did not answer. The mechanical horizontal sword in his hand unfolded. In an instant, a black and gold long sword stood beside him, and the cold light reflected the figure of the boy in the distance, who took a half step back. The night was dark and windy, and the moon was bright and silent. A silver light flashed by. The boy rolled his eyes. Before he could remind his teammates to be careful, he saw his companion open his mouth, slide to the ground silently, and his body turned into a dissipated virtual crystal block, and logged out of the system. Wait. He condensed a layer of lightning net barrier in his hand, and quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Song Shursen. But he chose this alley himself, in order to prevent the prey from escaping. There was a high wall at the end of the road behind him. At this moment, he had no way to retreat, and he actually built a cage for himself. Fortunately, the lightning net barrier seemed to have stopped Song Shursen. Song Shursen took 2 steps forward, but did not force his way in, but stopped outside the barrier. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to maintain a stalemate, and then think about how to deal with it, when he saw the long knife in Song Shursen's hand suddenly change its form again. This time, it was a black and gold revolver. The hole of the pistol was facing his forehead. The boy opened his mouth, and his expression was even more horrified than when he saw his teammates being annihilated just now, and he couldn't say a word. What kind of monster is this man holding in his hand? Scabbard? Dagger? Long sword? Gun? Is this a weapon? How can there be such an outrageous elemental weapon in the world? You? He uttered a few syllables with difficulty, knowing that he had no way to escape, and racked his brains to struggle a few more last words. What is your weapon? Song Shursen pulled the trigger, showed a warm smile, and answered his question. Weapon Science, welcome. Chapter 49. The virtual crystals dissipated piece by piece, and the alley that seemed a bit crowded just now only had Song Shursen left. Below the field of vision, the system prompt popped up again. Team points plus 500, current points 2900/4000. Song Shursen lowered his eyes. The rules that Tang Tiantian had told her at first were still too conservative. Not 10 times. A shadow wolf adds 5 points, but a head can get 500 points. The difference in income is a full 100 times. No wonder the group of boys just now didn't go to kill the monsters, but ambushed here to plot against other students. Song Shursen turned around, walked out of the alley, and frowned slightly. When she came out of the warehouse before, She had a vague feeling of being watched. Now that the group of people in the alley had been dealt with, this feeling of being watched still existed. She raised her head, followed her intuition, and looked at the abandoned building that the boys had stared at before. Abandoned building. Rooftop. Oh my god! Oh my god! What's going on? Did you see it? The short boy grabbed his companion in surprise and excitement. The girl downstairs. The weapon in her hand can be transformed. So cool. It's my dream sword. The boy next to him was dizzy because of him, but his eyes still refused to move away from the alley downstairs, muttering in his mouth, as if he wanted to see a hole in Song Shursan. Outrageous, too outrageous. One person. Kill the other team of 5? I didn't even see when she made her move. This is the most exciting counterkill I've ever seen. How can there be such a cool girl? The girl with twin ponytails was lying on the railing, with a starry face. Hey, do you know her name? She looks unfamiliar. Is she not from our major? She is so powerful. But she is not a seed soldier? The short boy was stunned for a moment. And after a while, he remembered that he had never seen this person in the major class. He got goosebumps all over his body. What's her major? Isn't everyone in her class equipped with such a weapon? Then our ace major status will be in jeopardy. After teasing, the short boy added in a low voice. By the way, if I were given such a cool weapon, I would definitely pack up and change my major overnight. You wish. The girl with the twin ponytails smiled. Just as she was about to continue teasing, the boy who had been watching Song Shursan movements suddenly lay down on the railing. Don't make a sound. She seems to have spotted us. The two men heard this and reacted quickly, and hurriedly bent down, not daring to show their heads. Oh my god. No way. She can spot us from such a high place? The short boy whispered, a little suspicious. The boy lying next to him was not sure. I think my eyes just bumped into hers. I can't say if she was spotted, but she was definitely looking in our direction. Anyway, let's be careful first. I don't want to fight this person. At least not before I get here. If she can detect it from such a distance, it will really become a ghost story. The short boy complained in a low voice, and then laughed. But it doesn't matter if we fight. She just got 5 kills. And she must have a lot of points. What if she is a single team? Or her teammates have unfortunately died? Then all these points will become ours. In a team game, if you kill a member of a certain team, you will only get a single kill point. But if you kill the last person of the other team, then the points of the entire team will belong to your side. Wow, I am a little jealous when I say this. This is a lot of points. Let's do a mantis stalking cicada to her, while the Oriole is behind. I just happen to want to fight with that weapon. As he said this, the short boy supported his companion with his arm. Let's see if she is still staring at us. The boy who was traveling with him stuck out half of his head and looked down. He had a great view from this position. He could see everything in the alley clearly, and there was a railing to block it. The alley was still deserted. The sound of wind blew through fallen leaves, and at the entrance of the alley, there was not even a shadow of a person left. Wait, not even a shadow of a person? The boy looked around hurriedly, and it was quiet and empty. It seemed as if the fierce battle that had just happened was just an illusion. She's gone. Gone? So quickly. The short boy also came over, and there was indeed no shadow of a person in his field of vision. The expression on his face was a little subtle, not fear, but the kind of regret that the cooked duck flew away. No way, where can she run to in such a short time? She must be nearby. Look again. The three of them looked down side by side, concentrating, and discussing in a low voice. It doesn't make sense. We only looked away for a few seconds. And we lost her already? Could she have gone into our abandoned building? She came out from here before. There's no need to explore again. Then, into another building? Several people huddled together, focusing all their attention on the bottom of the building, and didn't notice that there was another little head next to the team, looking down with them. Amid the discussion, a clear female voice suddenly interrupted. Are you looking for me? The three of them were silent for a moment. Their eyes met under the railing, and they turned their heads at the same time. Song Shursan was standing next to the girl with twin ponytails, with one hand on the railing, holding his chin, and watching their uniform movements leisurely. Ah! The girl with twin ponytails turned her head and happened to meet Song Shursan, and burst into a scream. The horror in her voice was no less than that of the boys who were killed instantly downstairs just now. And she jumped far away. Ghost. The word was not called out yet, But when she saw Song Shersen's handsome and slightly confused face, she swallowed it back. The girl with twin ponytails stopped talking. In front of such a pretty girl, she couldn't call out the word ghost. Haha, no, no. The short boy was the first to react, waving his hand, acting harmless. The scenery below is nice, we just take a look, haha, see the scenery. He laughed dryly while moving back along the railing, secretly dispersing his position with his teammates to avoid being caught in a sudden attack by the other party. This was the second round of the elimination match. They had never met each other, and had no friendship in each other's eyes. They were just a bunch of digital points. No one knew whether the other party would attack at the next moment. Not to mention the mental strength of the man in front of him. His stealth ability alone was too terrifying. He could actually stand beside the three of them quietly, without attracting any attention. However, once the whereabouts are exposed, it is hard to say who will be the home team. The short boy's eyes flickered with excitement. Killing Song Shersen would earn him at least 3,000 points, which is a large sum. Although the weapon in the opponent's hand looked a bit strange, the tacit cooperation between him and his teammates for so long was not in vain. He could even fight with the team of senior sister Yuqingjio. Moreover, they had just seen the transformation of the weapon in several forms, so they were not unprepared. As long as we take proper precautions, we can give it a try. It seems that there is still hope. After making up his mind, the short boy waved his hand seemingly unintentionally. His sleeve brushed against the railing, and a small stone flew towards Song Shersen. The small stone was just a trick. Behind the stone, a very thin water needle almost followed the trajectory of the stone. Water is colorless, and it is even more difficult to detect in the dark night. By then, Song Shersen was attracted by the stone, and he would not notice the water needle piercing him on the same trajectory. The short boy was calculating in his mind, and his eyes could not hide anything, staring at Song Shersen's every move. Song Shersen still supported the railing with one hand, playing with a mechanical horizontal sword in the form of a revolver. Seeing the stone coming from the side, the revolver stopped casually, and the side blade of the gun body popped out, which actually cut the stone and the water needle following behind into two halves. At the moment when the water needle was about to touch the blade, the short boy released the element control in time, and a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead. A gust of wind slashed past. Sorry, haha, it was a mistake, it was a mistake. The short boy laughed dryly, raised his hands above his head, making a gesture of surrender. Song Shersen's knife can rebound attacks. He has not forgotten this. He will not be stupid enough to attack himself. The silver needle just now, he was just testing. Whether Song Shersen noticed it or not, he would release the elemental control. However, if Song Shersen did not notice it, it means that this person's strength is not invincible, and together with his teammates, there is a chance of winning. If Song Shersen noticed it, he would have released the element control in time anyway, and the water needle would turn into a tiny drop of water and fall to the ground. He would pretend that nothing happened, and just think that a small stone was accidentally carried by his sleeve. The night wind blew. Song Shersen glanced at the short boy's haircut, and raised his chin. Sorry, I didn't catch it. Yes, Song Shersen noticed it. Not only did she notice the water needle, but she also easily figured out the trajectory of the water needle. At the moment when he released the element control, she returned it intact. This strong wind that cut off a row of his hair was a warning. I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. The short boy completely gave up the idea of confronting Song Shersen head-on. His whole body was tense. He no longer thought about how to get points, but instead thought about how to get out of this situation. The killing intent of one party was gone, but the other party was in a state of hesitation about life and death. Song Shersen held his chin and looked at the people in front of him with different expressions. These 3 people, he could deal with them without any effort. 3 people, that's 1,500 points. Plus my current score, that's 5,400 points. It's enough for their team to advance. But, just now, listening to their discussion, this boy seemed to be praising his sword, and said he was willing to devote himself to the great cause of weapon science. Maybe they will become comrades on the road to restoring weapon science. Making enemies for such a small number of points. It seems that it's not worth it. Kill. Or not. Song Shersen was in a dilemma, his eyes moving back and forth between the people in front of him. The 2 groups were in a stalemate. In the silent night, from far to near, there seemed to be a faint thunder. The short boy secretly glanced at his brain, and the map showed that Yuan Chiming coordinates were rushing towards this side. He made up his mind. waiting for Yuan Qiming to come. Maybe they would have a chance to escape. He was just about to signal his companions to retreat, when he heard a thunderous roar behind him getting closer and closer. It seemed that some violent engine was heading straight towards him. It seems to be the sound of an engine? As soon as this thought came up, the short boy quickly put it behind his mind. Are you kidding? This is a rooftop. What kind of car can be driven on a rooftop? The short boy quickly came back to his senses, looking for a perspective to escape from Song Shersan attack range. Song Shersan was standing opposite the short boy. From her perspective, she could clearly see the scene behind him. Hearing the sound, she raised her eyebrows slightly. After being stunned, the corners of her mouth curled up a smile. The blurry high beams came from behind, turning the shadows of several people in different directions. Amid the roar of the engine, Tang Tiantian's voice was mixed in, floating in the distance with the sound of the wind. Don't fight. Don't do it. Shersan. Spare his life. The high beams of the motorcycle were getting closer and closer, almost blinding people. Song Shersan squinted, and could vaguely see the two figures on the car. She turned sideways, making way for the other party. The short boy also noticed the sudden brightening of the light around him, and saw Song Shersan suddenly avoid him, and realized that this sudden visitor should be coming from behind him, and hurriedly moved aside. Under the moon, a speeding car leapt into the sky, leaving a stagnant black shadow in the middle of the full moon. The black shadow fell. The tires and cement made a sharp brake sound, and it turned several circles on the empty rooftop, and crossed into the two opposing groups of people, and finally stopped. Huh? I finally caught up. Tang Tiantian panted, took off her helmet, and her curly hair was wet with sweat, and fell on her forehead. Don't fight. Don't fight. We are all on the same side. She still sat on the motorcycle with one long leg, and on her back seat, there was a figure who was dizzy and leaning. The man was not wearing a helmet, and his hair was messy in the wind, and his previous style could not be seen. A pair of narrow-framed gold-rimmed glasses were tilted on his nose, and his face was pale, and he looked like he was about to vomit at any time. The girl with twin ponytails was sweating about the tense atmosphere between the short boy and Song Shersan, and she stared nervously at Yuan Qiming's location on the light brain map. Because she was too focused, she didn't have time to avoid it. The accident happened in the blink of an eye. The wind was blowing her hair in front of her forehead, and after the harsh brakes, Tang Tiantian's motorcycle almost stopped at her feet. The girl raised her head, facing the boy who was covering his mouth and trying to calm his breathing on the back seat of the motorcycle. She stared at the boy blankly, and then looked at the coordinates on the optical brain, with her pupils slightly dilated. You? The boy swallowed his saliva, adjusted his glasses, finally turned his head, and took the time to look at her. The two eyes met. When they saw the face of the person on the back seat clearly, the girl with the twin ponytails suddenly raised her voice, screaming, You? Yuan Qiming? She moved her fingers back and forth between Yuan, Tang and Song, hesitating for a long time, finally sorted out her thoughts, and uttered half a complete sentence. Do you know each other? Yeah. Yuan Qiming got off the car, his legs still trembling. Seeing that neither of them was injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and explained. We are friends. He turned to Song Shersan, pointed to his companions behind him, and introduced them one by one. Cheng Ming, Lu Ocean, Li Yu. He turned around again and stood next to Song Shersan. Song Shersan, Tang Tiantian. The two sides introduced their names to each other, and the atmosphere finally relaxed. The short boy named Cheng Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed. He immediately stopped his moves and smiled with lingering fear. Friendly troops. Friendly troops. It's all misunderstandings. After the fight just now, he had clearly realized the terrifying strength of Song Shersan. Let alone the three of them attacking together. Even if Yuan Qiming was added, they probably wouldn't last more than 3 moves under Song Shersan. They almost caused Yuan Qiming a big trouble. Cheng Ming was scared for a while. His shirt was soaked with cold sweat, and he was extremely grateful that his captain had a wide network of contacts, and he could actually meet such a powerful person. Li Yu had just recovered from the shock of her captain's sudden appearance, and fell into a new confusion. She looked at the wide street below, then looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, blinking her eyes again and again, wondering how this motorcycle appeared on the rooftop. So, she twirled her ponytails with her fingertips, her head numb. Why did this big motorcycle come from the rooftop behind? Good question. I want to know too. Tang Tiantian stopped the motorcycle, took over the conversation, and was furious. Who designed the automatic navigation of this map? With this system installed in the optical computer, can he still be alive? The system's default optimal route took me around in the streets, and finally led me to a dead end surrounded by high-rise buildings. Who doesn't know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? But how do I get up there? Fly up there? Tang Tiantian puffed up her cheeks. Her eyes were almost emitting sparks, and her noble and dignified personality almost couldn't hold back. She was obviously very angry. She was not skilled in motorcycle driving, and she was nervous when she held the handlebars, and she couldn't spare the energy to look at the map, so she chose automatic navigation. Less than 2 minutes after driving onto the avenue, a prompt popped up in the lower right corner of the field of vision, indicating that the team's points had increased. Several prompts flashed by almost at the same time, and Tang Tiantian didn't even have time to see what happened. But she saw that the team's points had risen by 2,000 points. A moment later, another prompt popped up. Team points plus 500. 2,900/4,000. After seeing this information, it was clear that Song Shursen had definitely been besieged by other students. She became even more anxious, and increased the speed in her hands. And then, she walked into a dead end with great momentum. Listening to Tang Tiantian's description, Cheng Meng and others could almost imagine her confusion and collapse at that time. But the matter was too funny, and he tried to hold it back, and finally managed not to laugh. He said seriously, "What happened next?" Tang Tiantian continued. "When I was about to turn around, I happened to see Yuan Qiming passing by the roof of the building next to me. Yuan Qiming is coming to find you. Yuan Qiming can resonate with the wind element, and his mental strength has reached A+, so he can barely use the wind to support himself and stay aloft for a while. The distance between these abandoned residential buildings is not far, and with the support of the wind, he can completely cross over from the rooftop, so he took a shortcut. Qiming and I are heading in the same direction, and your coordinates on the map are highly overlapped. I was worried that you had a fight, so I used the wind to transport the motorcycle to the rooftop with Qiming, and rode over here." After saying so many sentences in a row, Tang Tiantian was a little out of breath. She took a breath and sighed with relief. "Luckily I made it in time." The people standing on the rooftop were silent. "Carried the motorcycle to the roof?" Li repeated blankly, not keeping up with the rhythm of the topic jump. "Based on my years of experience with artificial intelligence, what they recommend to you is actually the result of big data screening." Song Shursen pondered. It should have had a chance to be corrected. When the system first recommended this route, it may not be clear whether this road is passable. At this time, as long as you choose to give up the route, it will automatically correct it. But when more and more people are clearly led to the wrong road, but still go on it, the system will classify this road as a feasible route, and finally even become the preferred and optimal road. There is no road in the world, but when more people walk on it, it becomes a road. Song Shursen looked at the motorcycle next to Tang Tiantian, and there was a rare hint of ambiguity in his tone. Now, it may think that riding on this road is also feasible. Tang Tiantian, ahem. Yuan Qiming recovered from the nausea of motion sickness, and cleared his throat. When he helped Tang Tiantian carry the motorcycle to the roof, he never thought that this girl had never ridden a motorcycle before. It was not until he sat on the back seat, following the motorcycle in the air, spinning, drifting, flying, falling, and shaking all over that he finally understood what Tang Tiantian's slightly trembling lips meant before she got on the motorcycle. It was not because she was too nervous about Song Shursen, but because she was afraid of the uncertain future. Now, he simply had PTSD for motorcycles. He felt dizzy and nauseous when he looked at the back seat. Yuan Qiming quickly shifted his gaze, and set his sights on Song Shursen. To be honest, when he first met Tang Tiantian on the roof of the residential area, he thought he was seeing things. How could a non-combat person dare to participate in the holographic battle simulation class? But as soon as this shocking thought came up, he immediately spit on it. Song Shursen was right. The interstellar people's obsession and prejudice towards spiritual power were almost engraved in their DNA. He had clearly taken exploration classes with Song Shursen, and had witnessed the other party's strength with his own eyes, and even had a sincere admiration for her in his heart. But, when it came to these power competition activities, he subconsciously revealed his arrogant side. In the last round of competition, some doubts that he had already guessed the answers to, but were deliberately ignored by his subconscious, also surfaced. Yuan Qiming glanced at Song Shursen, then looked away. In the first round of eliminations, the one who helped me from senior sister Yu Qingjie was you. Right. Yes. Song Shursen replied indifferently, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. Thank you, Yun Qiming said softly, his ears red, and he awkwardly pushed down his glasses that were already straight on his nose. When he saw the familiar dormant spirulina, he guessed whether it was Song Shursen. It was just that the two teams had never met before, and Song Shursen and Tang Tian had not contacted him to talk about it. So he didn't take it to heart. Did they not care? Did they not believe it? Or were they afraid of becoming an enemy of Song Shursen? Yun Qiming didn't dare to question himself again. Oh, it's okay, Song Shursen responded. After experiencing a round of turmoil in the ring competition, she almost forgot what happened in the first round. At this moment, Yun Qiming suddenly mentioned it, and she also struggled to recall the scene of the day. And her memory suddenly stopped at the end when she led all the pursuers to Yun Qiming team. Song Shursen touched his nose guiltily. You have helped me a lot, so we are even. Each of them had their own concerns, so the topic ended there. After completely accepting the fact that Song Shursen was participating in the course, Yun Qiming was silent for a moment, and then he remembered another thing. At the beginning of the course, I heard that a freshman, in front of everyone, provoked the sophomore Shin in the stadium hall. He paused, as if he was guessing the correctness of his guess, and stole a glance at Song Shursen's expression. That person is you too. Song Shursen opened her eyes wide, revealing an incredible expression. Me? Provoke? How is that possible? She honestly followed the little tricks taught by 1009 to start the conversation. And Shin also made a friendly appointment with her to meet again at the competition venue. Although the two of them may have had some friction in the temple later, it was forced by the conflict of interests. There was nothing they could do about it, and it was definitely not an act of provocation. Yun Qiming looked at Song Shursen suspiciously, and saw that her shock did not seem fake. Based on his understanding of Song Shursen, there was really no need to deny her strength. His expression darkened, and he said solemnly, except for you, I can't think of anyone else among the freshmen who has the courage and strength to do such a thing. He originally thought that he was the strongest among the freshmen of this year, but after meeting Song Shursen, he realized that he was really looking at the sky from a well. Since there is someone like Song Shursen, it is not surprising that there will be another crouching tiger, hidden dragon among the freshmen. Yes, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Hasn't he seen it a long time ago? Yun Qiming recalled that, soon after the start of the school year, the ranking list of the first-year training ground was destroyed by an anonymous score. He and Song Shursen also met at that time. To this day, he has not found out who the other party is. At that time, he also speculated that the other party chose to keep the score anonymous, just to avoid attracting attention before the holographic battle simulation class. Now it seems that, maybe, this person is still lurking. He is a strong enemy. Yun Qiming's face became more serious, turned his head to look at Song Shursen, and said solemnly, in this game, there is still a hidden enemy who has not revealed any news so far, who is much stronger than me. Before finding out the identity of the other party, let's form an alliance first. Chapter 50. Alliance? Song Shursen looked up, a little puzzled. In her heart, Yun Qiming was a friend. Even if they didn't form a team, he was included in her team list by default. The friction with Cheng Ming and the others was just an accident. Anyway, she didn't lack many points for promotion. Since she already knew that the other party was Yun Qiming man, she would not take action again. The word alliance seemed a little strange. Seeing Song Shursen's hesitation, the three people behind Yun Qiming couldn't help but get nervous. Tang Tian stood aside, looking at the two teams in front of her. One serious and tense, the other relaxed and confused, with their brain circuits obviously not on the same line, and sighed helplessly. The reason why the holographic battle simulation course attracts countless combat students is that the comprehensive assessment score in its course rewards students who graduate from military academies, especially combat students, will eventually go to the battlefield. It is difficult for a soldier to stand out, and the higher the initial military rank, the smoother the military journey will be. The comprehensive assessment score is an important evaluation indicator for the recommendation of military rank upon graduation. So the competition for the top individual rankings in this course every year is particularly fierce. But Song Shursen is different. She has the strength to compete for the top position, but she doesn't care about her personal ranking. Song Shursen's ideal is to develop weapon science. She has no interest in going to the battlefield to earn military merits. It was a complete accident that she took part in the holographic battle simulation course. In other words, Song Shursen never put herself in this circle of interests. So she naturally couldn't understand the suspicion and intrigue in it. If it was just Yun Qiming, with their life and death friendship in the exploration class, there was really no need to deliberately put the tacit thing of alliance on the surface. But Yun Qiming is not alone. He is now the captain of a team, and has to bear the interests of the entire team. After all, they are two teams. Song Shursen's strength is too terrifying, and it is an absolute threat to those who rush to the top. Although Cheng Meng and others don't say it, they may have concerns at the critical moment. Yun Qiming proposed alliance so seriously, fulfilling his responsibility as the captain of the team and endorsing the trust between Song Shursen and Cheng Meng and others. As for the rival who challenged Shinshin, as Yun Qiming said, Tang Tian moved her lips, wanting to say something but stopping herself, glancing at Song Shursen, but finally she couldn't bear it and didn't explain. In order to prevent Cheng Meng and others from thinking too much and causing unnecessary misunderstandings, she stepped forward, tugged at Song Shursen's sleeves, and answered for her. Okay, form an alliance. After getting the promise, Cheng Meng and others breathed a sigh of relief, but still subconsciously glanced at Song Shursen. Song Shursen vaguely guessed Yun Qiming's intention from their nervous and expectant eyes, nodded, showing a smile as friendly as possible. Well, I had this plan too. Great. Hearing this, Liu Ten's back relaxed, and she regained her usual liveliness. Although Yun Qiming's appearance eased the stalemate between them and Song Shursen, Song Shursen's acquaintance with Yun Qiming did not mean that he agreed with them. Although verbal promises of alliance had no effect in this treacherous battlefield, it was enough for her as a comfort. She said briskly, "This is a monster spawning point, and there are many Shadow Wolf caves nearby, which are enough for our two teams to accumulate enough points for promotion. But it will take some time." Although Liu's mental power is also A-level, she did not study the C individual soldier major, but chose the reconnaissance direction and strategic support. She used her mental power to condense elements. I will explore the way first. Song Shursen only felt a gentle breeze around him, circling twice, and then went away with the night wind. AU's specialty is reconnaissance. Although the attack power is not high, the coverage range is very wide. Yun Qiming introduced. The limit of condensation can sense element fluctuations within a radius of 1 kilometer. Generally, the activities of Zerg and alien species will generate elemental fluctuations. Although the enemies in the holographic simulation class are virtualized by the simulation cabin, they also retain their real characteristics as much as possible and release elemental fluctuations. Found it. Liu retracted his breath and said happily, "There is a Shadow Wolf cave in the building that turns left 300 meters ahead of us. This is a large cave, and there is a Wolf King in it. Ordinary Shadow Wolves are only small monsters, each providing 5 points, while the Wolf King is at the boss level, and you can get 150 points after killing it. The number of enemies in the lair with the Wolf King will be greater, and the speed of small monsters appearing will be more frequent." Liu reminded. When the Wolf King is fatally injured, it will go into a frenzy and summon more Shadow Wolves. Everyone should be careful. The Shadow Wolf has no fixed entity. It looks like a wolf-shaped black shadow that can blend freely into the shadows, which makes its whereabouts very elusive. In terms of bite force and movement speed, the Shadow Wolf is more fierce and swift than ordinary wolves. In reality, the wounds bitten by the Shadow Wolf will be infected by special bacteria, making it more difficult to heal. All the bodies used in the simulation cabin are artificial bodies, and there is no such thing as healing speed. As a balance, the pain after being attacked by the Shadow Wolf was increased. A single Shadow Wolf is a B-level alien species, which is not very threatening. But a pack of wolves, especially a pack of wolves with a Wolf King, has a danger level of A+. In the second round of eliminations, if the Shadow Wolf den with a Wolf King is cleared, all members in the den who participated in the attack will be awarded an additional 50 points. Following Liu, everyone came to an abandoned department store. The first floor of the department store was all glass display windows, without lights on. From the outside, there were only a few people's reflections on the glass, looking eerie. A ball of elemental fire lit up in Luotian's palm as a light, and led everyone in first. Compared to the liveliness of Cheng Meng and Liu, Luotian's personality was just like his name, much more reserved and cautious, and he was more measured in what he said and did. As soon as he entered the building, He began to look for the location of the distribution box and the machine room. Let's find the main power source in the public place first, Luotian said. The neon signs and street lights outside are powered on. And the switch of this building should also be on. Shadow wolves will appear in any place with shadows. This is also a wolf den. The number of enemies is difficult to predict. The dark environment is not good for them. Everyone understood and turned on the flashlight function of the optical computer. They gathered together to increase the light as much as possible. After groping for more than 10 minutes, Luotian found the power source. The lights in the mall corridor lit up one by one, and the whole place was brightly lit. The public lighting was turned on, but the shops in the mall were still dark. On the empty aisles, the lights projected the faces of the mannequins in the glass windows, and the eerie feeling increased instead of decreasing. It went very smoothly. Luotian breathed a sigh of relief. And no shadow wolves attacked us along the way. Wild beasts are generally afraid of fire. And to be on the safe side, Luotian used elemental fire for lighting. But he didn't expect that no shadow wolves appeared. Maybe their main force is not in this building. Liu continued. We have many people. And we are all close together. Even if there is a lone shadow wolf in this building, we dare not attack it. Cheng Meng is relatively small, following Luotian, and suddenly asked out of the blue. Besides the shadow wolf, are there other enemies here? The more terrifying ones? As he said this, he shuddered and couldn't help shrinking towards Tang Tiantian beside him. Cheng Meng expressed it tactfully, but Tang Tiantian understood it. She looked at the mannequins facing them in the windows around her and found it a little funny. Are you afraid of ghosts? Everything in the holographic simulation battle class is virtual. Even if there are ghosts, they are cyber ghosts, which is no different from playing horror games. I have a bad heart and cannot stand the stimulation. Cheng Meng made up a reason to get away with it, and stubbornly brought the topic back. Is there any? Give me a definite answer. Basically not. Liu is very confident in her detection ability. In this building, I only feel one type of element fluctuation. Damn. Is it my eyes that are blurry? I seem to see a will-o'-the-wisp. What kind of will-o'-the-wisp? Just a faint green color, flickering in Luotian's shadow. Luotian's footsteps suddenly stopped. Cheng Meng rubbed his eyes. It's okay. Maybe I suddenly saw the light and saw stars. This is a simulation cabin. Realism. The school should not have such a bad taste. He added, chuckled twice, but his eyes were still nervously staring at the shadow under Luotian's feet. There was nothing unusual about the shadow. Cheng Meng muttered to himself, comforting himself, and was about to look away. In his peripheral vision, a flash of knife light passed by. He looked up, and Song Shursen had stood beside Luotian without knowing when, with the long horizontal knife in his hand already unsheathed. It's not a will-o'-the-wisp. It's a shadow wolf. Song Shursen held the knife, his expression calm, adjusted the angle of the light source, and looked at the shadows standing side by side with Luotian under his feet. The fluorescent green is the light of their pupils. Before turning on the power, the shadow wolves didn't attack us. Not because they were alone, but because there were too many of them. In the dark, the fluorescence of the wolf's pupils was too obvious. Once they approached us, they would be easily detected. After turning on the power, the surroundings were bright, and everyone's attention was focused on the dark shop. Instead, they ignored the shadows under their feet, which were the closest and most dangerous shadows. Wolves are smart and cunning. Song Shursen lowered his eyes, and the long sword in his hand flashed with lightning, and stabbed into the shadows under his feet. A woof! There was a wolf howl. In the shadow under Luotian's feet, countless virtual crystals suddenly floated up. Almost at the same moment, fluorescence burst out, and the shadows seemed to have life and struggled to surge outward. Hidden in Luotian's shadow, it was not just one wolf, but a group of wolves. The shadow wolves huddled together, covering each other, moving together, carefully not letting out any pupil light, and followed them all the way. Under the long sword lightning, the darkness had nowhere to hide, like a flood that broke through the dam, swallowing up all the light around. Dense green lights flickered in it, watching the prey in the circle viciously. Not only Luotian, each of them had countless shadow wolves hidden in their shadows. The attack was instantaneous. Ugh! Cheng Meng screamed, rolled on the ground to avoid the injury point, but was still accidentally scratched by the sharp claws of the shadow wolf that suddenly exploded under his feet. He covered the wound, cursing. Damn! So many wolves? Aren't you too crowded? Song Shersan understood the wolf's cunning and attacked suddenly. Almost all the shadow wolves under Luo Shen's feet were wiped out by her attack. Yuan Qiming and Tang Tiantian were also ready for battle the moment Song Shersan stabbed into the shadow, suspended off the ground, and avoided the sudden attack of the shadow wolves. But Cheng Meng and Li Yu were not so lucky. Cheng Meng reacted a beat late, and was injured because he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the battle. Li Yu was not good at attacking, and both of them had a hard time fighting. Don't be distracted. Be careful of your feet. Yuan Qiming pulled up a lightning net, covering Cheng Meng and Li Yu in it, and barely resisted the attack of some shadow wolves. Tang Tiantian opened the crossbow on her wrist, helping to deal with a wave of wolves that were relatively close. She looked up inadvertently, and her face darkened. I also want to ask, are all the wolves in the den squeezed into our shadow? She looked at the huge shadow gradually taking shape on the ceiling, and said slowly, the Wolf King has appeared.